Yo, I'm back. I feel sicker than yesterday. So, no arc raiders today. Just gonna super chill. Watch Deadlock night shift. We got a special surprise game one. We did in fact get a... Oh, one second. We got a Ventilator game. So right now we're looking at the beautiful Jason Kaplan. But we got a Ventilator game. And it did pretty well. 8-2-21. This was kind of just a Warden Show game, to be honest. But it's cool to see it. Mystic Expansion, Recharge, Cultist. Ballistic Enchantment. So super unique build too. Weighted Shots. Very good item on this hero. So yeah, that was cool. Loki W loses, so Leviathan will do the challenger match again. Pretty sick. And yeah. Beaky. Oh, I didn't see this. When I did see this. Was there hotfix nerfs for what's her nuts? Terrible names, bro. Takes me a minute with the names. There was not. Okay. Just still very strong.
Was hyper broken.
There you
it's
go.
fair to say on
There you go.
So I don't even want to look at all these things, man. There's like a million nerfs in one. Still, I think the characters.
I'll have the Pashi video ready for
the game with how strong that ultimate heal is and the ability to kind of
when we're in between matches.
Difficult engagements, but maybe not in the
Pashi.
like S tier unstoppable hero category. Could maybe be a little bit more even with some of our other top frontliners.
Sure. I'm of the opinion. I think we'll see Abraham's maybe contest.
Pashi's banner on his YouTube is just him rank 1.
Going up against Loki W, who was contesting for it.
W.
When of course we saw Listic
How to
playing
build like a pro.
last week, so they
This
were
content isn't
going for the
available,
first
huh?
pick. But Jason, I do want to ask you about the Graves nerfs, obviously because we've
What?
not really seen it. I do feel like it was maybe a
Did you
bit
take the video down?
and people just weren't hitting
Huh?
the dead heads because they didn't realize they could even
Huh?
hit them in game. What do you think about these?
Have I been scammed?
Well, I did just learn yesterday that you can.
It's only right here. It's not members only or anything.
To kill them. So I might
That's
be the
good to
right
know.
person to ask.
Don't tell anybody, Jason. I've been spamming.
That's a bug.
Stop with that.
Investments, but
I think.
Okay, we got to hear last
I
time.
don't know,
We're talking about healing, right?
I can't tell if I think Graves is good or I just want her to be good. I think that's the
Graves
problem
is good.
that happened right now because we talked to.
Don't let
Was it
Jason gaslight you. Graves is good.
Talked to Cool Cheese. No, I can't remember who. it was.
Having
It was a
push
long show.
is OP.
We talked to some players and they said that there is a world where we could see Graves be strong, but the build hasn't been figured out yet, and the playstyle around it hasn't been figured out yet.
True.
But I think Jake kind of hits the nail on the head that it does take coordinated play to play around her Graves, and a coordinated
Yes.
team will stop those Graves from really being effective.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of changes need to happen to her to see her played in pro play. I would actually be really curious to see what they would even think about changing with her within her kit. But I deep down hope it's just that that build hasn't been unlocked yet.
True.
I do personally. I'm like so invested because I love like characters with map pressure tools in MOBAs. I think they're super fun.
I thought it was the auto aiming part of it that you love. That's what
I do love that too,
me.
baby. I love that. I'm
Hey.
getting older. I need that auto aim on the
Check
kid.
some Overwatch.
You
Don't
know, it's
disrespect
like,
Jake.
It's just about distance, positioning. But so I love Graves. I think there's some definitely underutilized tech on her. Like you can build the tomb on those like lightning roofs that you're not supposed to.
Dude, I
stand
love
on. You can
Abraham's
build
new
it up
logo.
there,
This is
and
way
the zombies
cleaner.
push the waves
I
as
like this.
normal. So it's there's some pretty cool tech. I just think the range after the range nerf on her gun, I think that really hurt her. Like
Yeah.
having to be a
Yep,
couple meters closer is a big deal when you have an auto aim gun that you can.
And we don't
like,
have self
potentially
heal.
pull all people's damage away.
Like
Just
she has the
having
root,
to
but the
be
root
a
is
little
so
bit
easy to
more
play.
in a dangerous position to actually get
The only
that
thing broken
value
about the
off
root is you can't see it.
feels unrealistic
like,
right
team
now,
fights and stuff.
especially with the limited macro play. But I'm still a believer that like someone's gonna figure this out. That this maybe it'll take like a buff or something like that to kind of bring her back in line. But she could be one of those heroes that's a little too dominant in pubs and a little bit too weak in competitive play and kind of.
She feels like a surge of power hero.
Balance wise.
Oh, fair.
I feel like she's in that kind of like vein.
More tips and subscriptions coming in. I'm going to read out V8_U because the other one's kind of about me. I'm going to read out as if he or she was probably saying it. So I'm going to goober more like boober.
Yeah, I don't know Claire. He's been great
How they
in this
sound
first couple games. I watched first game off stream
how about
because
the other one, Jason?
I wanted to eat and shit.
Oh, I have to read yours. Your praise again. Wow, leave it all.
I mean, that's your role.
Oh.
You self-assigned on that one, Jason. You can't be talking crap about it now.
14 years of this, and I'm tired of this. From Cold Hot Cocoa, so stoked. You know, Clarus, don't look at the camera. I don't want to see your face.
What did Jason
So
do before?
stoked to see-
Turn around.
He's blushing, you know. So stoked
get
to
some
see
lore.
Clarus on the desk. Love what you brought to StarCraft 2, and so happy to see you in
Jason
Deadlock.
Kaplan, Howard Stern.
No, I'm not blushing. I'm just ginger. I'm always red, Jason. You know this.
The sun reflected off of a window outside.
Oh,
and
there's
touched
also a
his
Jason
skin for 1
Kaplan
second,
that
now
works
he's
for Howard
burned.
Stern. That makes more
Jason
sense.
saw me use an umbrella in Singapore when it was like 40 degrees. I was like,
Shout
yeah,
cast.
it was a long time ago, but
Here we
That's why
go.
I live in Poland because it's so gray there. It's perfect.
I shovel snow every day.
Oh,
Are
I
we
did-
going to talk
oh,
about the
okay.
game?
He did ESL
Let's talk
and
about the
shit.
rosters.
Yeah,
How about
let's do
that?
If you insist.
Damn, he has been doing this a long
I mean,
time.
this
It's like
team-
2014,
Anyone who's been
bro.
watching the Night Shift knows this team, right? They have been on an absurd run of dominance. It's been
Broadcast
months
from any
since we've
tournament.
had another champion. Starting to feel like they're playing
Damn,
with the
this
house
has been doing
cash,
this a
like they
long
can't
fucking
lose.
time. It's like 2013.
I mean, I think
Look at
all
this
these
shit.
players, I think Dimov and
He's
together
literally
are
pro.
some of your best front
Jason's
liners in the
literally
world. I think
pro.
Dimov arguably is like the best player in the world right now. He's
He's
probably
doing
had the
Counter-Strike for a
longest
long
run of
time. Okay.
dominance of anybody currently
Cool.
playing Deadlock. I think Hood is an incredibly exciting player to watch who plays a huge variety of
This
characters.
team's
and it
OP.
just feels like he's
This team's a
somehow
little
insane in
OP.
every single one. I mean, it's sort of crazy. You put him on these very
I can't wait to watch
unique,
Newbie Like
high
Creeps.
skill individual characters, and he's always having big
Gets to
games.
do.
I think Taz, fair to say, best initiator in the game.
Love DMB.
Saint, one of the best
Great
supports.
player.
And Sonya,
Adding dude to
very,
their
very
team is
solid
fucking
carry. So
insane.
this team
It's
is,
actually like
it's an
crazy.
embarrassment of riches. They've got
Whoa.
nothing to stop them. And hid in the bushes, throwing $200 cash at the prize pool. Huge shout out to the community.
Drop
You guys
a
have been
Fiki
going
for him.
crazy with these donos, buffing up our prize pool to a really deserving level for these players who grind week in, week out to deliver great games.
Absolutely. Hiding in the bushes.
W
Amazing
supporters.
stuff from them.
Did it last
Talking
week,
about
too.
it. Huh?
Did it last week too. Big donation from Behind the Bushes last week. But I would like to talk about this team too, if I have a second.
Please.
Go
I
ahead,
think,
Mr. Jason.
and I'm almost safe to say it. Okay, I can guarantee say when it comes to EU. But Saint, I think, is the best support in EU, hands down. And
Yeah.
I think he's almost the best support in NA as well.
Okay, dude.
I think only Saya can maybe be another name to throw into the mix there when it comes to supports. But Saint, it's not often we give
pretty
MVPs
close.
to a support player.
I just don't know
He's
Saint can play other
multiple
things.
times
I
on
know
this
Saint
team.
can,
He's
so I
shown he
don't
can play
actually know,
multiple
but-
different heroes as well and have an insane level of impact. I think he's definitely the glue that holds his team together, and this is a team that don't even necessarily need the glue to do so because they're
Shadow's
so strong
wild into that.
individually.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, if you look at last week, right, when like even on the Kelvin,
Fuck,
and being
that
able to
Castle
put
on. I'm a
41k
chug.
healing during those games and being able to put on the
Fuck.
pressure that they were able to do whilst that was going on, I think it's just a really kind of testament to how individually strong this team is. And let's be real, Jake. Right now in Europe, they are the final boss. Individually, as all six, anybody can find something great from any single individual piece
Seems
of this.
crazy.
And
I think
I'm going to use a kid's term and vibe with that kind of player, right?
Who can play
How
everything,
they
though?
That is so authentic and youthful of you, Kalaris. That is just
37. Fuck.
This team is cooked.
No.
That's my attempt. And Kalaris is the unk here on the desk.
Oh, stop. Please.
That Heathen J with a $50 donation again, straight to the prize. Like, yeah, so much for all your support. I know.
Oh,
all
wait,
the
what's the
players
prize pool?
I appreciate it. I know we appreciate it as well, even though we don't touch
He's
the
been
money.
fucking
But we love to see
killing the
support that you
prize
have
pool
for the
lately.
show, and more importantly for the players. We're
Okay,
going to draft your cards.
Silver's like first pick every game. It's kind of what's happening. So you
Almost
might see
certainly,
silver
right?
bands.
And again, as I mentioned before, I do expect maybe Abram. Well, technically, I don't think Leviathan. I'm saying it in the Polish way because the shop here calls Leviathan. God damn it, Leviathan. That one as well.
Whoa!
I don't think that they're going to challenge
The last
for,
ban.
silver as much as maybe Abrams would. So maybe they leave it later into the draft. But
Whoa!
Jake, take it away.
I was hoping Leviathan wouldn't ban Celeste since they have
Plus
first
silver
pick,
tune.
because I would have. I feel like of all the teams in the night shift tonight, Abrams is probably the most likely to let it through. Just like on the basis of being incredibly confident and thinking, like, hey, let's have some
Abrams
fun,
bans,
let's
okay.
Celeste through, let's see what happens. But Leviathan banned it out again. So
Will
they may just
Leviathan
not
pick
have a
the
Celeste ban.
Billy
They
or
may just be like,
silver?
"Look, this hero's too
Billy,
broken. We don't want to
silver.
deal with it.
Billy,
We're
Billy,
first banning
Billy.
it." Even with first pick, I think it's strategically a
Legal
bit of a
silver.
mistake.
Okay.
I think it's so good that it should get through, or rather, it should always be the team with second pick who has to ban it. But they go with Celeste
The
Band and they
inferior
take Silver
AU
for themselves
emote,
this time.
that's
So
fine.
a lot
I've
of faith in
adapted.
Silver. I mean, even
I've
after all those
accepted it.
nerfs, it just hasn't really changed anything other than maybe getting her through the first ban phase.
So you need a monster hunter.
So you need a monster.
So now together or debuff gets
Hunter.
Shiv. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a
Super
Billy come through as
standard
well,
right now.
as like a second pick for their team. Like,
This
again,
is
you
where it
steal
gets
away,
interesting.
The strong front line do exactly what Leviathan
You
did
could take the
against
Billy here,
low
you could go
PW
ship Billy
to
and just get the
them.
best front line in the
You already
game.
put them in a really bad spot.
I think it's good matching the silver with that.
There
And
it
they do
is.
it, yeah.
I'm scared of that already. Leviathan's going to have something special to follow up here, obviously.
I just want to see where
they
Celeste's
had,
going to be proud if she doesn't
the
get banned.
Page was the follow-up,
I want to
right?
see
think
it.
for the previous game.
I think so far this is
So
like
if you're
a role
Leviathan,
reversal
you
from
want
the
to take
last game,
Page
right?
now,
Like
so
Leviathan
an insanely
did
strong
exactly
front
what
line.
Abraham's did in their position in the draft.
They go Venator. Oh,
last time they're going to take the
Lord.
Venator. So still believe. I mean, I
Is
thought
it
this hero
Venator
was
or
pretty good. We
Venator?
heard from some
I'm
of the
going with
pros where
Venator.
They didn't think it was so strong, but I think this character is pretty top tier. The ultimate, it is a ridiculous burst. When you max that ultimate, it's like 3 almost half HP hero
Warden.
hits, which is
People
just
think
absolutely
Venator is
crazy.
really
You think Warden's
bad.
coming
And then
next?
Yamato.
I
Okay.
thought they might go for Warden to steal away from Sanya's pool. A
So-
bit.
Was Yamato untouched?
We're still
last
in
game?
frontline
Like, literally
meta?
Uncontested, no ban, no pick. So I was
So
surprised by that.
Yamato's coming in again.
Yamato is
Why
a
Yamato's
top tier
jumping in
character
Proud
right
too is
now,
also
a
the
really
Mystic
solid
Reverb
frontliner.
change. You put it
Leviathan
on
agrees,
Slash and
especially given that
it got nerfed a little
you're
bit, but you
running
get
out of frontliners,
27%
right? Like, 3 of the best
imbued
were
lifesteal.
picked for
Pretty
ban already.
crazy.
You kind of wanted to secure
And
that
then the
young
Rem
for
comes in over
yourself to
Page. Okay, so
mitigate what we
Abraham's
saw
likes
last
the
game
Rem
where
more than
Silver
Page.
alone in the front line.
Very
Just
interesting.
wasn't
So
quite
if I was
enough.
them,
Like,
I
needs
would
a little
ban the
bit more bruising
Page.
power behind her.
Page ban. Oh,
And that makes a lot
I
of
think
sense.
if you're gonna ban Page, you want to do it on the bot. Actually, no, because you have Rem, so
yeah.
it wouldn't be.
Yeah, you're not
it
gonna
wouldn't be
pick it
surprised to
as
see Page
well.
takes away.
Oh, okay.
Buckerman said,
Banning
I
Pocket
actually
to
agree with
protect
the
Shiv
Buckerman
has
too.
just been like a time-honored classic, though.
It
and
counters
that,
your
I-
Shiv Billy pretty
I
hard,
honestly
and then Rem can
don't
get bursted
love
real
it. I
easy.
think it's not as necessary as it might seem because in the end, Pocket is very vulnerable to spirit damage. Shiv dash kind of crushes him if you ever do connect it. And at some point, you're just going to build Divine Barrier
GT?
on Rem to be able to take the affliction off of Shiv anyway. So maybe, it does always introduce a comeback potential. The 6-man affliction, it's just almost no matter how bad the soul deficit is, like, you can win that team fight. So maybe it makes sense to just take away that X
So
factor.
GT Bro heavily
from a
climbed with the buff.
I will say
Listen to
Jason.
you. Paradox comes in.
Jason.
Okay.
I like that.
Sorry, yeah, no, I like
So
that.
Leviathan
That's
might
our
grab
new
pick
couple
now.
name.
Jason. Wait, whoa. Hey, boy.
It's like our celebrity ship name, like.
But I'm excited to see the Rem. I mean, we didn't get to see it last week when it came to Europe. So let's see how Abrams is able to fare with that. Yeah, I know you don't like the Rem. I get it.
Dicks on.
But,
No, it's not the Rem I want to talk
Warden?
about. It's the Grey Talon ban because of Hoot performance last week on.
That's
Yeah, so
That's
who
just
did bump
great
off on
now.
GT
You
last
got
week?
like plus 50.
Starting your morning
Bro.
with the rich, smooth, delicious taste of
I'm literally pro. You can't do this to me.
Expect it.
See on the night shift unless the game goes to 60 minutes or something crazy. I mean, that was probably damage per minute has to be one of the
I'm gonna
best
go
of
all
all
day, Ken.
time. And GT's really the character to do it. GT's really the
Hmm.
character to do it on.
Yeah,
I will say
so
though,
I'll
I think
restart.
performance in the game with
That's
hero bits.
time.
He's got like 10 heroes
Fuck
that he's
my
elite
life.
at. They grab the lash. Sure. I
Like a
feel like
lash. Okay.
Abraham's almost rather have the lash, right? Like they really love this hero. And who
Very
he's
balanced
not
draft
just
from
an
Abraham
ult
so
bot,
far.
Right? Like he brings monster. I mean,
Leviathan's
he's had top
matching
damage
well,
games
though.
on Lash. Well, he's also having a crucial team fight. I mean, this guy, I feel like Lash is a hero I'm more.
I think
scared of
Venator
because it gives
low-key
him
might
presence
struggle
at
in this
every
game.
level of
I like the
and they go
Mirage
with
last.
Mirage carry to finish.
I'm probably going with Abraham,
And
bro.
I think
This
it's
is
been
a
little
very
bit more
balanced
willing
draft.
To play Mirage, but I think Mirage is probably the best late game carry, like the best true ultra late carry, because you just debuff the hell out of everybody, and it's like they just can't play if Mirage is.
And even if you
turning
get
them,
away,
they
you
have
get
to kill
Pop-Ice
Mirage
here.
every fight.
And then go
And I
Page
think there's
last.
no other
Okay.
carry that provides that level of
This is a
ultra
good
late
comp.
pressure.
I
So
just
it's a
think
little bit-
Venator is probably
I mean,
going to struggle in this
typically
game.
goes for a faster
They
tempo
just have
slash,
so
I'm
many
a little
tools to
surprised
get on
see
top of
Mirage
them.
pick. I think that's a bit of respect for Leviathan saying maybe
You really need your holiday to like
them over.
pop off.
Jason.
We had a couple donations I just wanted to point out really quick before they got lost in the sauce, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the post snap came back in with another $5 donation. He says, "I will not stand for Goober slander. Goober will always stand as my goat." Then Breaded Bread Roll came in with a $15 donation. Said Silver Wagga.
Goober goat.
Okay.
Goober is the goat.
Sorry. So go back into the game here. The Rem. I
Wagga.
find it interesting. I
Little
find Rem
Wagga
really
time.
cool. Actually, I think the more I think about it, because we saw a difference in the way EU and NA played Rem. Saint likes
Rem
to
into
build
these heroes too,
for
like
the
Silver
followers.
Warden is actually
So
really
you get
nice.
4 followers,
Kind
no
of
helpers,
rough into
right,
the
like,
Yam a
pretty
little
much
bit,
really quickly use
but
it
you
to
do
control
you are
centers,
able to
use it
force the ult and
lanes,
stuff
use
like
it to
that.
draw
But
your
if she's already
teammates, you
ulted, it's
can
kind
give
of
them extra
hurt.
spirit
But
resist. And also, I've been
I kind of like the
seeing
Rem more than Page
an Echo
as the
Shard
draft went on.
Rem, and you Echo Shard your 2.
You tag along. So
Tag along.
you more or less have infinite tag along in a team fight,
Yeah.
like from bouncing
So-
to everybody.
Well, it's not even that. So that's what I initially thought. But I was talking to Trax, I think, about it, And the burst healing you do with Rem, it's only on the first target you use it on, because you do like 13% or a little bit higher than that when you attach someone. So if you're like with just one other player, you can heal them like 26% of their missing health plus the regen. So it's insane for team fights, because you're basically invulnerable the entire fight until you get hit with an ultimate. But you can also do so much burst healing that no one else in the game can really do, because even Kelvin.
You know, I'll go crazy this game for the Rem is Scourge. This would be a really good Scourge game. If he sees that, this would be a good Scourge game for Rem.
Those things it's probably really hard
just
to
with
catch
these
on
two
the
and the
cast,
Lash,
because it's sort of happening in the background in the shadows. It's like the nature of Rem as a character. But when you steal enemy centers and you're not even
go boring
you're not even
torment
risking your
also
hero to do it, you're just kind of like, if there's
because he doesn't need like a ton of DB. He doesn't get a lot of DB value this game
from you. You're getting a
there's probably curse value with the Yamato and the Silver and stuff. I still don't know how it would interact with Silver ult. Honestly, I still don't know.
So creates a huge amount of macro pressure. I think like Rem is a character that I think is going to take a long time, frankly, for players to master. But you look at players like Saint and Saya, like these are the players I'm expecting to maybe be kind of paving the way for like how Rem is meant to be played. Like if I was a Rem player right now, I'd be pulling these match replays, watching how they approach the game, because
I did that.
Deep decision making.
I watched Saya all night when he first played it.
Like minutes before.
Learned the mantra trails right away. I was like, oh, this is super easy.
You buff this wave here, you go make a move somewhere else where now the map pressure is forcing the enemy to react. You're stealing centers at the same time. There's so much to be seen in like an individual Rem gameplay. I think it's going to be a real masterful hero to watch. It's also a hero that dies super easily, though. You make a mistake, you get caught,
of course.
You just die instantly, right? The only thing you have to survive is your 2, but I expect to see the other team also be very aware of Rems and really try to kill them off early in the team fight to prevent that level of support.
It's one of my favorite heroes added recently, because it's.
I would say Rem was the best out of the heroes.
Macro, right?
I would agree.
Thinking about the bigger picture in a game and stuff like
I'm
that.
obviously biased, but I think he's the most unique.
Stop that. Yeah, by the way, tip $25 and say StarCraft 2. But the thing is that
this guy's great.
Also, I'm glad that they shunted him a little bit towards
I haven't heard him
a
guess
little bit
before.
more of a healing style with some of the patch fixes that they did have to him, because initially that healing really didn't feel that effective. But now with Healing Booster and Healing Nova alongside that tag along as well, and the Echo Shard as you're mentioning here, with the potential for that, I love playing Echo Shard Rem personally. It's one of my favorite things to be able to just jump everywhere, and you're
I think you just have to build on
your
Rem.
team is kind of
Later in the
giving
game, you just get
opportunities to jump from
popped
hero to
so
hero
easy.
or a minion.
He's, I think, the most unique. I want to say almost the most unique hero in the game.
Yep.
I think so.
Not necessarily based off mechanics, but I think I'm thinking towards like build order.
Dude, shout out to
because
Valve
what you're building, because you
for
only get
making
4 actives that you can use, and
a
the 4
Yumi
actives you
character
choose
interesting.
Depends on your team. Depends on.
I thought I was
team,
just gonna have to learn it
depends
because
on the state of the
Yumi's
game,
characters when they first got
depends
released are
on
OP.
what you're trying to do in
but
this match at that
Echo
point.
Pillow
at
was
that
better.
time. I think it's
Actually,
so cool that you
report
have to
this guy,
really
bro.
use your brain to think about what build path you want to go towards to hit certain spikes at certain moments to really punish the team.
I think that's sort of true, Jason. It's also
hot
like
takes.
Divine Barrier curse
Patch?
stealing
Patch?
like almost every game.
I mean, yeah,
I guess it's the order.
Active,
The
active.
order
Patch?
you go is super
Patch?
interesting. I mean, I think like all the benefits it gives to those actives, right? It's pretty crazy when you combo with someone like Shiv and Billy, right? Like the limit there, I don't think we've seen, right? What's possible when you really understand how much a Rem is providing to the team, and I think this could be a game to showcase
Rem is
it
just
here.
scuffed Yumi.
Abraham's-
People are so stupid.
They kind of have a very nasty draft here. A lot of sick, like
to even play
counter-initiation
League.
team fight with the Rem sleep, the Lash ulti, and Mirage is just going to be setting up turreting, forcing you to kind of respond and do something. And I don't know what the answer is going to be if this Mirage gets online in the late game.
Are you thinking what I'm
5
thinking, Jason?
million
Does he tag
billion
along with
viewers.
Mirage's teleport?
Oh no, that's not what I was
That's a
thinking.
good question.
No,
I
think
bet
it
he
works,
does.
but it's similar. My idea was similar. If you hop into player A, who's like over here, and I gotta make sure I'm on camera, and like player F is like way over there. You rescue beam them from player A, from F to A, and then you tag along to another person. Do you drag that person all the way with you back to player C?
No.
I think so, because I think the rescue beam originates from your hero. And Rescue Beam does some crazy stuff with movement skills, right? Like
I'm pretty sure
enables
it's
you to
not
pull
ours.
people across the map and things like that.
I don't know if you can
I
rescue
honestly think
beam
if you're in the
another player
animation on
while
Rem,
you're in somebody.
like
I don't think you
tag
can
along,
do
might
that.
fly across the map to Mirage.
I don't know. I shouldn't be so sure. I'm pretty sure you can, but I don't really know.
I don't know if there's any way to stop once you're like on the little.
This is such a good
little
emote. Whoever made
warp
this one.
speed death ball flying.
This is
to your
such a good
allies.
emote.
And you know, we talked about Rem being basically like another page, or I don't think counter was necessarily used, but kind of being like in a similar boat to Paige. But
Oh,
Paige is
and I
probably
talked
the
about it
best
yesterday.
hero to use against a
Big
Rem
Rem
because
trade.
your ult's gonna knock him out.
You're gonna see this a lot.
It's probably one of the most reliable,
Especially
like,
if they're going to be banning stuff like
stuns that
Pocket.
you're
Like,
gonna get.
Paige was supposedly probably should have been banned in this game, but I don't mind the Pocket ban.
Knocks Rem out,
Despite it getting catered on by Jason or Jake, I mean.
You know, like the Rem,
It was a good
because
ban.
if you're ready for
But you're
that
gonna
and
see
you're
this trade a
planning
lot.
on, hey, we're gonna knock this guy out and we're gonna, you know, like go finish him. Like Rem, no matter what your build is, you're never gonna get tanky. You just don't have the scaling or the
Yeah.
tools to survive any kind of initiation.
Yeah.
You're not gonna build that way anyway. So that's I think the risk with Rem is it's a very positioning dependent hero. If you ever caught in a bad spot in the team fight,
Agreed.
you don't have any way to play around. The way Paige can, like, she has rallying charge to play her way out of things. She can like root people trying to chase her. She can be a little bit, even with 2-stamp, can be an awkward hero to chase
She
down.
builds a bit more green, right, compared to. I mean, Rem has some green actives that actually do kind of assist a little bit, but nowhere near, as you say, what you're kind of alluding to here. I think that's why I was kind of thinking to myself, okay, is it going to be the Page ban? But at the same time, Jason, getting rid of Affliction and getting rid of the nuisance that can be Pocket for something like that.
Yeah,
frontline
like,
totally makes
it'd be
sense
so
as
annoying
well.
to play in the Pocket this
I'll
game.
say hashtag love pocket. I'm agree with the nation before. The Venator though, you know, we mentioned it when he got picked, and you said, Jake, that, you know, we talked to some pros and they said he's not in the best state right now. But I'm curious, like I don't feel like we saw much impact in that last game of Venator. I think it was overshadowed by Empty Dreams on the Warden.
Yep.
I don't know necessarily what it's going to be bringing to this composition, though. Obviously, the knockback can be very big here, especially if you catch out little Rem. That would be hilarious, honestly. But you also do force disengage ability. I don't know. I think
There are
I think
no one
Venator,
here, man.
I don't know how it's going to play on this comp. 'Cause I just
Mod
didn't
me
really
right
see
now.
much out
I
of
will
it last
fix
time,
this
even though we
chat.
won.
Mod me. I will fix
I
the
do
night
think
shift
the,
chat.
The traps are actually kind of an
We will get
underratedly
peak emotes.
powerful part of the kip, right? Like you got characters like Shiv and Billy who are not looking for traps when they're going in. You know, like they're full sending it on you. They're trying to get right on top of you and burst you down. And very, very easy, I think, for those characters to step into a trap. And that honestly is like some of your best impact, I think, on Venator. Aside from obviously the ulti is insane, it's all the disruption. I think we'll probably see Venator not be played as, like, you see some of the clips on social media is like people going ultra hyper carry just to make the ult as much damage as humanly possible. But I think honestly, Venator in competitive play is going to be a little bit more of like a bruiser brawler type. Like he's got a lot of disruption. He's got some anti-heal. He's pretty survivable. He can kind of like take that.
The
fight
traps will be
and,
super
you know,
interesting.
brawl out with some of these other frontliners.
Like,
And he has
if
great
Holiday
follow-up for the
pulls
kills,
one
but
into a
he can
trap,
both
I'll be
start the
very
fight
impressed.
and potentially finish it. Right, he's got good tools
To
to
execute, right?
get through the engage. Exactly. So you almost have something, I mean, it's not a Shiv, right? But something like a Shiv in terms of your willingness to take the front line and to, you know, take those early trades in the fight.
Honestly, I haven't played enough
survive
against it.
through
No,
it,
I don't know
like,
really.
take
I don't
it out,
really know
and
what the
then also
optimal
be able
build
to
is
close
yet.
things out with the air dominance.
I don't really
So,
know.
I mean, this is going to be a real bellwether game, though. You're up against the best team in the world. You got Venator and Silver. You got some of like their strongest new heroes. Is that going to be enough to take down Abraham's? Tough question.
Oh, bro, I'm getting chills. Fuck,
What do you
I'm
think,
so
Jason?
sick,
Do you think
man.
it is enough? I'm
I
questioning.
think you could pull off a good Venator, just like a ginger Venator, actually.
Oh, he for sure could.
That's what I'm
Me?
thinking about. Yeah, you.
Well, he's got the Irish.
You got the
accent. I
beard.
mean, I've not got the Irish accent though. You know, I can't.
You got the red in the face already. The gray,
Yeah.
not so much.
Are you saying I look like I have a burnt face?
Your words, not mine. But look at this. I think there's a big difference in Abraham's late game win condition with their M1 of Mirage
Wow.
by Sonya and Leviathan's with Warden played by Empty Dreams. Like
I'm
Leviathan,
off
when
my
you get in your
crunch
face
again, by the
and they
way.
wanna fight,
I was
they're not
able to
really
walk
looking
and get
get
my
ultra
lunch
late game
today.
or
Oh, that
Mirage
was
to
nice.
completely carry away from you. What I do want to see though is how is
We'll,
Uzi
like,
gonna play
drive
around
and
the
then
counter
walk,
spells,
but-
because that was one of the pivotal things that I saw in Leviathan to counter out Shark on the Lash in the last game. But he also does have way more setup, I think, with his ultimate than the previous team had with it.
Of course, we have some people asking as well, as we did have an update midway through this draft. So we are just waiting for the game itself to be updated for everybody so we can get into this game as it is coming on and move forwards. I do say as well, actually, now that I was thinking about it, a big thank you to everybody for tuning in and also our co-streamers, because we were able to break a massive viewer count here so far, Jason, which has been fantastic so far now that we have co-streaming fully activated and good to go here on Twitch, right?
It wasn't the co-streaming, it was just having Claris on the show, I think.
You're just
I'm
on a
shocked
roll,
they
Jason.
never
You're
did
on an
this
absolute
before.
streak.
Like, why would you not
He's
do
never
this?
been
It would
this nice
bump,
to me. Not
bump
even at our
your
wedding.
stream up on
Like,
people's
The truth comes out, Jason.
like
He's
recommended
nice
so
there.
much.
But he's really nice here. It's lovely. I love it. Yeah.
Just for the
Am I wrong?
cameras. Just for the cameras.
I do think counterspell is interesting. You know, another thing I've noticed about this meta is that with the
Who's
downfall
also
of debuff
pro-gamers?
remover to now dispel magic, which I don't know if I feel like I'm gonna miss calling a debuff remover. It just feels too right.
That's supposed to be how many
But
of
I
these
think
people I
Dispel
don't
Magic is a
know.
much worse item than debuff remover with the no native debuff resistance. Just like
Wait, if
statted
you
on
have
the
one
kit.
viewer, can you
And
sign up
so
to be an official
much,
Ghost streamer?
much
Wait,
fewer buys on that. Like Mina is probably still gonna
wait,
buy
I should
it.
probably
Some of
look
these,
into this.
ultra mobile characters
Hold
probably still
on.
needed to deal with some of
Hold
these
on,
lockdown
wait.
tools.
Can you
But
actually
just
do that?
overall, a lot less of that, being a
Wait.
lot less debuff resistance being bought in the game. So I think some of these lockdown actives are also going to see a rise in terms of their relevance,
Hold
their
on.
ability to actually burst heroes. Like you're not going to see most likely characters even like Shiv and Billy building something like Dispel Magic. And so
Let me do my research.
I'm wondering if there's not room for something like a focusing
Let me do
lens,
my research.
to actually look like a pretty good item, right? In terms of securing you these
Good
kills,
point.
finding these lockdowns, and you know somebody like Paige could be a perfect builder for that. Maybe also Rem can do the same though. So it's a two-way street in this draft. I
Hold.
don't think it's going to favor one or the other. I just think it's sort of a shift in the game. It's a little bit more debuffs are better, I think, than they were before this patch, and in a pretty significant way.
I think that's why we saw a little bit of a rise of counterspell. You know, maybe while we do have this time, maybe we can take a look at like, the item priority from last week,
Yeah.
actually, from Night Shift. Because
Good idea.
for me, counterspell should have risen up the ranks with the fall off of debuff remover, turn into dispel magic, because it's one of like the good ways to kind of act in a similar fashion without having
Yeah.
to go for a 6.4k investment
I
over
can't
to
find anything.
unstoppable. So I think it's a very good point to bring up, and I'd actually be really curious to see any analysis, maybe at a Blink cast if you stop working on a podcast and chat, of what the differences have been in builds from previous weeks to now, and how more effective now have we seen debuffs be.
Please don't tell me he's still editing. But yeah, I mean,
It probably
when it
is.
comes to top
Inhibitor,
items-
toxic bullets, ricochet
What?
from Mirage. If you get to that point, man, like your money. And we can see here top items from last week
Top
for Night
two.
Shift number 24. Counterspell up 91 places.
That's massive, right? This it kind of has been that replacement to debuff remover, and we're not really seeing the spirit debuff actives rise like that in that same fashion. But
maybe it's on their
I
Twitter.
kind of wonder if there's room for that, right? Maybe you're not going to build too many of them, but those slowing X's lasting just a little bit longer. We really don't see anyone building silence.
Oh,
Wave
I need
anymore.
this.
I wonder if that item's not due for a buff.
Wait, do I?
But still heavy prio on green. I mean, this is the green
I might not
patch.
need
Everyone's
this, hold
talking
on.
about gun versus spirit, and green is just quietly taking over, man. I guess in fairness, because it's behind both gun and spirit builds, but these are like all top tier green items here.
Yeah.
Wait, I need
Being-
these.
I mean,
I mean,
every
do-
character needs them.
Do you remember
Boom.
when Dispel Magic
Secured.
was in Night Shift 23? It was third, Jake. like,
Yeah, I mean, debuff remover was one of the best items in the game, I think, before
Yeah.
this change. Like, was
Rest in
one
peace.
of the most bought. Just good on good
Thank
on
God they
tanks,
nerfed
good
it,
on
though.
highly mobile
Yeah,
cores,
yeah.
good on carries. You were just so much stuff to dispel, and getting.
They have
in-
a business
the fact
email.
that you had a better
I
natural
will reach
debuff
out.
resist on debuff remover than you do on
I
unstoppable.
did not know there was, like, a
little
viewer
bit
count
crazy,
thing.
honestly. So
I
think
assumed
it's
you
fair
needed,
that the
like,
item took a pretty big nerf.
20
But I don't
viewers
know
to
that
be a
the
Ghost
meta
streamer.
has
I was
really
incorrect.
adapted I mean, the item
Anyone
has-
can do
has
it,
shifted,
apparently.
as you see, but I don't know that like people's approach to the game. They're thinking
Okay.
about their other options now. The debuff remover's out. Like think about characters
I
like
will do it.
Infernus, right? Like
I will reach out.
Infernus. I mean, Mirage is maybe a more reliable option in that category since he can play from a much longer range to
Yeah.
apply his debuffs. But now you're
Wait, more
actually
links
feeling like, hey, I
outside
could
the
get a
YouTube
full
notes,
duration
YouTube.
burn off and just take people down with like, you know, toxic and afterburn.
Well, even beyond that, if you force them to buy into Dispel Magic to deal with you, you're already kind of winning because you're forcing them to invest 3.2k delaying a spike
yeah.
out of a carry. So I think that's really interesting too.
Cool. Okay.
Also,
This is good to know.
I'm okay with Stamina Mastery Rising as a player who plays all the low stamina heroes. I'm okay with this going up.
I
as
think
well.
this is the most fun item in the game. I don't know if that's a controversial take. I think no one wants stamina mastery nerfed. It's
I'm
just too much
33
fun.
spots.
Like,
Holy
I don't even
moly.
really play that many characters that use it, but it's just too much fun.
I think
91
it's
spawns
an
for
item that
counterspell.
literally everyone could use though.
So the whole
because
idea of
it's also
counterspell
dash damage, and the actual
climbing
damage
is
is-
it's
It makes
essentially
your-
like
I
the
honestly think
new
this item
debuff
might be
remover.
underbought. The only
Because like you just preemptively block stuff now instead of
hard carries who just have
like
unholy
using
movement
a
speed and they
debuff
don't wanna
remover to
press
remove it.
their stamina
then spirit
because they
resilience
wanna keep
climbing
using
is just
their
like the
gun.
resilience
Like,
is
you
a
know,
lot better,
Warden
and then
with,
spirit
you know, getting
resilience
late game
will
movement
always
speed,
have
right?
more
Like,
value
yeah,
than
you're
bolt
just gonna run and
resilience
slide
because there's
everywhere.
just gonna
There's
be
no
more
reason
spirit
to use
damage
dashes.
and more
But
burst
more or less
spirit damage
everyone
earlier
else,
in the
right?
game.
Like your frontliners can get in a better position.
So you
your
just get more
supports
value.
can stay out of trouble. I even see it built. I mean, characters like Venator, I see this bought a
There's
lot because
obviously there'll be some
positioning
games
is
where
so
there are
crucial,
like
being
multiple
able
gun
to,
heroes,
you know,
but
be on the right side of that
it's very
wall
rare
or outplay
with the
somebody
current
and
meta.
stun them against it, right? Like,
Usually you have like a
those are
dedicated
super
M1.
valuable for somebody like Venator. So I expect to see this item
And that's about
maybe
it.
continuing to rise alongside counterspell.
And every once in a while we get like
Spirit
Abrams
Resilience,
who
by the way,
like
got I think
we'll
both of
figure
the
out like there's
resiliences
a
got
good gun
pretty
build
big
on it,
nerf,
but
right? The benefit they give you in
it's
your
pretty
low
rare.
HP
Like just look at the comps right
quite
now.
as extreme as it was.
Oh my
before.
god, but the game is starting.
Not as easy to work it all in here, but it looks
Hog.
like we are almost ready to get into our best of three. As I say, the final boss of EU in Abrahams is going to be going up against Leviathan, who got their retribution in the previous game, Jason, being able to get to this final after missing out on it last week. Can they topple the Abrahams is the big question.
And I don't think any team's gonna be able to topple Abrahams until we get some North American action. But I want to see Leviathan try, Jake. I want to see them take a map, a legitimate map off of them, because I don't want to see EU stagnate. I want to see teams be able to push Abrahams, not just to beat them, but to make them a better team. I feel like if you're at the top of the table for such a long time, it's really hard to get anyone out there to challenge you to improve, to challenge you
It's
to
like, how do you
think about the game a different way.
How do you keep climbing? When you look at NA, that problem doesn't exist. North America is actually
Oopie,
quite
well, you big
competitive right now.
failure.
Melee creeps often pushed. They've defended their title for quite a while, but it's been hard fought. For Abrahams, it's been a while since there's been that proper test against them. We'll see if something can arise today and maybe bring them that kind of a threat. It's a very new draft from the Leviathan.
Okay.
2 new heroes employed. Bit of a different look than we've seen
Billy
before.
Ram?
And
I think it's a good
curious
lane.
to see how
To
Sonya handles the Mirage. Has an
Venator,
incredible
okay.
late game on this hero, but I think the early game
And we're
is
gonna do Page
pretty
Yamato,
weak,
classic lane
you know,
into
at
Paradox.
this moment in the game, I
Mirage, a
think
lot of
you
poke in
are
that
a little
lane,
bit
so
of
it
a
depends how much the
liability in
Yamato
lane.
can
Used
take
to
him
be
into
kind
the
of a
Page
dominant laner
shield.
too, but I don't feel like he's quite
And
in
then
that
Shiv
same
Lash
position any
into
longer. But, you get off to a hot start in
Holiday.
this game, you
Ward.
come out of the jungle in 25 minutes, and this
Okay.
could get scary.
And looking at Leviathan's side, it seems like
Yeah, with the new
Fremont
heroes, we're getting
has
some unique
kind of
lanes here, so.
switched up roles within the
We're
team.
already at
I feel like he was
30K,
normally
holy
the Rake player, the
moly,
initiator, who
WEU.
played with the paradoxes for the team, and now Rake's the one to fill that role, and he's been allowed to play more of a damaging role. And then even for Bobby to come in and be one of these frontline bruisers that they need for their team is going to be, I think, a hard thing to kind of like learn and coordinate within the roster. Considering he was on Billy last game, looked very strong at it. Take a look at our lanes here. We have Yamato and Page, Bobby and Flammable paired up against Sonya Sniper, and of course Tass. And Tass, that's Paradox EU. I don't think there's necessarily a doubt about that, since Michaelis isn't here anymore.
Rip McHale, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at all the initiators, and Taz is kind of the standard bearer. There's been more competition as of late. This is going to be Rayek's opportunity to show what he
Well,
can
maybe
do.
he'll
It's
be
been a couple
back.
weeks since we've seen that matchup.
Maybe
Taz
open
is
beta?
focusing heavily
I don't know.
on the creeps. I think recognizing wisely that they cannot fight this Yamato Page, at least
Oh.
in this phase of the game. Some nice moves to the kinetic carbine, just too
Clean
awkward
bane.
for Bobby to connect that max power slash, which does help. I mean, every power slash misses in this lane, right? The things progress, and clear these creeps just a little bit faster. This is all Sonya wants in this lane, right? Just stay alive, don't take too much damage, and once you get that ultimate online, maybe make some well-timed roams to get that cycle off a little bit quicker.
Now, where is Overseas? He's on the right-hand side.
Oh,
Rem is
Vasi.
ganking at like 1 minute, and a big,
No, he's in
big
the
stun from
tunnels.
Venator. He's
He's in
boxing,
the
but
tunnel boy.
this is
tunnel rat.
expensive, right? It's a lot of
Ole.
damage onto Billy.
Billy
And
got
leaving
owned.
together alone. He has to go base, maybe? He's grabbing some boxes. I guess he can't. There's no way he can give up this wave, but it's a pretty steep cost to pay. I mean, together getting kind of caught out by Venator, and Silver following up as well. I love the rusted barrel. This is another very underbought item, especially at low ranks. Like, this is an item that you see way more often at the top
Crazy in
level
this lane,
plays.
too.
Doesn't
Into
feel
Billy
that
Rem.
powerful. You're like, whatever. It's a little bit of a debuff, but giving shred on especially
So they're just
Silver
full on letting Rem do
scales
box
the
runs
damage
here.
from your slam fire, so it's just incredibly valuable on this character in particular.
I mean, even just
Together.
against M1 heroes too.
We'll
The-
see
the
if it
fact is you can slow
works
down their
out.
speed, making trades more valuable for you and
Yeah.
easier to pull off, giving you that extra control in lanes.
Like, net was this worth?
Saint was in lane. He was roaming around
Wait.
the map. He picks up his Guardian Ward.
He's 2.7. I see why he
Yeah.
was doing this.
So, yeah.
He just got like 600 souls from running the tunnel boxes there. That's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah.
If they lose this tower, I don't think it's worth it, but if they can hold it and not let any more pushes come in, it could feel okay. Still, that's like 2/3 Guardian HP at 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I feel like you're
so
feeling pretty
the
good about
soul buff
that
is
on Leviathan.
great,
Abraham
but if they
himself
end up getting this
finding a
early
kill, I believe in the
Guardian,
mid
it
lane
might
is
get a little awkward.
exactly what they needed to relieve a little bit of pressure.
How long
to
are your
be
traps
front of
alive for on Venator?
And if you're looking at, I think, a
curious about
3.1k
this.
soul for Saint, I think you're looking at an early nap time gank somewhere in one of these lanes.
Yeah.
I think that'd be the perfect opportunity. Speaking of ganks, Task going to be coming through on the right-hand side. It's the connect onto Overseas. And the follow-up is a good amount of damage, but not able to turn this into a kill.
Okay.
Kind of turn things around when it comes to the pressure in this lane. Maybe alleviating that pressure on that Guardian on the right-hand side.
And maybe no need to gank, right? You think about it, if you get that Billy ult
0.7,
set up as well,
3.3
you got a lot of control
versus
in this lane with the sleep into the Billy ult. Billy, of course, getting that free heavy
0.6
melee off the
and
sleep is
0.7.
super valuable. So
Okay,
Overseas,
so no, working out.
getting a solo here in that lane, though,
Together
that is
was
gonna
able
be
to
nice,
not
gonna get him back up to
Die from getting
some decent
chunked.
HP. Sonya
So he
barely
missed
staying
the
alive in the
wave.
mid lane. He's gonna be
Paradox is here
solo I
again.
don't think he can defend this tower. He's gonna risk it here, but This is actually pretty scary. Like, one power slash cuts you down, and Yamato was
Just
chasing
get
for
out.
that. So good awareness from Sonya. Gets out, but that, I mean, with a full wave dying like that, this is going to be a hard crash into the tower. Mirage doing everything he can to slow it down, but it's just not much. Shiv has to come in to try to alleviate some of that
Well,
pressure.
Leviathan have
D-Mob could
two
turn this into some
players.
kills.
And these
CX
rotations out of
Bobby
Abraham's, I think, are being
2011.
punished, and I think Leviathan deserves some credit in this
Okay.
one. Realizing that Tass left, realizing there was no Rem either. Put the pressure on, look for some damage onto that garden, and eventually force the rotates to come back into this lane to defend. But both buffs are going to be up, and Abraham's will pick up both as well. Movement for Tass, that's ideal, and I think that was gun buff, if I'm not mistaken, for Sonya Sniper.
Little movement.
That's
It's a really
so
strong
good.
fight coming up soon for them.
I think Abraham's right now, one of the things that I'm seeing just in this game that makes them look like the best team in the world is that the way they're playing the map is so much more dynamic than their opponent. Like, they're almost freely roaming from lane to lane. Even characters like Shiv being willing to get in on these roams. I think this is a great read in the meta right now. Like, it's not just your paradoxes and your lashes that are, happy to roam and look for ganks. Shiv can do so too, right? As long as you have one person in each lane, you're not really missing out on much. So being willing to bring those overloads, yeah,
Awkward.
you're not finding like the big blowout team fight yet, but
Let's go Carbine too.
it all puts more and more pressure onto Leviathan, and they have been playing much more statically, much more kind of married to the lanes, playing things a little bit more standard.
Melee
I
lifesteal
think the
after
downside of
rush
that
the barrel. Wow.
isn't enough for going for these ganks, because
Gets her
you
ult
use the
spike
box
for
matching
Silver's
to
Giga
pull off
Strong.
ganks, right? So that way you don't really lose much, and then you have a solo laner soak extra souls, but you're not really punished that badly if you don't get a kill. I mean, you kind of get a big advantage if you do get a kill. I don't know how you feel about that, Jake. I'm kind of
Juice minion
torn
time.
about how
Doesn't
you
actually
really don't
matter
get
too
punished too
much.
heavily for going for that, but also I want more early game action, so I don't know how you balance that out.
I don't mind it. I don't mind the state of the game right now. I'm sure we'll see more tweaks to things like soul sharing. That's like a foundational element of the MOBA aspect of this game. So I'm sure that's far from final. And I will say the advantage right now, soul advantage, yes, Abraham's getting a little bit more from these roams, the box maxing.
Whoa.
But the tower pressure so far has favored Leviathan. They haven't been able to secure these towers, and that sleeps. It's about
They're
free
gonna
heavy
dive
melee for
him.
Billy. He's going to look for a tower dive here. Guardian ward from the Rem keeps him healthy,
I
makes him
missed it.
willing to take these risks. Parry
M2.
missed, and here comes the Aerodamine.
Not
Wisely,
M2.
I think
The
Billy
slam from
recognizes,
his
"Ooh,
one
you gotta
he
respect
missed."
this one. Last shot is blessed. This could be an execute, I think, if he hits it. Billy
Ends
wants
up
to get
getting
that HP up.
out.
Doesn't want to risk that burst threshold.
Oof.
Oh, that proc from oh my god, Paige just died from a third HP from the max proc.
That had to been 8 stack of Jin's Mark.
Does he have a max? There's no way, right?
Actually,
I don't
no,
think he has
not
5
this early.
points
I
yet.
don't
I think
think
it's
he
just a
has this
quad
early.
stack, but that's
Yeah,
a lot of
that was
damage.
still big. Well, the pressure's still being put on even with these roams.
Right, full
Abraham
gun
still
rush
has
from the Paradox.
6,000, 5,000
Kinda makes
soul
sense in the
lead here.
lane.
Just 7 minutes in, just from what they've been able to do around the map.
They just
Sonya
like get
being
that
left
purple
alone
pump
is
in this
at
lane.
6,700
Now they're gonna swap.
souls. And even Saint's at 5.8k with how aggressive
the
he's been
Paradox
on these
tempo.
roams.
Backstabber, great to have here on this gank. Warden running for the hills. He's just letting that backstabber proc over and over. He doesn't have much choice in the matter. And the big lash ult from Who. Almost certainly going to be securing that kill. Who finds it?
That was clean. Oh!
Oh, and a beautiful parry there. Arms
Transform!
together. That's exactly what he needed.
Oh,
So,
dude, you can't have him melee
very
twice.
subtle to Get out of that debuff a little bit quicker than Fremont was expecting.
This guy
I
loses
was
2 HP, it'll be
surprised
so
too.
sad.
That parry might have done
Ooh,
enough to
that's
pull
not good.
together out of this. He's getting a lot of value out of these melees, staying healthy
Didn't
even
really
against
matter
the
in the
life
end, but-
strike. And so trading decently
Rush the
well
barrel
against
in the
life.
life-
I will say
life
the thing I
strike,
like it is
okay.
it's a full throwaway ult, right? Anytime you can proc it, it's probably for the best, right? It never really hurts since you're getting a nice heal off of it. You're putting a lot of damage pressure on the opponent. Together, they're looking at him just getting healed up. He's going to be back into this fight in no time. Is it going to be quick enough to defend the tower, though? That early tower damage could start to pay off right now.
Oh, Saint, I think he actually
Holy
bullet
Saint
wasn't
movement,
used.
by the way.
They weren't trying to go for
Completely
lockdown
juked.
top of them, and we will see.
Remuka there.
You got to get back to the tower in time to help defend against this one. So we have not seen a Guardian go down so far in this game. The pressure is in the hands of Abraham's at the moment as
Billy's
there's
coming.
a fight breaking out in towards middle, and they're trying to
They're going to contest
these
this.
Saint
Contesting the center.
sinners.
Trying to get that like
Really
so
bad parry.
crucial. Parry missed though, and that's going to open up the heavy melee for together to finish
Ooh.
off Fremont now. Diving for more. Billy with the full blasted.
Holy, this
Chasing
Billy
down
character,
Arthur.
man.
It's a very healthy Guardian, no damage to actually take that down. So the longer
Whoa.
you stay here into this trade, the worse it gets. Overseas
Got
the shotgun
yeeted by the
pushes away.
shotgun.
Wait, that's 3 kills across the map. So by the way, on the other side lane, also a dominant fight win for Abraham.
Abraham's dominating this early game.
Looking
Already
a
up
little bit
11k.
scary right now. Jason, we talk about this team being the best in Europe, and they're starting to show why, right? They use the Guardian HP as a resource in the early game, get a little bit ahead on the soul advantage, and now they're just winning everywhere. I mean, this game is actually almost out of control. Like, we're comeback
12K,
earn
yeah.
on first earn. That is
Moving the
sort
Paradox
of a
was super
terrible
smart.
sign for Leviathan. If you can get the comeback earn, feels pretty
Just
okay.
get him away from the pay jam so he
That's not a
can
foregone conclusion.
push it
Yeah.
even more.
Are you seeing these little green
what the
circles
f-
on
why
the
did-
mini map, by the way?
That is
Or maybe
the
it's-
Rem.
Why did
That's
Empty
the
Dreams
followers,
go
right?
in?
Yeah. So that's it wasn't, I believe, on Rem's release.
Were
but
they actually
now
hiding that
when
much?
you're
Maybe that
on
was,
Rem's
like,
team or
caster
as a
view
spectator,
throwing
we
us
can see those
off.
little green minions on the map show
Yeah,
where
they
Rem
are.
has been buffed those creeps. And honestly, those creeps are insane, man. Like I was playing Yamato the other day. I'm like max power slashing the creeps, and they are not dying. I'm like, I'm losing the 1v1 to the creeps right now because of that Rem. Paige trying to fight this in the low ground, but yeah,
She's so
Shiv
dead.
comes to
Holy
back
fuck,
up
bro. They're
Taz.
getting rolled.
D-Mob
This
picks up a
is
nice kill
not
onto
pretty.
Flammable. Rake dies elsewhere in the mid lane. Sonya now getting active, and oh my god, Jason, this game is like, if this game feels over, we're 10 minutes in, and I'm genuinely worried this game is over.
Yamato's
Oh
dead.
no, and not Yamato too.
Yo.
Tofu is the name, but Hoot is the game. Ends up pulling off another kill, 9.7k for him, 10 for Sonya. The lead is a bolstering almost 20k. It might actually hit that point here in just a few seconds of time as the urn has been picked up, but is in hot pursuit. You can see D-Mob and Tass.
Oh.
They do get the swap onto him as well, and the extra
Bro, this
killer
is-
blow.
Who can stop him? Okay,
And they
we
got
didn't
Urn.
know that. I think if he knew, he could have just dunked the urn right there. That would have been.
They're
heinous,
actually just gonna
He's gonna run it
steal
away,
the urn,
which I think
yeah.
is probably the safer call.
Denying it is way
Took a while
better.
to get that kill. But everyone is building, by the way, full damage from Abraham's. Like everyone is building to snowball the game. Everyone is
For
building to
resilience
just
by this
continue
Shiv is
blistering offense
ginormous.
pace.
Goes Torment Balls dead. Heal Bane.
See what Shiv
Spirit
buys. We're
Resilience,
really taking
okay.
out this one. Just go Spirit Resil. I think this is actually right. I think everyone
Yeah.
else should build damage, and D-Mob should be pure tank, and just be.
Yeah.
If you just can't kill Shiv this game, and everyone else is bringing the damage,
just need to stay alive for your
I
resets.
just think this is a massive.
It's a
recipe
great way
for
to think about
success.
Shiv when you're
Especially
snowballed, when your
considering
team's
damage.
snowballed.
It's gonna be
Actually,
very
just stay
spirit
alive
heavy
to get
for
my alt
Leviathan
reset off.
until Warden comes online, and that's a long way away. Like Warden getting active in this game, we're looking.
He's
10
maxing
minutes into the clock,
dash.
and You're staring down the
Super
barrel with
interesting.
20k soul
Demo.
disadvantage. Yamato has ulti, but what does it matter? Does get a parry on a ship before popping the ulti, but it's there's nothing to write home about there. He's just on 1 HP and gets cleaned up.
It's a reason we say they're the best team in the EU, and teams have not figured out how to close the gap.
Dude, like, I mean, it is insane to be this far ahead. Like, that is
Yeah, this is crazy,
unreasonable.
bro.
In competitive games, when
This is like
everyone can
another
watch
level
what
of
they're doing, right?
domination.
Like, this is, you know, these replay
Stab
codes are available.
mastery
You watch the VOD, you see what
Say-
Abrams does.
okay,
you
I think they're
try to
kinda trolling.
replicate it, try to approach it, and they're just on another level that other teams
Or he's just max
can't
tempo,
figure out.
I guess,
Task
like,
kills Rake
for-
again. I mean, how many kills has Leviathan had this game? Is it like
Moving in
1 or
tunnels? I
2?
don't know.
I mean, this feels like they've had
That's kinda
no
crazy to me.
punches whatsoever.
The thing is, I'm looking at chat and people are just like, you know, FF the game, etc. You know, the game's over. But this is like the number 1, number 2 team in EU we're talking about.
It's crazy.
And honestly, there isn't really that big of a difference when it comes to like individual skill between the two teams. But this is one team who's mastered being able to take a lead and advantage and turn it into way
Yeah.
more. Abrahams are just that far ahead of the rest of the teams in EU at the moment. It is insane, and I don't know when the hell we're gonna find a team able to dethrone them until we get to the first Deadlock Night Shift land coming to your hometown. No, I'm just kidding.
When we
Tease
needed the
me.
most.
Shiv's thinking about diving this water.
Buff and
He's really
Joyers
thinking about it.
vanished.
That would not be a good play. but
Never
he's
to be
considering it.
seen.
Speaks volumes about the state of the game. Yamato's gonna full sack here, try to take down a tier 1 Guardian, but not even gonna be able to get that. The response a
Jesus.
little bit too quick here from Abrahams, keeping these waves out with the Rem minions. And it's just a bloodbath. There's
Fuck,
like
bro.
nothing. You have to find some sort of huge team fight turnaround. I will say one thing about Deadlock. People underestimate, like, comebacks are
Oh.
incredibly hard, but the reward you get for one massive fight is actually so big that it kind of equalizes the game. If you get like
Yeah.
one big team fight, one massive overextension from Abrahams under a walker that leads to them wiping, they could be in real trouble. No tornado
Oh
for
my
Mirage,
God.
but he is just going full alpha male onto this Warden. Empty Dreams dead again. The help of Billy.
5K up on the Warden net.
Farm on this map. They're
30
fighting
minutes. This
so
game's
far
over,
past
bro.
their own wave.
There's nothing they can
Typically, that
do.
would be a risky move, but in this game, they just playing like they can do no wrong.
Because Abrahams just isn't letting up their tempo, so like they just can never get earned.
Double armor Shiv. Oh,
They got a
God.
Guardian.
Oh, God.
The ship is
Couldn't kill him
unkillable.
before, and now it's
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 immortal.
impossible.
He's actually immortal on this build. Oh, Lash ult finds 2. Big pickup is the follow-up there. Big slam. Now they're trying to burst down, especially that silver before she can proc the ultimate. And oh, the rallying charge just a second too late. Could not save the silver. Warden trap tries to save. Slows things down for a minute. Okay, overseas, hold on. Finds a kill into Hoot. And you're fighting near a walker with very short respawns. The max Domini, pure damage does go through these heavy armors from Shiv, but you need more than one
Oh.
shot to fight on this Shiv. And
Bro,
D-Mob
they're just like
looking
killing
for
them in
more.
their own.
all alone here
Like, this is...
on the holiday. And I mean, they're playing with God mode right now. Like, this
Like-
Warden's gonna die too, man. They're getting so desperate for these kills, which I understand. Like, the kills are worth so much in the comeback position, but this is a painful one.
It's about sending a statement here to them, I think.
This is about sending a message. Wait, the Jukes? Where the hell did he go? Okay, empty dreams. All right, all right. I don't know how the hell he got out of this one, but he's gone.
But while this has been happening, guess who's been just farming away in the right-hand side of the map? Like Sonya, he's at 17k. Who even comes close to the other side? It's Venator at the moment. Overseas at 14, but I mean, with how you see these fights have been going, there really isn't a chance for him to get that 1v1 he might be looking for. And I think Abrahams are just showing they can battle so well with 5 players and just let Sonya keep farming away as their late game win condition if somehow this lead does get thrown. It's 23 or 23.
They're not throwing
right
this
now.
lead.
Hold on, the Maj being pressured under tower. They're threatening a dive on him too. Yamato,
Okay.
I think this is actually an understandable play, but it's so
look.
hard to kill Mirage.
He
has
TPs
such
away.
powerful Tools. Here comes a
And then
light
Billy's
Billy,
like, "What's up,
effectively
guys?"
Immortal here. Yamato throwing damage. And
How's
it's
it
just
going?
Meaningless, throwing pebbles at the Titanic right there. Empty
You want
Dreams
the
and Bobby
turtles?
both dropping. Continuous wave pressure on the other side of the map now. And this tanky ship would just love to bait a player to try and chase for a kill.
Look at fucking Page's items, and then look at fucking Ship's
Easy
items.
catch, but there's gonna be no follow-up.
It's
for this
actually
one.
so
There's
sad.
a silver behind them. Fremont is around at the shop. And he's got the health advantage to potentially pull this one off here, but again, it is D-Mov on Shiv. He's got the smooth moves. He's got backup at Asana Sniper to
kill
hit
this
that
guy, bro.
tornado and knock
It's
that
just not
silver right
happening.
up into the air. And Fremont, well, the chase was coming through, but I don't think you're gonna get the escape.
He's got the passive on, but Silver's actually pretty mobile, right? That boot kick is pretty sick escape tool.
Spell
And
magic
Ricochet
from
queued up next. I think
Sonya's
Ricochet
kind of. I
is
guess it's
really,
like
I mean, Ricochet
his
and him
thought
is
is if he
where
gets
the game
CC'd, it's the only way he
lands
dies.
for Leviathan. Like,
I
they
guess.
need to be able to come back into the game before Mirage is fully online, but that feels like a ridiculous thing to be asking for when they're losing their walkers. Like, they're just trying to stay alive.
Oh,
in
he
this
still
one,
doesn't have a
and
green
Mirage
spike?
is a ticking clock against them. Death Slam does send 2 players away to get chained by the Billy. The knockdown
Look at his
kind
rim
of
build
mitigates
again.
the fall from Lash, but the chain keeps them in position. Hoot wakes up from the stun, picks up those kills. Billy now diving under the tower.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
tanks a
bro.
full tower stop.
This
Doesn't
is-
seem to deal damage to him. Apparently,
disgusting.
D-Bob with release shift somehow bugged into this one.
Well, there's a overwhelming amount of players on the right-hand side for
Oh, yeah, I'm
Leviathan,
talking about
realizing they
pulse.
can't do anything to defend the left or the middle lane, and they need to get these kills. It's going to be long death timers that they could potentially pull one of these
Whipping
off.
punches, bro.
Erasing
Like,
the first one to fall. They're losing a 3-on-2 here. Even the last 10 coming
Oh,
through.
hold on.
There's a dispel magic being used, and the chase is looking good, but
Oh, that's
Not
such a
gonna get
tragedy for
Mothra.
Warden. Sonya gets away. I mean, this whole play was all designed to try and kill Sonya and slow down some of this value. And Sonya's not even backing out of this
oh,
one.
they lose a walker for going
down.
for it. Like, oh my god.
Your Dominee
Oh,
pop. Okay,
man,
with
it's
Lash
just
locked
bad.
down, they just
Oh
throw the
my
rallying charge
God.
in. Use everything. We need to get every kill we possibly can. It's gonna cost Paige her life, but any kind of, I mean, you could honestly trade like 2 or 3 for 1 right now, and that may be a winning trade for Leviathan, considering how far they are behind in this game, how long the spawn timers will be for these Abrahams players.
I'm
But
surprised
the map
Abrams
is
hasn't got
closing in
mid-boss
around
yet.
you, man. I mean,
Guys,
look,
they're
that's
only
the way
down
we lose the game,
28K.
like, honestly, and I will
It's
say,
winnable,
now-
bro. They just
now
need
you can go
to
for it though, right? Because rallying charge, Warden ulti, and
bug
Yamato
fix
ulti, all
Venator
on
so he can
cooldown,
one
right?
shot
So
everyone with his ult,
there's
and then
actually
it's like
something to
it's
be
pretty
said about
winnable.
Going for a risky mid boss
They
when
could do
all
it.
those key ultis are down. I actually
I got
wouldn't
chills
hate it
again,
at this
bro.
moment when Hoot spawns. Go for the gamble. That would be very Abrahams. I would say it would be very bad play to go for the gamble when all those key team fight ults
Punch
are
him in
up,
the
as we
face.
saw in the last game. The
Punch him
threat
in
to
the
come back
face.
in the mid pit, very real.
Why did I get stunned?
Look how just
Oh my
confident
God.
together can play here. He's got the backup of his team. He knows he has the advantage.
They can't do anything, bro. They can't do fucking
And Rake, I don't
anything.
think he's gonna get away from this.
Ah.
There, Dima comes in for flammable, gets another
They
kill
can't do
after his
anything.
tally, and Ray
They
gonna
just
fall
cut
here
to
in just
another
a few
player,
seconds.
and someone else
I mean,
is getting
well, if you were
fucking
in the
murdered.
box before, this is the perfect time to do it. Now with 3 players dead.
Yeah, and I think Bobby has to go for a contest here with the ulti. Just try to last at these regives. Try to take at least 1 or 2 off the table. I will say the soul deficit hasn't expanded as fast
Remember
as
like
I
2-3
would've
weeks
thought.
ago
Like,
when Leviathan
although they're
forced a
dying
game
over the
3,
map, this
and they
game
were, like,
actually
looking
looks
competitive
worse
in all
than
the
it really
games,
is. Like, they've managed to keep the soul
except for
deficit
game 3.
relatively
And I was like,
30K is
man,
bad,
they're really turning
but
the
it's still
corner.
playable in your own
They're starting to
phase,
close the
especially if
gap.
you get a rejuve steal. Looks like Bobby's gonna go in.
Oh,
for
here we
it.
go.
He's tornado though off the
Here's
pin,
the
swap
flip.
into the wall, silenced again.
No.
There's so many silences on this Yamato. She has counterspell, but that's not enough, man. Like 4 or 5 silences thrown into Yamato, and this is a brutal game now for Bobby.
Oh my god, bro. This is
Soundwave picked up here.
this is
for
rough
Sig.
to watch.
I think they
an
have 2.
item.
I think Hoot had one too, unless I missed it. Maybe it was.
What's
maybe it
chat
was
talking
Saint
about?
from napping
From
alongside
We're
Hoot.
about to get buffs.
Hard to keep
from
track.
Tagging along. And Mystic Expansion for bigger pillows, bigger
Somebody give him a
nap times.
box. He needs 1 box. Please? Okay, high roll. It's not going back. He's just greeding it up. Let's check out the box run, man. There's like a whole little world. I love that the boxes are tiny. It's so good. I think that's like the cutest thing. Like, I got stuck down here as Yamato once with a bug, and I was like, why are these boxes so they're like baby boxes?
For Baby Rem.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. There's stuff going on in the map, but this is weirdly cathartic for me right now.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
Boring ass
I'm
region
trying to
more.
think if we're ever to get other heroes that can go in those tunnels too.
Oh, we have to, right?
has to
I mean,
be.
Calico can, right? But she's just not being played that much right now. I think it's a genuinely cool attribute, right? It's very
Yeah, it was a
Dota to
huge
put in
addition.
a mechanic like
It's
that.
pretty
This is like
sick.
completely crazy and unique, and only some heroes interact
Raj
with
has
it.
Ricochet
Like,
20 minutes
but I
into
think
the
it's a lot of
game.
fun as well. Shiv,
This
maybe looking for
guy
a chase down.
has-
a little helper on him. Holiday. Ooh, I think you dive very
This guy would
quick.
melee
Oh, and a
charge,
heavy
he's having
melee
it so
risk.
hard.
You have to go for that to get this kill, and it is going to be enough to take down Rayek.
New York is under mud.
I was like, oh look, I'm at shop with 3K again. He's like, I should probably save for a 6K now.
Melee. He's got melee charge on Shiv. It's the
Yeah.
pub build. It's the melee Shiv build. I mean, this is. It's
They're
just
literally
that kind of
pub
a game.
builds
You
right
can
now.
Go for crushing fist into this one. Aggro Urn turned in as well with the rejuves online.
Jesus.
Abrams are being wise. Though. They're waiting for the right moment. They're probably waiting for this Mirage inhibitor. Who he could buy this right now. He has Ricochet inhib online. If
He's
you
like,
make it to
nah,
a shot.
I'm just gonna poke him a little bit first.
Looks like Silver Fremont might be the
whiff.
one getting caught out here. Tries
Oh.
to sneak away into the subway, but only sneaks in towards his grave. I mean, might have a lot of
No, he's gonna
mobility to try
transform,
to
bro.
escape
No,
this
no, don't worry, he
players
can-
coming on your way.
No,
We
he
do
got
have a
second off.
donation coming
Oh.
in from Hammerpaw, who tipped $10 into the prize pool. But I'm gonna bring Kalaris in to actually say what the message was. Kalaris, are you there? Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Ah, woo!
Wahoo. Action.
Not bad. Not bad.
There we
That
go.
was
We
pretty
got
good.
it out of him. I want to highlight this
I
too.
expected the echo though, but I'll
It's
accept it.
it's a double Brazil buy from Taz. I think this is like an understudied look for some people. Like you want to understand how to like not just win a deadlock game, but to like really dominate it and snowball these leads. Going double Brazil and Paradox, like normally I would say this is a terrible build. Like you just
But
don't
when
have
you're
enough
so ahead,
utility.
yeah.
But in this game, like you are probably one of the most vulnerable players. You're going to be
Same
swapped
thing with
in
Shiv.
an awkward position at the start of every team fight.
Yep.
And to just be unkillable on Paradox and to guarantee
Yep.
that the enemy's
It's
not
smart.
going to be able to find counter kills on you is like worth its weight in gold.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like building more defensive when you're ahead and not necessarily building more offensive.
He
'cause
has
if you're
crushing
already-
fists.
Crushing fist shiv, bro. What the
Okay,
fuck?
D-Mod, I'm just
Okay.
going off now.
Okay, sure. Why
But if
not?
you're-
Why not?
If you're already ahead, you're already hard enough to kill, and if you make yourself even more hard to kill, there's no chance you're gonna 1v1. Whereas if you don't like build into resist or build into vitality, you could technically lose that. If
Oh,
something
Aku needs a
happens.
wave.
I like that Rick is taking players on a wild goose chase, though. Like, low-key, this is kind of one of the more impactful things you can do when you're very far behind is just waste time. And
And they
you
no
might
longer
not
care
face
about him.
Guardians with these rejuves,
They're
but
like,
the
"Fuck
rejuve
this
timer's
guy."
gonna run out. I will say the lead has expanded. We're looking at, what,
They're
like
denying
more than
creeps?
45k soul lead. And he goes leech instead of inhib. I mean, maybe
Or is
again,
this reloading?
this is
No,
probably
he's
a more survivable choice since he already has Ricochet. The damage he outputs is ridiculous. If he's leeching on top of that damage, good luck ever bringing down this barrage. And the enemy team doesn't deal damage anyway, so why would you need to inhibit their lack of damage?
Yeah.
You might go silencer this game. Like honestly, maybe you don't need inhib in a game this dominant.
I mean, he's not too far off. I was gonna say, are we even gonna see that point? But at 5.5k souls, he's gonna have
believe
it
me.
very, very quickly.
He's farming. He's farming. Look at that bag. What's he got in him? He got 1,000.
And the
bag
early
on him.
leech buy too, just so you don't die. Yeah, Abraham's got it on pat, bro.
14-0 DMOF.
What do you think the
There's
go
been
sign
3
is here?
kills to 39.
Disgusting. What do you think? What do you think is going to trigger the attempt to end the game here from Abraham's? I guess it's
Refresher
like
from the page. Okay.
next buff. I mean, do you
Just
I mean,
perma peel.
Like the typical play, it would be in a normal game. It would be.
So
very
everyone's
normal
going
to wait for the
ballistic
next mid-boss.
enchantment
But
on.
this is an
Thunderzor.
exceptional lead. Like this is one of the most dominant leads we've ever seen on the
Interesting.
night shift. And honestly, I mean, it's like as much as we want Abraham
Actually,
to like go
did
for
Overseas
the
play
risky
last game? This
gamble,
might just be
finish the
Overseas
game,
build.
like
I don't know who played
this
the last
is
game.
like a mentally taxing for Leviathan. This is a very sad game to find yourself stuck in.
Yep.
And for Abrahams, they're happy to just rest, relax, and hang out in this game state. Like, kind of drain the energy from Leviathan, looking forward to that
Silencer
best
comes
screen.
in. Yeah, they're just
Silencer
buying
comes.
correctly, bro.
This may be the go time.
Curse comes in for Rem for more hate
that this Mirage
crimes.
is fightable
It's
any longer in the
it's just
game.
over.
Maybe there's like Rayek with a lasso super deep. You do have a refresher on page. Could help with, like, if you can, I don't know, find a 6-man page ult. Like, I'm grasping at straws here. I don't know who's going to deal the damage, though, to all these double armor heroes.
Well, you asked me, what are we looking for Ray Abrahams here? I would say it's going to be Urn. Use the Urn to force a fight. If they don't fight you, you go take mid boss. If they don't fight you, just take base. I think it's almost as simple as that. But as we're seeing, Leviathan are making some moves here, going to the left-hand side
Bro,
of the
I'm
map. Here, looking
surprised.
to pick up the Urn when it spawns in.
But the Rem
I have to give credit
dots
to Leviathan,
that
even though
they
they're down 50K
were
here,
so
Jake, they're
adamant
still
about when you put it
focusing
on an
what
ally
they
or
can do to
blade,
get
but they
back
didn't
in
do
this
it
game here. And I
for
think that deserves a lot of
when you're
respect.
taking boxes and
I think
camps.
this is a good showcase of
or
how to look for the
sinners,
comeback
sorry.
plays. They
Boxes
send
and sinners?
like they send the Warden ahead to bait on
Like,
the
I'm
wave.
surprised
He's
they
the
didn't do
only
that.
one showing on the map there for Abrahams, and they have the entire team behind him. So if Abrahams is feeling a little bit too cocky and they go for that gank onto Warden with, like, let's say 3 players, feeling like, oh, it's a quick kill, we'll pick it up, you could find yourself in a 6v3, which even at this soul deficit could actually go bad for you. So I mean, this is the kind of attempt, the kind of feint you have to be looking for to find a way back into the game. But it's the experience from Abrahams, man. They don't bite. They read, hey, no one else is showing on the map. We're not going to take that kind of a risk. Although, hold on, Lash could be finding the initiation here. This is what we talked about, though. There's a lot of players ready to fight this one. I don't know that the backup is really there for Abrahams. They've already found 1 kill, though, and maybe this lead is just overwhelming. The slam down, already 2 kills found.
Oh my
Abrahams,
god, warp
even
and
without
slam.
a couple of their key players,
They're just flexing
still
on him,
into
bro.
this fight. And again, it's Mirage, right? So he's always ready for that kind of an engage.
And
He gets a
if
free
he gets to
Urn.
that
They
engage,
don't even
guess
need
what?
to
You're gonna be
Urn.
silenced. You're not gonna use any abilities. If he even gets to that point,
They're just
of
waiting for
proccing
mid
it,
boss, but
considering
like they don't even need to,
yourself
bro.
at 31K together at 30.
They're
Taz
playing
even at
Giga safe.
30K. I mean, mid boss should be coming up soon.
And then I guess with the Urn, you can force a lash out all.
the game's gonna end.
Free
I
lash
don't
ult if they
see
show
where we
up,
can
but-
test this with 2 players down. You have to let the
I
circle
mean,
go.
I think you should.
Oh, here we go. They're gonna
the
bait.
game is
This is
over
even
if
better,
you give
actually.
this
Yeah, you
triple
just bait
mid,
their
I
Urn
think.
and then do
Truly,
mid boss.
truly, like, you have to just. I mean, this is a moment where the game is so far out of control. You need some sort of like a god parry. They're doing mid boss while doing Urn. I mean,
It's Jover.
fair, I guess. And by the way, Taz is like guarding them on the top, making it hard for them to get into the pit and preventing them from even being able to contest this rejuve. So it will be a
So
free
they're gonna
triple
wait here
rejuve.
too. They're gonna stall the rejuve
And
timer
Abrahams
because
with the
why would you not?
60,000 soul
Oh no, they're
lead. I mean, in the
'cause
past,
the fight
Abrahams
started.
made some egregious throws, but this is a different team that we've seen before. They've leveled up, and now they're just wanting to close this one out perfectly clean, have a flawless game for some of their cores.
They're just here to ruin the new heroes' win rates, man.
Pretty
Venix are
much.
1 win,
Pretty
1 loss so far on
much.
the day here, as this game will inevitably come to a close. Even though the left lane of Leviathan is shoved out, they have no way to do anything
Oh,
about this.
big
to
slam.
look for that walker, and they would love to get themselves a flex slot here, but there's no chance. The chain gang comes through as well. Barely gets the first kill, and he's just more than happy to take this shrine where the rest of his team fights away. And when you have Demov at 32K with ult reset, he's gonna do just that.
Predator with the air dominating, looking for some executes. I mean, they're getting ganked in the fountain right now. This is getting bad. There's a player in the enemy fountain. That's, the game is a little bit out of
Jesus,
control. I have been seeing this in some of my
Jesus.
games too, where you're winning so much you actually can fountain dive. I think I was playing a game with Zorky. He had like a 25-0 silver game, and we were just fountain diving. But this level of play, surely not. First patron down, still 3 rejuves to the name of Abrahams. Demov just ensuring, hey, nobody gets any ideas. You guys are allowed to stay in your own throne. That
Pros
is it.
jumping in the traps.
No chance to come out and defend this patron. They're still gonna try it though. They're gonna give it that one last shot. Leviathan have to find some
Do
kind
they,
of a big counter kill.
do they not have a
Maybe with
debuff
those
or anything? Like it's
rallying
literally just
charges could
a
disrupt
snare?
this one as one rejuve is already down. Executes though, coming thick and
Right, he's
fast.
like a
Demov has
third
found one,
HP.
looking for more. Sonya does go down once. The second rallying charge is enough to
Oh
drop
my
this
god,
Mirage.
Sonya
Taking
went
again, but
down?
They need to stop the damage.
Oh,
bumping out from
shit,
Mirage.
bro.
They're fighting in the pit, getting a lot of value off these curses, but Mirage still healthy. Demov with every single execute. And it's just a feast now for Abrahams.
That was a
Almost
beatdown, bro. Holy
100,000 soul
fuck.
lead.
That was like
Don't take a picture of that. I don't know if chat can
Quick
see it. A
screenshot, quick
22
screenshot.
kill streak for Demov.
Jesus.
22. That has to
That
be
was-
I mean,
the highest kill streak we've had in Night Shift ever.
that was the most painful game I've ever seen on our show. I mean, that was monstrous. Like, I would have abandoned if that was above. I would have been too tilted.
That's a cannon rush if I've ever seen one, Claris, right?
Like a
Oh my
tiger
God.
mauling an asthmatic child, I think is fair to say. That was
What?
ridiculous. I thought 10 minutes.
Why does the child
What
have to
is
be
going-
asthmatic?
Well, just like a pathetic cough. anyway, like, but that was brutal. I cannot believe
Yeah,
what we just
that
witnessed.
this was
I
hydrogen
thought at 10
bomb
minutes,
versus
genuinely,
Gothic
Jake,
Baby.
I was like, yeah, what if they just buy like 4 torment pulses, just stand there, and just like, just wait for them to die? That was insane, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of just spent the time talking about all the things Abrahams does right in that kind of a game, what the things
That
that
was
set them apart
disgusting.
as this like world elite team. But man, as a game one
That
of
was
the
just-
BO3, it's a statement. Like there's what we talked about Abraham's.
I'm
being
sorry
this
for my
thing, maybe they
screenshot.
don't take
Sorry,
things
I
super
didn't mean to
seriously
block
when they're up.
Jake's
like,
beautiful face. And they up the ads,
Post-practice
bro.
practice MVPs.
God,
Must
it's
be
like I should
McCafe.
support them or something. Fuck.
putting on a show for us really, and just demonstrating what's possible at this level of play and the gap really between them and
Oh,
anyone
that's how
else
it's-
in the European region.
Yeah,
I think they
let's
saw the
take a look
prize
back
pool
at
last
some-
week, and they were like, I think they saw the prize pool last week because we had so many donations. I think we were over like $2,500 for
Yeah.
prize pool. They're like, yeah, I want that again. I don't want to throw the game. I don't potentially lose out on that another time.
It's fair. I mean, look how they played it out, right? I mean, highlights abound here for the Abrahams boys. And I think one thing that's always interesting to me as well is that all of them just playing at such a high octane level. And then you've got the Rem, who's uncontested in those tunnels, effectively soaking up more souls on the map than Leviathan can ever even hope to, because they can't even access that, Jason. So it's picture perfect, really, from Abrahams.
I mean, this is just the state of when one team is better and what they can do when they play their macro properly and they can battle against you. They suffocated Leviathan.
Yes.
There was, I mean, that I guess that's the asthmatic kid. It kind of makes sense now if I think about it that way. But they suffocated them. There was nothing they could do. They could not get their own farm in their own jungle. You saw Abraham so confident they could fight on the
Let's
enemy
see the
side of map
stats.
without any
Just
worry,
show
even
them
being
to me.
man down. Felt confident enough to take mid boss and turn in the
Just
the
show
at the
them
same
to me.
but obviously that was when they had a 50k lead. There was really nothing stopping them. No one got a good start on the Leviathan side. They had 3 kills, I think. Maybe
that was hard to
4 at
watch,
the end.
bro.
Like,
I felt bad for
I think
Leviathan.
died another time.
Like that
Off the
was
get-go, I mean, even
that
with
was
Sing
rough,
running
bro.
around the map,
That was
farming
rough.
boxes. You saw him, as you point out, Jake, 600
Are we
souls
gonna get
ahead
the
of anyone in his lane.
overview?
Yeah, I was like, oh man,
Yes.
Together is really getting
Yes.
punished by
I don't know
this
why
in
they
the
never have it
lane,
ready for the
like
first
leading
game.
the lane like that. Is it really worth it? And then he just
It has to
turns
be
up
like
and has
whoever
a
does the graphics,
big
like,
soul
it's like
impact
just
in
getting
the
off work or
lane, comes
something.
out, buys the Guardian Ward, really adds a lot of strength to Together, and they come back and they hold that. They proceed to hold that Guardian for a few more minutes, like really turning the lane around. So, I mean, it's just the experience to be able to make plays like that in the early game, to trust each other, and make those responses. Like they're so dynamic in the early game. It's like you can't even say one thing. Oh, it's one player. It's this guy roaming. It's like half their team is roaming, and they're just perfectly bouncing around from one another. When one person goes to one lane, they're going to bring strength somewhere else, and the way they leverage that strength on the map is just it's best in class. No one else in maybe Melee Creeps is like on that level, but honestly, the early game, I think Abraham stands alone in the world right now.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, especially with the new tools that do exist. I mean, the fact that you're leaving Billy in that
Like,
lane
oh my
to
God,
be able
bro,
to
that
just
was
kind of
just- that was
kind of
rough.
defend against that whilst Saint is leaving, to be able to
Crushing
take all those
fists.
boxes and then being
look it up.
confident in that choice as well, Jason. It's different mentality, Deadlock, compared to how everybody else is playing.
Rem
right
didn't
now,
go
especially
Scourge.
in this region.
Boo.
Yeah, if you can't get in a position to
Boo.
play
He
like
went an
Abraham's
early,
against the team, you don't
stand
really,
mastery,
I
which
think
is
you have to
interesting.
practice the later stages of those games and like what you can do.
No
to
healing booster
snowball
either.
games,
He's like,
which
fuck
is
the
a
healing
slight
booster.
advantage. And when you're
Okay.
playing against Abrahams all the time, it always happens to you. So at least you get to see.
I guess
on
'cause he
one
went
end the
reactive and
spectrum of
rebuttal
what you
instead.
can do, but. Yeah, Abraham's completely different tier. It feels like when it comes to EU, and honestly,
I don't even know if I
think
can
we've
take some
even
of these
seen
builds
Melee
seriously. They
Creeps
were
have
just like
stomps
pump stomping
this.
so hard.
So I kind of would say the region's a little bit more competitive, so it's kind of hard to have a stomp like that.
We are almost
Like, look at this.
across all
Just,
streams, Jake.
just this alone,
at
right?
10K
Forget item
viewers
tiers.
here for the
Forget
night
anything.
shift. What do you make of that one?
Not a
Now we're cooking, boys. We're
single
super
flex
psyched with
slot.
Twitch giving us that
Not
official
a
co-stream
single
feature. I
one.
mean, the way the community supports the events, honestly, it means the world to us. Like this is
This is
really why we're
crazy,
doing
bro.
this in
But
Deadlock.
yeah,
to
Ballistic
have a
and
space for
Recharge
the
again.
community, to have
Overseas.
esports action, to have
Overseas
the
actually played
competition.
okay.
So the level of support,
Oh, and
the
11
donations, the prize pool, the
for
subs,
Bobby.
the
Is he a
Patreon support,
subbing or
our
like what's
Twitch,
going
all
on?
Our wonderful co-streamers. It's just cool to see this, man. This is like these are the golden days of Deadlock. We're living through them now, right? And I think this game's gonna go
True.
huge and be like that next level international esport. But I'm just enjoying it right now. To have this level of community support and so much excitement around the game is a beautiful thing to watch. And maybe Abraham's best team in the world. Maybe they're head and shoulders above. I guarantee that won't last forever.
Yeah.
There, you know, like there will be stiffer challenges. Maybe even in the next game, because you know what? I think of Leviathan. On the one hand, you can say, look, we got blitzkrieged out of the early game, and we never. had
Leviathan
really
has
a chance
showed
in this
much
game.
better than this.
You can
I
throw
will
that one
stand
away.
for
If you have a
them.
better
They
lane,
are not
we
this
could see
bad.
At least a different.
Just don't
style
draft
of
that
game
in either.
too. I still think Abraham's. You got to give him credit as the heavy
Just
favorite
don't
to
do
win it
that.
all. given that showing. But I want to see a more
And I
fight
feel like
out of
Silver,
Leviathan
like,
and
is
really
Silver...
show us what they can do as individual players. I don't think we really got to see a fair shake on that.
I don't
in
play
this
it
game.
up against the new heroes
Allow
really
me to
say,
hold
but
that
like I don't know
for
if
a
Silver's
second,
still
Jason,
like
before we
first
go to
pickable.
that break, because it feels
After
to
the
me,
nerf.
and what Jake was saying at the beginning.
She still
of that,
seems
it
very
feels
good, but
like
it's like,
the StarCraft
is she
2
better
moment
than
where all of the scenes kind of came together from other games.
Shiv,
and you're seeing
Billy,
something
and
magical
Yamato?
form with
Is she better than
Deadlock.
all
'Cause
three of
there's
those
a lot people
heroes?
coming in from other locations, kind of
I would say she's probably on par with like
Everyone's
Abrams
loving Deadlock
with,
right
after
now,
the
Jason.
Abrams nerf.
And I think that this is the culmination of it. It's looking good.
Did you just want to talk about StarCraft again on the stream? Is that what that was?
No. It was just a decent
Jason, you brought up
analogy.
StarCraft like
Okay.
10 times, all right?
True.
No,
Donations.
Nightmare.
True.
A StarCraft 2 player, Nightmare, plays on a
Yes.
Korean team, Pulsar.
He does.
Wow.
Okay.
That is true. And he's very good at
Is that
both
where he
games.
came from?
Are we going to a break? Is it
I'm
break time?
going
What
to
a break. That's what
beating
break
this guy.
Elvar means in the top left-hand side of your screen, just to help you out there. I know you're new to hosting, but it's okay.
All right, it's break time. When we return, we have got game number 2 of Abrams going up against Leviathan. Let's see if they can bring it back or if Abrams can continue to be the crouching tiger.
What?
Oh, okay.
Our victory will be glorious.
So he was a StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm announcer. And then he started doing ESL in Germany. Okay, cool. Cool. Shut up. I'll keep an eye on this. And we watch Mr. Pashi. Mr. Pashi.
Ad lane, always consider heal right, in my opinion, as one of your first options. It's really good. It'll get you through a lot of bad situations. When you're watching this video, this item may be weaker than what it is now, but I have the stats here just in case you want to take a look and compare it to what it is right now. I mean, this spirit scaling might get changed in the future, but at least right now, in the present time, this is what heal right is. So at the beginning of the video, one of the first things that we talked about were investment spikes and how sometimes it's bad to focus too hard on these investment spikes. One common thing that I want you to look at when you're looking at builds, this is the present time. Once again, I don't know if, if you're watching this in a month or two from now, builds will be different, but right now, currently in Deadlock, if you look at all the builds, all of them, Sonya Snipers, Aidens, Dews, Togethers, John, Osis, Ido, Metro, Saya, all of these players, and then some.
One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is just not the same. His build isn't that bad though.
Not bad what they're
His
doing
build's pretty good.
because they know how to think critically, right? But all these players, what they'll do is they will pursue a spike. Sonya Sniper, Max Spirit. Osis, Max Spirit. Ido, Max Spirit. Metro,
Ma.
Green.
Ooh, it's
John,
4-man, but I'm a swap.
Spirit.
Ooh,
Aiden,
okay.
Gun. Do, Spirit. Together, Spirit. Holiday,
I
Saya,
guess no
Spirit. And
earnings
this is
getting the
all
boot
for the
for NA.
spikes, by the way. They're not like maxing their spirits and just getting as much spirit as they can. They're doing this to pursue their spikes. But what you need to understand is when you do this, right? If we kind of draw like this triangle here, we say that this is spirit, this is HP, this is gun. You sacrifice all of your other stats and just go straight into spirit. And this is obvious. When you're rushing your spirit spike, of course you're rushing your spirit spike. You're not gonna have any health, you're not gonna have any gun. But sometimes in the lane, you might need HP. What if you're versing a dive lane? You're versing a Shiv Page. They hit their alt spike and you have extra charge, Mystic Burst, QSR, extra spirit. You are dead if they know how to play the game. You are dying
True.
under your tower, right? So don't get too tunnel visioned on these investment spikes and think critically, right? Going back to lane matchup, think about the lane matchup. Are you going to die if you max your spirit investment? Do you need a heal right? Do you need an extra regen? Do you need an extra health? What do you need? So let's shift to mid-game itemization. There is no late game itemization. We're just gonna do mid-game. Maybe there is, but mid-game itemization, we go back to this theme. Go all the way back to the top. The first thing I said for early game is think about your hero. How do you plan the player hero? When you're in the mid-game, you should be fleshing out your investment spikes, fleshing out the build, completing the vision. I have a perfect example here. Current time, Gun Warden, in my opinion, the most signature final items are the Glass Cannon, the Vampiric Burst, and the Lucky Shot. When you have those three final items as Warden, maybe not the Lucky Shot, but the Glass Cannon and Vampiric Burst, you are like final core build. You have completed mid, the pyramid. Now, to kind of get an idea of what these final core builds might look like, you might want to go to, you know, Stat Locker and look at what people are building, look at how the pros are building, what top items are they usually building. Now, of course, going back to the beginning, don't build these things mindlessly. Think about it. Why is Warden building Glass Cannon?
brain.
Why is Warden building Vampiric Burst? Why is Warden building Lucky Shot? I'll tell you, for Glass Cannon, Warden's bullets does so much damage. So much damage. And because he's scaling it with this high percentage from Glass Cannon, his bullets are going to deal tremendous amount of damage. In addition, he has so much HP that Glass Cannon's not really going to hurt him, right? He's a tanky boy. He has a lot of healing through his ults, through his Vampiric Burst when he gets it, through his 2 shielding. Very mobile. He's not really too concerned with his health. Vampiric Burst, the thing that Warden lacks a lot is fire rate. And Warden, you know, you can build a hybrid Warden, but for gun Warden, you're building exclusively gun. There is no better lifesteal option than Vampiric Burst for a gun Warden. So these are some like just deep thoughts about this Warden example that I have and how you should be thinking about it and how you should be fleshing out your final mid-game itemization for your hero. This mid-game itemization discussion that we had is very similar, in my opinion, to like a late-game itemization discussion you'll have on fleshing out the vision for your character. So treat the mid-game and the late-game in this video as very similar, if not the same. So let's move on to counter itemization. And you guys are probably a little worried right now about how big and how many things there are. But what we're going to do, and my personal approach on how I'm going to teach you guys counter itemization, is give you all the examples in a build on how you could counter itemize. And the thing that I really want you guys to take home is counter itemization.
Oh, when I win. Oh, I didn't check my payout. Fuck.
A raid coming in from good old Vegas, an old friend of mine as well. I used to cover him back in the PUBG days. He always had the talent, he always had the potential, and he's here in Deadlock, crushing face, Jason. What do you think about that?
It's better than playing third person. Well, I guess he's technically ended up playing third person anyways, so he couldn't escape it.
Yeah.
You're kind of not wrong. But yes, thank you very much to Vegas. Obviously, we are breaking numbers here for everything going on with the night shift, Jake. It's a fantastic time to be getting into Deadlock. We're seeing peak players as well.
Almost 9K.
As Celeste was able to join, and I'm sure those peak players are going to be excited for
everyone's watching today.
A 6th character may come up soon. Who knows who it'll be?
Who's PKMK?
I'm excited for Apollo though. Honestly, I felt like Apollo was going to be last. You know, he lacked the cuteness factor. He wasn't, you know, a Catholic priest. It's
I'm sure
just
he's religious.
I mean, well, he's last, all right. If you ain't first, you're last. He's really last.
Damn.
I'm still.
Damn, Jake, relax, bro.
I also hope. Tell your friends, guys. Get your other Deadlock players on the stream. Let's break 10K today. I feel like we could do it. So we're already nigh on it. We've got, of course, EU coming up next. We're gonna finish
10K.
up EU rather, and then after that, we've got the whole NA region to play. So tell your friends, get them on the stream. Let's break 10K today. Let's break a record here for the night shift.
Let's do it. All right, I'm
right here.
If Leviathan's comp, oh no, I already dropped it. If it was 90 plus, I was just gonna slam Leviathan.
10K viewers. So ladies and gentlemen, get us up to 10K. Eyebrows are gonna be gone.
Okay.
No, Jay. He's doing this thing we used to do to another colleague, and he's not here anymore. We're not. Anyway,
I don't remember who that was, but I do CP every time I can.
He's gone now. Oh, he's actually moving to Krakow like in a week's time. But anyway,
well, he needs hair on his head, so you need to move the eyebrows.
He needs to move to Turkey. Yeah.
Abraham's pocket band. Okay.
Guys, get into
I think
the draft.
they
Take it away.
won a first pick.
A first ban pocket is actually pretty surprising.
Probably won a first pick Shiv, I guess.
They get the Abrams for themselves. Because I think Leviathan
I would say Shiv, right?
Celeste away. They do not want to let that come into the draft. They've shown their hand pretty clearly that that's the way they're going to approach drafting today. It's always been their first ban for 2 matches. Abrahams are happy to get the Abrams themselves. This is probably considered
Leviathan
the tier
get the
1
Shiv or the Billy now
because that wall charge stun, man, is just insanely powerful. You can kill multiple players. You're incredibly hard to kill, and when you do lock people down, they drop.
You know, is there
Silver again. I'll say it again. Is Silver better than Billy
come in there and
or Shiv?
Well.
Nobody needs that. Nobody, don't summon Floof. Jeez Louise.
Okay, you didn't know, Jake. So Jake, you have dogs. Kalaris has dogs as well, and his dog's name is Floof. Can we get Floof in for the show at some point?
Billy Silver, I like this a lot more.
And Venator in the same lane. I feel like that's.
You're giving the Shiv Abrams though.
That's a wild lane. Actually, you get like stunned to death.
I don't know. Maybe Abrams Silver would actually be kind of OP.
That probably is a fine.
Because you have the CC lock with the Silver. That's probably the idea with the Billy too.
Abrams just needs setup.
So then they get the Shiv.
Stun. You don't really need more stuns.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but how the hell do you let Shiv get through to Abrahams?
I mean, Billy and Silver are pretty good. I don't know about the Silver though. I would have rather they take Shiv,
Yep.
Billy. I just This one's
Me and Jake on the same
I will say
wavelength.
Also, the rules of the drafting have been thrown out, right? We've had a long time where there's been some very stable
Pardon
drafting
me.
expectations.
So Rem is top 3.
And with all these powerful new characters involved,
So you could see the page ban here?
Celeste now needing to cop bans every time.
Or an
with
M1 ban?
Silver being super high prio. It feels like there's some very powerful combinations.
See if
that have
Leviathan
kind of
Prize is that
existed
high
already
to
in
grab it
Deadlock that are
now?
actually making it through onto these teams.
I mean, Rem make
Yeah, they just grab it now.
Okay, so they
I am
scared
fucking
about
master
potential
predictor
page
from
ban
yesterday.
if
I
it
called
comes
it.
all the way
I
with
saw the
theorizing before.
vision.
I think that
You will
Rem
see
coming
the Rem
through,
page
from what we saw
trade.
from it last
Burma.
game, it wasn't really
Burma
a
and
healing
EU. You will not
booster
see that in
Nova
A
or even
because
the
Billy
booster.
keeps hate
It
page.
was just
But
the healing beam, and everything else around him was just so stable anyway, so tanky, so
My
much
channel
kind of
points, bro.
lifesteal that they didn't really need much healing from the Rem.
Yeah, when you get to that point with how far ahead they were.
Okay,
in stat
I may
check
still be
territory,
slamming
too,
Leviathan,
so
we'll see.
The healing Rem
The odds are too crazy.
To get any damage without any.
I
problem
believe in the
whatsoever.
boys.
I wanted to pick your brain, Jake, while you're here. Maybe Claris as well, because we've talked
Yamato man,
internally
okay.
about the idea of adding more bans to the game.
I don't know if they would
I
go
just wanna
triple
hear your
frontline, but they
thoughts
do
on
have
that, 'cause for
page,
me,
so it's
I
a
kind of
possibility.
like that you can't.
I
completely
like
control the
Paradox
picks,
ban
and you have
from
to adapt on the
Leviathan.
fly.
They're missing
So
their
I'm
pick
kind of
character.
enjoying having 4 bans total in the way we currently do it, but inevitably we will get to more bans. But what's your
So
thoughts,
will they
Jake?
take the Warden? They go
I do think
Mirage.
there's an argument to
I
be
kind
made
of like
for
the
having
Warden more
bans
if you
now,
had the page,
especially
but
after
Mirage is still
Apollo
really
joins
good.
the cast, right? To have like there's a lot more heroes in the
So
game.
then
I think you
Abraham's
kinda
probably
want
go
bans
Warden.
to
Warden
keep
what?
up
Warden
roughly
Holiday?
in terms of like a percentage perspective on heroes. I wouldn't want too many bans early. I think there's a couple ways you could do it. You could have like 2 bans at the mid stage or 2 bans.
They
at the
go
first stage.
Venator,
I wouldn't
okay.
even mind having a ban. Sort of
So
the
they go,
initial
their
bans,
M1
and
is
then a
going to be
ban
Venator
after
instead of
2
Warden.
heroes
They
and a
could
ban after
technically
2
sub
heroes
Warden,
could be
but I don't
interesting.
think they will.
So I think there's room.
If
We'll
I'm
have to explore like what the
Leviathan,
format
do I
is
go
for now. I
Warden
mean, I'm
now?
sure. I think at some
No.
point, like Valve will come in and make more of like a proper captain's mode format. That's not just us like, like this seems good. So I think they'll probably come and answer that question for us. But
When
I
Lash
would
comes
not
in.
be mad after the 6 hero gets added and maybe some balance patches come in to bring things back in line to add a little bit more bans. I think it actually increases the diversity of play as long as you don't go too crazy with it.
It's a clean 40 heroes once Apollo comes in, right? So
The Bob.
maybe that's the threshold.
So for their pick character, they go
Yeah, 'cause
Bob.
we've had 2 bans since there's been.
So
what,
this
just
lets
over 20
Abraham
heroes.
still
So
go Holiday as well if they
I
want
think
Holiday, but they
there's
do have a
argument to
Lash
be
now,
made.
so they don't really
Still,
need
I'm
to
kind
go
of excited
Holiday.
to see all the new heroes as strong as they are make it through the draft now, and we're seeing a ton of play of characters like Silver and Venator and Rem, and it's just I think for
Mina.
now it's like, let's just
Okay,
showcase
I am
the cool
slamming
stuff we have to
Leviathan.
show in Deadlock.
They did it.
I'm not as worried about like the perfect
found the
optimal
Mina.
format as I am of just like let's get people playing the best
I
players
like
in
it.
the world playing
I
some
like
of our
it.
like coolest newest characters in the game.
I want a show match, no hero limit. Well, okay, there's hero limits, but you can have
No
2
hero
heroes on the other side.
Fuck, I wonder
you
how much
could
I've
have,
won,
like,
so I
2
would just bet my
Venators,
winnings.
You could have like 2 Celestes. I want to
I'll do
see like a
5K.
6v6 of
Okay.
that, of like trying to build the most broken comp.
And then
It's gonna be
Viper
like
comes
two
in, so they go
Shivs
like
and
to
2
pick Viper
Abrams
for
and 2
tempo.
Billies, and you just run it down.
Okay, so the Lash Viper tells you they want to be in your face, winning early game like they did last game.
And they do have 2 wins.
They're
already.
like, we're just gonna gap these
And
guys
again,
again.
they don't really
Is
lose,
kind of
so
what
it
they're
kinda does
what
make
they're
sense. We
thinking.
haven't seen her
But I will
since
slam
Dimension
Leviathan. I
22
believe.
when she was picked.
I
It's been a
believe.
long
I think the
time,
only
and
fuck up
we
was
kinda
valuing
gave them this
not
competition
getting a
on
Billy
lockdown,
shift. I
but
think that's kind of
more
troll.
importantly, it gives you that early game
I know
roam
people are
that
in
we
love
like
with
to
Silver
see,
right now, but I think
out of
Silver.
Task, most likely. I would
Even
almost
more
assume it's gonna be
importantly,
I think
you
like
get to hear
Abram
the
Silver's
Lash
really
and
strong.
Viper
Billy Silver's
romance
probably
voice
fine,
lines, which
but
I know the fans
I think
are
Silver
really
needs a little more
have been
setup than people
clamoring
realize.
for,
Bebop,
obviously.
I think
I
pairing
can
with
see
Bebop's
Viper
pretty good.
enjoyer.
And he check the emotes. Check the emotes. we better see some of our DLNS custom emotes being used in the chat. I hope people are keeping up with the times here.
For sure, and also keep those donations coming in because that is all going to be
For the post-practice
I've seen
practice
this ad now
MVPs,
20 times. I hate
must
this
be
ad.
McCafe.
And right now, if Abrams is going to look as they did in that previous game, Jason, some reward should be going their way because it looked absolutely brutal. My question to you, Jason,
Right.
is can
Right
this
to Viper
lineup
has
from
entered the chat.
and stack up against what Abrams is bringing?
Didn't Emo get banned for a bit and they had to like bring it back?
Honestly, that's the problem. Because I have
Right,
2 answers.
sure.
I have like a PC answer and an honest answer. I think honest answer wise, I don't think you're gonna.
Yeah,
outpick
I think they had to
Abrahams.
make it
I
like
think
a
you could put them on
subscriber,
almost
you know,
any composition,
and then it was fine.
they still will have a very good chance to win. I think for Leviathan, it's about them playing like what they're comfortable with and what they know they can execute and do well instead of trying to go out.
I think
of
Leviathan
their-
has much stronger lanes this
what's
time.
the word I'm looking for here?
You're like Billy
Out of
Page.
their- help me out.
Like
coming
Bebop
up.
Mina.
Kid.
They're gonna be able to
out of their sandwich.
not get completely
And,
rolled early game
and,
this
like,
time.
flex onto different things they're not.
They'll
as
probably put
comfortable on.
Bebop
But
on
look at
loose
what
and
they
people
have.
can
They have
move
pick
and
out a
like make
debuff.
plays on the map.
There's no initiator out of Abraham's besides Lash out of Hoot. But Hoot really didn't have a
Who
problem
knows?
last time. But then again, they didn't really have counter spells to go against. So I don't know. I think they have a solid comp, I think, for sure. But they need to get to the point to allow the comp to be successful.
Who's gonna play Venator? T-Mov?
I actually think Leviathan arguably has a better draft this game.
Yes,
like,
Jake.
period.
Because
Because I think they've got Bebop against the Lash, which I think is quite nice. I also think
Let me
Bebop's
cover the
actually
team names.
really useful into. Like you cover the team names, and I'm like, I'm looking at Leviathan.
I
Now.
like
I think
it.
this
For
looks
sure.
better.
I like
just
it.
Wonder.
I
after
like
game
it.
One, it's like to your point, it's how much does it matter? How much does like
The
Abrahams-
meetup
it's not
route
like Abrahams
following
has a
this hard
bad
is kinda
draft.
wild
They
to
have
me.
like it's like a little bit
But-
funky with the Viper, and it looks like it's.
I
gonna
think
be like
frontliners are
Venator
just stupid.
hard carry,
So I
getting
can
a ton
kind of
of
understand
farm,
it, but
which I think might be Abraham's.
oh, when I was doing my analysis yesterday, I was like, they didn't release a new frontliners. I just totally forgot about Silver. I guess Silver's like kind of like a hybrid frontliner, but because you're not like a true frontliner until you transform. But I don't know why I totally forgot about Silver.
Watch bodies drop. But I think Leviathan, they have great tools, right? They have strong laners. They have great like team fight. They have like I would say all these heroes are like kind of premier picks. I guess the interesting thing about this draft is no Holiday, no Paradox. It's kind of just Bebop for that initial catch hero. So Abraham's, they're going to be kind of waiting on somebody like Abrams to build Phantom Strike, or I mean the Lash ulti is sort of a catch tool, but it's a too long cooldown to really see it the same way as somebody like a Bebop or a Paradox.
Well, the question is, will Abrams live up to their name with Abrams on side? Game number 2 here to get things finished here potentially for Europe, as Jason and Jake are going to bring you all the action.
I could really hear that to get things potentially finished. I think we know which way Clark is leaning in his prediction here on the channel of who's going to win this one. But I'm really hoping we see the Venator Abrams, and we're not going to see it. It makes me a little bit sad.
We all saw the last game, right? Like this is mentally a true test for the Leviathan players. You know, we're early in Deadlock, but this is something that's like universal to anyone who's played competitive games of any kind, especially esports. Is you get completely blown out in a game, it is hard mentally to
Okay,
come
so they
back
do
and
put the
play your
Bebop on
best.
blue with the
Oh, here we go,
Mirage. He's
opening
gonna be playing
carry
with Viper
right off
Shiv.
the rip
Billy
onto
Page
the
as
Silver.
expected
Oh,
into a
that is
Lash
not the start we
Venator.
needed in this
And then
game, but
Mina
hold on,
Silver
maybe Silver able to
into
play way out of this,
Abrams.
although missed parry from Mina.
Rem.
More heavy melees being swung down, and this is a together Abrams rocking our custom Night Shift skin.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be releasing that one at 1,200 subs. Remember, if you guys have
Bro,
Amazon
where's the
Prime,
sub counter?
use that Bezos money here.
Yeah, let's go
Show
Prime
us the sub
subs.
counter.
You are
Give us a
commanded.
Prime sub, man.
Show
I
it
also
to
heard if
us.
we hit like a streak of like 50 subs in like 5 minutes, Clarus will shave his head. Not
No.
only wax his eyebrows at 10K viewers, he will shave his head live on stream.
What do I got now?
That's crazy. I don't know where you heard that.
8.6, 8.7K?
That's wild.
And you
So-
unlock the Jason feet cam. I don't know why they're doing that.
Don't sub, don't sub.
Please, I would
I think I just
turn
scared away
off
all
the
those Prime
stream.
subs.
We're turning off the end of the show. It's over, guys. Look at Venator brawling a little bit here in the side lane.
So put
Sonya
Sonya on the
will take some
Venator.
trades.
Venator. I
This is
feel like it's
definitely a lane
Venator,
for
but that's just
Venator
me.
to have a lot of farm, right? You've got Lash here joining him, who is going to help in the lane, but is going to be happy to roam away and give Venator a lot of this solo farm. Get him online with that Iridomini a little bit quicker. That nade bites pretty hard, even on somebody like Billy, right? That lingering heal reduction on top of the damage over time is pretty good.
I think it also one of the few abilities I can use to.
I like he just
being able
headbutts for his quick melee. It's so fun.
To be able to like deny area as well. If you're gonna hide in that staircase, it's gonna cover the ground, gives you the extra damage that you need. Really prevent Billy from just kind of running around for free. Bobby gets I guess an indirect
it's a little
bait out
awkward.
on a parry. The captivated
little
rate's not
awkward.
gonna connect.
Moving from Hoot though, they trade back really well.
Bobby stays alive. Seems a little bit rocky though for Hoot in the laning phase.
Does he go healing right instead of
Be a little bit
monster
stronger. I
now?
actually think Billy's in a good position in this lane. Has the Page show
Yeah,
on
that's
next
pretty
cooldown,
good.
and if
Okay.
Page gets that
he's
Guardian
gonna
ward
do a
up,
little
Billy
box
could go
run
for a pretty big dive here.
After this push.
Deceptively tanky with those cooldowns.
Page can still
coming up.
go healing right here too. Oh, I should go full cam now.
In the mid
Zaddy.
lane, we have Rayek on the Bebop, and that's one I think we've seen him on just yet. Gonna quite connect that hook as a good movement again out of Task. And we've seen so many great Bebop players in EU. I think we're just absolutely jacked when it comes to Bebop players. You got Overseas, you got D-Mob, you got Hoot, you got Task.
True.
Maybe Rayek we can add to that Mount Rushmore Bebop players in EU.
He's got to prove himself, man. To be alongside Taz, we need to see more. Rayek has looked great on some of the other initiators, but I don't think we've seen too much Bebop out of him just yet. Still, Bebop in the mid with Mirage. I love this lane.
Beat
I think
out the
this
Shiv
gives
dash.
Bebop a great roam and a big hook.
That was really clean by,
Tornado, further allowing damage
Overseas.
to be poured on Shiv, and even with bloodletting,
He literally baited the dash.
Maybe
Into
a
the
second
Bebop,
kill
into the
to be
Bebop
found, and
hook.
this is exactly what Mirage wants to start
Do
off
they
a game.
dive, Taz?
Bebop picking up some bomb stacks,
They don't
getting
dive?
that kill,
Okay.
slowing down Demov Shiv, which let's be
That's
honest,
really
you
clean.
really need to be focused
completely
on
baited
Demov
the
Shiv. You
Shiv.
don't want to let that guy get out of control in this game. We've seen what can happen with his explosive games.
I'm looking towards Tass here. I want to see how he plays this homeless Viper.
Bobby's 1
Get-go.
HP. He's done for. Surely, yeah, who cleans that one up?
Rip Bobby.
Venator just waiting over the top, and this could turn for more.
Booby.
Works in a cheeky quick melee, standing in cover from the turret, just
Nice.
beaming down Page. Love the positioning there from Sonya.
Well, that's not good. That is not
Psycho,
good.
we've given out 5 gifted subs here to the channel. Thank you so much for the support, man. We appreciate all the prime subs that came through as well. I think people really either want to see my feet or they want to see Clark shave his head. I don't know which one it is, but whatever gets us more prime subs, I think we're happy with.
Dude, it's crazy how efficient Rem can be with getting the boxes. Is like he's literally taking every box in this part of the map. I mean, like
Yep.
there's a lot of souls to be had. And oh, Psycho Weave, the 5 gifted, huge. Big W, Sonya, mine's flammable again. And oh, this Venator already got some kills with the Iridavani. That's not the character that I mean, honestly,
Thanks.
this draft for Abrahams is a much more tempo early game draft. They don't have that barrage end game carry potential.
Yep.
But they do have a monster snowball threat, and if Sonya is very far ahead of the game, if Hoot is very
Yeah.
far ahead of the game,
When you're going
honestly,
Lash
these are two
Viper,
of the best
you're
characters
playing
in the game
tempo.
to do, like, a
You wanna be
very
up in
early
people's
tempo
face.
Snowball, low items, just showing up, ganking, snowballing kills.
He's just
You've got a
owning.
lot of fighting power with like the Viper we've
Break
seen
us
has
to
been
back.
kind of the bread and butter for that style of play.
I'm assuming he got sent on by the
Yeah,
Viper.
the finish on Lethal Venom is crazy, especially when you get Petrifying Bolt online too. It almost guarantees you a kill. The burst damage that you can do. To be going for Imp Spirit
Missed the
next.
jab with
And it kind of
reactive
gets Tass
barrier.
based off
Okay.
from what we just saw in the last game alone on that
I don't hate
Paradox,
it.
constantly roaming around. Though I don't know if the Viper will have the same level of effectiveness as his Paradox did with the
they're
movement.
funneling into
Oh,
empty
I think
dreams
the
here
movement
early.
swaps and the utility it gives to the team, but it makes them, I think, more powerful when it comes to damage.
Yeah, that snowball's off to a decent start. Mina, though, Empty Dreams also having a pretty solid game
Whoa,
for
what the
Leviathan.
fuck happened with that dragon? Hello?
Putting some pressure on the carries from Leviathan to show up maybe a little bit earlier than they would have
Hit the
otherwise liked,
fucking
especially to this side lane.
Little
Feels like
telephone
every time
booth,
these
but I
ults
don't
come
even
off
know how.
CD, like Paige is just gonna die. Like what the hell can Paige do against the Lash ult at this phase of the game? You better believe she's rushing knockdown into this one. By the way, Together has a life buff. Oh, cancel charge pulls him away, and ooh, Rem all alone. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get out of this one. Wait, but he gets the double sleep off, so he actually might. The Guardian one gives him a little bit of boost.
Clean
He might get
sleep.
hunted. Oh, they're not gonna chase. They just recognize he's too
Nice from
slippery on
Saint.
that Rem. Oh, wait, this is crazy, right? This is very deep. Oh, wait, Rem, whoa, what are you doing here, bro?
Hello?
Kind of gave that one away.
Hello?
Like Skeet shooting frisbees out of the sky there for Freemock, man. The chase, I didn't believe was gonna happen either, but hey, it nets him a kill.
That
Keeps
was
him within
random.
1,000 souls between the two, buys him a life strike as well. As
I
he
guess he's
returns
on the
back
wrong
to
side
that
of the
left-hand
map,
side. The Sun, in the meantime, has got another.
Do you not
kill
just go
as well.
warehouse
We're talking
subway?
about the Billy Page lane.
Hello?
It's not working out too well for him at the moment.
Bobby's kind of styling on him. Stun. Buys a little bit of time for Venom, but he's low stam. This one looks impossible, right? Surely he
Alright,
can't
Billy's
get out.
back. And they get the tower.
Get the Guardian though. He bought time for who to finish off the tower.
Honestly,
But will he die for the
If you get
trade?
this kill
He
on the
will.
Hoot, I think this is a good Guardian death. Like, you get some very important kills to shut down some of the heavier snowballing heroes. That Guardian was going to die no matter what. Another side wave, though. Pressure being applied.
Headshot
Together
booster
with that life buff, happy
for
to
Mr.
take
Saint. He's a
virtually
believer.
any
I think I'm
trade
gonna start
offer to
building him again,
He
too.
is a tanky
Your gun
boy.
is really good
Abrams
early, bro.
Finishes off the Guardian. Silver looking to get a trade off, though.
She has so much projectile speed.
Wants to get that ult proc to maybe turn this into a chase. That lethal venom sends Bebop running for the hills, and he just
Ooh.
cannot get away. Teamop hunts him down, picks up another kill on this shift.
Together gets
I don't think
out.
he's gonna hit quite the 22 streak we had last time, Jake. Unfortunately for him. Oh man, we keep getting subs left and right here. Another 5 gifted out
Shout
of
out.
Yeah,
The
you
players
can
got
say that one.
enough
Go ahead.
money, all right? I'm gonna say it, Jason. The players got enough. The subs, they're coming in hot, keeping the broadcast alive.
I think the name's Marvelous.
It is.
Marvelous.
Good job, Jason.
Of course.
Good breakdown. Even I
I'm
noticed
going
that
with-
after
No, it has to be.
an embarrassingly long time.
That's the true
So
test
far-
of being an esports caster is your
Oh my
ability
God,
to
yeah.
pronounce names. that you've
Surge of
never
power,
read before.
Quicksilver. Okay.
I love when people get mad
Efficient
when you see
spike?
player names that are pronounced completely, like, wildly different than what
I
they
can see it
look
being
like.
good on Rush.
Yes, how are we supposed to know that? And how is an
How do we
supposed
know?
to know that it's not Hoot, it's actually Oot.
Oot.
I don't know.
Oot.
I guess you don't run into those too often in NA, Jake.
Yeah, that's it. That's the.
Was he
E
against
special is
Swedish?
the
I think he's Swedish.
pronounceable names. Here comes. Oh,
What's with Swedish players being crazy good at
Oh, the
esports?
last one misses. Oh, that was way too.
I guess
close
it's
for
just
Bobby.
cold.
Sonya really wanted to find that kill. I believe that's a maxed ulti Iridomini. Taz
moving
finds
from
flammable. A double
break.
sleep. Rather, single sleep onto.
Gets
so
out.
just Bebop. Oop, slams down onto the silver, but there's not any damage follow up there. And Bebop could be lasering over the top and giving some trouble to Abrahams.
Oh,
Yeah, Saint zoned away by that one. Some kills hunted down. And this is a much closer game, right? Like, this is the game that Leviathan we're hoping for. A much more competitive one. Sold lead, marginal, I'd say, at 3,000.
reactor barrier. Nice little spike there,
Also,
too.
I think Leviathan have a very
From Mook.
significantly better late game. And I actually think this is a game where Abrahams are under pressure to close things out. Not necessarily soon, but
Jump back in from Leviathan.
Mark, surely, when Mirage
Pinch it back down
becomes
to
that,
2K.
you know, defensive turret. I don't know that there's really any
I don't
answers to them in
know
the
what the
Abrahams
Abrams
draft.
can really do here. I'm surprised he's even like here.
Oh, charge comes through again.
Oh, good cancel
for
charge.
the extra movement.
Dude,
And they're gonna lose his
together is
Guardian.
sick on this character, man. He is
He
clean
is.
with it.
He's very clean.
So hard to catch in this Abrams, even when he looks like he's a kill. I mean, that's part of the challenge with Abrams, right? There's so much playmaking potential with the charge. I think he's one of the most deceptively complicated or like advanced characters in the game.
True.
But
Well,
hold on, as
he's
I say that,
defensive.
he's looking scared. He's in a tough spot. Needs to get a parry off here, maybe. Oh,
Oh,
hold
good
on.
Guardian already
Guardian
lives.
from Rem could be enough to pull him out of trouble.
I
Now
don't
it's
know if
Silver
Rem
finds himself in a
really
tough
wants to,
spot.
like,
1v1ing
hover
Rem, but
here.
with the life strike, it's not really a duel that Rem wants to take.
Another $15 coming in from our Don't Jam. Thank you so much again. All the money goes straight into the prize pool here for donations up to almost 14.
Oh, I get it. It's AR don't jam. I see.
AR.
I see.
That gets left.
Yeah. What's the AR stand for though?
Assault rifle.
Oh, I thought it was probably just initials, but
That's why.
Yes,
That's
that could
why
work.
I'm a pro, and you're just a beginner. Jason. I'll teach
Literally,
you the
bro.
ways.
Jake, literally, bro.
that's why you're an American and I'm more of a European now, I guess.
Oh, all right,
Ooh.
all right.
Betrayal from
Nothing comes
Jason.
up. And it's first of the game. It is in the hands of the Leviathan.
Bro's about to get his
and they
passport
did not-
revoked.
I think maybe one earn, but I'm pretty confident to say they got
Can't
no
be talking
earns
like
last
that in this
game for
current day and
domination
age,
Abrams
bro.
I
had.
mean, if they
Can't be
got
making
an earn,
jokes like that.
It was a giveaway. You know,
Yeah.
this game much more competitive. And I'm kind of curious to check on Overseas game here because
It's so crazy to me that Silver's a 2-stamp character. It's kinda
I
wild.
guess he's a ways away from being online.
I guess it's a good way to balance her, but
But
fuck.
if this earn fight doesn't go your way, as I say that though, kill already onto Empty Dreams without the Mina.
So is there
Wait,
no timer on the
Mirage here,
Ira?
Mirage getting active.
On
He
the
makes space.
detonator
That allows the
ult?
dunk to come in. Overseas might have sacrificed his life for this, but here comes the Page ult trying to keep him
Detonator
alive.
should
Mirage,
die here.
Huge damage there in this fight and seems to be being
Sleep
kept
comes
up here by the
in.
support from
Gets the
Leviathan.
Billy.
Despite losing the Mina early, this is
Is Rem
turning
just gonna
into
die
a
now,
winnable
though?
fight for them.
Good hook out of Ray. Here catching on Dima. Throws the bomb back into his teammates here to explode onto multiple players. It seems like we might just see a full disengage.
Just a 1-for-1.
Turning tail and running because look at this. Hook going to be coming in from the side looking for a catch as well. Looks like Overseas just wants to go back to farming here and here Hoot onto Ray. Good movement out of Ray to be fair. They're not able to get the
Hoot
chase down
schmovin'.
onto him just yet.
Now they're turning onto the Billy with that pin from Together, but Billy is not a feasible kill, I think, at this phase. And so actually both teams are going
Just
to
a 1-for-1.
walk away from that one. And
That win for
it's a big win
Leviathan.
for
They got the
Leviathan.
earn.
I like that TP in from Overseas. Talk about Mirage's late game.
Yay, they're
but
not
he's
getting
willing to
pitched
show up
on.
early, and it makes
Yay.
the world of difference to get that earn
Yay.
dunk
Dude,
in
I'm
and
about to get
virtually
so many
equalize
points.
now on the Souls.
I probably just curse them, but
I didn't expect to see
They're hanging
Dima
around.
solo on Souls in this
Crash.
game at 8K. He's almost the lowest
Yeah.
on his team.
He's poor on Shiv. I do think like I think there's always a comeback potential for Shiv because you know in a game where you're
Not a
very
word
far
from
behind,
Deebop.
sure maybe you grab the
Gonna
spirit
pause on
spike,
their
you
head
basically
top.
just go all
Not even-
greens,
no
and then you're just
explanation needed.
execute bot and
asserting
think that's
dominance.
kinda good enough. Although in this game maybe it won't be right because now that you're starting to ask the question, okay, who's dealing this damage? You've got two forms of execute on the comp, but that's not really worth much of anything if you're not actually getting people low in the first place, not actually able to set up those kills. And I feel like
He
the game,
literally just didn't
as
say
although
anything.
The
He
sole
just said-
advantage is towards
he just
Abraham's
paused
here.
on-
I think this is very
on-
much Leviathan's
Okay.
game in terms of which team I'd rather be at this moment. Pure state of the game, it's Leviathan. Hook deep onto Shiv. Oh, D-Mob in big trouble. Locked down
God.
to hell. and
Jesus
back.
Christ.
Absolute war crimes committed onto Shiv, but let's be honest, Shiv deserves it.
Not wrong.
That sounds
Not wrong.
Gets hooked into a tornado, into a captivating read.
Jesus
So this spell
Christ.
might have some potential for him, at least when it comes to captivating read. The Walker's being pushed on the left-hand side, and
Okay,
the
Guardian
Vikings trying to take the
trade.
lead they have,
But the-
or at least it feels like they have, and turn it into
Not trade,
more.
sorry.
Abraham's gotta be
Dies,
careful.
so they end
Needs
up
to
getting
back
Guardian.
off. There was some pressure being applied out of Abraham's on the opposing side of the map. But it's just gonna be Hoot and Taz together, and I mean Lash and Viper. It's a better love
Wood
story than Twilight.
shots.
I see Mina.
It is powerful, right? It gives you a lot of that
Surprised
tempo
Wade
in the
shot's
early
still
game.
that good with
Speculative here,
how
dominating
much
here, Rip
movement speed got
by
taken away
Overseas
from
looking for some kills. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map,
Mr.
Hoot
Wolf.
tanking every debuff in the world, but has the ult to
Mrs.
potentially
Wolf, I
turn
guess.
this one. And so I think wisely Leviathan are a little bit respectful. Like a Lash ulti is exactly the way you could set up a big team fight here. Pin forward, take Silver out of the fight for now. But hey, Freemark's tanky, man. He is not scared of a little Abrams pin and punch combo. They got to back away from the rake, laser over the top. Sicky ults down though. Maybe there's a re-engage for here for Hoop.
Pew pew
Got no way to
pew.
get into the air though to look for a death slam. With that Guardian being alive, I think that's gonna be their focus here. And we'll take it and look to back away. I mean, if we talk about the economy, right, it's kind of even between the two teams, but I feel like where the money is a little bit different. I mean, Together's at
Mid
13K.
boxes for Hootie Boy.
Sonny's at 14K. On the other side, we got Empty Dreams at 13, Overseas at 12. So you have
Another underrated thing
more
about Rem
damage
is you
dealers
could get
on the
in and out of
Viking
here very
side with a
safely.
higher economy,
The
but
mid
you also
boxes.
have a bigger front line, I feel like, out of Abraham's here with Together.
Oh, big knockdown.
Uh-oh.
Hoop just tanking every debuff once again. He's just not able to play the game on Lash. Slowing Hex from the bebop as well. Perfect movement though, and maybe it's gonna be enough to get him away.
Nice
He's
try
not.
from
The
Hoot.
Overseas
Holy.
chases that
He probably
one
should have
down.
got out.
A 3 streak now for Leviathan's Mirage.
If the world was
Together,
fair.
desperately looking for some counter kills, but chasing a Billy, and he's coming towards his team. The rallying charge turns that one around. Together sticks around.
Sleep
though.
comes
Still
in.
looking to find
Ooh.
this kill. Same with the sleep setup. Big knockdown from over the top, and now Mirage needs to get out of dodge and fast. Together looking for that hunt down. You need
He's gonna
to
have
find the Mirage
slam.
kill right now, and this could be D-Mob's revenge. Sliding forward, perfect movement
You
for
can
now.
stall him just a sec.
Doesn't have that execute though, and
Nah,
maybe
Paige is
that
dead.
Page heal is enough to get Overseas out of trouble. Seems like Paige is gonna die for it, but that is worth it every single time. Getting the
Rip
Overseas
Bozo.
carry out of trouble and back into the farm.
I don't think it's over just yet though.
They're
They
gonna
can
flank
transition to the
Mina.
left-hand side of the map.
Mirage
There's gonna be three
TP'd
players from
in?
Leviathan.
Ooh,
We see
wow.
Overseas teleport on in.
They're
travels
setting
into
it for
the
this,
goal. Actually
but
pushed this
they're
walker
just
down.
gonna
It
get
might be-
giga
Gets tagged.
flanked.
They're dead. They're getting surrounded.
Do they even
need
get
to
the
this walker down
walker?
desperately. Who
Okay, they
guys
get the
two
walker,
double
but they're gonna
full
get giga
on.
flanked
Huge
here.
tank from behind, 3 players coming into this,
Mina
but
can probably live, but
and
Mirage
Summer
is
relatively
cooked.
strong
No,
here.
Mina's
I don't
already
think this is
low.
necessarily a free cleanup fight. No execute available for Shiv, although
Just
hold
use the
on.
TP from behind the
Together's here.
walker.
Probably
No,
one of the
no, it's just
strongest
the TP
players
from behind the
on
walker,
Abraham's
bro.
right now.
Surely.
The trades keep coming. In the end, that turns into a really solid trade.
Like Mina
All
went
you get
Subway?
from Mirage is probably the biggest kill on the map, but on its
Nice.
own,
Mina went
it's
Subway,
not really
gets
enough
out.
to make up for a walker and 2 kills that Leviathan find for themselves.
Doesn't mean, by the way.
I've not seen the kill streak portrait of Abrams with the skin.
I like it. I saw the critical one earlier.
I like
It
this. This
looked
is looking
pretty
good.
cool.
I'm digging like the sunglasses. I think those are sunglasses.
He's giving me
right?
like a Ringo vibe, you know? He's like,
True.
Go on.
Yeah, go on, Jake. Go ahead.
I mean, that's all I
Explain
have,
Ringos
that's all
for
I
us.
have. I was
Go
born in
ahead.
1996.
Go ahead.
Wait, you were born in 86?
96.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, damn, you're older than me.
What is happening?
Okay, well, with the urn though in hand. So Leviathan, they got the turn last time with some great movement out of Fremont and position created overseas. I think it might be a little bit more feasible.
assuming
this
it's just
time.
hard
I
starting
can
map.
see Sonya gonna be on the right hand side farming up jungle, and Hoot pushing
gonna
middle,
wait,
looking for
though.
some guardian pressure or walker pressure.
Yeah, they're gonna have walker problems on the other side of the map. Billy's just gonna wait this one out. Mirage and Mina are gonna start the pressure on the opposite side, and is Sonya gonna be able to hold this one alone? Wisely,
Please don't throw your lead like this, please.
Deep on the walker, and if it walks back, this actually could be a free earn. You really need to keep control of this area. Hoot finds flammable, so a little bit of undisciplined play here from Leviathan.
And then Viper
Able to
just
do that
zones
without
them.
the lash hold is
Oh, they're gonna
massive.
steal the
That
urn.
Looks like a free earn donation to me.
Oh,
They're gonna fight for it.
Chang
They're
Yang
gonna
comes in
take
though.
this one, not giving up anything just yet.
He didn't
Leviathan.
save it for.
Are they going to fight for this?
He didn't save
Mirage
a second
is coming
slam for the
towards this
Chang
fight,
Yang, though. That was
delivering
gonna be
that level
huge
of
Chang
damage
Yang.
dealing, but Abraham's still looking healthy, starting the gank. Big lash off, but it doesn't pull
Oh,
around the
doesn't get the
corner.
yank though.
Still trying to confirm on this one. The tornadoes coming through to catch on together, and a lot of focus being thrown in on
Wolf
towards the
Lady.
game, but he's still
Win the
extremely
fight, Wolf
tanky at
Lady.
15K souls.
Come
So
on.
breaking out across the map.
Come
He thinks they'll
on.
help support this one, and Fremont might have just overcommitted, but at 14K
W
for
Page
himself,
with the barriers.
He doesn't really seem to care here, Jake. He's continuing to push on in. Overseas
Wolf Lady
OP.
OP.
Leviathan, they have won the fight, albeit with 1 kill, but their urn was dropped in the midst of this, and we'll retreat back towards
Is
the
Taz
farm.
gonna die?
There's
Oh.
no way they do mid boss, right? They're crazy for this one. They're thinking, hey, one
Nah,
kill, a
like
couple
this.
players
No
low,
lash ult?
resetting, we're gonna go
Fuck
for
it,
But
flip
this
it.
looks like such a risky gamble to me, Jason. With the potential.
Oh, they
series
baited.
on
They
the
were
line
baiting.
in this game, but
They
maybe
just
it's a bait.
baited.
They've done enough
Nice.
to pull Taz in. Taz felt like he had to put some pressure down to slow this one.
Is
And he
everyone
has accomplished that.
gonna be able
Demon's
to
gonna
ult
be
here?
coming back into this with execute, but the Rejuve's gonna be dropping
Nah,
sooner
he's gonna go
rather
for
than
Walker
later.
instead. I
Flammable
kinda
has
respect
the
it from the
rallying
Abrams.
charge. Could bring a lot of power to this fight, but you
But this is
also
a
have
nerfed Abrams. Does
Is
not
there
have the
gonna
gun
be contest
damage.
Abrams, they got players on the side lanes. I don't think they're coming into this one. It's going to be a clean triple
go,
Reju take for Leviathan. Beautiful read of
Let's
the map, and now
go.
Mirage TPs to defend the wave in the mid. And this is a flawlessly executed
Well
mid
played.
take, keeping the macro state under control. Leviathan looking to win this game in
So they do end up getting the right walker, taking a bit of chunk
damage.
damage on the left, but it instant gets healed, right? Because the right one gets taken. So this is
And
not a
maybe-
Gun Abrams anymore, right?
Sonic can escape from this one too, as Saint might not be so lucky.
Good job.
to be
Keep us
chased down
on
by
it.
Amina.
Mr. Rem?
A kill onto Sanya would be huge.
Saint's still
Skylar
opting
Nami
to
popped
know
on Sanya,
that.
but I think he's just getting ganked. He's putting out big
Wonder if you
damage.
wanna
on
go
him.
with this
Wait,
game.
wait. He's like, get this thing off of
Yeah,
me,
Shiv
man.
Abrams is probably worth.
Oh my god! You gotta respect the max ult, but Sanya does go down, getting swarmed by any players, showing the potential though of the Venator, even in that.
You got a
challenge
rejuve out of
scenario.
it? He's already dead anyways.
Well, big thank you to M01012026 with another 50-pound donation this time into the prize pool, and before that was Granicle with a $10 donation. We're up to 1,400 bucks.
Dude, you has
so
been
far,
bringing
split
the
between
prize
two
pool money.
regions.
Much respect.
Not a bad payday here for
Much
these players.
respect.
And Leviathan, I mean, maybe their first taste.
They
at
want a piece of that,
actually
man.
winning money.
Everyone is
in
officially
this
making
event. I think
$100.
this would be the first
W.
money they would have won if they can pull the
I mean,
series
Over
back.
$100.
After game one, you would have just said like, you know, you would have bet the house, right? You really would have.
The
on
house.
Abraham's just crushing this, annihilating. Already, I think Leviathan showing in game two. They're here to play. They're not a pushover team. Maybe game one, an aberration. Abraham's getting a little cheeky with the Viper pick. You know, maybe feeling like it's
Billy?
our game to lose, and maybe it is your game to lose. A dunk comes in here for Bebop. The lead starting to grow for Leviathan. Still very much in control for Abraham's. Like they can
Like, is this
absolutely
guy
make a big
sub?
comeback.
I wanna
especially
figure out
around
what's
something
going on
like
with
Hoop
this.
Slash.
I've not been
But
very
it's not
impressed by
easy, and Leviathan are building
ZXC
towards some
so
very
far.
dangerous late game.
I'm gonna look into
Check
this
out the
after.
Mirage build. I mean, when he starts getting these big Items debuff on items top on of top of Ricochet,
Shush.
that's when this hero looks
No,
like
no,
one of the
no,
best
shush.
late game carries.
Shush, shush, shush. Shush, my
Question
son.
is how far away is he from that, and how much
That
damage
was
does
the
Sonya
one.
do with like a 4K lead up against him? I think
And 19K, he probably has like just Ricochet right now. I would just Ricochet.
I apologize.
Because you got to get your like default build items on so you can actually like play the game normally. And then you build towards Ricochet and all debuffs, but
counterspell in for free muck
Let's
here.
see what's going on with this.
I mean, we saw this before up against Loki W. Go for the
It's really
early
good this game.
counterspells.
you
Prevention.
counterspell the Lash ulti, you can counterspell the Abrams ulti, you can counterspell the Sleep from Ram, the Lash ult. It's like actually almost every character has something that's pretty reasonable to counterspell. I think we're going to see a ton of counterspells built in this one,
Ton of
especially for Leviathan.
counterspells.
Maybe not so much on the other side. It's not quite as obvious, but I think this is definitely a god counterspell game for the Leviathan roster.
So Leviathan with the reju that they got, they're gonna pick up 2 earned turn-ins to really lengthen this lead. But I'm kind of surprised considering they're only about 10k in the lead now, after getting rejuve, after getting 2 earns in a row. Well, I think they got every earn this game so far, so I think they're on earn 3.
I mean,
Earn
even with the
3.
40
That big of a
draft,
lead.
you can tell how good Abraham's are.
They
They're
did
not
this
giving up
last
anything for free.
demo.
This is like nothing.
Oh, they're doing
no
new
kind
hero
of a
demos,
blowout
nice.
game, right? This is a small advantage
Smart.
that Leviathan have carefully built. But it's also something of a house of cards, right? In Deadlock, that can all come crashing down. One big team fight
Here we go.
would flip
I'm
this
listening
league
to those
completely
after
on its
I
head. So
found the
Leviathan,
intros.
they have to be perfect here. They cannot make mistakes. Demob, though, could be one of those mistakes, getting potentially caught here in the sideline. This is pretty close, though, to the Abraham's base. Diving inside against the Shiv could be risky, but Demob maybe getting bursted down and inside the room. No chance to fight back. Billy being pressured on the
No
other side of the map.
chance.
There's a lot of counter pressure now going out onto the
They lose
Viper.
another rejuve.
Rejuve comes out.
But they get Demo for it.
Still one
Taz
rejuve
is
left
really
for
low.
Leviathan. Whoa, that Aerodomini hits hard. You need to hit every
Here we go.
single
Come on.
shot right
Show me
here,
what you
though.
got. ZXC, show me what you got. Show me what you got.
With the life strike keeps him up.
Okay,
So with all these
here we
shots
go.
hit, It's still not enough. Mirage TP's into this. Could be bailing out. The Billy, maybe it's not going
Billy
to be
died.
enough.
And he got
hold on,
Mirage
looking
killed.
back,
Yeah,
Mirage goes
I
down,
don't
and
know what's going on with
the
this guy.
gank goes wrong. Abraham's turns things around even as the rejuves
He's not
expire.
he's not having the great
Finds a
day.
couple of crucial kills on some
This
of
guy
your-
maybe he
your
played good in the
core
first
frontliners. They're looking
game
for
that I
more.
missed.
As you were just saying, right? You can't count Abraham's out.
Whoa, Swift Striker
whatsoever.
and Burst Fire
Task
for the
is
Viper, by the way.
extremely deep.
He's like, wait, this Mina's 29k? My bad.
Taz with the
Just
overcook.
sending off
Flammable
inside
dies
the
here, though.
turn-in room. And a good charge together takes down Flammable, and this turnaround is happening. 3 kills already coming through so far for
Guys,
Abraham.
we're falling apart. We're falling
coming in from the
apart.
backhand side. He's looking for the ground strike, but doesn't have the cooldown up just yet.
They lost the lead with
He's down for over 60 seconds here, Jake. The downside to being so far ahead in the game.
Yeah, long respawn time, and I mean, Abraham's, you give them an inch, they're taking a mile right now.
You guys
Hitting
are
from
too
all
fucking
sides,
good, man.
cleaning up
They're
a
actually
lot
just
of
too
farm on the
fucking
map.
good.
Any lead you had on Leviathan is more or less evaporated from that team fight.
All right, even game state.
Now, I mean, I think you do have the comp advantage in the late game, but you know, it's just echoes of game 1 right now.
So
replaying
together
in your
goes
head,
melee charge,
right,
but
of,
not
like,
spirit
what can
snatch.
happen when
Interesting.
Abrahams get control of the game, and just means like you're not going to see that same level of confidence out of Leviathan that we saw from Abrahams in game 1. Like they're going to play a much more conservative style, and that could expose you to
Shiv's on the
Abrahams
break.
really punishing some of those split players, as we just saw in that last sequence.
This Billy is
He's had some really good sleep so far. in
not
this
having the
game.
impact you wanted.
As you're talking about
For being
counterspell
so for real,
before,
for real.
I wonder if anyone else in Leviathan has invested into something like that. And Tass also, I mean, I'm assuming he has by now maxed out Petrifying Bullets. That's something you have to do when it comes to a Viper. The control it gives you, you basically cannot mid-boss against a Viper if she's still alive and has ultimate.
Yeah, it's one of
And
like those longest disables from AoE stun in the game. That's actually reasonable to hit in a spot like that. Oh, Billy,
You're talking-
he's farming this wave, could be in trouble. There's a gang squad coming up against him, but Bebop is behind him. And he dodges the first ground sign from Lash. I think that is going to be a back off here from Abrahams. They look in, they attempt something, but it doesn't go good. You don't want to fight past that wave. Ooh, Domini. Is it going to hit? They have that damage coming in. The lockdown from the Viper, but it's not quite enough to finish that kill
does
on the
do a
Empty
lot of
Dreams. And now
damage.
Venator finds himself in very, very deep against the Lycan.
Does he get out?
Silver immobilized for now, though, and maybe that's just enough space for Sonya to back out.
Damn, he lived.
Domini long CD ultimate. Leviathan have a bit of a tempo advantage if they want to try and play out of the map right now.
Oh, Lash.
Oh, this is a perfect time for a
Oh,
knockdown, considering
well
you don't have Viking
played,
turns up and
flammable.
available, but the knockdown catches him
Oh,
out.
and then he
He's
gets
gonna fall
the
without really doing much of this
snared
one.
by
The chain gang not gonna pull
Silver.
back in. He breaks the chain. He stays alive.
Who's dead?
Beautiful connection there.
Isn't he?
Who
Yeah.
gets around the corner, but it's not enough to get away. Raik with the laser finds that cleanup. Artillery fire from long range. Saint has to just run for the hills now on this ramp.
Saint tried to use the curse to save him, didn't work. So now they're down curse.
Catching on to some of these straggler players from Abraham's, man. They're refusing to back down from this fight.
Refuse.
Sharing pressure admirably as a team, and it's a thought about going towards the mid boss here for Leviathan, but surely this is crazy, right? Surely they're gonna bait the team fight out. It look like Raj coming back out, a catch being found, already the kill onto Raik. He was alone. Here comes the Bola, sets up a huge pin down onto this Mirage, gonna get stunned forever.
Oh, really good counterspell though. Oh, he
Keeps
gets
him
slapped
alive,
up.
but doesn't have another counterspell for the snooze, and here comes the follow-up team fight. Abraham's looking, hunting for kills, 4-on-4 now. Leviathan not out of this fight just yet. Taz on
They
just
tried
a
to
sliver
save
of
him
HP, has
and
to
died
pull
for
back.
it. Tried to rescue him now.
Team finding that kill. It's effectively a 3-on-3.
Bro, how did
with
this
the
just
engager. Really
like they
needs
just
this cleanup, and he
overstayed? I
needs it now.
guess.
And even if they lose this fight, I think they've been able to kill off enough if they can stop the rot here to delay or prevent
Really
any
huge.
I
damage from
don't
being
know.
done.
Does
Deadlock
Abrams
comes
dies?
in, Slice and dice
Abrams
does some
gets out.
damage, but he's still gonna eventually
Dude, together
pay
is
the
too
price.
fucking clean on this hero.
They still have Tass up. They still have together.
3v3?
and
I don't know if you
together
go for this,
to go
bro.
back to
I
heal
don't know if
for
you
the-
go for this.
Didn't they go for the contest here?
They're gonna go for
But they
this.
really want to
Wow.
contest. It's a 3-on-3, and I honestly, I don't
They're
know
just,
why
like,
they're favoring this.
praying the Mina can outplay
32K,
everyone.
but you
Or
never
they're
know
just
what Abrams
baiting.
can do
You're
here.
gonna get
Oh my God,
slammed.
the ground strike catches out onto my
Ah,
empty
he was
dreams.
dead.
You
Soon
gotta
died
get
a
out of this
Viper.
one. Viper behind.
Oh,
though,
he gets
could
through
be
the
going
veil.
down.
Perfect
Very
timing.
Squishy hero with a lot of damage. Lash trying to do what he
He
can
actually
to
kills
bring
Taz.
some of that counter
So they
pressure
baited
in.
him in there. That was pretty good.
Hoot just has to run. I mean, he's out of gas. He's got nothing left in the tank. Still gonna look to contest this one. No, I mean, one big ground strike.
Ground
could be
strike
enough.
comes
Here comes the
in.
pin.
Oh,
Together's healthy.
Together is
He's
just
doing it alone.
owning
He's
this
standing
entire
tall
game,
on
bro.
the Abrams, but disabled now by the Mirage.
And
taking
the
off a lot of his
fucking
damage. Counterspell
counterspell.
used. He's just
Dude,
running
this guy
away.
is so
Finds
clean
just
on
slip out of this
Abrams.
one, but Raik
I think he
gets
still had enough
his
time,
revenge
though.
back off the spawn on the Bebop. And
Ah,
Abrams
no, Hoot got
finally,
chunked.
the
Never mind.
knockdown drag-out seems
I thought
to
he was
come
gonna be
a
able to come in
close.
with the ult.
Hoot barely has any
I think
HP
counterspells
left.
are online too, though. So
Surely this one is too hard to contest, as the Reju claim for Leviathan would cement their position in this game.
Yeah, no one's going for the contest anymore. You can see who was back at base. So Leviathan,
Guys?
once again, they take themselves their
Guys?
second rejuve of the game.
Please
and earns to be
tell me
taken
they
on
win.
top of
They
this.
got two
Looking
triple
length in that lead, but
rejuves.
That lead really hasn't grown though, even with these
Please
two rejuves.
tell
And
me they
every
win
single
this
urn
game,
so far in
bro.
this game, Abrahams have been
Please,
consistently
please.
keeping things close. You can look back to that last fight as well, being down a player, they were still able to turn things around and this equalized things a bit. But MTG at 34K, Jake, is going
Thank
to
you.
become a, I mean, it's already a problem, but 34K is becoming even that much more of a problem. That Stunner Sniper almost has to hit like a pin to get a confirmed kill onto him.
And the problem with
Crippling for the
carry
Bebop,
Venator here
slowing
is that
bullets too.
you just can't
I
do it
like that.
alone, right?
I like
Like
that
it's the
from-
nature of your ult. It's very powerful,
Rake.
but you're not like crushing the team fight with it the way Mirage with Ricochet can deal with an infinite number of opponents, right? As long as he's still shooting, he is going to be winning that team fight. And we also saw Billy and Silver offering sort of that similar staying power deep into the team fight. Together did a lot, but
Look at his
even
movement.
he
Nice.
can't stand tall against Billy and Silver together. And D-Mob
Making
honestly
use of
just
spear
doesn't
stem.
really seem to
I'd
have
love
the
to see it.
souls to be able to play in the typical dominant
Together.
style that we expect out of him in this game.
Together.
A little bit of a pause coming through. Okay, well, that was a very quick pause. I was gonna say, let's take a look
Sick.
at the items, but it seems like both teams are ready to go. And we're back into the game here.
I like this double armor from Taz. He's recognizing he just needs this to be able to play the game and to be able to kind of mix it up and keep these
Oh,
spellcasting
and then D-Mob
going.
DC'd.
Oh, looks like a disconnect from D-Mob, so we'll have to pause for that one for sure.
Okay, let's look at items.
And Tass.
We already saw the beam up here. The page,
I mean,
very
Tass is really
standard.
good.
Rescue
He's
beam,
got
knockdown,
ability
with
beyond
spirit
the
shielding.
threat-
It's pretty much the
items
only
with
change in
the
extra
tier
health.
3 slither in the extra
Berserker
shield whenever you
comes
roll.
in for
Counter spells
the
so far, by the way,
the
for
silver.
Leviathan. So
I like it.
lot of these
with the
powerful
bullet
ultis
resilience and
may
Hunter's
not be as
aura,
reliable
weighted
as
shots
they
as
seem.
well. Weakening headshot.
Yeah, I don't know. Where does Hoot find
Standard,
value then?
pretty standard.
I
I wouldn't say
I think
actually
this is
that's
a hard
standard. A
last
lot more
game.
people are moving
There's
towards the
almost value in
intensifying
him
mags for
using the
hybrid
ultimate to
damage
bait the
carries.
counterspells, so Tass can
Get the
hit
flat
a
plus
massive
7
petrifying bola.
I do think
spear
Hoot
power. That is that one, right?
either needs a
I'm not
dispel
tripping.
magic or a counter spell. He needs something for the
What do I get the
knockdown
max
because he's
ammo with
getting
it? Oh, interesting. What
focused
am I
every
thinking
single
of?
fight by the knockdown from Page, and it's
thinking of
meaning that,
opening
like, it's
rounds. That's
prevented a
what I'm
lot of these
thinking of.
ults. Like,
That's
he
plus
goes for the ulti, but if Flammable has the knockdown cast,
So he goes
on,
surge
it's,
power,
like, canceling his
counterspell,
ulti, he's not
really,
getting
and
any
then the
value out
opening
of it.
rounds,
He's
biggest
finding himself
difference.
in an awkward spot and getting chain locked.
Billy
And I think
standard
Flammable
build
is
with the
having
counterspell.
kind of huge impact in these
Me to go
team
get
fights.
spiritual overflow this
And
game.
I don't think we've even
There's
seen
a lot
the
of targets
true
to hit,
power
right?
peak for Mirage
Big
in
boys, so you can
particular,
actually
right? He's
proc
got
it quite a
the
bit.
Ricochet online now,
Even
and
the hero like
Toxic, who's
Venator doesn't have a lot of
so strong
mobility, right?
debuff,
So you can glue
obviously,
him
as well as
quite a
the
bit with
native
that.
debuffs in his kit.
Flash has to go in and get
It's
shots
the,
on the
it's
Flash.
the inhibitor and the silencer where, look, you already have big damage problems in Abraham's comp. When you
And
get
then
inhibited, it's
escalating
looking
mag
very
on the
grim,
Vented.
unless you're just
Venator
somehow
this time, a little bit
first catching
interesting.
Mirage
Another
bursting him,
monster
but
or
with Page behind,
cultist
with
too.
this level of play, I don't think that's happening. And speaking of getting caught first, worst case scenario there, Saint going down
Pause
without
lock
really
kills
any
the
kind of a
ram.
fight back into that one.
He's
Whoa.
just looking to escape. There's a knockdown once again.
Nope, he gets out. Who took
Getting
lead?
under the ground is a big deal though when that knockdown's on you, reduces the
Yep.
stun duration, so
Yep.
he's able to play his way out after that one. But hey, 1 kill, 3 rejuves, you're gonna go for more here. They don't want to yield the mid lane position, knowing that their walker's relatively low, but when you're able to come behind the walker like this, you know the game's in a powerful state here. Counterspell used by Abrams, Lash ulti over the top, trying to trade things back. Finds a nice one, but the walker is already stopped. So just
Good
getting
Page
the
ult, though, to
Lash
counter
follow-up. The
after.
Wildling charge for Flammable keeps people healthy, and Hoot, not much to show for from that one. Has to just back out with his tail between
Now
his
they
legs.
don't have the
No,
Lash
no,
ult, so they
design
can
is sniper.
siege
That's a
way
huge
easier now.
element of your
Venator
damage on
gets
this defense
caught.
for Abrahams. And it's an
Silver's looking good
ill-fated
this game.
walking defense to
Looking good this
potentially
game.
open the game for Leviathan, looking to force a game 3 after what was a brutal beatdown by Abrahams.
What
It's
is
their
wrong with
turn
these
now
tier
to
3s? They're
give-
like black and white.
Wait,
When you see the
Viper?
confidence of
No, he's not crazy. He's not crazy. He's not going for the silver.
I think you're seeing the confidence on Abrahams to force a fight there, knowing they're up against 3 rejuves under their own walker. I mean, I guess it's not a horrible place to fight in, but they didn't have everyone there either. And they were still trying to go for the contested, letting that one go for free. And eventually, the Leviathan will get another one for free, getting all 3 flex slots. Where in the last game, man, they had none.
None.
But obviously, with the domination that happened, not too surprising. But they're knocking on the front door here of this base, Jake, and they're looking to take down these shrines. Well, maybe not so
Should
yet.
be able to crack it. Still
you
got a
know
quarter
that
left
any
on the
sort of fight that
rejuve.
breaks
They
out
can
here
look for something.
would
10 seconds
be
on
the
Venator
shrines
here,
of
so they might want to look for a
Leviathan
pick quicker.
I mean, maybe game 1, a bit of nerves, a bit of inconsistency, maybe not the best draft for Leviathan. Game 2 is, I wouldn't say a 180 because it's not quite as good back the other way. But
Abrams had a
this is
way
looking like
more
gonna be
well-rounded
right now.
draft, and they
Not
got the
over
shit
just
Billy.
yet, though. Abrahams still have the base defense to go for. It's been a long time since we've seen somebody siege the Abrahams.
They had a
base.
lot
I
of
don't know
power
that we've
picks. They got the
seen it.
Mirage.
This is a new base that is so much more powerful on the defense. But this is a Ricochet inhib Mirage who is just on the cusp
Yes,
of
guys.
adding a silencer or a
Sure,
leech to
doing
that
this
mix
now.
and really hitting the true
Crazy
power
good
spike
at
for this
inhibitor
character.
game.
Gun buff, sure, why not?
You pretty much go inhib every game now, but whenever you get the extra like healing
be
reduction
better, I think.
value, it just feels even better.
Another
big urn.
urn.
8,200 souls. Is the Rejuve going to run out for this one, though? I think this is a fight that Abrahams are going to have to take, and it might be one they actually are kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, it's gone in 15 seconds.
Another
How
refresher
is it gonna
rush
be
from
out when you
Flammable.
know
He's a refresher enjoyer.
If you go for this. But Abrahams are also pressuring very heavily into the left lane right now. They're really hoping to catch this Mina, but it's probably
I guess
worst
in
case
the
scenario
Lash
that
is
it's the
probably
Mina
pretty
that they're
good.
looking for. One of probably the hardest kill
Actually,
to
they're
find
gonna
on
let
the
their
map.
go. They're going for the walker instead.
They're
Good
going for
for
the
the
walker
trade.
spot. This is interesting. Bebop and Mirage are actually looking to defend, but surely not as just two players.
They can kind of get sent on here. They gotta be a little
And you give
careful.
them the urn, but if you get these kills and a walker, you're going to be
Who's gonna look
feasting
for some
Abraham.
steals?
He's going to be breaking out. The catch comes on to Mina. The
And it
curve
dies,
moves
bro.
as
They ran
well.
out of
Empty Dreams
rejuice.
is
This
out
is
of the
not
fight
good.
for 87 seconds. And with the
There's a
5 minutes
long
left,
fucking timer. They're gonna lose
That's your
Walker
most fun
here.
character down. 80 seconds.
Dude's grabbing
on the
this
deck.
blue wave
No
now.
rejuves to speak of. You need to be very careful right now, Leviathan. Do you want to defend this Walker? You're gonna think very carefully about that one. Silver, I think just backing up for now. I think they just need to run. Do not take another fight here. Bebop Blazer zoning people away. I actually like this. Just deny the fight. You don't want this, although hold on. The
They're actually
rallying
gonna pick with
charge
it.
from Flammable does
Now this
catch
guy's
Cass,
hooked,
and even
too.
with the double armor, it's not
Flowing
enough.
Hex goes
Now
out.
Leviathan thinking, hey, 5 on
Ooh.
5, we can take this
Oh,
one.
he can break the traps? I didn't know he could break the traps.
Well, the sleep coming through though. I'm not sure if it caught on. Actually, it caught on to Fremont, and he's gonna fall. He's dead for 90 seconds. So it's back to a 5-on-4. With Midwalker being
messy,
attacked by
bro.
minions.
Oh,
Comes through
the
the
last
dot, take away this
shot.
ground slam, and it actually still connects on a 2 either way. The rallying charge comes out once again with the refresher.
Yeah, the
They're trying to do
refresher ult
something.
saves
This
them,
backline
though.
Overseas
Cooking.
out of this fight.
Both the
Overseas,
front
like
lines
you
are
said,
really
he's
low
gonna
in
be cooking
Abraham's.
away with
Oh,
ricochet, with
the fight's
inhibitor,
turning. The
toxic
fight's
bullets.
turning.
He's getting the damage done together. Is gonna
Overseas
fall, and
is
they cannot
hitting.
close this gap. They cannot close the damage they need onto him to kill Overseas. So Dimov is sure hell
Oh,
gonna try.
Shiv is shiving
They're
though.
killing everyone else, and
They
hold on,
didn't
an
kill
execute could be good.
Shiv.
Big damage. Ground slam after ground slam.
my God.
And eventually the execute comes in. So who?
What's mid-buster?
who can
Oh,
work
20
there, keeping
seconds.
that pressure
Oh,
on
they
the
get
Mirage, and
mid-bust,
eventually
bro.
Dimov able to survive through that pressure.
There's
get the
90 seconds on
counter
Mirage. Oh
Dimov is spawning in just a
no,
few
this
seconds,
is
too.
so
This actually
sad.
could be a comeback for Abraham. They could be right back into this game if they're able to secure.
So they're
those
gonna
regions.
walk her into mid. They get even more.
Worst case scenario for
Dimov's fighting this.
Leviathan.
You
He's
can't,
fighting
do this if
alone.
you're the Billy. You cannot do this right now.
He's gonna die alone.
Maybe, but Mina's back too. There's a lot of damage to be brought to bear here. Dimov silence. Caught in an awkward spot. Needs to
Billy
play his way
timer's
out
gonna be
of this.
desynced too because he's at
Same shot, though,
37k.
Yeah, just to
That's
get
gonna be a
onto
big
this.
death timer.
He needs to find more damage. They need to find these kind of counter kills here.
75
But
seconds.
inside the
Oh,
small
that's
room, Mina just
saved.
cannot be effective in this spot. Empty Dreams couldn't get the finish on that
Bro,
ultimate. And now
they
that
threw
late
the
death of Billy
game.
could be costing the game. Abrahams, this game looked over for them at so many moments, and yet the resilience to stick into it and to find their way back in. If they get these triple regions, which it feels like a foregone conclusion, this is their game to lose now.
You can't contest this. Like Saint has
No, it's
curse.
free.
If Empty Dreams goes in, he's gonna die.
Yeah, there's
He's
no
gonna back away.
point going for it. You just got to clear waves, get the macro back in a respectable position. Silver's thinking about it, but this is suicide to go for. There's
It's
there's
gone.
no way this should
It's
ever
gone.
work. And will say, it's still not over for Leviathan. Like, I honestly think the game is a little favored for Abrahams now, but the comp is so much better
just
for
threw so
Leviathan in the
hard,
late
bro.
game. I think they're scaling better.
Levi throw, yeah.
Losing that
Abraham's going
last
for
team
walkers.
fight
That's
was
pretty
a
cool.
worst-case
Yep.
scenario, right?
Empty
Abrahams
throw.
showed how to
No.
stick into a very
Holy shit, the
difficult
actual
game in
stream
late
is
game and just
5.2 viewers.
through a
Yeah,
very
bro,
clean
they're
team
helping.
fight, find their way back in.
They
Who
might
puts
actually
a
crack
ton of
10K
damage,
today.
by the way, on the kid.
That'd be awesome.
Actually, monster spirit damage from this lash. This lash is a huge threat. Like, the lash is kind of going to be carrying now.
Flash.
Spirit Burn and Boundless. That's a lot of damage. And if you're squishy, which, I mean, Mina's going to be, Mirage will be to some extent. And there's really not too much green investment, I would say, for Overseas, or at least when it comes to Spirit Resist. Does he have any Spirit Resist? I don't think he has
Yeah,
any.
this is a little
counter-
scary now. Overseas has Silencer, though. I think
Oh.
that actually makes Lash's life a lot harder. Reduces a lot of his outgoing spirit damage. Here comes this fight. Together's thinking he can take that fight into Silver, but yeah, I don't know about that one. Fremont also quite farmed here on
Taylor
the
gets
Silver.
out. He just doesn't want to race to
Definitely
rejuve. It's a good way to get out.
Vamp burst, the bullet armor himself. So very
Rake is
tanky
hard
with
chasing him though. Lash,
pretty crazy
who's
amount of
coming in
damage for
too?
Silver. There's a lot of threats from this Leviathan.
You're getting
roster.
collapsed on.
Yeah,
No,
he gets the
Rake went
rejuve.
way
Rake
too
came
deep,
into that
bro.
one, tried to help out and just found
They're
himself into a team
throwing
fight
the
that his team was not
game,
ready to follow
bro.
up
They're
on.
throwing so bad.
Honestly, I don't imagine
Shadow
Abraham's
Weave.
is
This
going
is
to go
depressing.
for the base whatsoever right now. I think they need a lot of farm. They're still going to be sticking on this left-hand side.
Shadow
The
Weave
Urn
for
is
the
up, and
Abrams
Urn is
last?
kind of a godsend for them considering they haven't had one this entire game. I can see that Fremont's heading over to actually secure it probably after the survival buff.
Ooh, can Fremont pick it up? I think he can get out of there and pick it up. Sieging into Mirage incredibly hard. Mirage, though, needs to be very careful.
He's
If
dead.
Mirage gets caught, this could be the game. They're going all in
He's
for him. The
fucking
last
dead.
ult as well.
He's
Solo
fucking
imposing
dead,
fall
bro.
on the base. No
He's
tornado
fucking
left.
dead.
And
He
without
doesn't
the
have
Mirage, this
NATO.
defense looks impossible. Oh no, Abrahams, they do it again. Taz
Oh,
with
this is
that
such a
bola.
bad throw. This is
Frees
like you
Mirage
got
in a compromised position. The lash ult to follow up.
3L
There's just
rejuves
nothing
and you
in
lost the
world that
game.
can keep him
This
alive.
is
Now it's
so
Abrahams.
bad,
Triple rejuve,
bro.
looking to siege this base. The game looks so hard, and yet Abrahams, maybe the only team in the world that could have brought this back into a base siege against Leviathan. They've got to find their way through these triple rejuves, but without Bebop, without Mirage, it's going to be so awkward to make this defense.
I see the minions shoving the mid lane with the help of Saint here with the little helpers. Demov He's been punished this entire game. He's been on low eco. He's been quite homeless, but he's all in the front line trying to
They
take the
maybe
base
get a
with
rejuve
Leviathan and
off
make that
team
his
off
new home.
here.
The chain gang comes through.
Already done one.
Still have 2 rejuves left though, so not too worried about this.
They
fight.
start on
They're
the Mirage, bro.
away.
They don't have damage.
Close out a kill as Empty Dreams forced to just back
See if
away
Rake
back
can
into
get a kill with the
his
laser
cave.
here.
And they're gonna get both shrines, and I still feel like they can get
Laser
phase
comes
rotation, but
in.
They're still low on HP. Taz, Demov.
Taz goes down. Only one rejuve left.
I don't think it's good. I think this is actually a beautiful defense from Leviathan. They put a lot of damage down on some of those Abraham's players. They went back to their base. They got the full reset. And now
Silver
they're
doesn't have
fighting
ult
with a
here.
huge
Silver's
HP lead. So
turbo
you might
useless.
Be down Rejuves, you might be down players, but there's a lot of HP on the map. That being said, Silver
You can
doesn't
get
have
off.
her ultimate.
Oh,
and so
good knockdown.
Trying to get this Shiv kill is exactly what you need, but you just can't.
Doesn't
quite
matter,
close
though.
the deal. The movement buff maybe making the world of difference there. A bola shot as
God,
well.
bro, they
and
lost
that's
this
such a-
game.
from a mother pin from together.
It looks so bad. They're having to like retreat brace
Back into the base, the hooks
in the
coming
base, and then Leviathan just
That's really
overchased.
trying to make this defense. Is up to Overseas now. He's got a hold.
Oh my god.
And Demov still finding more executes.
Oh my god, Shiva shiving.
And it's only Overseas now. The turret against the world.
The game's over.
Surely not in the 6v1. And with these
What a
long spawn
bad
numbers, they
throw.
don't have to
Oh,
this defense.
fuck,
It's
that
into
is-
1v6
this is a
of the
painful
game.
throw.
Abrahams, somehow they've snatched this one back.
Overseas, if he somehow pulls this off, it'd be the greatest comeback, the greatest last stand in the world. Yeah, there's no chance. Abraham's on the brink of defeat here in map 2. Do pull it back, like you said, Jake. Once again, defend their title here in the Deadlock Night Shift for the umpteenth.
Wow.
I don't know how many weeks in a row it is. They showed they can bleed a
Crazy.
little bit in this game. But
Like, actually
honestly,
crazy
when
they
it
win
came
this game.
time to turn tail and fight, they pulled it off.
Well, that's
and
my
that's just
point.
the Abrahams we know. You might be winning against them, but you
That's
haven't
my
won the
winnings,
game
I think,
until
though.
that patron falls.
Man, they are so good. They have like the worst late game draft. They're falling behind. It's not just the offense, right? They're more than the team that can snowball a lead and aggress and win. They can play from those deficits. And people talk about Deadlock, oh, we should have a forfeit button, man. You're
Fuck,
too
bro.
far behind. You can't come back. Like, Abraham's puts on a masterclass, man.
That is-
Finding those opportunities
That's
when
real.
they look like they can't be found.
Well,
There's nothing
they
you
give
can
you a
do.
cheer
Abraham's,
system for
they
the
do it
front liners
again,
as well.
able to pull this one back from the absolute brink, right? From their own
They gave
base
away the
seat
Shiv. They
to
went
being
Billy.
able to get
They went
the win
Silver
on,
Billy.
I think an inferior late game comp,
And it was really good
outplaying
for like
Mirage in the
90% of the
late
game.
Only the Abrahams could do this, man. They are built different.
And then
right
Shiv
now
just starts
in the
shiving.
RFS.
That was unbelievable. What a spectacular recovery. I thought
That was
to
actually
myself,
insane.
Asthmatic Child
That was
suddenly become
insane.
The Lion Tamer, just being able to taunt Abrahams and how they were going to be able to play things out. But no, not
Crazy.
the case here, Jason. Abrahams looks absolutely unstoppable. What a recovery. What a recovery. Oh.
That's what makes them one of the best teams in the world, man. Again, they were down with
Inevitable,
30, 40k. They lost 2 rejuves. They lost
Inev-
like 5 urns.
Uh,
They still held on long enough and found those kills they needed to get themselves back in the game. And
Close?
the
I
thing
don't
is,
think that's
when
close.
you're Leviathan in that situation, you
Never-
lose like 1, 2 players.
Enviable?
You need to like
No.
amputate the arm. You can't keep
No.
running into these fights thinking you have an advantage
Fuck,
and then
God, he's
losing more
vulnerable.
players and more players and eventually losing your base in the game. I think they did such a great job to start things off strong for Leviathan. Overseas got fed. M2 Dreams got extremely fed.
Is there a Shiv
But when
emote?
it came down to like the team fighting, the macro play around it, I think the little intricacies of Abraham's being together for so much longer is just one of the reasons that netted them
Jesus.
this win.
Yeah, and as soon as that kind of snowball effect started happening there towards the mid
just
to late
can't believe they
game there,
lost this
Jake,
game,
it
bro.
really did feel like Leviathan
From
didn't have an
30K.
answer for it, almost kind of fumbling, and not,
They were
not
up
necessarily
30K,
fumbling, but just
bro.
kind of giving up to the
That's so
pressure that
tragic.
Abrahams was able to put on, and they just could not get any footing whatsoever in that last 10 to 15 minutes.
Oof.
Yeah, I think they just felt like they should win this game. They're far enough ahead, and
Yeah.
Abrahams are just so good at laying those little traps for you. Yeah, you might have the advantage. Yeah, you might be stronger, but they're creating those little number advantage moments. And Leviathan, you know, you get a little bit greedy. You think, oh, that we can get that kill, and you don't realize Abrahams are baiting you for that. They want to pull you in deep. They want to find that big comeback fight. And they're willing to give up a lot of resources to
I
get
just
there
can't believe
too.
they
Like,
lost
they're
this
willing
game.
to take a lot of chances.
I don't even know
a
what to
lot of
say.
little poking and prodding in those team fights to find the one that
Give me
really
the
does
stats.
pay off and really
Give me the stats.
delivers the win. Sonya, insane carry performance
Detonator
this game.
pops
and in
off.
a hard game. I mean, this was
Clutch
anything
Spellbreaker
but easy
by-
here for the Venator.
Joshua,
Jesus,
for the tip,
37-minute
$25,
banger.
put it right. Abrams doing Abrams things, unreal here. And you're right, with Sanya Sniper taking the 11 kills,
Transcendent,
54,000
Nova.
player damage in a game like this, when
They
you've
really
got a
valued
lot
the
of pressure
stand
going
mastery
up
on him.
against you there, Jason.
Interesting.
I mean, looking at how much even map control sometimes Leviathan was able to have there, and the kind of
Crazy.
team fight that they were going to be able to put on, it looked really dire for Abrahams in some of this game.
It did. And
Shalane
I
does
think it
25K,
kinda also hits
but
back
he
to something
executes
Jake talked
3
about.
people
Like,
in the
Sonic
game.
Sniper, even though it had 54k damage, I mean, okay, hold on. First of all, that's a lot of damage. I didn't expect him to have that much. I had to double check really quickly.
Huge.
But it
22k
didn't feel like
objective.
he was the one carrying the fights. It felt like the workings between like Together, Demov, and Hoot, obviously with some support from Tass and Saint that really
Hoot popped the
extended
fuck off.
fights,
42k
but
on
also
flat,
opened up
on Lash on
opportunities with
42k
the
net
charge that
is
Taylor was
just
hitting,
crazy,
the
bro.
ground strikes that Hoot was hitting just to kind of distract and get in and out, so they couldn't confirm kills to buy
Did some
time
clutch, like
for them to
warp
take
zone
down the front
slams.
line of
Suppressor
Leviathan.
bat is super
I feel like
interesting.
that's where really my focus
Probably a
was.
gigabyte though.
Yeah.
I think this is an Abrams statement game. I mean, to be 6-2 and 13, like, yeah, they won this game, but this game was
True.
really, really hard, right? Like,
I don't know
there
if
was a lot
Together's
of tough
just
team fights, a
insane
lot of
on
guys.
Abrams, though.
Together has the stat line.
I'm still
of,
not
like,
sold.
A dominant,
I'm still not
crushing
sold.
victory on Abrams right now.
I feel like
There's a
Shin's still
reason this
better
character has
than
not made it
Abrams.
through the draft in quite some time. Together,
I
really
still think Billy's better than
styling, I
Abrams,
think a key
bro.
element
I
to
just
what
feel like
makes this
I need to
comeback
figure out what's
possible,
happening
right?
with
Yeah, he's not gonna have
ZXC
the
here.
craziest damage, but his pins, his setups that are finding these catches, finding those opportunities are massive. Give similar credit to somebody like Taz. 5-5 and 13, not bad
Oh,
for
no.
Viper in
I
this
heard it in
game.
my ear
Like,
now.
that is solid. He's in more
Uh-oh.
or less every fight, and he's finding in those key moments like that bola on Mirage probably seals the deal to finish the game. The one that sets up Hoot for an easy death slam, killing off the Mirage, who's one of the best defensive characters in the entire game.
Yeah, a bit more of a hybrid build as well. So you've got to be very technical about how you're going to be taking those engagements, especially with the rest of your team moving forwards against it. I think, Jason, though, if Leviathan's going to take anything away from this one, yes, Abrams gets the victory, but Leviathan showed how much they can push Abrahams to the brink in this game. This has been, I will say that this game too has been one of my favorite games in a little while here for EU. Looking at how Leviathan was almost able to take it away from them, but just not at the very end.
I think it goes back to what I mentioned in the draft, that it feels like it doesn't matter what comp Abrahams is on. Their macro play and their team fighting is on an entirely different level. You can outpick them in the draft. I think they definitely got outpicked in the draft looking at Leviathan's comp. But when
Yeah.
it came down
Giving him
to
the shiv
winning
was
the game
just,
for
like, I
Leviathan,
don't
they
know,
just
man.
couldn't
Can't be
overpower
doing that.
Abrahams, like in their
Can't be doing that.
arm wrestle hold.
Abrahams
trying
pull
to
up their
get
staple.
the hand over the top.
Abrams.
They just couldn't do it. And you can
They pull
see
out
in
the
that
mascot-
graph as well, in the
mascot
slope,
buff,
maybe
2
we can pop
OP.
it up just really quickly, just for a second, just to go back to the match stats. You look
That
at
was
the very
dirty.
end of it. Like, it's so much blue. It's
Look at
all
this.
Leviathan's
Look at
network,
this,
and then
bro.
just at the very end, they came back.
We're up
and that snowball, that sudden-
37.5k,
I don't
bro.
know, yeah, there we go. The zoom in for
It's a
extra
40,000 soul lead, man. They're down.
And then look at this
40K.
Guardian,
Enhance.
Guardian.
Yeah, like, you-
Their
is
first
that
redo
possible?
of the game, Guardian. It just the game completely flipped for them.
What do you see, man?
We zoom in, there's numbers there. It's all crazy. Yeah.
Get out your protractor. You need to calculate.
again.
Double zoom.
We must go
The
deeper.
turn comes at the walk.
Triple
Oh my God,
zoom.
we can go even further.
Sorry, the patrons.
it's
Show the
like- it's like
patron.
Quantum
Show the
Mania.
old patron.
But the Walker take on the Amber side, you see there,
Yeah.
like that was the turning point. Like the fight that broke after that, they ended up getting
Again.
two Guardians. Oh my God! Now I get it.
Yes.
This is great. This is really. This is the
getting a lot
rebutting
from this.
analysis we're looking for.
But yeah, you're totally right, Jason. As soon as that Walker change comes along here, brilliant stuff here by Abrahams, and then obviously able to secure mid boss. Mid boss 3 rejuves. How are you
Mid-boss.
supposed to deal with that, Jake? Especially with Demov on the show,
Jesus.
absolutely popping off in these final fights. So once his ults get reset, it's what are you supposed to do?
It was a tough game for Demov, right? He was struggling, taking a lot of hits in the early game, and he kind of brought it back in the late game and was able to just stay alive long enough into those fights to follow up on a lot of the damage, get those healbane heals off of his executes, and it looked like he was out of the fight. It looked like, oh, Mirage is really starting to turn the tide here, and yet Demov just finds execute after execute.
he go to
and kinda
break? Like, what's going
claws
on?
his way back in. Also, Hoot on the
What's going on?
Lash, big contributor, building that heavy, realizing the team needs more damage. Like, we're having damage problems, and as Lash, you can build a little bit more utility. You could build for more of that. Like, you could build the unstop to guarantee your ult. You can build for better team fighting. But he builds it be a little bit more impactful in the pure damage role, and it looks very good in this game.
this is
Especially
game
when
one.
kind of knockdown makes your life so hard to get those big ults.
Wait, did I
Oh,
say
yeah.
this one?
And in some
I
of those
haven't already
moments,
said
I
this
felt
one.
like, you know, having little helpers at just the
I might
right
already say
time
this
to just apply that little extra bit of defense when you're a Lash and you're going into the really the thick of it effectively here, Jason. So to be able
was
to make something happen
today.
there. There's a lot of flashy
I
plays
already
across
said
the
game
board
one.
here for Abrahams, and they make it look, well, I was about to say they make it look easy. This one didn't look
Let's
easy,
save that
but
one.
they persevered.
I want to know who was the star of the game, because I think we were all
point.
talking about it of who
Oh, it's
the
different.
MVP
It's a
is
tough one
in
to
our
call.
eyes.
Twice.
We all had different names in there, and I don't think we even know who the actual MVP is.
We gotta
I think
see.
production's going to tell us who it's going to be.
Ooh, drum roll.
Who? Together, yeah.
Together, let's go, baby.
Okay,
I see how his
kind of makes
production.
sense.
I think together, actually, I mean, so game
He
one.
just never died,
I
bro.
almost
Like
think
he
it's
just
a lock, because
absorbs
game one
so
is
much
such a
pressure.
Complete obliteration by Abrahams. You can't even really point to like one player having the most impact because
Sure.
they're just annihilating, right? But
Yeah.
game 2 is where the rubber meets the road. This is where, you know, you're like, oh, we were so confident. We just had a huge
Sonya
win.
went crazy
and
on
now
that
we're really
Ventilator, bro.
struggling.
That's the
Now
best
we're
Ventilator
being put
performance
to the
I've seen
test.
by a
I think
mile.
it was Together who really stood tall and kept, like, held this game together, right? He kept things, you know, from going really out of control, found them their way back into some of these crucial team fights. I mean, game 1, of course, put some major style points here on the Billy, but you know, game 2, I think to have a 6-2 stat line, 6-2-15 in a game that was as hard as that is something that I don't know that there's many other players in the world who could have done.
True.
Jason?
When he said holding the game together, just in my head was seeing Captain America holding onto the helicopter and the Billy at the same time.
America.
Literally, somebody photoshopped together as Abrams doing that.
That's
But the
25.
thing is, like,
oh, shit.
I think that's what's kind of cool about the journey of Together over the course of his history, because he was a flashy player originally. He was like a Yamato player. He went into Shiv, but he's always had like Abrams and Billy in his back pocket, and he shows he doesn't necessarily need to be the flashy player. He can be the cement of your team to hold things together for
The
you to
cement.
finish out a match. And you see here, great charge into a great seismic impact. Like, he opens.
Okay, I
up
want
a
to see what
lot
they
of
were
these
saying about the
skills and
sub.
I think there's so many things that could come through, and I think we're hitting a very rid of a team of any of the new heroes come through at this point.
Long time, something as all eyes really will be on Celeste to see if that actually does end up going through, but I doubt it. Let's take a look at the opposite roster as well in Leviathan. Of course, they have been a mainstay for a long time here, Jake, when it comes to it. Even the two Mo and Krills. Always, I always find funny because for me, when I think overseas, I'm like, yeah, he's the bebop guy, but you know, he does his bit.
He's got pocket with his bodyguards here in the team shot.
Yeah.
I kind of vibe with it.
Lamau.
I think Rayek has also been a really key player for this team on the initiator role. Has looked really good. Has even gone toe to toe with players like Taz, and you know, had respectable performances there. So definitely, I have my eyes on Rayek and what Empty Dreams can bring in terms of getting a little bit more farm, playing that mid game. I feel like they were maybe caught a little bit unaware.
We're gonna talk about
after,
it?
Honestly, having a lot of walkovers in the challenger match over the last couple
Is
months.
it just like a
It's
name
really been
change?
Abrahams who's been testing them. Maybe that's where all their focus is at. But I'm sure after taking that loss to Loki W last week in a relatively close game, they're going to come a little bit better prepared in this one. And remember, these players are very strong, right? Like, a lot of them have been top teams. Most of these players have won the night shift in the past at one time or another. And I think they're all going to be, steady faces here in the competitive Deadlock scene. So
Steady
I won't write
faces.
Leviathan off. As exciting as Loki W are, I think this challenger match is actually going to be maybe one of our closest, most exciting games of the day, if last week is any bellwether.
No, I totally agree because it really felt like in the previous weeks it was or VP, if you want to call them that, whatever iteration you want to call them of it, right? Like that full-time member on the previous week. And so for Leviathan, they've probably gone away and really thought about how they're going to approach this. Rayek, as well as that sub that was previously coming in as that full-time member on the previous week, and now has found himself a spot where clearly he's on the roster again. They must be happy with some of that.
Okay, so Rayek is
performance that they saw,
full-time.
even after a loss, and then being able to stick together like this.
It's kind of, I don't know. I think I don't want to say it was a fluke. So last week was the first time they had played with losing Obi Kim and OCs.
Yeah, so Obi Kim's gone.
I think I don't want to say it was a fluke. So last week was the first time they had played with losing Obi Kim and OCs.
Yeah.
And OCs and Obi Kim, Obi Kim brings the experience. OCs was a farming master and an M1 master when it came to like the trolley event we had not too long ago. So losing two big players like that, I could understand why you're gonna lose.
And then just like didn't want to play anymore, or what?
Especially when you lost it over Listic stealing away Reju from you entirely on Yamato. So
Buffs
I
and
think
10
it was maybe,
back,
like
or
a slight inexperience
Buff and
for them.
Jors? Are they joining Buff and
expect
Jors?
this to be probably an extremely exciting match, though I'm actually leaning towards Leviathan's way in this game.
Be able to individual players on the America.
Okay.
So I think with some focus,
He died. He's back.
Is back. With some focus and with some
Hero PC.
I think they're gonna maybe be. Oh, and I'm ready
Rip
to start
PC.
rooting against.
Huh?
Man, that's ridiculous. All right, well, thank you very much. It's time for a break. When we return here for the night shift, it is going to be one of America portion. We have got the
It's
whole new roster
down
reversed.
the
Let's get
West.
it going. We'll see you after this.
EDL.gg. I'm not clicking that. Okay. Quick 2-0 from here. Oh, man, that's so sad if you're Leviathan, bro. That is fucking tragic.
Organization. This is my normal Wraith build, right? Look, it exists from the beginning of the build to the end of the build to the middle of the build to the early mid part of the build to the mid late part of the build. It exists everywhere in your build. So sure, okay, you can kind of itemize specifically for like an Infernus
I'm
or
gonna
something
move
like
over
that.
here so I can keep an eye. It keeps pausing. Stop pausing. Stop it.
that, right? But just know that when you are building, you are counter itemizing in every game to some extent, right? When you really think deeply about it. So I'm going to showcase all the examples in my build where counter itemization exists and how those items, like what makes those items counter itemization, like what makes a BRS counter itemization, right? And when you would build a BRS. So get cozy, get your popcorn. It's gonna be a long talk. Starting off with BRS, the reason it's in this build, guys, is BRS is a really important item for Wraith because you build Tesla bullets later on, so you're constantly going to be playing BRS. So BRS, when you would build this item, is usually against a team that has a lot of resist. So Billy is a hero that naturally builds a lot of resist. Yamato gets resist in her ult, sorry. Abrams has innate regen and healing in his build. So, you know, it makes a lot of sense because he's a very
Music's distracting me, Pashi. It's too good.
Moan Krona's Burrow gets a lot of resist, right? Suppressor, same thing on why you'd build this on Wraith, because you have Tesla bullets, you can proc it very easily. But Suppressor, it reduces fire rate, right? And you would want to build Suppressor when you're versing fire rate dependent heroes. So heroes like Wraith that need to shoot their gun to build up cards. Viper, that literally their gimmick is to shoot their gun, unless you're playing against a Spirit Viper that just throws a bullet and one-shots your team. Drifter, his 3 scales his weapon damage. His bullets deal weapon damage, right? Okay, once again, if you're versing like a Spirit Drifter that just one-shots to his Ren and his 2, yeah, maybe not build Suppressor against him, but still, he does depend to an extent on his fire rate. And Haze, like this Haze hero, her fixation builds up through fire rate. How many bullets you shoot at the hero is how quickly you build up your fixation. So if you're versing like maybe 3 of these heroes, maybe it might be worth to build Suppressor over BRS in this case. Slowing Hex. This item is really good against heroes that require very heavily or depend very heavily on their movement abilities. So if we look, heroes like Wraith Teleport, signature ability for Wraith. You know, without her teleport, she's really vulnerable. Mina, you all have versed Mina. Mina Bats is one of the most annoying things to deal with in the game. Build a Slowing Hex to deal with her. Mirage, Tornado, signature ability. Sinclair Clone, him walking up on a wave, punching it to death, and him teleporting away is very annoying. So build a Slowing Hex to counter him. Enduring Speed, this item provides you slow resist. So heroes that have some kind of movement speed slow, you know, Kelvin, for example, the Arctic Beam. I don't really put any heroes here, but Kelvin's one of the great examples for that. Mina as well with max love bite slows you and reduces your stamina, so enduring speed would help out with that, right? Debuff reduction is probably one of the most fought counter itemization stats in the game, and it can apply to so many things. I mean, this arrow I draw, you'll see Paradox as a hero builds a lot of debuff. Bolt Resist Shredder, right? We talked about that item. That was one of the first items that I'm building as Wraith. Heal Dane. There's so many debuffs that exist in Deadlock, and this item will be a real go-to item for counter itemization. Right here we got Spirit Resilience. This item is really good.
I need to
if
divide
you're
to
versing
Red
a lot of Spirit heroes, you know, a 7, a Mina,
I need to be like Creeps to
you know,
not
if you're
meme. I
versing
need
like
them
a
to 2-0.
full Spirit team, you know, someone on your team says, yo, they're all Spirit, build a Spirit Resist, it'll go wonders. Or maybe if the Mina has like 1,000,000 souls, right? Build a Spirit Resilience to counter her. So on one end you have Spirit Resist, and on the other you have Bolt Resist. That's exactly what Metal Skin and Escaling Resilience provide. You're gonna want to build these items when the enemy team has a lot of gun damage, you know, Haze, Gun Viscous, Gun Viper, Gun Warden, Gun Geist, Gun Ivy, Gun Drifter, right? If the enemy team has a lot of heroes that like M1 and that are building M1, right? Make sure to check if they're actually building weapon damage. Build these items, they will go wonders. Or even if there's like a massive threat, like a really fed Viper that has a lot of gun damage, you know, get a Metal Skin, just counter him with it. Crippling Headshot. This item, when you headshot an enemy, reduces their spirit resist, reduces their bullet resist, and gives them anti-heal every time you headshot. So you can proc this pretty frequently on a hero. And Victor is a big hero, a massive hero that hates versing crippling headshots. Crippling is one of the best items to use against Victor. So is Yamato as well. You know, when she ults, she gets into the shadow transformation, gains a lot of spirit resist, gains a lot of bullet resist, and crippling headshot reduces her resist by so much. Unstoppable. This item is a classic. You know, in Dota, it's BKB, but it's a little different in Dota. Like reduces the magic damage that you take. This item just prevents you from taking any kind of stun, any kind of debuff, ultimate or not, right? So this item is great for carries. You know, late game if the enemies have curse or stuns,
Curse is the biggest thing to
all
tell
those
people.
jazz, just get on stop and pop it and just kill everyone, right? Or, you know, if you're playing someone like Dynamo that needs to get their ultimate off in a team fight without it getting interrupted, pop unstop before you ult. And if there's like a hard carry CC threat on the enemy team, like a Mo and Krell or a Lasso, you know, Mo combo is so like it's such a classic ability that is used on carries. You know, pop unstop when you see Mo, so he can't combo you and you can kill Mo him before he combos you, right? Reactive Barrier is one of those anti-dive items that I was talking about at the beginning. You know, if you're versing like an Abrams into dive lane, you know, when he shoulder charges you into your Guardian, your reactive's gonna proc. And this item can be built in the laning phase and even out of the laning phase. It's really good against heroes that have a lot of stun. You need some kind of survivability, you know, in lane CC. Page, Bebop. Bebop gets really crippled against Reactive Barrier. Abrams, Mo and Krill combo. All these items will help you survive longer against CCs if they're too much of a threat in your game. Plated armor, very similar to metal skin and escaling resilience, but it's very different. It blocks the bullets that are coming at you. So against heroes like Infernus that requires so heavily on him proccing his afterburn from shooting you. Mina needs to proc the love bites from shooting you. Drifter needs to shoot you. Haze needs to proc fixation from shooting you. It's really important if you're versing like a lot of these heroes, like 4 or 5 of these heroes in a game, to build this item because they won't be able to do anything to you. The most important thing to understand about this item and what's different, once again, is it blocks the bullets from coming at you. It doesn't reduce the bullet damage, it blocks the bullet.
Oh, we got new casters for NA as well. Yo.
Oh, I don't think I've
Golden
been
Boy.
a part of the night shift for a couple of months here, so very stoked to be
Uber's back.
It's been a while
Uber's
since
not new.
I've done some Deadlock casting. I'm really glad I had the opportunity to be here today, and bear with me out there in the chat because I'm sure there's going to be some rust to shake off. And I'm pumped to be here, Golden Boy. Great to have you here. ZP as well, of course. He's going to be our rock. He's going to be our foundation. He's going to be our pillar. And also, he got a camera upgrade recently because he's looking clean.
That's right. Well
True.
done, ZP.
Yeah,
Nice.
that. What'd
HD
you get?
ZP.
It was an Instalink camera. It was on sale a few months back. It was Puckett who saw it. He's like, hey, you should get this camera. I just got this camera. I'm like, hey, you know what? That's a pretty good sale. I'll go for it. I need an excuse. Exactly.
There it is, baby.
Exactly.
Tax write-off. All right, awesome stuff here. Well, guys, look, you know the deal. You've been watching Night Shift. You know what's going to be coming up here. But let's go ahead and review the format, how this whole shebang works. Because we have ourselves, we saw the EU matches. Shout out to Abrahams, by the way. Holy crap. I thought that they were cooked in that second match, but then they were able to come back big time, bring it back for the dub. Now we're resetting things with
what the fuck?
North America.
Who quit?
We have Floormen versus
Well,
Bunny
Main's still watching. Crown's still watching.
and two teams who have
Who dropped out?
through this quite a few times.
The EU's left.
If I'd say, right, going up against familiar foes in the melee creeps, who are our winners from last week, waiting in the finals.
Yeah, I think one of the greatest things here too is, you know, Floormen, I think they've finally found their groove, but they still maintain the old Hydra Nation spirit of, well, we lost a few weeks in a row, time to do a roster change up. And this was the team that was
we might
originally
actually be
the
able to see
Hydra Nation
Celeste.
squad. That
Might not get
now
banned.
Sans Hydration. They just picked up.
She's like in
Goober
heavily
and
need of
Rocker,
nerfs.
of course, you know, his streak of coming back and
might get
instantly
lucky.
winning the championship actually just broke. But you know, this is a team with legacy. And by the way, future up and coming things, maybe Floormen versus Hydra Nation next week. Who knows? But Bunny with Clock, they're the team that they have come up and really proven to be a contender in NA, and you know, honestly, they've been the overall number 2 the last few weeks. So things continue to
hook him
evolve
up. He's a
in North
first timer.
America, and the challenging match in NA, it's been really, really close the last few weeks.
And expected to be so as well, especially regardless of which teams that have advances here. I think ZP's right to point out that we've had a pretty big change for this Floormen roster. They are looking really scary. Like Goober and Rocker are just insane individuals. They are literal OGs of Deadlock. I know anybody playing right now might be
so glad they're back.
in a few years, but those guys have been around for that long.
Goober Rocker
is unreal, amazing troll in chat, but also a bit of a movement god.
Can Bunny with
Someone
Clock
I'm always
bounce
looking out
back?
for. And Rocker had this tendency.
The Floormen have been
just whoever
dominating
subbed in
ever since the
for,
roster
he just started
change.
calling for
It's
them,
been
and
like
all of a
1
sudden he
week, I
took
think.
over the game. So
2 weeks.
This team are insane. They're a household name in AO, or at least the players are now coming back together. So expect great things from them. Poshy's also a fantastic content creator. Who's had some great stuff go out recently. So well worth checking out. If you don't know who he is, these guys,
Poshy.
they're some of our NA darlings.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing them play. Obviously, we've been seeing them week in, week out. I've been watching the night shift matches and seeing what they've been doing, and no shocker that they're gonna continue to be a contender within the region.
Actually, I'm telling you, what a throwback.
Really
they gotta change
see
this.
how this has all ZP kind of
Ivy or something?
evolved right over time.
Changed to an
Deadlock as a game, very much so.
It's like M1 for so
you and I were
long.
talking about this a couple weeks back, and then I'm like, holy crap! Like, this game is crazy. It's awesome, but like, these are the players who stuck with it from the absolute beginning. And they're definitely you see it in that gameplay, man. Like it's insane. Just the movement is smooth, the coordination is great, the understanding of the different heroes is phenomenal. Like really, ZP, I just think these guys have it all.
Yeah, it is really cool to see. I mean, even just the player personalities and sort of what you know them for evolving over time. You know, Goober's a great example, right? Where you look at Goober, used to be the viscous guy. Well, now he's actually the holiday guy and the slush guy if he ever got to play it. Just because of the fact that he puts so much effort into learning movement where if you're looking at NA scrims that were going on
movement
prior to
tyrant
today,
Ido.
teams are not giving Goober holiday. It was the highest
you,
ban
Tarzan
priority
Nipple
holiday
Man?
we've seen just because his holiday has been that shutdown. And yeah, I mean, the personality sort of grows week after week, and the stories that go along with it, because people just learn new stuff all the time.
Yeah, the game just constantly evolves. It's so cool, man. Let's go ahead and check out the next squad, though. Their opponents for this BO1. BO1, right? We want to make sure format's still the same.
BO1.
Okay,
Boom.
so we got Bunny with
They're
Clock,
sticking with the
which
6.
is, the best name. They win
No
the award
roster changes
best,
for Bunny with Clock.
name, period. And I don't think it's even close here. But, of course, a team that we have seen, again, come through. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but this is a team that, has overall had a little bit more success in the night shift, but I think now it's definitely seeing like things balance out a little bit, and they've been competitive still.
Yeah, I mean, it's been back and forth. Florida, of course, they were able to get through them last week in the BO1, but the previous weeks it wasn't quite the case. That's why they had the roster changes. But they have a lot of cool stories on this team. Not the least of which is Aiden, right?
Chad is not wrong.
Even though Vindicta's a little bit out of the meta right now, really kind of exploded onto the scene back in the Trolley tournament with just a shutdown Vin that was getting respect banned very, very heavily. And then you look at other players like Arctic, now kind of more in Mirage jail. Used to be, though, Shiv on frontliners. And also Matt, who's had to kind of readjust.
OP right
Matt,
now.
came onto the scene with a really, really strong holiday, and now is more flexing for the team. Says, "Nah, cool cheese. You're the playmaker here. You're gonna have those heroes." But we've seen this team enough to kind of get a real feel for what they're good at, and they continue to impress.
Yeah, I do like that Matt is like the kind of player that's usually in the position to abuse the broken stuff. The reason why we've got the Ivy here is because there was a time where like Kudzu Bomb was just insane for lane push, and like that lane equity was really important in the game.
They've gutted this Ivy character, and it's still pretty good.
I like how it's so easy to imagine what Tanner plays. He just picks like the OG Chad name and plays.
This is what the goal for Shiv is to turn it into like a situational, pretty good pick.
Since I personally have seen Aiden play Vindicta, it just doesn't really seem to be allowed a lot of the time. But I'd love to see
the character entirely.
In light of some other heroes being pretty heavy permaban targets, there's already been evidenced in EU, like Celeste, for example.
Yeah, no, of course. I do want to thank all the folks who are supporting what these guys are doing here at Night Shift, which is awesome, by the way. There is a Patreon with different tiers of support. $5 tier gets you into the Graveyard Shift post-show. Don't mess up the F on that one, or else, oh boy. Although I will say, maybe if you want to, have a show where you're just going to talk crap, you can go ahead and call it that.
Literally what we do.
We literally had a sponsor reach out once, just like, "Hello, I would like to sponsor the night shit." It was like, like, come on, man. Like,
that's fucking funny.
All right, well, of course, we had a lot of folks coming in and supporting this one, and big thank you to everyone. You actually can get the VOD access, right, CP?
Puckets in chat
for becoming a patron.
He's back.
Why don't you go ahead and run through
Puckets back,
because I'm new here, damn it.
Yeah, so the main thing is we do a podcast that usually
emerges from the ABL ashes
more on Thursday or Friday, where we grab usually a pro player and just sit down, chat for 20-30 minutes is one of the main perks. Technically, the $250 the executives that we have at the very top.
Can we stop the Viper breakdown so you enjoy your spam?
Yet we're still waiting for that, and we haven't run one in a while. We just ran one, but we are looking to run things more like game nights and that sort of stuff into the future. But more than anything else, we just really appreciate the support that people have given, because that helps us pay our observers, that helps seed the prize pool at the beginning, and all the basic things that keep the show running.
True.
So
W support
to you guys making this happen, the patrons, y'all at the top.
I became one offline.
Yeah, and look, I mean, just you get out and support. Any donations are going to be going to the prize pool, right?
We're losing.
Which is another really cool thing. So directly right to the prize pool. I'm going to see if I drop a couple ducats in a little bit to the prize pool. First time in my career where A couple shekels. Yeah. First time in my career where I've paid to work. So this is going to be.
Yeah. How do you think I got back onto the show? I just ZP cheeky fitty over PayPal, bro.
Under
Door
the
was shut.
table. Right into the prize pool it goes, you know, because that's just we just really care. No, honestly, I'm stoked. I'm really pumped to see what we have because there were some changes.
Who did Goldboy? A lot of people knew who Goldboy was. What was he
as well,
announcing?
right? I believe.
I'm always so interested now when new people
she
come on.
just dropped recently. I tried her out. Freaking awesome character, but I am
Valorant.
absolute
Oh
garbage.
yeah, I actually remember him from Valorant.
You need good movement.
I actually remember him because I watched the Reykjavik event. Yes, I remember, and Copenhagen I watched.
Dog, I'm almost 40. What the hell's happening?
Sorry,
over
bro.
here?
Yeah.
ZP has that reason too. He just doesn't use that excuse, bro. Bro gets around. We can do it.
I guess so. Really, he is. All right, we should be jumping into the side selection in a moment here, and then seeing where things are going to be going. But yeah, I'm kind of pumped for this.
Venator.
Okay, so, and I didn't know that this is a thing that you guys did. Just 1v1 side selection.
Oh yeah.
Usually it's back and forth.
Usually it's Mo and Krill, but we had to do some diligence to the new heroes and have a good old brawl here. This is how they get down the Vatican. Venator v. Venator. Perry, though, comes on in.
Down at the Vatican. Oh, man. The power
Hitting it with the sign of the cross, baby. Let's go.
Just too many.
Whoa, what? The mind games.
Low-key hoping...
Pop passed away.
Low-key hoping
Rest in peace, Bozo.
Venator today.
You
I did like
serious?
the carry Venator build we saw just now on EU. I think that's fun. Obviously, a lot of the talk was that Venator needs a little bit more help sometimes to sort of get there. But
Oh my God, Lord and M won? Holy fuck, wait, what?
They were dominating the ultimate, so fingers crossed we get that into the draft.
Yeah, we have been seeing some really cool combinations as well. Well, here we go with the draft. So now we'll actually see whether or not we get that. Camera's looking nice, Mitch.
I'm just adjusting it, you know what I mean? Because I'm kind of, you know what I mean? I think I'm trolling. I'm pretty sure our production can do this much easier.
I mean,
but with a forehead like this, I need to leave some room, bro.
That's fair.
And that's after the filters. It's unbelievable.
I know.
That's
using the vertical.
Also, what in the world is going on? Buddy with Clock actually his first pick, and they banned the Celeste. If you feel Celeste is that OP right now,
it's over 2, bro. Because they didn't do a hot fix patch on it, so it's just still like over 2.
You as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's just normally you'd let the other team ban her because you're
want to ban Shiv?
so
Smart.
You'd force Florman to ban.
So they can go
Celeste by
Billy or
banning
Abrams
something
here? What they
else,
want to do?
otherwise
What they
you
want
get
to
pick it
do?
up.
What
So
they
it
want
is a
to
bit
do?
odd that they just take this out right
I think
now.
Benny McClock are more of a Billy team,
I guess
but
they
you
don't
never know.
play it. That's the only real thing I could imagine.
I think Dolly's better than
odd.
Abrams. Personality.
Well, I think they also, if they don't
They
want
go
to play
Abrams,
it, they
okay.
certainly don't want Goober to play because Goober's just sitting here and be like, this is the best hero ever.
Well,
I will
that's
zoom
the
across
thing
the
I'm
map. I have
thinking.
no clipping.
So Foreman get Billy what?
You probably don't give it the Goober because he would.
What do you want to do? Billy
absolutely,
Yamato?
Be prepared. But Abrams coming in his first pick kind of makes sense. We're just in a
Billy
moment right
Yamato?
now where it is a run on frontliners in the beginning of the draft.
Yeah, you've got to get him.
Billy.
Yeah, locking my boy. This is. I've been loving
Where
this
is
dude.
Bi-
I've been
where's-
playing Billy nonstop, but
Oh, yeah, you're a
my
Billy
God.
guy.
Gooba bit.
I
Gubby?
totally get it. You just.
I remember
you
this guy
just
was like
feed. That's
streaming the
just-
game like
that's what I've
crazy.
been
Is he still
doing,
streaming the
and
game?
I really-
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Stop, man, because Billy,
Chat,
it's
let him
easy
know.
to feed with Billy. It's easy to feed with him, man.
And they
Holy
go
crap, it's
Silver
been
Billy.
unsupported.
Okay.
All right, Silver gets
So Buddy
locked
McClock
in
like
too.
Yamato, so
Been
they'll probably
loving
pick
seeing,
Yamato here.
A lot
But
of
Yamato
Silver
what?
in play
Yamato
as
Ram?
well. It feels
Yamato
like
Page.
kind of a staple
I think
with
Page
a lot
with
of compositions now, right? You're
Abrams.
just seeing Silver locked in all the
Yamato
time.
probably isn't as good
I mean, again,
than with like a
front
Billy or
liner
something to
could
go
benefit
Geist.
from like berserker weighted bullets as
Geist,
well.
same
Obviously,
thing,
her
yeah.
gun plays
So it
quite
could be
nicely
for
there.
Aiden, could be
And
for
Geist is a good pickup, obviously. Like AVG's in this game, so
be
you
for
know,
who?
there's we're talking about the kind of.
And then Buddy
people
McClock
who
actually,
wanna try
I
and
forget they always have
lock in
Tanner
these
on their team, so they're
potential
gonna
gun
probably
carries that
Abrams
also give you
hired
great
'cause they have
durability,
Tanner.
So no surprise to see these.
They go
deals.
Rem,
It's been
okay.
a while since we've seen like the playmakers really locked
You
in. but
should
another
see a
Rem
floor
pick
man.
up
They have the
here
Billy
really
Silver.
early.
I imagine they trade
I'm
the
kind of
page.
blown away, ZP, by how effective.
never know, though.
Passively, the Rem can farm with that 3 ability at times.
Yeah, no, I mean, not only does Rem give good map control and the ability to steal enemy resources,
They go
but
Holiday
also
for Goober
support
instead.
is just good. It's a little bit weird in NA.
They wanna
where
dodge
NA
the
has been
ban?
Really
I
undervalued
like it.
Page, but you know, at the very least, realize it's like, yeah.
So Floorman can ban
Rem is pretty
M1
darn
here,
good.
even
Now,
though they don't
the
have one
interesting
yet.
thing about the bans here is that for Goober, who has been just viciously getting banned out of Holiday, they had to pick it here before the mid-stage bans because while they had the burn
So
the
they
ban
ban
on
Paradox?
Celeste,
Nice.
they 100%
So they
would ban
ban
Holiday if Foreman
the
didn't
other
take it there. So that
high
was
priority pick.
understanding that
And then I
Goober would get
imagine-
targeted and they say, okay, we're gonna overpick Holiday relative to most
But
people
in
go
Clock will
because it
ban
is simply
Page,
worth it
probably.
to do when people have this level
They might
of
know
respect for
Floormen are on
Goober.
a Page team though. I don't know.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Goober could do with that.
Demand Yamato instead. Okay.
'cause he's just an awesome
I don't know if they
player in
would go
general.
triple
And yeah,
frontline, but I guess
Rem's
with
been,
Yamato, it kind of works.
So freaking effective.
maybe they would've.
Like I feel like with Rem, like you mentioned before, is you just had passive ability to just be able to farm, handle so much of the field out there by yourself. Holy moly. Character so
They
good.
go Mirage. So take the
Mirage
best.
as
I would say
It's
Mirage is
gonna
the best
get
M1
locked
right
in
now.
for Foreman here. So,
Stats way maybe Warden's a bit better. I would say
ZP,
Mirage is probably a bit better though in my opinion.
Play with you and your Mirage.
Good
You got to show me what he could do with that one. That is a wild. Yeah, you're pretty damn good with that hero there, Z.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mirage is just one of the better gun
Let's
carries out right now. With
go,
some of
and
the
then,
changes that came
the trade
across
for
the
Warden
orange
comes in.
items, he really rocketed up in Prio.
It should see if they go
also,
Bebop here for
they're
pick.
going
They
out
could
of
also
their
go
way to take away
Mo.
things that Pashipop may normally go to. Pashipop can still play the Mirage, but when you look at the hero pool here, the early guys pick I think was making sure Pashi can get to play it. It's one of his bigger comfort heroes historically. So
They go Calco. Okay, so they grab Burst as well.
Here, which, you know, goes to
Wonder
show
if
you,
Pocket's
right? Like, they're
good
looking
here.
for this dub. I kind of respect
Pocket
that.
into
you know,
the Silver
ensuring that
Billy.
they're targeting the things that they don't want to allow their.
It's not as good
opponents
as
to be
into
able to
like
shine
Shiv,
with, right?
Abrams type of thing, but
We've got two
could've
heroes
still been
on
okay.
Clock who can actually abuse the tunnel systems on the Cursed Apple, the more recently added one. So I'm very curious to see how that goes.
How does that allow them
Ivy
to be
comes
able
in
to,
for their
like,
support
you
pick.
know,
Okay, so
I
they
guess
value the
better yet,
Ivy.
Just what does that allow them to be?
You
able
have more
to do
direct
here?
cross lane
They have a lot of-
mobility.
they
and
have
actually
quite a
more
bit of dive
access
with, like, the
to,
Abrams Calico, so I can see it
booms
being
and
good.
the ability to sort of farm
Rem's
buckets,
also, like, a great
that's part of the map
tag-along
that other heroes
diver.
at this time can't actually access,
And then Mina,
lets
okay.
you get around the map like pretty easily. I do like that the Mina sort of gets roped in here. Could be like a Lord and M pick on the Floorman side. Obviously, somebody who can really scale very well. You've got Mirage, you've got Mina who can really make that happen. You've got the playmaking potential on
Where are they
Holiday.
gonna
Very
last?
well-rounded composition. It's great to see the Ivy back in the mix too.
GT's back,
GT
bro.
coming in,
Great talent.
Yeah, I mean, this has been more of an NA special, and it's kind of interesting because GT's been the spot where GT hasn't always, he's not picked in a lot of the games, but then I feel like when GT has been picked, oftentimes it would actually be, some like Rocker playing it. It's actually pretty good. I mean, you still get tons of pressure
like
out of
more.
the Owl, especially once you hit your first ultimate, and I don't know, I always like go around in my
think I like
mind
Foreman
wonder,
more.
has GT been undervalued? I never hate when it comes to play, even if it's the last pick.
Well, we'll see. Right? How do we feel as far as our
Mina falling
picks goes here?
all the way
Who
to
has
sixth
that
is kinda
advantage
interesting.
coming into this one because I'm
The priority was
kinda
dropped on the
siding
serial,
more
like,
with Form,
greatly.
and I'm liking what I'm seeing over there a bit more.
I guess it just doesn't scale
I
as
think,
well,
with
but
the Mina,
still
and,
chunks,
you
bro.
have the Billy and Silver just being hyper aggressive, just a lot working over there. But curious to know what you guys think, Z.
Yeah, as I look at it, I like the Foreman comp a little bit more, mostly because I'm not a believer in Calico. Like the few times Calico
He's
has
not
been
a
picked
believer.
recently, it hasn't
He doesn't give a
looked
fuck.
super good. The Bunny with Clock frontline is scary. I think
It's
Geist
very tanky.
Yeah, Geist is really worth the earlier pick here, but I also think the fact that you gave Goober Holiday is ridiculous. When Foreman was actually able to take a map away from melee creeps last week, they did it with Goober on the Holiday. So more comfort picks over towards Foreman. I mean, it's a little weird. I hope it's Pashi on the Mirage and not Pashi on the Ivy.
And he's in
That hasn't
chat.
Worked out super
He knows the
well,
vibes.
But yeah, on the whole, like the Foreman comp a little bit better.
Yeah. Obviously Rem is the kind of, hero you want to stack up with a lot of those like active items, for support purposes. The tag along is actually, it heals based on a percent of missing health here. So it doesn't care about your target being tanky or high HP in general, but I'm curious to see how it plays out. I do agree with ZP, very tanky comp picked up for BWC.
All right, fellas. Well, I'll let you guys have fun, but I'm gonna stay, muted. Maybe just be a little React Andy. Just have some fun and just chill out. Enjoy.
We do that. We do React Andy. Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Great to be jumping back into the Cursed Apple, folks. It's Uber and ZP here for the NA portion of your particular show. Here we've got the Mirage and Holiday mix up here in mid for Floorman. They'll be going up against the Geist and Rem.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about classic mid-comps.
Rem
Mirage
Geist,
Holiday is,
another
as
pretty
classic
strong
as it
lane,
gets.
I think.
At one point
A lot of
when
poke in
Mirage
this
was more
lane.
the meta, you'd see it all the time.
Into
Still really
a
heavy poke
Mirage
damage.
Holiday.
Counterbalance a little bit by the fact that Geist is inherently tanky and still going to be healed by
There
Rem.
is
so
trade
we'll see
potential
how it
back.
works out. I'm
With
still
Holiday
curious
especially.
out on how Rem is going to fight
Ooh,
in
frame rate
some
is-
of these lanes, versus the more classical combos.
Yeah, it feels high sustain, right? I think that's what we're going to be looking for between this this Rem and Geist combination. We'll see, like Tanner being put under a lot of pressure, obviously. That's an Abrams in a bit of a hostile lane on that right side of the map, best as I can tell. We'll check in with that, of course, in a moment, but already getting poked pretty aggressively here by that.
I don't think
Silver
it's Barry.
Minion.
I think it's the frames from the
You
Observer
shouldn't be
PC.
this low to silver pre-ult. Like, the entire thing when you run a silver lane is that it's going to be a bit weaker before you actually get your Lycan curse. So Tanner just getting pummeled to this extent, going down actually is a brutal, brutal
rough.
start for Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, and you really don't want this Mina to start to, get out in front of you here, start to farm those stacks, and in general just sort of get ahead. So that's something we're going to have to be checking back in. Already, of course, that first extra spirit picked up, so looking to hit a little bit hard. And yeah, Floorman might be looking to collapse onto this lane, but things aren't looking much better for Bunny with Clock on that left side of the map. A lot of push here, of course, with that Ivy lane. It's in mid, I guess, where they're able to find some form of equity, but that is only going to last so long until that Spirit Lasso gets online.
Saved!
Quite difficult. We're over to the left side here, of course, so we're on board with
We're back.
who had picked up this Warden.
All right.
Looking worse for wear as well. Outflast attempted here, but now getting wrecked, and we'll be struggling.
So
to get
Tanner
back
got
to
owned
safety here. Has to make use of that
In the
heavy
silver Mina lane. Mina's
Looks like for
getting
now,
going early. That's
Warden
not
will
great.
remain, but there's not much to do in this lane.
GT Abrams does not sound like
Observer's
that
channeling a lot of power.
crazy of a lane, but there's some Cersei, I guess.
There. It's like, hey, Arctic, he's looking. Oh, he's nearly dead.
An Ivy
And,
Billy into a
yeah. I
Warden
mean, it's
teleport.
not ideal to eat that big of an HP tax early on. But we got a bit of box roaming here, and this is where if you're going to run Calico, teams have been a little bit more aggressive, especially in NA, at roaming once boxes are up, using the opportunity for early ganks. We've been seeing that a lot in recent games, and any hero that's good as far as making the most out of that pressure would be Calico. So as I look to Cool Cheese, just gonna see how active he gets early
He's
in
gonna
the game.
TP back the other side. Okay.
Yeah, again,
He's looking for a
mentioned
gank.
that access through it with Ava.
He's looking.
Have to tunnel, so
He's
he
looking.
can more safely or more.
Tanner looking to get back into the
stealthily
game.
Rotate between those lanes.
He doesn't really have an angle here, though.
A little bit more
Just a little
dangerous
awkward.
with
They
that
still don't see him, though.
capacity than Rem is, of course.
So they might just give him the push, and then he'll look.
Really
Billy
wants to
sees
try
him
and get
now.
aggressive and secure those kills. All right.
So he ends up
bouncing
gluing to
around
the
here.
Billy.
Definitely needs to try
I'm
and work back
surprised he
behind
doesn't
that
really go in the
Guardian.
Ivy.
Going to
Maybe
the-
assumed the Ivy was
look
already
there from Tanner, who's
dead.
still looking to be pretty active despite a very difficult start to this game. We've got a 3-stack here for Bunny with Clock
Oh,
on
that's
his far left
really
lane.
bad for Tanner.
So far, it looks like Cool Cheese has not found too much to dig out here.
Yeah, I mean, you bring
That's
over,
really
you get
bad,
a
bro.
little bit of HP out of
Holy,
Rocker,
Tanner's gonna be
but,
turbo
to
behind
bring
now.
3 over, it is a pretty high commitment. You look elsewhere in the map what they're losing, but getting into it right now, Billy deep in on Arctic. A little bit low, gonna need the back out, and the left-hand side, the game
TP's back right side. I think his GT was getting like card zoned here.
Back to normal.
He actually did okay with
Yeah, so Calico Warden, of course,
getting
here
the
for Bunny
wave,
with
but
Clock. Be careful that Billy stun plus Kudzu bomb is a big problem for anybody who gets caught inside of it, having your mobility limited in such a regard.
Worth noting, by the way, it wasn't just a gank attempt. In terms of where things are at, and they're rotating around the lanes a little bit, but as I'm looking at this here, Mitch, look at the mid lane. I mean, I was wondering how this would go, and you actually have Silver coming over to the mid now, 3 for Floorman to try and even up what has been a brutal mid lane so far versus Geistrem.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty important moment here for Lord NM.
this pillow.
Link is a little bit too close
Gibbs
here.
owned
to
him.
be Aiden, of course, the guy
Interesting to see if Gibbs updated his build this week. He was doing like the no spirit rem.
And it's a melee from the
I'm curious to see if he's going to go that again.
Floormen fly a little bit too close to the sun, and they've taken so much damage.
All right,
on the
Tanner's back.
Guardian to
Good
boot.
gank. Found his opening.
I think in terms of lanes, you got to respect.
But again,
Rim
Matt
based
got, like,
up there.
hard
I mean,
zoned
that was
here.
a Mirage Holiday lane at the start of the game. Not a lane
Silver
that
got to run back,
usually gets
so they
bullied too
go-
hard, but in this case,
So Lee got to get a pretty big
absolutely,
lead here.
got
He's
it.
at 4.3k.
Stone Idol here.
Oh, I didn't check
from
Tanner's build
Rocker, as it looks
for,
to get on
Gibbs'
out.
build.
Kind of does a bit of everything, this guy. And now Bunny with Clock want to try and work their way back onto this left side of the map. Rocker being low as he is,
Owl.
can't afford to get too close.
Death awaits.
Owl just came from right-hand side from
Ugh.
that over.
Raj gets
into
gun
middle.
off?
I was looking for
That's
a
really
flash.
good
I'm
for
not
Blue
actually
Aid,
sure it hit.
actually.
I just looked at the minimap, saw the owl rotating over, and it's just like, wait.
He's going to be able to push back here.
He was looking
Oh,
at
Mina
that.
might die.
Mina's real
It's
low.
bad news for Lee.
Holy. What happened
Yeah,
there?
Stack here on this right hand side.
Somebody got
Lord Nem's
pinned?
just trying to maybe give a bit of breathing room for Lee to get out here. Healthy as they are, not too bothered.
Extra region
There
close
was a little bit there
quarters
where the Mina could have been snapped up, and now the legal look
for the
try
Silver
and have
Lord
some
on them.
impact on this right side of lane for now. So after the smoke clears, Bunny
Isn't
with Clock
Lord
able to
playing
close
the
this,
Silver?
that brief, that small early game deficit
Putting
right
lead
on up.
on the Mina
Bigger,
instead.
A lot
Okay.
of these ultimates coming on now, ZP. So definitely worth keeping an eye on the next couple of minutes. Last stand up for Arctic, of course, going to be crucial.
I don't know
It's gonna
what
be a
that stare
3-man
was.
slam for Floorman here on the right. They lose
So
the
this is more
Guardian
what you
as
see
goes
when
on, but they're going to go for more
you
of a
have
trade.
Cryo.
More importantly, Lord and M's about
So
to
you like
start
the double
getting
healing
real
items to
active in
survive
this
the first
game.
three,
Of course, for Silver, everything revolves around
ability
Lightning
points,
Curse, you're at
or boons
3.5K,
until
so,
not even
your
the first three
period of
boons, like
weakness here is
getting your
about to
first
be
three
over, and,
abilities,
getting a little bit
and then you
help
can
from
go
the
into
rotation
gun a little
Goober
bit.
to make it happen here on the right
So Gibbs goes monster rounds, and now he's on the extra spirit
Rem trying to go for
and
the
extra
sleepy
charge hype train.
double catch.
He was not
Two
playing this
players
last week.
from,
He was going
Foreman
gun
are
items.
asleep right now.
So he's probably got
So
lane
a lot of them
preferences
use
for
chain gang
when he
also
goes
gonna
what.
be committed to every player in the vicinity
They
here.
both live though.
Basically throwing in. And there's enough room for Florman to get away, but look how low Rocker and AVG were. That's after, of course, they got some of that pocket sand thrown in their direction. So that means this left side Guardian's about to be chewed up.
Macro play for Bunny with Clock, feeling pretty good here so far. I mean, their next Guardian coming down here. So far, it has been the most active game. Calco back into the middle. Arctic in some real danger. Falls the Lord NM, who now has Lycan Curse online as looking for some mid pressure. Still, Owl going to be brought out.
I don't know if there's really enough room for this one to connect. Florman actually sort of see this rotation coming from Bunny with Clock, and they're able to get back in position now. This relieves the pressure on that left-hand side of the map. Might actually allow AVG to have some room to get back in. A little bit of a milling around now, of course, for Aiden, who will pick up some of that farm towards the left side of the mid lane.
Dave Florman still with a little bit of a
We'll have
lead.
some buying going on here as well for Rocker.
Tanner's the homeless player this game. He's just full on roaming everywhere.
As I'm looking at
Like
it,
GT
I want
farm
to see
side.
improvement from Lord NM, because last week was a little bit tough, which is understandable. The Silver came out on Monday. There wasn't a lot of time to practice, and when you look at the series that was going on last week, it was clear Lord NM was learning the hero, but the situation here is a little bit different. You've had over a week to practice the hero, time to optimize builds, even after some of the changes came on in, and now you're at the point where Lycan Curse is online. So, for Silver, you don't necessarily want to be stuck farming for a long period of time. You want to actively seek out more engagements at the early part of the game, and if you're going to make this here work, as we saw in EU,
Slung bolts coming in. I also think slung bolts is turbo good on Silver.
Rotate here.
It's good for both your forms.
And earn.
Obviously better on the werewolf.
Towards the right side. I think that Gibbs is about to run into a bit of adversity here and has to double back. Yeah, this mid to right side transition is definitely one worth keeping an eye on. Now, Sin is obviously being taken. We're at 8 minutes.
This is kind of just the go-to sport build now for Ivy. You just rush your gun spike, headhunter, backstabber.
Pick the lead back up again. Even some damage being put onto this.
I don't want to try slowing bolts again now that it has the weapon damage. But
on this far left side for Florman.
I was curious if it was good, but backstabber still seems really strong.
He's trying to gobble up as many of those souls as he can, but realizes there's an opportunity to drift towards mid now.
Oh, did he get
mid
that?
Guardian has
oh no,
to
he
go.
had his head on her shot.
That was something that Florman did really, really well last week, is that even when they were losing at the beginning of the game, they were masters at just making the most out of macro resources, both efficiently farming their jungle, protecting things from getting hit from Bunny with Clock. So even when they would lose objectives, they were still getting enough in the map to keep things close. And in this case, they're not even behind, because it's been a much better early game for them. So I don't know if it's Rocker, Goober, whoever is making calls, but it has been good for them as things heat up now.
Chain ganging towards mid. It looks like
Chain
Rem's
gang.
being targeted. Gibbs might be in a spot of bother here. I think AVG feels like he's done enough. In the meantime, though, Goober got caught out here. That's the Calico actually getting involved. Great
Goober
talent
died.
turns up in mid now as well. We are
Uh-oh.
hearing the airdrop in play. What is
Airdrop
Rocker
doesn't
looking
find
for?
anyone.
Maybe just honestly a bit of safety. There is only Bunny with Clock players down there below them. And they do not want to tangle with them.
15 seconds before buffs come on out, and the thing
God,
that
man,
Creeps got
relax.
away with murder last week
You're
is that
fucking
they end
him.
up just getting every single buff niche. Of course, other Creeps not in this game, but
So
we'll
obvious
see
Spirit Rush
who's prioritizing Bunny with Clock.
with an Enchanter's,
Definitely
extra stam,
look
pretty
to be
standard
solidifying
GT
in on the
build.
left. Absolutely no one near the right-hand side. Of course,
Cold trying to
earn
improve,
contest
gotta
more
go.
important that's ever been in Deadlock. If you've been missed
Also very standard
for
nowadays.
the last few weeks, the earn turn is instant now, so way more emphasis here on the pickup. And Mitch, it is about to be a brawl.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see both
They have
teams
sleep here,
posturing
though.
around that. Silver's
This
already
could,
got
this could
straight
get
on in
spooky
there.
if they get a good sleep off.
Tanner here just trying to bide his time.
Oh, AVG troll,
Got shoulder
D-troll,
charge connection on
D-troll,
AVG,
D-troll,
takes
D-troll,
the Billy out of
D-troll.
the center of the fight for the time being. It's a Bunny with Clock pickup of the urn right now. And AVG seen better days.
Wow, they didn't
Quite
kill AVG.
low,
That's kind of insane to
because
me.
Abrams has been a problem.
I guess they didn't have ults, huh?
High priority pick.
They didn't have Bird coming in either. Gibbs dies.
Eventually gets picked off, so that's a kill.
Sleep
going
doesn't really
overall
land
for
on anyone.
Mirage.
Wow.
Poshup turns up when he needs to. Doesn't even have to use the Traveler in order to do so, but that urn is heading across the map in the hands of Cool Cheese.
We should see Aiden picking up guys too.
Pace them here, and of course there'll be Amina waiting around the turn-in location. So plenty to keep an eye on. This fight is far from done.
Matt, gonna let loose the owl. So far, been more of a scouting owl. May take a little bit of a chunk out of
There's a
Ivy
wave
towards
with
the
it.
end. Not too much in the end, but now Calco Ready to turn in the urn. Any contest? Nope.
It's like been 1 HP
but
forever. I wonder
if
what
you're gonna
happened.
give up urn, that's the one to give up, especially if you get a kill in response. It is not the worst overall for floormen. Where yeah, Bunny with Clock get a little bit more in the aggregate, but you're pretty okay with that. And actually, one thing of Calico, and we brought this up the first week the urn change came in. In theory, Calico is one of the best heroes around at doing urn intercepts, and the other team gets the urn first. It just didn't work out that way the first time it was brought into the game. So, you know, that's another benefit to Calico that we haven't really seen expressed at the pro level here just yet. But today may be the game if, you know, Calico's
What if they're gonna kind of step on each other's toes this game? They got both the tunnels heroes right now.
They got a lot of damage on their mid guardian ZP, but weren't able to
Curious
top
to see.
it. And Bunny with Clock really value keeping that in the game. They are still positioned around that mid area. Obviously, give that gun sort of oriented Ivy enough time like this, and you're eventually going to have yourself that guardian. Important way to open back up the map here. You'll note that the right side guardian for Floorman is still up, so they're ahead on these neutrals.
I will say, when I look at the comps here, I think it's pretty close. Like, I don't think either team necessarily has a ultra massive late game edge over the other, but if you have to give a nod, I do think Floorman likes going late game a little bit more between the Billy, the Silver, and where you're at now. But as we see Rem doing quite a bit of damage. Gibbs just able to turn the corner, and League, I think, wisely knew that others were waiting in the wings, and this is getting a little bit more hot.
Whoa.
Yeah, obviously this, you know, investment into the stamina, though.
Bullet shielding for the Mina.
For
Okay.
the Mina means that League can quite easily put some distance between himself and his would-be pursuers. But I don't know. If
I kind of like it though with the.
Do they realize how many of these Bunny with Clock players are nearby? Knocks
With
Nostra,
the
followed by
Silver,
Sanguine,
Mirage.
League needs to get the heck out of dodge. And there's a chase
With
on
the
the right side
Warden.
lane still because Lord NM is
Nah, I don't like it as
caught
much.
and they're in trouble. Now some
I thought Mina was on the other
towards
side for a
water.
second.
That's the far left side. Keep
I don't actually like it that much.
on that part of the map here. Bunny with Clock might have to race to trade these walkers now. Big
Early
damage
Hunter's
from
Aura for the
Foreman on that key
Abrams.
objective on
I
the
think
left.
that's a good buy into the
This would be a
Foreman.
tragedy if you give up Walker and get only a Guardian return Floorman. Pretty good macro
He
play
gets the
so
TP
far.
over
I mean,
here.
they
I don't think
Walker
they're going to be able to get
give up
this.
Lord NM. Yeah.
ABG
goes
died
down.
though.
They're looking to try and defend this right side Walker. Floorman turning up when it counts. Zipline boost also being used.
Abrams
Gets
does.
picked off. Rock has found an impact already.
Ooh, Leak died on
Leak
Zip,
can't
though.
quite get away, but it's
Kinda
all about
greedy with the
defending this
Zip,
Walker,
no?
and so far, that may have worked
Wow.
off. It is so very low.
That Warden almost doesn't
He's
work.
actually able to pick it up. It'll
Warden
cost
does
them their
drop
life, but
eventually.
still, Bunny with the Clock had to work hard to get an even trade of those important objectives.
Foreman does end up getting it though. Nice.
Right play to be done there. You
Well
all in
played, well
Walker there,
played.
You don't want to be down a Walker. Also, I mean, we've had a few games recently where teams just end up getting slot locked if you don't make a move sometime early in the game. Then sure that you get a Walker. So neither team dealing with that here. And I mean, look, Mitch, just
Green spike comes in for Goober.
right now. 73K. On
Really
the
good.
aggregate. You know, taking a look at the allocation even too. Pretty
Two
solid.
item spike
I mean,
with
you
it,
got
too.
Warden at 13, Geist at 14.
Stat Mastery and Enchanters.
Other side,
Great items
you
on
got
Holiday.
Ashi at 14. You know, the one hero that is starting to fall a bit behind, but, you know, sort of for nature because she's not in the jungle is Lord NM on the Silver. You know, maybe not the absolute best game on the Silver so far, but, you know, not so far behind that she can't have an impact on team fights.
Surprised how little impact Goober's having so
There's
far
that
though.
investment as well into the utility, right? There's no slowing bullets picked
I guess
up
they were kinda
there.
just, like,
Light
perma-shoved.
Strike obviously in the mix and some of those actives. So
In their lane,
Lord
but-
NM just really trying to get across the map, pace a lot of these more macro movements, and then being able to add that utility towards team fight.
Cool.
Okay.
20 seconds away from the buff, and already a
Sounds
little bit
fun.
of contest here. Lord NM. Using
That
the
looks
here,
fun.
boot kick up and over, and the curse beckons, but it's more of
Abrams looking
cowardly
for him.
werewolf in this case. You don't want any of this fight if you can
Oh,
help
if he
it.
hit the parry, he
We see
would've
Tanner
lived. I
over
think he's
and
dead
in,
now.
200 HP for Lord NM, just desperately
They don't chase him.
trying to
Wow.
escape from the pressure, but we'll be able to do just that as the buffs now spawn.
Yeah,
I guess they wanted to go for buff and earn here,
Silver can
so
offer
chasing the
there.
kill, probably
slow
better.
mix could have been it. Tanner able to catch on towards Lord NM, but they were
They get a bit of Walker damage down for Floorman in response. I think you're kind of net losing here. They do get the left side buff though, so at least they even out buffs.
They're going to fall back, but that urn has been taken
Well,
quite
Rim gets
early
earned.
here. So that's going to be
Uh-oh.
ferreted back into the base of Bunny with Clock for the time being. I'll see the stone idol there
Oh,
being
Matt
used for
gets
some sort of
deleted.
Walker rather getting caught out as he tried to airdrop away for the
Tanner
back,
dead
not the
too?
opener that Floorman are looking for, but Tanner is low. Definitely wants to reconsider taking this engagement, but look at the Billy. Is AVG in a position to do something here? Chain gang used, but probably more for survivability or simply to ward off
That's
Bunny
rough.
with Clock, and it doesn't pay off. Floorman now down 2 players. Tanner
drop
is
earn
quite
for
low.
this,
Could be
just
an even
full
exchange
go
here
for the
now, as
fight.
League is on the hunt. Getting pressured by a very brolic looking Rem there. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Sanguine retreat has to be made use of as Gibbs is able to
He's gonna look for him deep.
The Walker's just getting decimated. So
1
Foreman, they go all
HP,
in
bro.
the trade. They
1
go, okay, you have the
HP.
urn, you've killed a few of our
I
guys.
thought he killed him because
but
someone else
what
died at the same
about
time.
we go in for this right-hand
Silver
side
died.
Walker while everything is going down.
There's only one Walker up now, and that urn turn-in is far from guaranteed. We'll see if Bunny with Clock can actually get that across the map, but it doesn't feel like a trade that favors them whatsoever. Coming back off spawn now, or back
Yes,
from
Bunny
spawn,
with Clock in the
AVG is going to be there.
picking
Poshi doesn't
back
have ultimate,
up.
but he can get his way across the map.
Getting
the
sent on
old-fashioned
blue
way.
though.
Then we looks there over towards
Matt
Rock.
doesn't have ult now. Oh, this is not good for Matt.
Caught out
For
a
Rocker,
second
I mean, sorry.
consecutive time, but now I think the rest of Florman might have to commit to getting involved. They're still
I've been saying
spread,
Matt
but
all
they
game with
want to
Ivy,
fight
haven't I?
around his own turning location, ZP.
Let's
I mean,
associate
that's the
Matt
scary
with
part is that
Ivy
they
in my
gave up Walker,
brain.
They still haven't turned an urn. Foreman get an opportunity to
Oh.
double down, hop on over. Rem diving on in. Nap time used early into the fight. Tanner already down. Kind of a disastrous.
Oh,
part
they
of the
drop
engage here.
urn? Calco drops
Shakes
urn?
the
Does it go
pressure.
for
Knocks
dunk?
Astra in over the top. In Arctic, a world of pain. No last stand. Not much.
Look at the
really
movement
happening
from
for
Arctic,
to do
though.
anything here,
Ah,
just
fucked up at the
desperately
end, though.
Trying to get away as League chase it down.
I mean, I just
Yeah, I mean, that's a great
gets
point. There's no
chase.
key ultimates really active.
And then as a bat.
Al is back here for Matt. Cool Cheese also has from the shadows, but I
What
think the work's already
sneeze,
been
what
done
sneeze?
here now for
Ah,
Foreman.
hate
There'll
that
still
feeling.
be some scrutiny, of course, on that urn turning location as Posh
Uh-oh.
trying to get ahead, but he's hit with a slowing hex by the look and needs to back away. Watches Covenant crucial in this fight for Rocket to make sure Foreman stay nice.
Looks like
and
a chairman
healthy.
on the guys for
That's
Aiden.
more than I can say though for the rest of Bunny with Clock. They get absolutely wiped. Their corpses simply feed the Kudzu Bomb vines. That's an urn turn in. So they get a
Fat down
Walker,
for
they
Floorman.
get an urn,
Up
they get
about
a team
10K
fight
now.
win, and that gives them an 11K soul lead.
It's
They can
about
also
to
look
get
to take
worse
jungle
Mitch.
here.
Not only do they give up a Walker,
They go
because
for
they're
mid,
not
though,
able to get the urn
instead.
turn in time while Foreman were over there. Not only do they lose the rebound urn fight, but they're going to lose mid boss.
Timers are
on
good, so it should be
top of
fine.
All of it was once an even.
Tanner's
game
not even
here.
showing here.
Maybe they're going to be able to contest and get a little bit of the rejuve. It's going to be difficult if they even go in. No, they don't even try. So what a way for the game to swing, Mitch, from even to down 15K and 3 rejuves now staring
I saw my mic
right in the
at
face.
first, my
And
bad.
it's all well and good, ZP, to have so much soul allocation over towards your Warden and
Oh.
Geist. That's a great sign. But if you do not put your team in a position to leverage some of those important area of
so
affectabilities, then
sick.
it just doesn't matter how much they're working with. League has been so good at catching these stragglers. There've been some positioning problems for Bunny with Clock. We've seen Gibbs out of position, and obviously Rem doesn't have the scaling
Grab
to
tissues,
really
one sec.
do anything on their own in terms of evading capture. They're going to be squishy at all phases of the game. Lord and M in the last couple of minutes has also been able to accrue enough souls to become more than relevant in this game, and AVG is going to be scaling quite nicely. This almost illustrates my point here. Lord and M looking for another target here, but the binding word going to ward them off.
And Mike and Curse about to fall to the wayside. Also, one thing, we haven't talked about item builds too much, but the one item that's really come back into vogue, not just for
Curse ball.
silver, but even heroes like Warden is slowing bullets. People have realized,
Slowing
wait,
bullets
this
too,
item
yeah.
actually pretty good nowadays. And obviously, it's not a vacuum. Other items have gotten adjusted, but the standard
Weapon damage
continues
just
to
makes the item
evolve,
so good.
Rest of things here on Warden about what you would expect.
You get damage
in,
plus
in a
util now.
given game.
Yeah, I mean, this game is different every week. Trust me. Trying to come back after a while is it's like a whole new thing.
Not wrong, Uber.
It
Not wrong.
could be a problem for Poshy Pop. That range
Here's how much-
increase,
if
few
a patch
months
can
ago
come out
definitely
while
making it
gone,
harder to
too.
avoid that. But the Mirage is going to be able to get on out for now. There is an owl coming in though. There might be something to
Owl coming
this.
in.
And it's almost as if Poshy Pop is aware of that because he throws up a tornado, tries to get away. That execute potential of guiding owl rather is something to be mindful of. And that mid walker is a little bit low for Floorman, so we may see Bunny with Clock look to group up for a fight there soon.
Good.
Yeah, but with Clock, the problem is you don't want to take an open fight. Ideally, you defend
my eyes
Walker,
watering,
but
bro.
against 3 rejuves, it's difficult. It's why when you have any other possibility of trading out a mid boss, even if it's a losing fight, you do so because anytime you're up against 3 rejuves, it doesn't get any better. And overall rejuve time still a minute 50 left. So what you have to expect is that 4 men, after they've taken the jungle and whatever buffs they want here in full, they are going to make an attempt on the objectives. And
Standard
the timing is such here, too. They can
build.
also add in an urn.
Hog fire
which,
for
looks to be
Goober and then the
intent.
recharge shot as well.
Goober going to be able to snap that one up now.
Are they in
and,
here yet? They are?
very
Nice,
quickly
recharging
traversing
rush
the
is the
map
name of
here. I
that.
don't even know if Bunny McClock are in any position to argue with this. They might look to try and take a mid fight, but their waves aren't
Goober
pushed.
too
They're in a
clean,
position to trade
Goober
this out
too
for any larger
clean.
objective, so they realize they're just going to have to
Free
fight
drops,
for
free
this
picks up.
either way. And obviously, now all our big abilities are online.
Your boy's just
Can
the
Bunny
smartest
McClock
shit, bro.
get set up here with a big Warden ultimate to turn
Gets a
this
pad
fight
down
around?
so he can go for
That's
dunks if he
obviously
wants
our
to.
goal. That is the turn in location, and here come
Free
Foreman,
picks
ready to
up.
fight.
I don't think they fight. I think you fight this, you probably lose. I mean, 3 rejuves.
He's like, someone please,
relatively
someone
even.
please, someone please,
And yeah,
someone
I mean,
please,
Foreman
someone
right now
please.
taking their time, laying the front line.
Nice.
There's gonna be no interrupt here.
Great
on the
patience from
Goober.
Goober there.
And quite frankly,
And they get the map
could
pick.
not fight this, and even just posturing, they lose Matt and might lose Arctic on top of it.
Ooh, he gets
The
deleted.
rejuve difference is a bit of a problem. There's overlapping alchemical.
They use all their ults here though, so they kind of gotta dip a little bit. Back up.
Over in EU, but it's for Florman. This is where the dam breaks, folks. AVG getting pummeled there a little bit, but he's invested so heavily.
Should
in
get Last Walker easily here. They might even look to dive. They do. They get Tanner.
Alongside the counterspell, Torment Pulse ticking as he goes to work on this Walker.
Oh!
And Florman are going to really make use of this.
I love the low
CP.
res on
It's to
Spectator.
expire
It's just so
soon.
funny
But
to
then
me.
look at
Like, why is that a
30K
thing?
soul lead all Walkers
Like,
down.
I don't even know how that
From
happens.
their side of the map to farm.
One thing we didn't talk about comp-wise, which I think can be a real
Low
problem,
res
especially when you get to this part of the
greater
game, is
than
that
it just looks so
sometimes
funny.
the reason why overall in Deadlock that most successful teams will have a standard playmaker hero, usually
All right.
either Bebop, Holiday, or Paradox.
Great use of the rejuve, honestly. They didn't spend any of the tokens, but they get good fight.
Give you opportunities to get ahead
They
of
get
the
2
game once
walkers, I'm
even.
pretty sure.
They're just good. They're just good in general. But you
They get
stop
an
and
urn.
look at where Bunny with Clock is right now.
Maybe it's just one
What is
walker,
a
actually.
good fight?
Just right walker was
Look for
already
them
on, I
right now. It has to be a positional gank where, you know, Tanner goes in, lands a good charge on someone. I mean, maybe something gets up on the owl and everyone jumps on them.
Do you see the
But
bug?
the engagement
He
for
got
Bunny with
bugged.
Clock to actually
He
get
got
a
bugged with
first
the
pick
Ava with the
and
tunnel
turn
bug.
this into a winning condition.
They thought he was
pretty difficult as,
in the tunnels. They still haven't fixed that bug, bro. It's a really bad bug.
There's no other way for them to manufacture a good fight start.
Oh, Lord and M gets jumped.
Pays off. Lord and M is the player
Really
that
good
gets caught out.
patience
Not
from
necessarily
Koji's
the
there, just
highest
waiting.
value target, but still a little bit of a
Warp Zone on this
reprieve here
Abrams
for
now.
Bunny
He's
with Clock.
dangerous.
The Soul Lead, though, is still
This
out
is a
of hand.
dangerous
Make
Abrams.
No mistake. Rocker will certainly have the target on his back now, and he finally, I think, is aware of that fact. Trying to get away as quickly as he possibly
gets
can.
away.
Falling down. Our player do not want to tempt fate. Yeah,
You
Slow
are
Max
able to
is
zip
good
while
old
being decayed.
thrown in the
Fun
direction
fact.
here.
Yeah, and without Playmaker here, that's exactly how Bunny with Clock needed to set that up. I mean, it is a much more difficult task, but you figure, hey, someone's gonna come around the secret shop, and it's
So I don't
Lord NM
love
that,
Ivy Sport
gets the business.
Is
And this doesn't
if
get
you're
you
not
fully
finding
back in
alt
the game,
angles, you
but
have
if
to
you look at the map
start
position right now,
you
it
start
gives
to
Bunny
have
with
to
Clock
build
more
defensive.
ability to
Like you
grab,
can see,
you know,
Rocket already has the
disproportionate
spear
amount of the
resistant.
jungle to
Because you're just such a
potentially get
squishy
an
lad,
extra
man.
kill if 4 men over engage while down 1. But this
Lassie,
window
I
of
guess.
power,
Squishy
Mitch, is
Lassie.
about to go to the wayside. Lord and M about to be back up, and we're gonna be back in the dynamic where Bunny with Clock kind of want to retreat to the
Silence
side
Wave
of the
coming
map
in for Goober.
and
Every time I look at
really
Goober's
play
build, I'm like,
close to
this
the
is
vest
just
because
exactly what you should be
Mid-boss
building in this game.
Gonna be back up now in about another minute, so you're about to get
Bro's
into
just
the
too
zone
clean.
where if you have another bad team fight, it's another mid boss and
Hard
very
shouting here
likely the end of the
too.
game.
Using this
Bunny with Clock might
Sup
just want
mastery to the
play
max.
around mid-boss. They might just want to fight there. That at least
He almost
gives
on
them
GT there.
an actual staging ground for a conflict that doesn't require them to sort of sneak up on someone to catch them out of position.
So Tanner
However,
gets
that's the issue for Tanner right
hit
now.
by this, but he does have slam.
Chomping at the bit, and
So he
Tank
gets the
is
slam out.
Abrams is. This is gonna be tough
Great
to
sleep
dodge.
from
Good
Gibbs.
nap time used there for Gibbs. It's going to slow
But
it
the
up.
lasso
Tanner
comes in
surely
anyways.
is going to be run into the ground. And now Bunny with Clock's ability to meaningfully fight over this mid-boss is severely limited. Tanner won't be back until just after mid is spawned.
I think they're
This
Foreman.
is
You look for
quite
more
brutal.
here.
I mean, if you're Bunny Clock, you
Get a
needed
second
to
pick and
try
it's
look
Giga
for
free
an
mid.
opportunity to get a pick pre-mid boss. But if you're Foreman and you're watching the timers, which they certainly are, you
Take
also
jungle,
could
like
just
jungle
send
left
it.
side here,
We'll see
maybe?
if they want to do that. I mean,
Center
you have the
doubles
level
is
lead
up,
they have.
like, play
There's
left
a few
side?
different ways they can play it.
I don't. Why are we?
think if it
Why are
was
we backing
EU,
up?
as Abrahams, they would just send it because that's a team that has never seen ascended opportunity
not-
that they
we're
don't
dropping a wave.
take. But okay, as we take a look here, Foreman.
They're
they
just
know
like
the boss
hard
is
committing to the
spawning and
mid.
call's been made.
They want to be on mid on spawn.
Yeah, it is time to go for it now.
Oh.
At least, you know, with the guided owl.
They
Matt can try and
have
make a
the
play here,
tools,
set
'cause
something
Tanner's
up,
gonna
and
be
it's
late,
gonna be
like, they
asking
do
for
it super
quite a lot. This
fast.
mid-boss is going to melt rather quickly, and Bunny with Clock are aware. They're
It's a
trying to obviously
bait.
work with
Yes,
the center
I
sacrifices
love
here on the left
this.
side of the map, and now
I love
they need
this.
to
Rem's
go.
gonna
They've
die.
been baited out of position. Do they fall
This
for
is
a hook
good.
line and
This is
sinker, though?
good.
Florman up in the mid are looking
This
for
is
stragglers. Already
good.
they got too close from Bunny with Clock, but they have not. Buffs have just spawned up.
How
That
do
could be
they not
crucial
find
over the
anyone,
next
bro?
few minutes, and that's where Florman are heading now.
Owl.
Bird hits
And
two.
coming out here from that in the middle.
Is there a follow-up? So there is ZP.
Now it's a
This could be
6v6
it.
though.
Okay, last stand obviously in the back pocket.
Oh,
for the
Rucker
Warden.
doesn't
So
hit
I think he has
anyone.
a chance to make use
Great
of it
silence
here.
wave.
Oh my goodness, what a silence.
Huge
on the board.
silence
Bunny
wave.
Clock Pressured down, Tanner going quite low. Parry attempt is
Oh,
outside.
good
So
slam
Florman
from
uses
Tanner,
his
though.
small room and
Oh,
does catch
no.
on to two. Tanner though still bleeding
Foreman
out.
throwing with the
AVG
mid-boss
falls
fate.
Surely gonna be traded out.
History is cyclical.
Goes wrong. Now here comes Lord NM.
But the wolf lady comes in.
Berserker, of course, in the inventory, made
Changes
use of
the
that counter
fate.
spell earlier on. And that's a 2-for-1 trade that Florman will be happy to take. There's another buff to scoop up.
Okay, the bait worked.
Again, ZP.
It took a while to find somebody,
but
but
it's not gonna roar
ended up
here
working.
one more time. If you're bunting the clock, you just have to assume it is
Clean.
about to die at any moment.
Good from Rocker to go
because,
get Earn, too.
It is 30k difference between the two teams. Bunting with clock down 2, Foreman down
Rem
1.
does have sleep.
If you are bunting with clock, the stage has been set. You still
Rocker's
need to
coming
get
in for
here
the-
and try and make a play happen as nap time comes out.
Golem, though. They do get one, though. Good shot from Arctic to get one. Oh, and he claims a token. Holy shit.
Of course, on this soul revival effect, it's going to be Goober. In fact,
Oh, they get both the rejuves. Uh-oh.
have lost one of those as well. In fact, all rejuve
Holy, bottom of the
credits
clock.
have been eaten up, so that buff is no longer active on Florman. Now
Guess
there's
this
an
die.
bar brawled active.
off
Naval
maiden.
Destroyer managed to use that soul exchange, get that key health back. AVG still out of the fight, of course.
Still dies.
and
This
as you
is
can see,
super
Goober
ideal
has
for
seen
Bunting with
better
clock,
days
though.
health-wise, but eventually the Lady
Earn has
Bags
to
is gonna
reset.
be
Oh,
brought
good help
down.
from Goober, though.
This is dangerous. Yet Spirit Lasso
Good
catches
lasso.
on towards Matt. That Grey Talon isn't going anywhere. A barrel will basically do them in, and Poshy finishes.
Honestly,
the
though,
job.
that is like super ideal if you're bunting with
All in all,
clock.
for the game
That could have been a 3-hour rejuve plus
Earn.
Earn.
That's about as good as you can hope for bunting with clock. You may go, what do you mean? There's a
Huge from Arctic, honestly. Huge from Arctic to get that.
Bunting with clock. Yes, but you don't have Foreman.
The Golem was even well timed with an Earn drop.
It's like
Oh,
the
good
hyperline. That
catch.
was so awful for Cool Cheese. Boot kick into, well, maybe finish. Return
He's
the
dead, he's
shadow.
dead. He's dead. He's
Gonna
dead.
have to be some deep shadows indeed, and no, not quite enough to free up Cool Cheese.
Okay,
Something I
now
like
that's kind of
some
bad,
the
though.
fight,
Because now you
that
have to
maybe
give
harder
Earn.
to spot is that Rocker
So
obviously
the game
picked up a
gets
silence wave, so
out of hand.
comes in with the airdrop.
They
and
get-
just
they get to steal your
hit
doubles,
silence
too.
wave onto 3 players
They're going-
to begin
they're
that
going
fight.
for
Just gives a nice
4
little window there for Florman to
full
go
center
ham
still
on them.
here.
And now the aforementioned Rocker is going to get that solo and turn.
Okay,
here.
now
So
it's
you
kinda
can
bad.
see now, this game
But
is
the mid-boss
really
contest was
opened
fine. That was really good. That was super ideal.
45k separating both
But
teams,
it's just like
and,
dying after
you know,
and
it kinda
not
goes
getting
back
off the
to what
map
we
is
were
kinda
talking
bad.
about earlier, is like, what does a good win condition look for Bunting with clock? And
Wolf Lady 2 OP.
Look, they
Wolf
made some
Lady 2 OP.
opportunity happen with the proximity gank at the shop, but doing that again and actually being it successful, particularly this level of
I don't know,
between
Goober's
the
just
two
too
teams,
fucking
is gonna
clean on
be
this hero, man.
enormously difficult. Also, you know, Mirage
Goober went
is
from
just
one
about
trick
hit
to,
his
like,
perfect power spike. Once
the
you get
best
Mirage
2-trick
around
player
35K, that is
in
when
probably the
you're about
world.
as powerful as
Because
you're gonna
Holiday
get.
and Viscous are
you
just
can
too
add
good.
extra items, but this is
We're actually
where
playing great, too.
essentially a Mirage really starts taking over the game.
Yeah, they're
as a
just
late
kinda
game carry.
outscaling now.
You look at counterparts on
The
the
ability
other
got
side,
ahead as well.
25K
Mirage
burden
is scaled.
means practically nothing at this point, Mitch.
They just have so many tools to pick them, too.
Rocker is dominating, by the way, picking up a lot of those kills. The only play with Healbane, I was kind of wondering to what degree like Rem's healing capacity is going to be respected or at least played around. It looks like it's pretty limited as it's
5K
not that
advantage on the
easy for
M1s,
Rem
too.
to get around the map. I think we
Poshy's
saw, like,
5K up on
refresher Rem
Aiden.
or something similar, like
Arctic's
to,
only
you
at
know, to try
26K.
and, refresh that 2 ability.
The game's
but
real hard now.
doesn't look
The
like
game
it's
is
something that
real
people are too
hard.
concerned about.
Echo Rem has definitely been more meta. I think it's, you know, arguably the best thing to put an Echo Shard on in the entire game right now.
Yep.
For how Rem wants to play, but
Echo Shard is too.
in terms
Oh,
of
what a
front line,
fucking
I mean, yeah,
snipe!
it's pretty good for keeping Aiden in
Lord
the fight,
MM.
but everyone else is so far behind. And I don't know. I look at this draft. I think back to the beginning and
So
why I
Gib
had a little
goes
bit of doubts with
Decay,
Bunting with
Sleeping
Clock.
Hex.
I have not seen the proof of
Rescue,
Calico
and he's gonna get a
being good pick
Divine.
right now.
he
we
went
have to go
Spirit
production
Shielding
building,
as
right,
well.
But I feel like every time I've seen Calico,
It's a completely different build from when we saw Gibbs go last time
it has
on
not worked out.
the Mr. Rem.
The
little guy.
Because obviously back when I was actually casting this game a bit more, Calico's trading ability in lane with Leaping Slash was pretty absurd because obviously the melee damage proc that she could apply. But here it seems like it's been a little bit harder for her to run away with the game. We've not really seen much. I mean,
The only thing I
good
don't like about
ability-
Gibbs' build is
good
he doesn't
presence,
have
or at
more
least the
ability
to sort
range
of traffic
at
that
this point in the
across map,
game.
but outside of that, yeah, nothing.
It's kind of
maybe
awkward at
riding
this point
home
now.
about. Decay, slowing hex, rescue.
It's like he's trying to
beam,
check too many
Guardian Ward.
boxes.
There's a lot of buttons here for Gibbs.
Which,
to be
like, on
pressing.
Sport is great, but with Rem Sleep, like,
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of how the build has
You just-
evolved.
you just
here on
want it-
Rem, you know, especially
you want it
with
big.
how tag along works, the bonus you
Did
get
he
to
also
shields.
max
It's
tag along
tailor-made to
first?
Just, you know, throw out a lot of good
might have
support.
maxed
I
tag
think
along
it's why the
first.
hero
Okay, wow.
has been picked a lot. Although I still side eye NA a little bit right now relative to EU.
So Valorman get the
where
free
NA
earn
just
here.
Decided we don't play Page.
They get to
It
clear their
makes
jungle
no
again,
sense
so you can
because
go
I
up
think that
about like
hero is
60k.
absurd at the moment, and you know, so is the majority of EU. But yeah, we've just taken
Alright, we
out
can see
even
Goober.
melee creeps. So I would
Insane
far rather
earn
pick a
time.
Kelvin, where he's actually the only Kelvin player remaining.
But with the clock
He's
respecting the
not-
shadow,
yeah,
though, they're
let's
just
look
like
at this movement. Look
full
at
sitting.
how
They're not even
clean
grabbing waves because they know
is with
Goober
his
can do this so
Spirit Stamina.
fast.
This is an earned speed
Movement
run.
god.
The man has just spent so much time.
And then he does this.
practicing
This is
movement.
oh, he didn't even do it this time.
Having 8 stamina
Last
picks
turn he
is also
dropped it and then
pretty
put
sweet
a
to get
pad
around,
there,
but
which I thought
Brody's
was super
use half of it.
interesting.
That is what is kind of insane about
Just
that.
full setup.
There is a setup here. To
Tanner
protect
is just
against this
full
fight,
waiting.
and I am again again.
Count goes ready to burst him after he gets
the destroyer with 35.
So we're flying in the belly. I like this. I like this. This is really clean. Just yanks the dagger away, so it's a free earn. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful from Rocker and AVG. And then they all die. Wow, that was super clean for man. That was really clean.
They were chased straight on down. You can see Nox
completely negates the sleep.
As League just plummeted over
because everyone has to spread.
Pretty much wrap things up at this point now. Base Guardians can be dealt with.
That was super clean.
And the Soul Lead is too big probably to remediate at this point.
Yeah, Floormen of
ridiculous. You talk about all sorts
they're kind of just gapping Buddy with Clock, man. Last 3 weeks, they're just like this is the by far the most they've like stomped them, but they just can't hang with them now. I wonder if we're gonna see no earnings or someone fill Buddy with Clock's slot.
To set up this team fight, the end of the shrines and likely the end of the game.
There's a lot of new NA teams coming in too.
But Mitch with the 70k difference.
Hydra Nation's got a new team.
This one is all done but the crime.
So we might see there's a lot of candidates who want to be in this other challenger slot. So Buddy with Clock might get the boot this week or next week.
Floormen here obviously are in a great spot. They just don't want to linger. That is the one spot where Bunny with Clock can get back into the game, but they could have finished it. Let's be real.
Yeah, kind of surprised we're like leaving
Bunny
here.
with Clock can sort of get back in, but. We could discuss
they're shooting on mid though.
Number of these.
Only way they lose the game is they die in base and then lose mid boss. So
mid-boss pick that up and be done with the game.
They didn't even drop either though.
Room for anything left here.
They just left it low,
again,
so the timers didn't get reduced, so that this would be completely free mid.
With Clock win a team fight, and you can't even get to that point right now, Mitch. It's more so.
I don't mind it.
How does Bunny with Clock even get one elimination? And you kind of look a little bit closely, and go, okay, maybe Lord NM's going to go to the shop again. Maybe Goober's going to focus so much on movement that he forgets that he just went into the enemy fountain. Realistically, you go into the absurd to get one kill. But also, even if you get that kill, you have full rejuve, so yeah, it's done.
Honestly, man, my short throat's gone away, and it's all like congestion now, though. So that's kind of a W for me.
For Floormen.
I hate having a sore throat.
Where you are going to get shredded without realizing where the damage is coming from. Spiritual overflow.
The only thing that was worrying me was having like a little bit of a like, not even an ear ache, but I like felt it moving to my ear. I was like, no,
such a cool part, of her kit alongside their boundless spirit. So she is. Right where she wants to be. She's about as good as it gets here alongside the top.
Alright, this game's over.
She's a menace. League is at 7.
This is GG.
14. Is that a very good game?
Spellslinger from Aiden. I like it.
I kind of looked forward to the future here, and I do think
Overflow, E-Shift, this Mina never dies, 42k, raid buffs, Mirage is scaled.
Melee creeps here soon as, they're going to go for Lord NM.
Tanner going in. He's just looking for anything at all, trying to set up the Rem sleep. Everyone has counterspell against Rem now. Everyone has learned, so no one gets slept.
Skin in the inventory, by the way.
3 dead.
Resilience are very, very hard to deal.
4 dead. GG. They don't even use one rejuve. It's over.
And this will be Floormen rounding on the hill.
It's over.
Probably should have knocked it, the last time they came here and didn't have the middle round. But with Bunny with Clock,
super clean game.
GGs up, and so once again, Floormen have the opportunity here to renew their claim to the throne. Last week it was a very, very close matchup.
Lord NM always typing.
Glad we get to see that run back here. Big GGs. Floormen advance to the money match against Melee Creeps.
Give me my money.
I tell you what, I wasn't ready. I was not ready for the game to turn around so quickly. That, I think, was the thing that just absolutely floored me. No pun intended. Maybe pun intended. I don't know.
They
deserve it.
Goober emotes coming out. You love to see it.
Really, I mean, because when you're really looking at it, right, things were looking pretty okay. In like the mid game, like we were all right. We were good. Things were stable. And you're like, okay. Maybe
and then the Lassos came in. Their disadvantage earn takes were super clean though.
And
there was just zero panic. They were like, they were in full control.
A little bit too hungry, going up the gut on Floormen that they ended up losing that right. What was it?
The right
Walker. That Walker was it. And then from there they had to double back and then.
Let's start going back. I respect it.
Hey, me?
No, don't pause the ad. No.
Let's stick to our budget. Thanks. We needed that. First night of spin class, baby.
I love how every like anti-gambling you add, it's like 1 to 20 ratio of like gambling hats.
This is really bad.
It's like, okay,
This is actually
sure.
Miserable. But yeah, I mean, the problem is that it wasn't a trade.
Surely
right?
this will
They
work.
had earn control, and Foreman going into that, the fact that they were able to stop the earn and build up enough time was nothing but bonus. Realistically, they were happy
Oh,
to
this
do
is
Walker
hairy.
for
I was
earn.
wondering how Tanner got
And
one
for
shot
Bunny
here.
with
Oh
Clock,
my god.
Not only do they not get the earn, but they get wiped out in the upcoming earn fight in such a way, so decisively, that they also lose mid boss. So it went from an even game to they lost Walker, earn, mid, one after the other, and they're running a comp that
One after
really
another,
has
after
way
another.
more effort than the norm.
Dude, I
to
can't
actually
believe
go
Arctic
in
got
and
here.
move.
This was
Still
actually
one timing
insane
there.
for Money with Clock. This went
And
unbelievably
there were
well.
some moments
The
as
game kind
well
of snowballed after
with,
because of the earn and shit. But
with Tanner on the Abrams, where
like this
you're
went really well
seeing,
for them.
You know, just some great presence, right? Like
This
really
is perfect.
allowing himself to
They
take
all
that
spread.
frontline control and all that, but there just was no damage. There was
Billy's just in the back line.
No one could follow up with anything because
Abrams got
they were
yanked away
just
from
so
earn, and then he just got
freaking
wiped. This was
just
so clean.
stacked. Uber, really,
This
that
was
it.
super
Solid
clean.
investment into like Warden and Geist is important, but it really takes you to be ahead, I think, to be able to leverage that and abuse it. Whereas like you get Mina started
bro.
early. if
They
you
got
remember,
deleted.
got the first kill, I think, of the game.
Delete us.
And that's obviously really potent. And then you have Mirage, who pairs like really good
Show me
gun
stats.
damage, which can have area of
Give me the
effect. Like, you
stats.
can be bouncing that around backlines alongside global pressure. It could be really hard to catch
Let's
this
see how
team
Goober
out.
finishes
And the thing
build.
is, like when you build a composition, you don't want to be asking yourself this question because you're trying to play to win and not play to not lose. But you have to ask yourself, how do we actually get a good team fight?
GT with most damage.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Something? Do we have catch potential?
Okay,
in this
Matt's
team?
clean on the
I mean,
GT.
you notice that like no paradox.
So Goober finishes with a Vortex Web, greater range, Tank Buster. Okay,
a dichotomy
I like
that
it.
we've had for a long time. Is that
I think when you have the
those two
Ivy, like
heroes
double
specifically
Vortex
can
Web makes a lot of
force
sense. You got
favorable
ability,
fights
makes a ton of
for you,
sense.
right? Either by the swap or of course the spirit.
Lord
Knight
and them
Soul
outing.
Holiday.
Most skills.
If you ban one of them and then
So he goes
lose the
slow.
other,
So he goes giga slow build. He
you don't
goes
have a
slowing
good way
bullets
to,
and
like,
point blank. Okay.
risk-free start
like it.
a fight, especially from long
I
distance.
like it.
You have guided out, which we did see get a two-player
Backstabber on the
Foreman up
Calico,
mid at
okay.
one point, and Foreman was still able
You
to
get counter
disengage, albeit
spells.
barely. So outside of that, you don't have
Oh,
reliable
recharge
ways
on,
to get good fights unless it's around
GT
static
as well.
objectives like earn and mid boss, and that's why Foreman were baiting.
I like
Bunny
Aiden's
and Clock
build,
into it,
low-key.
tried to pull him down
In a game like this, like
getting a
Berserker
fight out of him.
Spellslinger. I don't know if I love the ballistic this game.
Walked into a trap. They got players.
Yeah,
picked
no,
off,
probably it's
and
probably fine. They're gonna be like
unfortunately, just got caught out
perma
of
grouped
position a
together,
number of
right? So
times.
it's still probably pretty good.
Yeah, no, it was.
Don't love Gibbs build though.
One thing that was clear was there was a.
I don't think you really want
understanding
DB this
on
game.
Foreman's side of their timings. When they wanted to go for
Like
the
a curse
fight,
for the
how
Billy
they
or the
wanted to
Ivy would have been
force
really nice with a
control. Like,
Mirage.
honestly, I'm looking at the
Mina.
mini map and I'm kind of just seeing Foreman just hurt him like cows, just like, okay, come over here. All right, great.
He's also
now we're
really
gonna,
like I've not
mess
seen
you
a
up.
Rem
Okay,
this
now
low
come
net.
over here. Okay, great. And,
I
and
would
by
be
no
curious about his
fault
box
of,
running stats.
Bunny with Clock's.
Maybe they were just
own,
getting like,
on it, but I guess
well, because
maybe
no, the
to
game
a
didn't
certain
break till
extent,
about
but
like 14ish
Foreman
minutes.
We're just on another level for a good chunk of that game at that point. And
Mirage also went
back
ballistic
from-
enchantment.
Lord of them
Interesting.
sick, man. Like,
And a
not
Nova
super
for the
relevant
Mirage. Oh,
early in
shit,
the
I didn't even
game,
see that
but
for
obviously
Bashi.
got a lot of neutral
Okay.
farm, right? Florman with map control and that early Walker advantage. Lord and them quietly got back into the game to become a real
Surge
threat.
of
Like that
power.
insane innate mobility and also
Cool.
durability that Silver offers. It's just like, it's a
bad,
match
not
made in heaven
bad.
with so much of the kit, like Hollow Point, obviously like Warpstone, Berserker, all this stuff
I
really
say
made
shoot.
Lord and them quite a
I save
problem.
it. One sec.
Yeah, I'll also add on to that too. As far as Lord and M goes, like I ragged on Lord and M a bit last week because it was a tough performance on
that's wrong.
Silver. I mean, you look at how Melee Creeps drafted when everyone else
you
was
mentioned
first banning
that.
Silver because she was
Forever ago.
really, really strong before she got adjustments. Like clearly still
I
strong now,
screenshot
but not
this?
quite the same level of power. Melee Creeps made the assessment of
Oh, no, I
go
did.
ahead, let Lord M play Silver. We don't really care. And I
There
think
it is.
Lord M is definitely leveled up on the hero as time goes on. But the thing I have
W
to go
Lord
back and hit
NM.
a little bit is that I think when Bunny
No
McClough
longer
has
just
looked
the Mo
good,
player.
Generally speaking, it has been cool cheese.
I think you
either
can always play
Paradox
other
or
shit.
Holiday.
He's just
And I
getting
think
cheesed.
draft-wise, getting stuck in a position where you end up picking Calico instead, it just feels tough because I do think this game could have been significantly different if you just had cool cheese on the Paradox, because it's not even just about the playmaking either. I think people tend to underrate the amount of defensive benefit you get in some of the bigger team fights just by Paradox dropping a wall. It really... I don't know. I think
Really,
the Paradox would
really.
have given them a lot more value than the Calico, and I'm not trying to be the world's
I'm
number
sure
one
he's
Calico
beautiful
hater. It
face.
just hasn't worked in the last like month and a half.
Clearly, you have a problem.
Feeling
with
over
the
Mirage, the
character.
meta is shifting.
My
He just hates
God,
cats,
like,
man. It's fine.
Oh, she's dropping knowledge.
ZP, is that true? You don't like cats? You want to tell that to the world? Or you
I think if
want
Melee
to
Creeps
sing
win game
ZP
one,
so you could have a PSA.
Celeste
Look,
might
that's
be
the Jason,
played.
approach. Jason is the full dog guy. Like I'm good with cats, although you wouldn't know it from this break where it's just like pumping up silver, hating on Calico. There's a clear dog over cat dichotomy going on. But GB, we got an MVP.
Yeah, I mean, well, if it's ZP's choice, it ain't gonna be Calico. So let's see who's the MVP. Coming in hot. All right, and no shocker, it's Goober.
Goober.
Oh, man, dude, when Goober grabbed the urn and just got from one end of the and listen, I know for you guys who watch Night Shift on a regular basis, that's like
it's crazy
Tuesday,
impressive.
or in this instance,
Crazy
a Wednesday
impressive.
for each and every one of you. But for me, oh my, this man looked like Spider-Man. He was flying out there. I'm like, is he Miles Morales? Like, he was flying through the thing.
He's
he was
him.
absolutely zipping around that map.
I'm number one Goober stan.
Man on your
Low-key
side,
Lord
ZP,
deserved it.
what
I
a
got
treat
fat.
to watch this guy play Holiday.
We love Goober. Number one Goober supporter.
It's really interesting too, just because of how it's evolved. Where it happened if you watch his stream over the last month or so, where Goober's just like, all right, I'm just gonna keep learning movement. Got a holiday addiction, and then probably had
Look
the
at
best
this.
day of his life when Celeste came
Wall
out.
bounce,
Even though
wall
right now
bounce,
at the level of
wall
power
bounce,
evaluation,
wall
maybe we'll
bounce.
see
He's
Celeste
calming the
play
whole
a
time.
month from
Someone hit
now,
the snare.
or,
Someone hit the snare.
we'll see
He
how
like
long
he
the
stalled
follow is,
so much
I
time,
love that
bro.
spirit snare being taken. Bed.
And they
so
dropped
can-
the urn to
he
get
sits on
the
wall,
bounce
make
pad
sure
down
teammate
before.
actually
Like,
triggers spirit
that's
snare so
clean.
they can drop
What a
the urn
barrel
and get
too.
a
Oh
turn in.
my
That is
god.
some really nice movement.
He's
Also,
him.
the build got pretty out of hand. The Vortex Web pickup alongside Alk Fire, like you just really cannot. It actually heavily limits, BWC's ability to fight around those like areas of effect or enclosed spaces. There's just too much, punishing damage. Also, Silence Wave, the second Silence Wave carrier on that Floorman team, really problematic if you can actually stagger those activations and lock your opponents out of the fight.
True.
Yeah, no, that was a impressive showing. So congrats, MVP, for the first matchup. But coming up next, we have our final matchup. It's going to be
Melee Creeps Floorman rematch.
Rematch we've seen quite a few times. Melee Creeps versus
New look Melee Creeps
Foreman.
though. DMB out, do in.
I will say,
We'll see
coming
what's
into
up.
this one, while yes, Melee Creeps they're great, won multiple times. How many have they won in a row now? What, 8 or 7 or something like that?
It's over 10 now. I think it's like
over
12 or
10. Oh my
13.
God.
Where it's like, I mean, it's easy to forget though for Melee Creeps because they get roughed up a lot. They're not quite as dominant as Abraham's have been, and for a long time there were map
Last
2
week was
merchants
close.
where it's just like, oh, it's map 2. I guess we're gonna lose that. Like that entire spree between like 14
So yeah, 2 weeks.
and 20.
So Bunny was, I forgot.
One
Bunny was
loss
locked
was always map
1/23rd,
2,
but
where they just messed around a little bit. But
over the last
map
little
they
bit,
lost
Floorman
back,
been
last
dominating.
week, that was map 1, which to me is kind of a signal
Ever
that,
since the roster swap when they brought in
teams are getting
Goober and
a bit
Rocker,
closer. This new 4-man
they've been looking a lot
roster
better.
Does have what it
But
takes
yeah, I want to
compete.
see.
And
I
again,
want to see a new
the
team. I want
game's
to see if
gonna
we
be
get the
different
new
tonight because
hydration, the
they're
no
not gonna
earnings
be able
team.
to keep Goober
Pierre also
off
has a
Holiday
team.
with the first ban, unless they want to give up Celeste, which is probably the ultimate no-go zone.
That's crazy. That
Apparently
you
Leffa
kinda
and them have a
just
team.
to now.
I don't know if
pick
Leffa's
your
on the
poison in
hydration
this
team. I don't
situation,
even know.
You have no other choice. But anyway, we'll worry about that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, though, folks, this is, of course, Night Shift. Make sure, if you want to support this, go ahead and just throw a couple donations out there.
Van
You know,
119.
add to the prize pool a little bit.
Yeah,
Support
I know.
these players and what they're doing out here and keeping this game going. Shout out to everyone who's been tuning in as well. This is unbelievable. So many viewers. I mean, honestly, just
Jumps at 10K today.
thank
They
you guys.
dropped
This
now
is
because
awesome.
everyone's
You guys have
It's
built
crazy, bro.
pretty
We
dipping
were
out the
talking about
pressure.
this last week.
I know.
We were talking about this last week. Like, hey, GB, you should come on. You should come on Night Shift, bro. You're like, yeah,
It's
you know,
crazy.
sure.
It's crazy. And you know what's crazy as well? I wasn't even planning on it. And then ZP, when I saw him, was like, hey, you're going to be on Night Shift on Wednesday, right? I was like, I guess so. After the meetings, So, yeah. I'm super pumped. Anyway, folks, we'll be right
More
back
the merrier,
after
bro.
this. Don't go anywhere. We have Floorman versus Melee Creek coming up next.
Coming up next. All right. I'll move this bad boy over here. We'll finish the Bashi video. Bashi.
It's from hitting you. Ethereal Shift, we don't really see this item being built as much as it was in the past, but if you ever would build E-Shift, it's really good for self-PL. Like let's say you just get dived by a bunch of heroes. Pop E-Shift, live for a little bit. So specific team compositions, right? And
Dude, my nose
E-Shift is
is
an
so
iframe, so it's an invuln really good for stuff like Lash Alt, dodging that, Chain Gang, dodging that, Pocket Affliction, dodging that. Now, why not just buy Counterspell over E-Shift? I don't know. Why not buy Counterspell, right? It is probably just better than E-Shift, but yeah, same item, Counterspell,
It's
E-Shift,
just more
very
stall
similar
time, but yeah.
items. Armor
Counterspell
piercing
is kinda
rounds.
just
So
better.
we talked about plated armor, and plated armor prevents the bullets from even hitting you by a percent, you know, it blocks the on-hit effects, like how we talked about, by a percent chance. Armor piercing rounds literally is an item that is meant to counter plated armor, because it's like, well, your bullets at a certain percent are unavoidable no matter what they have, plated armor or not. So this item is supposed to be a counter to plated armor. It can also be a counter to heavy bullet resist comps, because it
When I
will
first started
pierce
playing the game, I
through
thought these
bullet
items would be
resist.
way more
You know, it will
prevalent, like
ignore
armor
the bullet
piercing
resist,
and
the
plated.
item. The last item we have here,
We're finally starting to see
Frenzy.
more,
So
but
this item gives you some spear resist, gives you some move speed, and then when you're below a certain threshold of HP, you gain even more spear resist and fire rate. So it's like the damage version of spear resilience in a weird way. It gives you less spear resist while giving you more damage.
Yes.
In a weird way. It's totally unique. So once again, it's really good for heroes that do a lot of spear damage. It's, I say here, spear resilience but damage. You know, if you're versing like a multi-spirit team, or maybe there's like a spirit threat that you just need to deal with, you can build Frenzy instead of spear resilience if you feel that it's good, you know, vibes based. We talked a lot about counter itemization. Well, how are you supposed to know when you need to counter itemize? Something that we talked about is the frequency of these heroes that you see. So if you see like 5 M1 heroes, you
what
know,
is this
metal
example?
skin, plated armor, Escalade resilience, these items are looking pretty nice, pretty fresh. But
50K
like, let's
versus
say that it's not as
1.2K.
clear as that.
Okay.
Well, how do you know when to counter itemize or not? The issue is, once again, has a lot of things, and why I had those 3 rules at the beginning. It's very vibes based and instinct based. But for me personally, the best advice that I can give you is the hero you're versing and souls, how much souls they have. So an example here, I took a screenshot of 2 heroes. You know, you have Yamada with 1.2k souls, and then you have an Infernus with 50k souls. Who are you gonna want to counter itemize for? Probably the Infernus with the 50k souls, and not the Yamada with 1.2k souls. So what this looks like is building debuff remover, debuff reduction, maybe some fire rate slow, because he's an M1 hero, right? That's one way you can kind of scale the threats in your head, is through souls. Another way to think about it too is the threat of the hero itself. So Pocket is probably one of the best examples for it. His affliction is game changing. If he hits a big affliction, you're done for. You're donezo. It doesn't matter how many souls he has. I mean, I guess it does to an extent, but a big pocket affliction is a big pocket affliction. So something like that, you're always seeing teams, no matter like what team it is, they're picking Viscous, they're picking Paige because she can build DB. They're building DBs in the game for the pocket affliction, you know, building counter spells. So that is an example of a hero where that hero is just like a continental threat. If he hits a big affliction, you're donezo. My experience playing Deadlock for so long and so many games, some other just points of advice that I have to recommend to you that I didn't really know where to put in this video, I'm just gonna put them all in the end, is this idea of scale versus tempo. So oftentimes, you know, you're playing a game, and what you need to think about is the pace of the game at which it's being played at. In a turn of 6 lobbies, 20 minutes, if you watch my previous videos and coaching sessions and whatever, you know that 20 minutes is mid-boss time. At that time, it's very risky to scale by, like save up for a glass cannon, because a fight could break out any moment that leads into mid-boss. So maybe you're tempo buying more at that time. Maybe mid-boss just got taken and all the rejuves are gone, and it was like a nothing burger. That's a very safe time to scale, because you know mid-boss is going to be up for 5 minutes. Maybe your team just hit Urn right on spawn, and it's 4 minutes away from the next spawn of Urn. That'll be a very safe time to scale by, because there's nothing really going on for the next 4 to 5 minutes in the game. Stakes is another important big thing. It's kind of what I talked about with the scale and tempo, like the impending threat of what's going on. So what I have written down here is the likelihood of something bad happening soon. You know, if you feel vibes wise that a fight's gonna break
This is
out,
a good one.
just tempo buy.
I don't think a lot of
Doesn't really
people think
matter
about
what
this.
you buy. It's important to have those souls spent for that pivotal game fight. If you
Drop
are
a
sitting
slowing
on
hex.
3k souls and that fight that you just took,
Get a
right in
reactive
the
barrier.
mid-boss, maybe that 3k souls
Force
of
the
power
fight.
that you didn't
The game
spend
is
would have been the
slipping
make or
away.
break it for the fight. The last and one of the most important things, this doesn't really have anything
Yes.
to do with itemization,
Yes.
but
This
it's
will never
giving
happen
more
in solo
value out
queue,
of
but
your
yes.
itemization.
Yes.
You know, communicating the things that you're buying, and if you're tempoing or you're scaling. I'm close to my spike. Please don't fight. I have my spike. Let's fight. Your itemization is pointless if you don't communicate the pivotal points in your build or itemization, which you're strong or you're weak or you're saving up for something huge, you know? So everyone, I hope this video was
Great
very
video,
helpful,
Pashi.
and I hope you guys have a great rest
As
of your
always,
day.
check out
And
Pashi.
feel free to share this video with any
Incredible
friends that are
educator
trying
of
to
the
learn how to
game.
build in Deadlock. Appreciate you all. Drop
Just
a
great
like,
videos like this.
subscribe
A
if
little
you
different from
enjoyed the
Dante
video,
style,
and I
but
have a
I
bunch
like
of other
Pashi style too.
Deadlock educational content if you'd like to watch.
Fantastic.
match is going to be coming up because we
Almost
have
time.
a rematch from last week. We've seen this battle before. It's just melee creeps versus the Floormen. And we
The
just saw Floormen
Floormen.
look very, very good in that matchup against BWC. We were seeing a team, ZP, that put together, I
Had a
think,
rank photo
just a
sitting
good
around.
response to a really well-balanced
I'm gonna save
approach
this.
from BWC.
They did the
And
rank
then from
adjustments.
there, we're just able to just continue to layer on the pain, instance after instance. Would we be seeing maybe something a little similar, considering we talked last week, or you mentioned last week, they took a game off of melee creeps. So are we starting to see the floormen maybe, become the ceiling men? You didn't think I was going to do that.
Okay.
Gentlemen, we regret to inform you that Golden Boy has been removed from the show. But look, all in all, look, I mean, Floormen, they've proven to be really good macro-wise. Like, they've taken a huge step up in some of their game decision-making. I think they were held back a little bit last week by the draft. Melee creeps, though, I mean, look, you don't win as many in a row as they had in NA if you just aren't bringing it on all levels. The team has the amazing ability where even if they, mess up, they find a way back into the game in most cases because they're just chock full of mechanical talent, and they've hit a point where you can't ban out any of their heroes.
Count
One of the
Chalk.
most common stories here on Night Shift is people look at John, kind of the perennial gun hero, and they're like, we will ban all his heroes. And John's like, oh, I got another that you didn't know about, and it fails miserably. So
always 3 at least. You know what I mean? You ban like most of the gun carries. You ban like Warden. You ban Mirage. He just plays Bebop, or vice versa.
Or plays Geist.
You can't stop this guy, man.
Well,
He's a Geist
look,
king
they're going to
now.
have to figure something out, right? At some point,
Don't ban
you
Celeste.
got to get taken off of the top of the mountain. And, maybe Floormen have figured something out. Maybe they, have a few tricks up their sleeve. But, I think overall, right, what we should be expecting here is just some more, just, more of the fundamentals that we've seen from melee creeps. And just how they're just
There's
so
no way
damn
that's how you
good,
spell
so
Frolic.
clean. They don't drop a beat on anything, Uber.
No, I mean this
Wait,
team for me.
I actually
obviously
spelled it
Ido
right?
is
Oh,
one
I'm
of the
him.
most notable players on this team, and he's like an incredible movement player, right? And was a pocket player. I'm kind of hoping to see some silver play from Ido tonight. But for me, it's Sire and John, who are good friends, played together for a long time. Sire's a fantastic caller, has a really good mind for the game. Someone who now plays a lot more of the support. ZP mentioned, I think, while we're casting the previous game, like we might see Kelvin. It's one of the few Kelvin players we still see coming up.
True.
But those two working together.
So is him on the
great.
Kelvin.
We've had conversations with John. We've sort of heard from these guys. They're awesome together, man. This team is the real deal for a very good reason. They put in the work when no one else is. So we love having a chance to platform the fruits of their labor on this very show. But Floormen, I'm gonna say, looked very clean in their previous game.
Gonna say it.
Only best of one.
I'm gonna
can't
say
get
it.
into it too much, but they've got some no names in NA on that roster.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And here you go, Floormen. We just saw them just a little while ago. We saw
Fucking Viper Practice Warriors back.
Oh man,
the spam is back.
Well, that's a sentence. But yeah, no, I'm with it. I support it. Yes, he is goobing all over them.
That boy
in
goobing.
style too. Really,
That boy
holiday
goobing.
movement. So yeah, I mean, I guess
Emotes are broken.
if you're coming to this one and you're melee creep, you're not too concerned, right? But you have ZP still have to put
What's
some
Cube again?
respect, right, on a player like Goober. You can't really let him just run roughshod all over the
That
place.
boy goobing.
Yeah, again, I think the draft situation gets a little bit tougher, but look, you're talking about moving players. You look over to the melee creep side, you got to talk about Ido, right? Like, actually, the original movement player and Deadlock, at one point was the Pocket God. Still pretty good in Pocket, but the interesting thing
Oh, they
this
don't
is
know.
on me,
Wait, DMB? Wait, hold on.
mentioned to production. Look, I was traveling. It's
Ah,
no longer
I forgot to
DMB,
swap it.
announcement.
Ah, that's
DMB
so
is out
awkward.
and Do is in. And that makes the hero pool stuff a little bit more interesting because, generally speaking, if you're running Pocket, you'd put Ido on it. But Do also has a world-class Pocket, and there we go.
Whoa, in real time.
That's great production value. Look at that, guys. Only at night shift.
But it also means that John, like
Bro got
because
swapped in
obviously
real
DD
time.
is, like,
Holy
the
shit.
quintessential Mirage
Oh,
player,
and bro
like,
got
Bryce
booted
comes in,
in real
might see
time.
John have to pick
Holy
up
shit.
Some more of that slack there, as opposed
That's
to like
so funny.
the sort of Warden Bebop part of his pool. John obviously is just amazing.
Bro, why
those
is everyone
sort of
on
sustained
Melee Creeps
gun
just
carries.
LeBron of
But obviously,
Deadlock? Is it
DMB used to be able to pick up a lot of that role and give John a bit more flexibility. So that's something I'm looking out for through this pick ban because it won't look quite the same as it has for Melee Creeps in the past.
Is there also just maybe a question about synergy as well, right? I mean, we could talk about the the numbers and everything as much as possible, but also just them working together. Coming into this CP, is that could potentially going to play a role for anything, or Melee Creep's just so far ahead that it's not going to be that much of an issue?
I mean, Melee Creeps, look, when you've won this many in a row, I mean, you're obviously a comfort zone, especially relative to a team that changes rosters more than they change their laundry as a general rule. I hope for Floormen that this is a more stable incarnation, but history has shown that that is not the case. I think advantages to Melee Creeps, though, when you look at players that really stand out, is that I think John is a cut ahead as far as players that generally play things more in the M1 carry spectrum. He may be in Mirage Jail. Like, I kind of expect Mirage to be a very highly valued pick here. Also, I think Sai has something really good going in terms of support play.
Give us Celeste.
Because when Sai is able to play Kelvin, it still looks good. They can pick it towards the very end of the draft because no one wants to use an early ban on Kelvin and other teams don't want to play it. So, Melee Creeps is kind of engineering some draft advantages by being good at heroes that other people don't want to play right now. And you cannot understate that level of impact for a game like this.
Can't ban these guys.
Yeah, no, that's incredibly frustrating because at that point,
the
it's
fact
like,
that Sai's still
really are in a
pulling
pick your
Kelvin
poison
bans is
type
kind of crazy.
situation. You don't have much much to do in the way of like options, and that is a very tough spot to be in.
Give it to me now.
And also just a credit to Melee Creep really for forcing the game to be less about the meta picks or whatever, and more about the individuals. And when you got to focus on the individuals, when you got to focus ban the individuals, you miss out, as we're noting, on so many other things as well. That just becomes a deadly combination to have to deal with. So really, Melee Creeps coming into this, they most definitely have the advantage. If you're watching this one and you're like, yeah, of course they have the advantage. Is this douchebag not been watching? Well, listen here. Okay, it's been a bit. All right, but first time doing the night shift.
Well, too long. You got to cut it at some point, bro.
I'm so impressed by this squad. Here's the history of these two teams. And,
okay, there we go.
They've played
we saved them with the segment.
But as we had noted before, Uber, Floorman did manage to take that map off of Melee Creeps last week. So there is at least some opportunity here for Floorman to maybe, sneak a dub in there.
Yeah, no, they are definitely good enough.
All I see is improvement. That's all I see.
Melee Creeps roster, because if you're looking for a player with like unbelievable mechanical skills, like kind of like a Solitude God, just like really like one of the top players that you could scout, he's one of them. So I kind of would like to see Melee Creeps find a space for Dude to just kind of do his own thing and then sort of work around
before. Where was he?
He's seamless. He was floating around. He's been in and around like teams here and there, but it's never been a long-term thing. Also,
Rank 1,
as we get to draft, I don't know if we have time, but GB, to catch you up, there is an origin to Floormen. There's a famous image. It was Lord NM in the pit, just dead on the floor's door, man. Maybe we'll get that for you after. But first ban coming up here from Melee Creeps. It's kind of interesting that Floorman gave up first pick because now you could ban Holiday and then force the other team to go Celeste. Yeah, that's what they do. So Floorman, they have to ban Celeste, and I'm sitting here kind of beside myself because Floorman had choice.
Let him pick it. Come on, for the people.
Picks back to back here, I think. ZP, yeah.
For the people.
I think they had to have known.
For the people. For the people.
They're
for the people.
Again, they can get the Paradox still, and then they can get another really important frontliner potentially.
Melee Creeps should message them if they win game 1 and be like, we'll give you Celeste.
Who would you grab off the rip? Who would be
Goober pulling the holiday ban? Crazy, by the way. Goober's just him.
Would you do Billy again?
Shiv, Abrams, both.
Shiv. Yeah.
Still, I think they're like hotly contested. Yeah, Shiv off the rip.
Okay. Well, Shiv for Melee Creeps, but yeah.
All right, Billy, what?
I'm assuming.
Billy, what? Billy Yamato?
Right.
I think they go Abrams Billy.
Billy Abrams?
I think Abrams Billy is like the go-to. Or you could do Geist. Like, I think Geist in one of the top 2 picks is important.
Paradox, taking it from Scout.
The early Paradox pick, that is
Paradox Billy?
A little bit wild.
I'm thinking about the importance of Paradox, though, right? You were saying you don't have Holiday, you don't have Celeste. Well, you want to get one of them, you get Paradox. It does feel like
slamming.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to get Paradox in, but oh man, they go grab Geist. Look,
slamming Melee Creeps here. I'm just slamming the Melee Creeps.
The chunkiest roster of all time if they just square up with Abrams Billy here, and that this draft is
Got a lot of
We'll
meat
see.
out there. Got goat meat.
Bro,
demon
take all
meat,
three. Take
and
Billy,
some,
and then take
outdoor
Abrams.
meat.
Fuck
That's
it.
what is.
Just a lot of meat. The meat is walking down the boulevard. It is swanging.
man.
Take
The
Abrams. Do
meat's
it.
getting picked,
Do it.
folks.
Size like, should we actually
Get
just
the
take
hose
Abrams?
ready.
Should we actually just take all three?
This is a very like tanky team that also like boasts some really.
The thing is, they don't play
terrifying
Page, so they gotta
potential
and
as
they
well.
take Mirage. Oh my
okay,
god, this
so
1-2-3 is just.
I don't know. Yeah, the thinking here is that like what Floorman would dare to ban the Mirage or like go
Disgusting.
double gun carry.
Okay, they have to
like,
go Abrams.
Yeah,
Have
fair
to,
enough.
have
I guess
to, they
DMV's not
have
on
to.
roster here, so I would be
If
less.
they go Yamato, I'm
expecting
be
to
so
see that.
upset.
I think that's a John pick of guys, but
I'm gonna be
happy to
upset.
be wrong.
Yeah, for melee creeps, it's going to be John and
They
Mirage.
go
Like Mirage
silver,
is, or rather, John fully expects to be in
Yes.
Mirage jail.
Okay,
And Silver comes in.
but no Ido Silver. A bit sad, but that is
It's a go
totally
next.
fine. I got my teams mixed
It's a
up
go
there
next.
for just a moment, but yeah, it'd be the
It's a
old
go
John
next.
in
Just ban
mid-AD.
Abrams, and they can't play the game.
All right, we'll see what this next one is. What this ban will be.
Pulls a Kelvin ban.
Oh, the Kelvin ban, bro. That's mad respect.
Really good
Wanna
ban,
him,
though,
but
like
you
low
gotta
key.
put a force
If they have
in
shit
there,
Billy,
so
you do not
yeah,
want to
you're
give
gonna have
Sia
to get rid
Kelvin.
of Okay.
It's too good.
Yeah, that is directly.
But he can go
targeted
Rem
at Sia.
still.
But
He's
we'll
not
see
gonna
who
play
comes in for
Page.
melee
He could play
creeps in
Page, though.
turn. You know, I think if you're Floorman now, you
Mina
are
ban.
wondering, okay, what's Sai going to pick for
I
support?
thought they would want to play
You
Mina
could
low key.
get the Rem here. Like, going for Rem, you're going to get the healing of the Geist. And also, as we saw in the last game, the Rem Geist lane was actually ridiculous. Like, the fact that it made even a Holiday Mirage lane look miserable.
No
So
Abrams then.
I think
It's really
maybe
interesting.
Rem
They
is
go
bringing it.
Ivy.
They go
What is
Ivy.
this?
Okay, that is a little bit wild because
What is
I
this
think melee
pry
creeps
wing from
probably
Foreman,
snap
bro?
back
What
here
is
with
this
the Rem.
pry wing?
They weren't the biggest fans of Page.
What-
They
what-
could also go Viscous to get it
Like
away
what?
from Goober. If
What's
Goober was
happening?
thinking about that, but I would fully expect either Goober or rather either Viscous or Rem as one of the next two picks.
Nigga, oh, Saya
finally, dude. We're
actually
going
plays
on. Yes,
Page.
melee
Oh
creeps
my
are
god.
Hey, you were
They're
so
taking notes.
judgmental. and now
No
look at
way
you.
Saya plays
They haven't been
Page.
playing Page. They have not been playing Page, and
No, I know,
in Europe
I know,
it's
but
been
look,
ubiquitous.
But they're growing, they're evolving. You
Oh
know,
my
that's the way.
goodness.
you gotta
Shout
look
out
at it,
Saya,
man.
actually.
Very eyes.
Seeing the angle.
Lash taken away from from Lord and M. Love me some Lash pick here. This does give you
Lash Rido?
like a form of pseudo
Mr. Rido.
like engage in lieu of Paradox and Holiday. Being able to have the Lash is pretty important.
Shout out to
but
Saya, having a brand.
Lash is really
Love
easy
it.
countered by counterspell.
Love it.
There's actually a couple of heroes here that are easily
What
countered
is
by
this
counter-
draft,
What
bro?
the hell?
What is this draft, bro?
Okay.
I'm betting more points.
All
They're
right,
gonna get
so,
rolled.
Thoughts?
I'm betting
thoughts?
10K on me.
All channel points on melee creeps. I don't know. I mean, look, it can work. I mean, maybe
No.
Drifter's been undervalued, but certainly.
And then Yamato
not
over
successful
Abrams, bro.
Really, almost ever. Aside from like one night shift where he went ult build. Yamato getting picked last, by the way, is interesting because Yamato was getting way higher valued as like early frontline pick, and getting it this late into the draft is a really big change up. From last week,
I
but,
don't
oh my God,
understand.
Drifter,
I
we've
don't
gone
like. What are
into
we for
territory.
funny?
Okay, so
Teams, man.
yeah.
And then
Obviously,
Bebop.
Drift is someone who benefits from like melee on hits and has
Scout
a
for-
hard gap close
Bebop
and
for
Puncher's
Scout.
mark, which Sorka's mark, excuse me, which can be really effective.
What
but
the fuck
that is
just
bizarre.
happened?
John quietly picks up the Bebop here potentially towards the end of this draft. This comp is crazy. Now you have at least some hard engage. It's
Like,
limited.
what
Melee
happened,
creeps.
bro?
You only
What
have
is
the
going
Bebop
on?
that can really set up these fights, but you do have the Death Slam.
I just-
the
I-
Lash, we talked about it though. Reactive
Gentlemen.
barrier and counterspell are going to be important.
Gentlemen,
What is
I have a real question here. I think we just had blindness to it because normally he is gone immediately. Where the hell is Abrams?
Yeah.
Does anyone see where Abrams is right now? He is non-existent.
We were all like, "Oh yeah, why don't you go ahead and grab the meat?" Blah blah blah. Where the
Dude,
hell
he's
is-
great in the
Excuse
drifter
me,
spot.
sir.
I'm not gonna lie, that would be where you could easily snap up the Abrams or the
Right,
Ivy.
Bugs.
Just
Okay, Bugs.
quietly. Floorman.
I
has
just-
like a
I just don't. I can't give you a single reason why they
dropped
drafted like this.
With like,
Rated T for teen.
If I'm trying to like giga cope,
When the
it's like Drifter's like kind of good into Lash because you could deny the
ever,
ult.
or
dude,
we are gonna be like, well,
You could
know,
first
the
pick
Abrams
Paradox,
was
so Scout's a
free.
notorious
And
Paradox
that's probably gonna
player.
be the conversation.
You could,
This is
you want to
very
get Geist away from
fascinating.
John, but
And
then he's
you
been
know,
playing
also
Mirage. He
seeing
played
the
Mirage
Page,
last week.
in
Like
play as well,
I don't think you can really
on
target
melee
ban
creep
John
side. That's gonna
anymore.
be exciting, right? Because
I
we've
just like
seen
I
way more on the EU side of things.
I
So getting
just
Page
I
here
don't
now.
I don't
What should we be
understand. I
expecting
don't
CP
understand.
with the Page in this combination.
Maybe they're
I mean,
thinking
I
of
think melee creeps is
laning,
just-
but
their
then they're
ability to
picking
simply run
Drifter
at Foreman is going to be pretty
and
unparalleled, where you already
Ivy,
have
but like
Shiv
Ivy
Billy,
can play
which
into the
is a
Shiv
far scarier
Page,
front line.
I
Like,
guess,
yeah,
but they're probably
Geist
gonna
is
go
good, Silver
Billy
has her moments,
Page.
and yeah, I mean, you got Yamato. It's
I
reasonably
just-
chunky for Foreman, but you have the premium frontliners backed up by Page.
I don't
think
understand.
Mirage is
I don't
probably
understand.
The best
I don't know
person
what
to
the
have
fuck
in
this
more of a
draft
gun
was.
carry role at the moment. Also,
This has to be like Scrim
may not be friends, but the
trying to
final-
like 10 million IQ Scrim read, but I just don't understand.
Slam, rallying charge, and bash down. Right, these two very impactful AOE like disruption.
Like, if you're gonna play this, why would you not pick Abrams?
Basically, get the fight you're looking for.
Like, what is the argument? You have swap into slam.
You have a lot of push and pull on the melee creep side, which is what worries. On the melee creep side, which is what worries me.
Floorman comes in.
Floorman. Ah,
That is
yes,
Floorman.
I see. Yes, that is Floorman.
Oh, no, it's Floorman.
Oh, that's so funny.
This is
That's
deserved.
good. Oh, poor guy.
The Floorman
He's a
spam
great
is
character,
deserved.
though, man. I gotta say, probably some of my favorite animations for a character is on Doorman. He's like just really odd.
He's weird.
Like
He reminds me of Vision, right, from the Marvel universe, like otherworldly being, you know, but kind of like, it's crazy, man. But anyway, I'm hyped for this matchup. The
Oh
draft
yeah,
is
and then I guess
buck
because
wild.
Holiday was
It is
banned, you want
absolutely
Goober on
bonkers. I do not know
Paradox?
what to expect from this game.
I guess they think
All right,
Viscous
folks,
isn't
here
good
we
enough.
go. It's your championship match. Let's see if Melee
I
Creeps can defend
I don't know,
their
man.
throne.
I have no idea what happened here.
I'm
I'm worried this is going to be a massacre, but you never know.
Take them away from their title here. It's going to be a tough battle. Weird compositions. That Drifter, Godspeed, ZP, Uber, over to you
Nerf
guys. Have
Drifter.
fun.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. All right, Muddle Fudgers, lock in. We have the gun carries obviously facing
DMB
off from the
shift.
Bebop
Wait,
Mirage lane
where's
alongside the
DMB? Give me-
Paradox and Lady Geist look here. Obviously, the Bebop Mirage look does have some great pick potential, but we know what Paradox can do as soon as we get that ultimate online.
You know,
Okay.
I'm dropping some DMB shade at the beginning.
So they
It's
do
like
end up going
DMB
Shiv
shit.
Page
What?
into
I know sure
Drifter
shade, but it's
Silver.
like, nope, that is not DMB.
Paradox.
Shiv, that is due.
Geist is going to have
with
perma push
the
on this
times, and,
Mirage.
Yeah, looking at these
Bebop.
lanes is going to be interesting. I mean, you know, Drifter's
And
not
then
new hero,
Ivy,
but
Yamato
it may as
into
well be,
Billy
Mitch, for how
Lash.
little we've seen Drifter
And they put
within
Dew
Night
on
Shift, and it's
Shiv.
going to be League playing it. So definitely looking at this Drifter Silver lane, you know, probably also
Sure.
the full homeless lane, as it were, with Keen Eye.
Oh,
it's going to be very
wow.
curious.
It's kind of
Obviously,
crazy that
we've
this
seen
gun character
Drifter
has to
before,
rush
whether
a
it's
melee
Marine,
lifesteal
we're
item.
kind of getting excited about it.
Huh.
Obviously, Eternal Knight's very powerful.
I think this
the
character
ability
kinda
to affect the
sucks.
vision of your opponents, but I don't know if it's going to be the be all and end all in a game like this. It is the Drifter Silver lane, so two, you know, people that are tussling with their feral sides, I suppose. Good pressure at least being
True,
applied.
feral
You've noticed
buff.
that, melee creeps just have to respect this to some degree. I think that is the Page
Furry
and the
lane OP.
Shift that are opposing them.
Also, kind of as expected, John
What is
John is on
happening, bro?
Mirage Hill.
Like, what is
There's a lot of
going
people
on?
that maybe tune in going like, "Oh, I can't wait to see John John play Bebop." Times have changed.
No, John John was for sure on
Instead,
Mirage.
Scout is more taking the Bebop role, which makes sense because Scout is usually playing playmakers anyways between Holiday and Paradox. Now just taking the Bebop mantle on top as looking here.
Well,
He's
that
getting
Billy
a
got
little bit
fucked up, by
hot-heavy.
the way.
Billy certainly paying a bit of an HP tax.
Yeah, Fishcake, big overextension into a soul idol that comes
They
in
still
from
haven't
over the top, so heads up stuff
fixed
there from
the
Walker, who was
POV
instrumental
bug
in
for
the previous
Spectator when
game.
Ivy
I know
uses
he's gonna be
Ketsu
on the
Earl
lash. I
or
think we
Golem or Alt.
Didn't actually get enough time to talk about him in that previous game, but this definitely makes the most sense. Obviously, we've seen Ido on the Shib as well, but definitely a hero who
Okay.
benefits from great movement. Ido is going to be looking to set up a lot of these
Foreman
fights
do
here.
it probably on blue.
Carbine
This
at
is
the
one good
ready
thing about their draft.
For Goober. Oh, that could be a big catch.
A lot going on here.
Just for Saya, but elsewhere.
AVG
not
dies
looking
to
good for
Billy.
AVG brought down by Ido. The lash already has taken his toll. Big rotation.
Fishcake
but with the
lives.
mix on the
Saya
map, it's still a
dies,
bit ugly.
but
Saya
Rocker should
falls.
get
We saw the
traded.
Carbine catch onto the Page earlier on. And Fishcake
Goober gets traded,
barely
actually.
gets out alive. It's going to be Goober instead who falls.
I don't know why I
And
said
Melee
Rocker.
Creeps have a
Rocker's not even
small
here.
lead early. And
Posh-
I think Dew is hungry
Punch
for
Pop
more.
dies too.
Mitch, everyone leave your lanes. A
Scout and
burger
Fishcake both
boxing
live with 1
battle has
HP,
been
different
called
plays,
between
but-
middle and right. And look,
I
we're
just-
seeing more of this here. Teams are a lot more willing
I
in
just
comp
don't.
to you know,
I
contest each other at boxes. It's not quite the gentleman's agreement. Everyone just stay in lane until 10, and all that just took place
I swear
three
something's happening in the game.
minutes. So we'll see what the next round of rotations looks like.
Goober
as,
pause.
we get a pause and,
Redraft?
we get to marinate on that a little bit longer.
Redraft,
John
guys.
getting called Cajun Germa in the chat.
Wait, what?
I said, so I don't know. Someone said, "I'm glad Cajun Germa can play finally." I need to know. who
No,
that is.
I think they're talking about Drifter. I think because
okay. I was gonna say
no,
John doesn't sound like he's from Louisiana at all. But okay, that makes way Germa.
no, it's definitely.
Okay. Yeah, is okay. I'm curious to see. Obviously, League already
Okay.
with a decent little bit amount of souls to the pocket here. Now returning back to the lane. And you'll see, of course, that utility from Sire offering some durability to Do, who we have eyes on in his debut.
I don't play.
Who messed
No.
with the decimals in the prize pool? Who did it?
This is fantastic. This is fantastic.
It needs to be to 11
Yo,
significant
NA,
figures,
man,
guys.
come on.
Yep. And
You's
that
doing all the
feature
heavy
is what
lifting
it
for the
requires
prize pool,
to
bro.
party.
Really wanted to throw as many numbers as possible to throw for the 6-7 that's in the middle there, you know? That's what it is.
6-7, baby. We found it.
Yes, I am one with the kids, of course.
Oh, yes, hello, kids.
Yes.
We're only. We have an average age here of like 38. Excuse my French. That's
Oh,
out of hand.
it's not about the actual age. It's what you look. And you know, I think we're aging a little bit gracefully.
and,
You know,
baby, listen, brown don't frown. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out here chilling, big chilling.
Okay.
well, Mitch, we're still about 40 seconds from buffs. I'm just looking at where Scout has rotated here, well off the mid lane, and you know the key to watch here for melee creeps. There's no other team in the game, even across EU, that makes it more of a priority to get
spamming
buffs
6-7.
on
Why did
both
I even look at
sides.
chat? Why did I even do that to
watch
myself?
The Hidden King rotation here.
Look at this,
in a
look at this
moment.
left side rotate.
Battle vest.
Yeah, you're dead right. Here
Rush.
comes Scout. This is the works for a while.
Ah,
AVG called
wow.
out no hook
Man.
needed for that one.
This
and then
Yamato
he's gonna be
character's
thrown
getting
out. Still,
shit
that is a
on.
kill secured. And we are heading into buffs in
I don't think
12
Yamato's that
seconds,
bad.
but
It's just like
more
it's in, this draft is
importantly,
just triggering
this
me.
Guardian that's about to get
They're just like, yeah, we don't want
Walker,
it.
of course,
We're
can
good.
clear this ways pretty effectively with the Kudzu bomb, but it's still a problem for the Sapphire side. And now melee creeps can peel away to have their just desserts or have their buffs.
In this case, floor men decide, actually, this week we will go to engage in buff. Now, UI-wise, we are not so lucky that we actually get to see who has on the UI. Eventually, we'll figure it out. Maybe it's Silver Drifter that end up getting the floorman side, so we'll see what ended up spawning there. But, you know, all in all, relatively even here so far, and League on the Drifter actually one of the more farmed players. So I want to root for the Drifter here. I think everyone wants to see Drifter get a W because
Let's go,
it's
Drifter.
just been too long, Mitch.
I mean, League, obviously, we saw the carry Mina in the previous game, so obviously the kind of player who wants to be getting a lot of that farm funneled over towards them. Already have the ultimate online, but you know, melee creeps are ahead in those souls, and we're at a pretty crucial point in the game where some of those four abilities are still getting active. Power Slash comes in very quickly, bash down coming out from Fishcake. It's be
Early fleet too.
Picked off though. That
Fishcake is
crucial.
never getting caught.
Floorman now in a bit of danger on this right side of the map. A rotation in there though, by the looks of things from Goober. While this Guardian's being
Nice
taken
swap.
down, there's the paradoxical swap.
Holy,
Goober
well
is
played
going
from
to
Goober.
be cooked. Easy enough pick up here. Hyper
And he
beam
gets out from the
getting
hyper
flown
beam.
in, though, by Scout, but it's a little bit too late.
Drifter's going in
Simply
on
trying to
Scout.
ward League away, who returns to the lane with a vengeance. Going to be stuck with the bomb and knocked away.
Carbine
but
comes in.
still, I think Scout is cooked here.
And
Tough
that
to
Lord and
escape
them does
the
die,
slash,
but they trade
bring
Scout
them
for
low
it.
enough, and League will have his revenge.
That went for
Trades
Floorman.
back and forth. It's still
Also
active
killed
here
in the
right-hand side,
swamp.
by the way, as we look at Do, who instantly
But
comes
Melee
back
Creeps
into
still
the
up to
fray.
it.
Going to be 3 actually for Floormen on the right-hand side, and I mean, look, they may just run at Shiv Page here again, and nope, as I say that, okay, Goober's going to head on back. A little bit of civility here. And man, it's been so much action, Mitch. Can you believe it's still under
Goober
7
sending it on
minutes
side
as,
wave
the
now.
airdrop comes into play?
Okay, what is the plan here? Looks like Goober's going to be joining them. So
They're
yeah,
just
straight past the
tossing
gate.
him
We go.
at
Nice
the
carbine
Billy
connection.
when
Gonna be
Sparadox shows
forcing
up.
a chain gang,
Nice.
But a Stone Idol will be able to shrug that off instantly. And Fishcake is
Rucker does
down.
get the kill, but
now,
whatever.
Floormen for real are going to have themselves
Doesn't
this
really matter.
Guardian. You see a rotation coming in from Ido. Quick
So
as you
get the
like.
Guardian out of it.
Mid part of the map where things for Lord and M have seen better days. Parry attempt here by Lord.
Yay.
Activating Reed going to be dodged away from Messiah. Looks to try and slow this Silver down.
He is
Poxy Pop's
way
gonna
off from his ult, so he's got to chill.
This damage from the Mirage will need to be respected. Lord and M will
Comes
have to
in
peel
now.
away.
So like in Curse, that's more or less just doing a little bit of creep clearing duty as
What is a
you know,
like it?
very
I'm assuming it
hostile
has to deal with
environment here,
wolves.
but still, a little bit extra damage here towards Scout, towards the tail end, but
I don't even
there's
know.
Final Howl gonna be rotating back in the normal Silver.
Like, is that like the original name for
As we
werewolves or
see
something?
melee creeps bring a few more people into mid to defend. Not wanting to give up mid Guardian here just yet, and the action just continues. We'll get Scout now stepping up, hook, ready to go.
Goober
So
does not
going to
have
drop back.
swap. Also,
Oof.
I don't know if you. Here comes the Carbine. That's just a little love tap. League rushed Life Strike. First item. Pick that up. Obviously, that's a long time to wait. 3,200 souls invested there, but you can see
Ooh.
really trying to make that one ability
Nice tonight.
quite
Does
nasty.
he hit this?
The movement slow, I think, is pretty.
Ooh, thought he was gonna
important.
wall bounce,
Of course,
go
the
for it.
healing is nice to have, but keep an eye on how this Drifter build
Doesn't have any
goes. I know
points in
lot
his
of
hook,
people
though.
are
It's a
gonna be
little short.
following with some level of interest. Mid Guardian down to half here. That's something to be looking at. And of course, Scout will be hoping to open up a fight with a hook when they look to finally.
Scout's on the green rush bebop
towards the left side of the map here, ZP.
Yeah. Also, you know, one. Oh, hold the phone. Billy, double bash down, looking for AVG. AVG getting the Rising Ram towards the end, but also responding with the power slash of his own, and what looked like AVG potentially taking a beating quickly goes the other way.
Yeah, I mean, only extra Spirit Mystic Burst on that Yamato, but you have to respect what a power slash does when it connects. Pretty ridiculous damage potential there. So in the end, it was just more some passive work over towards this farm. Obviously, we are in the 9th minute now, so Sinner sacrifices were being snapped up as well. Was why we had a brief reprieve from the actual pushing in the lanes, but that looks like it's about to change. Castros over towards the mid side of the map. The Bebop Lash duo, the two playmakers
boards
are
weakening
up together here and are trying to shove.
Backstabber.
You know, Mitch, the gears have been turning, trying to figure out, okay, what is the science behind the Drifter pick? With Earn Contest being such a bigger part of the game here, I do think when Drifter turns out the lights, actually fighting Earn and getting a good initiation, eyes on, etc., is a little bit more difficult. So I do wonder for Foreman,
Earn in
part
20.
of the calculus here is, hey, go League, save Eternal Night for first Earn, well, every Earn, and just pop it as, once more, behind enemy lines is a silver.
They're diving right side though.
They're obviously looking nice for Lord and M. The chase is on, and Duke
Will
being
do
deep
live.
trouble, trying to get
They get
away.
the Guardian.
Low as they are, Guardian's going to be traded out.
Guardian
Duke
trade
ends up
though, and
getting
Dude does get caught.
That's a
Okay.
mid Guardian traded for a right side one, but it's still more chase to be
Paradox
done.
owning.
Looking for Sire. These buffs have come up though, and it always seems to be melee creeps who are first to snap them up. Of course, the casting buff picked up, and an Urn now spawned on the left side of the map, right in front of melee creeps.
Well, if the goal was to have Drifter come in and use Eternal Night for the pickup, that didn't happen at all. Drifter's on the complete opposite side of the map. So if it was part of the calculus, it's going to be more for the contest. And I mean, you look at the team comp wise, I mean, there's plenty of good tools to just dive in on melee creeps if you want to do that for first turn. I mean, first turn is one thing. Potentially get away is Ido's just getting
Oh, gets flanked by Goober though.
and from the side. As Goober comes in.
Johnny boy,
Okay,
get
that
away.
is the lash out of the picture for the time being, but melee creeps undeterred, still heading towards this right side of the map where it's really only League that's in position. He wants to fight for it, but that might be
Insta dunk.
Yeah, quickly doubles back now. But with melee creeps here, they may decide to try and hang around. There's a
Blind
fight to be
comes
had if they
in,
can
so they're just
regroup
gonna
and
full
maybe we'll see
kite.
a contest for that.
I don't know how Scout didn't get snared there.
Here. The grasping roots attempt to slow Scout down, but he's going to be able to back away now. Reinforcements have arrived, but eyes are still on the Bebop squarely. Here's the shadow transformation
Gets out
coming in, but nice
ooh,
running
good
into
hook.
It's a big knock up.
Plays through Veil.
League.
Yo.
He can fight for his life here.
Does Scout actually
He
live?
really is
No.
gonna be hitting hard. More than the first to fall.
Ooh, we got a
He's gonna
stack for that,
take
too.
the trade, of course, and builds himself an
I
extra
don't know how,
stack,
but yeah, he
now
gets the stack. I guess they were
eyes turn in
somewhat
his
far away.
direction. Looks like the chase is on. Billy is going to be in hot pursuit to make it so he won't be slipping away. The League is healthy. Build up a lot.
Oh,
of those last
got
couple
hit.
of moments. In the meantime,
Didn't
there's
have,
pressure also on towards this right
knockdown,
side
though.
Guardian now. 2v2 in that
have
right
the
lane.
slam.
Melee creeps want to try and work this, but with
All right,
Carbide
Foreman
at
coming
the
back
ready.
though. Even after the urn, only down 1K.
Also, in the middle of that, I give GB mod,
Not even-
and 2 seconds later, he drops $100. Despite how that may look that he paid for mod, he actually got mod before he
paid
dropped the
for it,
dodo
guys.
to the prize pool. Believe it or not.
Paid for mod, guys. Paid for mod.
I looked there like in the middle. It's like, you know, Mitch, just keep talking for a little bit, hop into my alternate browser, and go from there. But
This guy, focus on the cast. Oh my, you see this guy, Mitch? Unbelievable. I swear, some people
I know, he's
these
changed, bro.
days.
He's
changed.
so
He's
buttoned
changed.
up, so dialed in.
We used to be about the craft, and this guy, unbelievable.
No, this guy's about the clout, brother. You know how it is, man. He's changed. Hey, look,
I gave
honestly,
away the
esports
cloud in
comes
this
for us
case. You know,
Delineated
this
the
GB looked a
clout.
little bit unarmed in chat, but
You got
Distilled
it.
it.
59K to 58K now between both ends, and you know, I gotta say, Mitch, when you're taking account of who's got the farm.
Early counterspell from
John may be
John.
the most farmed in the game, but League is right behind.
Probably pretty
and,
worth though.
Yeah.
You know, best drifters looked in quite a while.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Life Strike Backstabber is going to be there. Like, obviously, just great pursuit itemization.
Blind comes
League
in.
is going to be very hard to fight.
Goober sending it.
You know, for anyone. Can he continue to use
Goober hit the
the
carbiner
Drifter's kit, which is
swap.
tuned
No, ends up
towards
being nothing.
isolating the individual and taking them down to punish melee creeps who don't necessarily have like the easiest pick potential. It's not on tap, right? You need a hook
Okay.
essentially from Scout or a Death Slam from
Well,
Item,
the
which are
draft
both
is working
somewhat
early at
telegraphed,
least.
I think.
The Paradox is outing.
Oh, dive.
Parrying a Goober pick is probably good.
The wall down by that kick, stunned up.
Does
briefly,
John
trying to
have the
get on
movement?
Captivating Reed has attempted to stop any pursuit here, but it won't quite connect. And here it is, though.
The chick comes in, though.
Turn up, they're ready for this
Wait.
fight. John trying to slip away. Chain Gang going to pull the rest of Foreman back, and they're going to be forced to fight on their own feet right about now. Here's the transformation, but where is this silver heading? Still wants to go after
John
the
went
Billy
full
now.
out.
Fishcake had to give up his life in order to get John
Fishcake
out, but it's going to be an
dies
exchange
for
on the
Johnny
right
Boy,
side of the map.
okay.
Melee Creeps
Wolf Lady
focusing
OP.
on that Guardian. They're going to defend this mid Walker, though, which is looking a
So
little
dude's
bit
still
low,
going
but
to decay.
ultimately, it's a trade of a
Rush,
player
okay.
for that
He's gonna go
objective.
point blank
Feels
next.
decent for Melee Creeps,
Okay.
at least keeps
Going for
them in
Gunspike
step.
over Green
All in all,
Spike.
though, Floormen looking real competitive. Also, we haven't really talked too much about, but Goober, efficient rotations, has yet to die this entire game. I've just been looking at this on-fire paradox in perpetuity. But Mitch, looking at the state of the game now, 50 seconds until next urn and next set of buffs. This is where really one of the two teams is likely to get ahead of the other, and we'll see. If you can get a pick right at this moment, about 20 seconds before, it's even better. As we see Rocker right now under all sorts of trouble here in the mid, rotating around. Zay helping to be coming.
He's on a box run, but looks at things. The clever though from Fishhead
and he
realizes he
lives.
can't overextend into this because here comes Silver. Lord of them is on the hunt now. And there is going
Chase
to be
down on
great
Scout.
connection,
Wow,
of
what a
course,
turnaround.
off that grapple. And the Yamato gets on in there. Scout's going to be the first to fall. That is Melee Creeps' main way of starting a fight. It looks like they are going to
Goober's
disengage
in the wrong
to some
side of
degree. Slide
town.
straight through this wall
He's
here.
got the wall
Fishcake
bounce.
sees an opportunity to,
Yo, he gets out.
give Goober
John's
his
here,
first
though.
death.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay.
And we've run
They just left him for
straight
John.
into the Mirage. This is dangerous. John now is going to be vomiting this damage out. In the meantime, this is happening elsewhere. There's actually a fight happening on the right
Okay,
side
that
of
was
the
really
map
clean,
around
though.
the location. So Goober does go down. Yes, both teams have lost playmakers, but there's these scattered
Goober finally
skirmishes
dies.
here, as that urn is still
They're actually
up for
up right
grabs.
now, so that's pretty good. Little shutdown.
Everything taking place on the right side of the map here so
Oh, he's
far.
only 11k, but it really wasn't a
Taking a
shutdown.
look
But
at you in on the rotation. And right now, just making space to get the urn.
Billy
pick
ends up
Fish
getting
Cake, gonna
urn.
Grab it, and if Floormen are going to make their contested, is going to happen on the left-hand side. Now it's decision time, though, for Floormen. They were more keen in the last map, Mitch, to go for
gonna get
trades,
killed
but Hyperline
again.
on the scout.
So I get
More
them
of a
out.
chase down, perhaps, is nope, they pull off.
They're still going to head over towards this left side of the map. John this whole time has been able to protect that left side walker and have global
So a
presence.
little bit of awkward
available with
rotation
Traveler,
here.
which has now come back online.
I know,
He's
they
on
call
the
it, so
watch.
John swaps with
19K
Page.
souls for John.
So I was gonna hover him
It's gonna
out
be him
though,
like
just
an
in
absolute
case,
Mack
because they saw
truck, and
the
obviously get
Yam
into these
drift to the
fights
side.
at his leisure. And we have the double back as well from Ido, who's probably just gone to buy. But we have all 6 ultimates at the ready, and that urn is on a collision course with the left lane.
Maybe one of our first major urn contests
John getting
of the
sent
night.
on.
We got a few great ones in recent history.
Does he get the TP
This
off?
one,
No,
it's looking like it's
but
gonna
they
be
have
all
two red
hands on
sides, so
deck.
they know they
Lee
can
just
send it here.
Destroys John early. Ido making space here with the death slam.
Great ult from
And left
Ido.
to let Fishcake get the urn turn in. But what's the death toll going to be for this now, Mitch?
I don't think Melee Creeps, well, you wouldn't expect them to want too much more than that. However,
Nah, it was a
Hyperbeam,
4v5. They want to fight. They get Rocker, but they're giving up
just got caught on the wrong side of the map
Walker
there.
here on the
I
right
think there's
side.
a lot of them scurrying around that
W
turn
macro from
location,
Floorman.
but didn't
W
get them started
macro.
up. Still, got to make a trade for this.
Let's see if Melee Creeps try to dual push here. No, they decided to go right side jungle.
A chance to go for a big objective and snaps
W
it up.
macro from Floorman. This drifter is huge.
Interesting trend. In terms of macro play, the trend for Floormen is that they don't care that much about urn. They're appropriating enough people, Mitch, to make it a difficult urn turn in.
I think for first Walker too, it's not a bad trade. It really
The
isn't.
real objective that we've been seeing, going
Especially if the
all way back
urn's
to last
early
game
enough,
and
like
now
it's not
here
like
is
a
that
juiced urn,
They
right?
want to get a Walker, so their entire game plan is.
And they had
we
a
will
lead, so
slow
now
you down
the
enough
Walker
that we
only
ensure that we get a Walker for
gets
trade,
into like
and
a
we like
1K-ish
this
lead
better
for
map
Melee
control,
Creeps.
At least for urns 1 and 2.
And then now they're up a Walker slot, so kind of works out.
Time for some
Kind of
singles
works
now.
out.
Still feels like a pretty close game. John getting blown to smithereens by League earlier on, despite having at the time, I think, like a 5K.
So
soul
some more
lead.
util onto
4 or 5K
onto
soul
League,
lead
gets a
is
slowing
pretty
hex,
darn
gets
telling.
toxic bullets.
Toxic bullets have joined this life strike, so it's a relatively durable drifter build with like high damage and really wants to make use of.
What do we
course,
think
the
John's
melee
grabbing next?
proc on that
Ricochet?
one ability. To say nothing, of course, about how impactful
Oh.
that ultimate can be. Big hook.
This guy's
though,
Golem.
despite the fight they're looking for. Captivating Reed also
Jen
used to
Gang
try
is
and
here.
catch out this Ivy, and yes,
Doinks the
Rocket's
Ivy
been
and then
able to
slams him.
glide away for the most part. Will they be allowed to
really good
escape
wall from
entirely
Goober.
remains to be seen, but it looks like they put enough distance between them and there would be pursuers.
Kind of rough. Use Chain Gang for that,
Even
and you
the
get Ivy
silence
all
wave
out of
there
it.
before
But
Stone
Ivy's
Form
looking
is
to
on
re-engage
Knight's
now.
Edge, and Rocker is able to get away from for what
They're
any
looking
other
for the
hero
swap.
likely would have been death.
does get the airdrop out. We'll see if that ends up really making a huge difference.
Ends up just being an all trade.
Again, Braun will need to shove this right side wave. Of course, you can guarantee that John is going to be there. Not quite a critical mass as far as the Mirage is concerned, and certainly needs to get some more of those key items in their inventory. We've got counter spells up for a lot here, of course. Pretty important, I think, up against melee creeps to bring as many as you can. Death Slam from Chain Gang, of course, is very impactful. The hook from Scout, the rallying charge from Sire. A lot of things you really don't want to get caught up in. Otherwise, by the time you're unstunned, you'll be dead.
I gotta say, the sub storyline here that I've just been looking at is that of Drifter, where, you know, interestingly enough, it hasn't been as much, hey, just a, you know, eternal night for earn fights or anything like that. Just League taking advantage of the raw neutral ability to just get on top of people and, you know, deal some of the higher gun damage.
Fever now.
But speaking of gun damage, this is kind of the worrying part where you look at people getting ahead of the game now, Mitch. John 24K.
Oh, good slam.
Soon to be heading into the real problem zone as a chase down here on the League.
Works out though.
That was a nice carbine from Goober there to slow down Scout. They were going to chase down League, and League obviously a massive pickup at this point in the game. So buffs up in about 30 seconds. So definitely going to give something worth fighting over for both these sides. And as close as they are, Florman are going to feel emboldened to actually take a fight here, especially with what League was able to do to John earlier on. And they have the paradox in their
composition. It keeps up a little bit bigger now.
Swap, and it's
about
lights out
5K.
Real tense here. 10 seconds till buffs come up. Melee creeps staking out ground on both
point comes
buffs.
in for the silver.
Looks of it. I don't love the idea
has
for
the gun spike now.
Has their stand right here now on the left-hand side.
Okay, it's time. Steinar are going to be used here. Look at the chase is on. Everyone's going after the last dude.
This guy do though. Are you going to catch him? Are you going to catch him?
Creeps actually make something of this.
Who gets out? Dude's too clean.
Doesn't quite finish the job. Here's the
and then they're going to get the Yamato ult. Let's see what the Yamato can get done here.
Just in time. And Melee Creeps need to back away. Another big power slash, but that shadow form is expired.
They can't chase though. The Billy's healthy. The Billy has chain gang.
Chase is on. Billy gets on in there. Chain gang's gonna hold
big parry. Oh, nice ult from Saya though. Rocker's gonna die too. This could be mid. Goober grabbed
Apple entirely. Rocker
Earn.
evidently too close to the sun. And now Walker in mid is on the line.
Another thing about this comp is they don't have a lot of mid tools once the Ivy dies, right? They have swap. They have the Yamato ult. The Yamato ult got used.
Like and curse. And
you know, Paige tools. But the tools have been used.
And that was enough. But the change up of positions here, when
so Lash ult's still up here. Side did end up using horses. NATO's gonna be up.
Still off cooldown. Not a lot of options, but this is something
Scout
they need to go into.
getting deleted. Scout's just gonna die. Get the silence wave off. So it ends up being just a straight 5v5.
Finish off the elimination on Scout. Still, Melee Creeps are in decent fighting form, but gotta watch
out.
Nice,
super clean.
Get all of those rejuve credits. They've lost one.
Shiv is shiving. Shiv is shiving. Ladies and gentlemen, Shiv is shiving. You gave up Shiv Billy. Shiv is shiving.
Really in no position to fight
they do get all three rejuves though, so it's really not the end of the world.
After the fact, they weren't able to fight.
The waves aren't great for Melee Creeps, so I want to see if they head to this right side really fast.
It was their fight to throw away.
So Billy is going.
Not exactly
Billy sees
what
the
they
wave.
expected, but again, it could be worse. You may
Scout
go
dying right away was kind of hurt.
You've lost 4 people contesting mid.
You couldn't go to a
but
staircase
Melee
and
Creeps
beam.
Also, don't have the benefit of triple rejuve to go into more pushing. Still,
and Silver gets there in time. Is Silver going to send it on the Billy?
The pickup margin was just on the edge of it being
an 5K on him.
advantage earn for Floormen, but instead it's going to be one last neutral.
They end up just getting capped. They don't really get a lot off the death timers, and they don't have rejuves.
Ahead, but you know,
Floormen
because
like a soul buff
contest here, Mitch. They can.
They have more ults here too, and they have the blind is the bigger thing. So this might be a earn drop.
Do despite being focused down so early, ZP.
Wait, they just get the earn for.
Floormen are locked.
Okay, that
I
is
guess
wild.
they want left Walker. For
Yeah, they're gonna trade Walker instead.
Pressure.
Honestly, not a bad trade.
They need a slot.
Okay.
I think they just need a slot is where they're at, but that's. I don't know. I mean,
so macro-wise, I would say Floormen Loki are very happy with that.
A bit.
Very similar thing to the Leviathan
game because
or no, the Floormen
doing Walker trade at this point because you got Floormen.
Why am I blanking? PWC game.
Sizably back
where
in
it's
the
like,
contest, but okay, look over.
Souls-wise, they're going to end up being behind, but
the reset. Max points being invested into that hook, and a lot of pressure there. It's going to keep the silver out of the map.
Like,
however, yes, Scout realizes
you got the rejuves,
it's going to be
you got the urn,
there, no
and then they end up getting a Walker. So it's like
big shove in mid.
All in all,
all
it's
this
not a
Foreman play
bad-
is concentrated
not a
over towards
bad
the right side of the map.
play
You
for
can
the
see
Foreman.
melee creeps are setting yet another trap here and hoping to convert it into one of these walkers.
Melee creeps.
They're like stacked right in
together
here.
on the right hand side, Foreman.
Stacking his steel
Being
doubles,
a
I
little
guess.
bit more defensive.
John 32k, by the way.
Yeah, I think when you look at win conditions for
Yeah,
Foreman,
up big on
if
Pashi.
you can do some
Up
sort of
6K.
dive, whether it be a swap or anything that gets John out of the fight early, completely different situation because some of the elements of melee creeps.
So Goober
don't
still
scale
ends up
as well
going
into late
head
game,
on
you know,
her. He has a
especially
lot of gun
the Bebop.
investment.
It's the ricochet inhibitor combo for John that is pretty scary.
A lot of
That
gun
guy
investment,
gets
and
to
it
do
delays
work,
his,
and that
crippling.
inhibitor proc is brutal.
So,
Healing reduction matters so
I don't know
much
how much
against
you
the
really
Geist,
needed to cripple in this game, but
anyway,
ends up getting one because the counter spell. He will die though.
Silva in deep trouble here. Rocker and League simply cease to exist. Don't know
And
what
Rocker
happened
dies
to
as well.
Drifter there, but there was no chance for League to actually be an active participant.
Big catch here, so they're
in
going
this
to push
fight.
right side, and they're going to look to
that will
save
mean
Do
at
here.
least one Walker picked up.
Do does go down, but they get a fight
Trying
off
to
out of it.
escape the chase down. Not quite going to be able to make full clear.
Goober gets his head cut off.
Take a look at Idaho AG.
Well, no, he didn't ult. I don't know how Goober died. Goober died though.
John Doe is, I mean, he's hitting very, very hard.
Ooh.
And the outgoing
And they get the
damage being
walker.
reduced because those
But again,
inhibitor procs
left side
matter there as
trade.
well. ABG
Good shit from
is not
Pashi here.
able to
Sees
get
everything
anything done.
going
Spends
going
big odds,
south.
but still gets picked up.
He could even go
And
for
it is
center here
going
if
to
he
be
wanted.
Bebop, the menace himself, Scout going to work.
Melee
on his
creeps
right side,
rotate
Walker
blue.
League being
They have a
taken
good
as well,
wave.
and we talk about
So
those moments
net
where the dam
big
breaks.
win for melee
We
creeps.
just saw it in this game.
I will say though, I mean, for how bad it could be, and look, losing another walker here is in fact pretty rough. It could be worse for Floormen if they weren't able to prevent the rejuve in middle. I mean, a 20k difference between both teams. The problem that they're having in these bigger fights is that they're ending up going after targets, whether it be the Billy, whether it be the Shiv, whether it be the Lash, and the last few fights, John's been relatively untouched, and you're in the danger zone here where it is a 36k Mirage. It is one player that absolutely needs
Scout,
to die.
sir.
But maybe you get Scout here as a consolation as the Eternal Night falls.
Yeah,
All he does know the attack, the shift jump, and then use your ult. So you don't stand still.
Connecting straight away, knocking him out of the fight for a time.
Big catch here though from Floorman.
A little bit of isolation here on John. Exactly the kind of player you're
Oh, the
looking for,
TP's
but
kind of
the recovery
rough.
may have indeed arrived. Yep, it's
John
Doom
lives
who's turned
too.
Up. He's also relatively farmed in his own right.
Oh, the speech character's kind of
was
good.
not picked up in the end, still alive.
Huh.
And Ido.
Man, the speech character seems to save people a lot. Ooh, big slam.
Nice little slam. Poshi's in trouble. Makes use of the soul exchange.
He has ult in
Leads
10
Ido into an
still.
awkward
Good counter
spot
spell
now.
on the
Still
slash.
has to be used, but Ido is very, very low. Poshi though is healthy. Topped up.
Poshi is
ready to go.
big.
Fish cake picked off and then ran straight into the Geist trap. However, Saya out of the game. We've got an earn recovery here as well. So behind all this, melee creeps might be able to get an extra edge on equity. Because Goober and Poshi Pop really can't.
Goober trying to greed away the urn.
Oh, the urn position is so tough.
He's probably going to die for
wasn't
it.
quite able to get the pickup and instead leaves empty-handed.
John's there, John's there.
To get up and away, and man, the
Punch
fact
him in the
John's
face.
still up,
Punch
that
him in the
great
face.
escape,
Yeah.
still being
Both too greedy,
just
trying to get the urn there.
miserable for Floorman to deal with. John
Melee
picks
creeps
up another,
break it
and
open.
Wallace
They have urn
has to
control
go
now as
into enemy
well.
territory.
Mid up in a minute
Buffs,
30.
came up in the melee, and
So they're
yeah,
going to want to look
the gun
to
buff
force a
is,
fight with the urn probably.
tailor-made for John to just casually
Still
walk
got 40
up
on
here,
Goober,
Mitch,
so
get a little bit
they're gonna
extra
push up
fire
here.
rate, get more clip size, and
Oh, fish
if you're
cake first
Floorman,
a sec,
on
but he
one
might have
hand,
quick
Messed
sip.
up. Yeah. His fire rate is insane now. He's got the spiritual overflow fire rate increase from Ricochet as well. The guy is going absolutely crazy. Not to mention, of course, like just that sustained damage build up as time goes on from spiritual overflow and the debuffs from inhibitor.
Nice.
You have to go after the Mirage straight away.
And that's been the problem. I mean, in the very
So
last
Saya
fight,
goes
we did
straight
see the
active
attempt to go
build
after John
on the
but
page.
John just gets absolutely saved by Saya, gets away, is able to come back into the fight towards the very end, continues to be a gigantic problem. And, you know,
With
you look
transcendent
at
cooldown.
Foreman right now, there's not a lot of things they have.
I can see
mean,
it.
I guess your idea
Rescue
would
Beam
be
has a lot
you
of
get
value.
swap on the John.
Good Rust of Barrel game,
Light
too.
goes off
It's
at
a
the
good
same
buy.
time, but you know, part
John
of
is
the reason
fucking
why
ginormous,
Mirage is so
40K
good
at
right now, it's not
27
just his
minutes.
output with gun damage. It's
Bro
the
is
fact that, you know,
ticking
when you
over.
add in Tornado, you add in Traveler, one of the more slippery heroes in the game to deal with. Like, it's easy to be like, why not just jump John? Well, because
Been up in
John's
20.
playing Mirage and killing Mirage. I mean, look, you can bring Slowing Hex,
Look, it's up
bring
31K.
Disable, but it is not an easy task, especially.
Thing is, they can't
you know,
insta
when he's
force
this
it because
far
the
ahead of
Yamato ult
No,
and
and his counterspell reactive
Golem.
barrier as well. Now Merc Magnum, for Christ's sake.
The blind
guy
also
is,
makes things really
going
awkward.
To be going absolutely nuts. Obviously, Merc Magnum just gets that extra spirit damage and bonus fire rate. By the way, obviously you know exactly what you imbue with that. So this guy also, like, QSR is just a, you know, insane effect, right?
Oh, they get
being
that.
able to have another
This is
of
really bad.
30 to roll
This is
with
really
is
bad
insane.
for Foreman.
Anyway, early shadow transformation in this fight. AVG
Their creeps are overforced now because now they can just flip the mid if they want to. They have Lash Ult, no Yamato ult.
They certainly want to defend this Walker, and Foreman have to go for a fight. They have to go for a paradox swap, but
Yeah,
if
they're going for it. They're going to flip it now.
If they're too obvious about what they're trying to do, it's not going to pay off. Box runs in towards mid, and it's
It'll be 5 ults to 3. They do a paradox swap. They do still have Ivy Golem, but this gets a little hard. They might be baiting as well.
And now they're putting on mid pressure, even if it's
So
just
they're
making
baiting.
the stream. Foreman, they don't really want to fight here, Mitch, but also they cannot let this one go.
They're gonna re-hit here.
They have to win it down. Some of their most crucial ultimates.
So they are chunking it. I don't know if they want to full commit here though.
Corridor. This is the area where Silver can go wild, but at only 22k, I don't know if Florida M has the gas.
Foreman definitely uncomfortable about trying to fully commit into a fight right now. They'll settle for pushing melee
Creep's
creeps
just, like,
off of that mid boss.
Zoning.
Plenty of room though to get topped back up.
Lord's scanning to see what they're doing there. They end up going up left stair.
A long staircase.
Size back on it.
We'll double back for some pressure on towards this mid boss. The Death Slam's going to be catching.
And then Ido finds something.
Potential go off for Floorman.
Really good ult from Ido.
Now, John clearly in the thick of things here. You can see the Kutsu bombs just
She dies.
whittling across the ground.
Really good patience around the mid boss.
No risk of that soul exchange.
They just kept going. Are they? Aren't they? Are they? Aren't they?
Couldn't ask for much better than
Yamato
those.
dies.
That
It's free now.
3 picks. Yamato.
I think he can still go for it. We'll see if
Paradox,
Rocker
and
wants
of course,
to.
Lady guys are down.
And that may just be the game. Also, I don't know if we were able to catch it, but given that that all started where AVG was out of position, I think
Victor
it may
goes
have
for the
been a scout
blind.
hook
Lord
that
and M's
put
there. He
AVG
just gets native.
in a tough spot. And all rejubes go to melee creeps. You have to go for the contest there if you're a Floorman, but you know, not likely to work. But yeah, I mean,
Not the Ivy, it's really hard though.
I think
but they
AVG
also have
got
counter
hooked.
spells.
Could
So
be wrong, but you know, given they was out of position, had the blow shout transformation, and that wasn't enough to free him. They had to
John goes
drop the
weighted
eternal
shots,
knight right
capacitor,
after.
escalating
And
map.
melee
Okay.
creeps, Mitch, they just correctly identify.
Oh,
well,
Scout does. Sorry.
you don't got anything left in the bank to actually defend. We're gonna put you go on mid boss.
40 seconds on league here now.
In the situation that just feels
Going for the flip
awful.
desync
Down
timers
key
so they can
ultimates,
just
and
hard push
eventually
up for
they swing
this.
to their advantage. They leave with 3 rejuvenators and earn control. And
I'm assuming Side's gonna
Foreman,
go
they just
Curse
don't
or something
have
next.
Many win conditions left at this point.
And the Drifter has fallen off precipitously off
Yep.
a bloody cliff. League down to 27k. Well, not down to, but has only managed to get to 27k. Whereas John is, well, I mean, the guy is the quintessential gun carry on this team. Unreal player, and now he has a bit of everything. Obviously, we talked about the Merc
Yeah, and they're up
upgrade
like
from
50K.
QSR
And
earlier.
they can
So
clear
has basically
all the jungle.
dream build ready to go here.
Pause
And
by Saya.
Triton's taking some damage here, presumably from some of those minions coming in. Okay, Saya calling a pause. There's a stamina problem. Okay, Ido's just restarting. All good.
Ido, great streamer, top player.
Worst tech issues
Starting your
ever
morning
of
with the
any
rich,
fucking pro
smooth,
I have ever
delicious
seen.
taste
He
in
even got a new
McCafe.
PC, and it's just
Expect
still
it.
broken.
Your daughter's top shelf snipe? Less expected. For the post-practice practice MVPs, must be McCafe.
Basically, Chet was like, no, install your own video card, it'll be fine. And apparently it was like a disaster and the video card broke or something. Like it was something like something absolutely terrible happened once Ido was tasked with doing anything other than being good at Deadlock. It's like video card, put gasoline on my PC and light the match. You know,
I won't lie though. I did ask. I have blown up a PC trying to build it myself once, and it was the most innocuous error ever. I plugged in the on-off button. Like, so obviously the case has the on-off button, right? There's a cable that comes from that.
You're an aerospace engineer.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst part of it.
I mean, legitimately, his education background. Everyone.
The socket for the on-off button looks really similar to the socket for the USB port. And I put it in the wrong one, and I fried the PC when I first turned it on.
And hey, man, and smart people can have dumb moments too. You know?
I'm a himbo, bro.
Himbo.
Dude, I'm just glad you got it, Mitch. Thank God you got the esports and you were not designing my airplane. Like, good God.
Listen, hey, at least on airplanes, the on-off button and the USB port look different, bro. They're different plugs. Don't worry about it. Trust me.
Crushing Fist for the Billy, okay.
Okay, whatever. Crushing Fist picked up. I want to put them around.
Look, John is fucking Thanos right now.
We have 216 to 166. So
It's really just grabbing another wave.
Even if you fry PCs, you'll know that that is considerable of a gap, and it is melee creeps circling like
just looking for a
vultures ready to
hyperline,
pick
John.
Foreman apart.
Ooh.
And for Floormen, they are hoping for a
GG.
miracle. And You know, Mitch, they say, we like the lights on. Thank you very much. There's no night. It is just the blaring sun illuminating the oncoming
Where the
demise.
fuck did the guys
It is
go?
Reykjavik in the summer.
Did she still get yoinked? She still got yoinked even with the warp
keep them
stone.
shades down if y'all want to sleep. Rallying charge, throwing in through the
John just free hitting on the side.
first. And I really just want John POV.
Yeah, Fish King doesn't die because Page is crazy. He ends up going refresher over the curse. Pretty good.
Other stuff done, but Florman needs to be wiped off the map and taught a lesson first and foremost. Do was getting focused down really hard early on in the game. They were looking to chase that Shiv and still do.
I just like, I don't know.
Way to succeed. But of course,
why did we draft
all of the
this?
souls getting funneled in the right
This is the
location,
easiest
making
character on my
John
entire, like,
a
why
force
did
to
they
be reckoned
draft
with.
this?
Yo, shout out to TK Breezy for the raid, where, you know, one of the fun, interesting pipelines for Deadlock? It's not just
John
other FPS
teleporting.
games. You got a bunch of fighting game legends also up within here.
Shout out to TK Breezy, actually. He's a homie of mine. And also Smash commentator extraordinaire. But
Oh,
not
that's
a
I know
shock
TK Breezy,
because,
actually.
dude, it's you got all these melees, you got all the parries, you got all the fighting.
G
game
fucking
tech.
G,
And
bro.
Also, speaking of,
I don't know what that
melee
game was.
trees, oh
Like,
my God, what a performance!
I bet 10K and won 2K.
49,000 souls.
Like,
bro, you know what's even crazier than that?
His fire rate. He was shooting an AR with that little cannon. That's
you know
insane.
what's crazy? People are surprised that I went to college.
Oh,
well,
What the hell?
I mean, you're the smartest. You're one of the smarter casters
What the
as far as
bro, that is
wordplay.
Yo, can we just talk about the backpedal for Goldways? Like, you're the smartest. No, you're one of the smarter. Like, he immediately downgraded your ass. That is unbelievable.
No, we have a lot of smart commentators in esports. There are a couple.
the next to his best.
Oh my God.
What does it say?
Okay, you know that this is a conversation topic that has happened a couple of times now with how quickly he went to get the match.
I went to college. Oh no, I got the other one as well. Hold on, wait.
Oh my God, what is going on?
You see this? No one does it like me, baby.
Esports award.
Education award.
That's not an educational award. Anyway,
I'm just saying.
I guess so.
Well, why do you have all of this within reach of you? Like, are you living in a box right now? Like, what's going on?
No, it's okay to have it within reach. I just think it's great that it is
living in a box. I am living in a box, actually.
The glass case promotion.
ZP, I am so divorced, bro. You have no idea. It is crazy how divorced I am, bro.
Bro.
He just like goes like, you want some dinner from like 3 days ago? Like, I got that too.
I eat out of plastic containers. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's too real. That's actually too real. Holy shit, bro.
You get your grub. As long as you get your nutrients and your fiber.
What the fuck was that interaction?
Speaking of fiber, oh boy.
Actually, I knew that
gonna need
interaction.
it.
I knew that's how that worked.
Because
so, I know Lash kind of clean. Kind of clean on the Lash.
At the end there. John's Mirage was firing that tiny Magnum so quickly and just doing so much damage. It's just, so
barely
much
missed
damage.
the guys.
There was really nothing that they could do, and you were starting to really see some of those big playmaking options that they had available to them, like, you know, League on the Drifter.
Warpstone is so insane on this character, by the way.
Mostly League on the Drifter.
I'm kind of shocked people don't buy it more.
Phrasing Uber. He fell off of a cliff.
I would make the argument it's better than
Drifter
Majestic
fell off
Blade.
of a cliff. Just nowhere to be found at the end there.
I'm just a Warpstone like truther though. Blinks are just too OP, man. They're just too good.
After all.
Yo, stat screen though, even though John, like, you look at a lot of those backloaded, right? Like, John was in the training arc and was, you know, the devastation at the end game.
I think this Drifter character kind of sucks, bro.
Definitely ramped up for sure.
Yeah, but look at the actual aftermath. Ido, the active warrior,
39K for Ido, bro.
Right place, right time.
Most player damage.
I don't know. I look
More
at these comps
damage
here.
than Souls.
Look, it's hard to say the Drifter was bad. I think League had good moments, but I also just think you look at recent Deadlock history, giving up Shiv into Mirage, into like Page, Billy, like Foreman gave up a lot to early pick Paradox.
They
and
really
on top
did.
Of it, you think about the situation they had.
It was honestly the Paradox was not the problem. I'm just gonna say Paradox is not the problem.
Or Celeste for Goober, where
I think I've seen enough of this Silver Hero, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just nerfed. I think it's too nerfed.
Here or there thing.
Maybe it's. I don't want to flame Lord on them, but maybe it's just pilot issues. But like,
It's the same answer.
I've had enough of the silver
to
hero.
The question. You
It
know,
must be
just
like a
just
scrim
said in a
stomper,
different
but
way.
I've seen enough.
Which ultimately is like,
I don't think it's horrible.
there's
I just don't like
too
compared to the other
much of
frontliners.
a
I
hero
don't know,
pool
man.
advantage on the melee creep side where
I
they
don't think
just
so.
have so many different areas that they could dip into.
I think she's the
Whereas
reverse
Foreman,
Mina,
they're
where she's gonna
trying
be
to get
like
clever with how they
turbo
can do this.
cancer to balance for
applaud
low
them
elo.
being clever, honestly. Like I
Actually,
applaud them for
I can
taking
see
a
your,
risk,
I can
you
see
know, if you're
people
gonna
hinting
do
on
it,
it
you might
too.
as well do it in
But
game
later in the
one.
game, I feel like the wolf form will dominate low elo. But
yeah, it makes you wonder how this next
I
draft
don't know,
is
man.
gonna go now. ZP knowing.
Yeah, what's gonna happen in this
how
next
this
fucking
played
draft
out.
now?
We've invoked the Page pick as well. Obviously,
No.
like the refresher on Page is like really powerful. Double charge is like really good. A couple of situations where I think like there's even a pick off the back of a rallying charge to catch a fleeing player. And you know, you can see what the idea is supposed to be with the drifter, but at some point it gets really hard to funnel that farm
Save that
into
one.
league. Looks really good early. 1v1's John with like a 6k solely devs. Okay, now I'm exaggerating. It's 4 to 5, right? But still, that's quite a lot. We had high hopes for it, but you know, as if you mentioned, there's like the ult combo. We have Shadow Transformation, Eternal Night, get used. The mid is that there's like an airdrop, and then the ensuing fight really favors melee creeps because they caught Foreman out of position and forced him to bust those ultimates out.
A lot of times too, those fights where you know Floorman just kind of trapped in a really bad spot, and then melee creeps just really reading the moment quite well. All right, folks.
I don't even know what to say, bro. That draft was so fucking bad.
Can Floorman force that map?
It was
3,
so bad.
or will we see yet again the melee creeps walk
I
away
don't.
as your night shift champions?
I don't understand.
Enjoy the smooth jazz. We'll be right back.
Okay, we're muting. I don't know what to say about that game. That was kind of painful to watch. I'm not even gonna cap. I'll make sure I actually save that other one. 1 sec. 1 second. Wait, what the fuck happened here? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that was a game, bro. That was something. Okay, I get the other one. Nice. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. That game was just an experience. Okay, 3-minute video. What do we got? What do we got? Where are they at now? 10.8K. Okay, went back up. Oh, I don't turn on stream. Lol. Lol. I don't know how many videos are this short. Why do I keep getting this content is available? Try again later. Why does this keep happening on my YouTube? Yeah, I don't have anything this short. We're just gonna sit here in silence because I don't want the YouTube to get copyrighted. I lied. Twitch gets sound. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, man. Prize pool slowed up once we hit NA. It's a classic. So if we don't see a draft switch up, I'm gonna say a 2-0. Oh, the interaction happened twice. That's funny. Oh, it yanked them off the rejuve. Oh shit. But he did, like, I thought there was a throw, but all it did was get exactly what he needed. It was to yank him off the rejuve. Dun, dun, dun. Oh! Get his ass, get his... Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. I just, like... I keep trying to, like, figure out what the fuck happened here, and I just can't... Okay, I don't know, man. I think the paradox is bold, but fine. Not grabbing Billy was absurd. And then Silver over Abrams probably was just not it. Probably not it. Whose fries are the best? Taco Bell fries. I have never. I think I've had Taco Bell like twice in my life, if that. Maybe only once. It just doesn't seem like fast food Mexican to me. I don't know why. It's just like in my brain, I'm like, oh, I need that. So we did get the guys after the blank. Wow, GG. People hate Chick-fil-A in America now. Apparently they dropped their quality in America. So I'm not even surprised to hear that. Because of rising costs. In Canada, it still bangs. It's really good. We're back.
Deadlock as we get ready for map 2 between the Floormen versus the Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps up 1-0 after a dominating performance. And if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm Golden Boy. You got Uber as well as ZP. We're yapping about the game that we just watched. Do want to give some shout outs, by the way. Some of the folks who coming in hot supporting the channel. Shout out first. We got $30 from Peach Pear. While I love Melee Creeps, can someone dethrone the king, please? I agree. Oh man, you see that? And look at that, guys. And people getting tired out there. Oh, they turn on you, and then at that point, and listen, not to bring pro wrestling into this, okay? Because if anyone knows,
but let's bring it in.
But Melee Creeps is a great opportunity for you to turn heel. Ido becomes a bad guy, you know, maybe he goes for a low blow, something like that. We'll work it into the gimmick. We'll find a way. Some douchebag named Golden Boy donated some money. We don't got to worry about that. Skeletor donated $5. Thank you so much, Skeletor, for that. We got Dean Dolphin with 21. We got Speedman for 50 saying thank you.
Ido's the good guy?
Thank you. Goopy Noopy. That's a name. That's a name right there. ZP, I don't want to know what the definition of that name is, but I want you to come up with five.
I'm into it.
You come up with 5 versions of them. All right, Night Shift. So slowly gathering the former Overwatch League Infinity Stones. Love to see it.
Yeah.
True.
Connor was the Overwatch League watcher back in the day, so good to have you.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, sick. And then, of course, we got Postline saying, come on.
Did Golden Boy also do Overwatch League? I didn't see it on their Liquid videos.
The week of the upset. Listen, folks want to see the upset. They want to see it happen. But yeah, no, we've just been migrating us Overwatch League former casters.
We just like moved around. Do you know what I mean? It's like a bad
like games, you know.
Can't really
we just like video games.
We're getting older and older, and we're just not stopping. It's a problem, honestly. But I'm refusing to give up. But I want to say that look, you know, at the moment, Night Shift, we're running without like sponsorship. And I am just over the moon to see that we're still able to support our players and give them a reason to come out here and play for your pleasure and really put the effort into not only developing themselves, the teams, but also the scene.
So
time this shout out to you guys, because you guys
actually just get this guy out of here, bro.
You know what I mean?
Get this motherfucker out of here, bro.
These players, it is you guys. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. And so for us, it is a no-brainer to come in here, give our time, make a show out of it. It's us, it's you, it's our players. We're having a great time. Let's keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, listen, this is my day off. Well, both
wait, he's what face? Wait, is this guy actually what face? There's no way.
A long weekend of work up ahead. But honestly, stuff like this is what esports is all about.
They're timing out links now.
You know, I think it's important to
Rest in
be
peace.
here and support it. So yeah, thank you to those of you guys who are out there, you know, donating all that good stuff.
Well, are we gonna get a real draft this time? That'd be kind of cool. I'd be into that.
If you happen to be able to do so, you can subscribe. You can join the Patreon.
you get put up on the screen, and you know they have a graphic, and you'll see your name up there. You know, it's cool. You know, just support something that's grassroots, because ultimately that's what carries esports forward. We are getting ready for this second map to start up here, second game, I should say, in a few. I would say map. It's a very Valorant code.
Yeah, I know. I have called a map before.
Bro, it's crazy.
I think it's fine. You have to do like.
It is. I mean, like, ultimately, it is what it is. It is a game and a series. But what's funny is because when I was doing Fortnite years ago, they told us we couldn't say kill, so we had to only say elimination.
No
and that just became
way.
like a core part
Dude,
of
they
my
did that to us.
vocabulary.
No way, bro. That's
You
so
know,
cheesy.
No, we got the ties like, guys, Team 4 would like it to be elimination. It's just like
Marvel Rivals make us say knockout. Like we can't say kills either.
really?
Yeah, it's a knockout, bro.
yeah, by the way, good on that. When you listen to a cast, like people still slip and kill, multiple times because like that is what everyone calls it. Like,
If it says
That
it
is
on
the most
screen
soy
in the
shit I've
game,
ever heard
it's
in my
fair
fucking
game,
life.
okay?
Oh my
Because
god,
if it
bro.
says it in the freaking video game,
Sponsors,
it's
man,
probably
like,
past the
Let
ESRB
you not
rating,
saying
whatever
GB.
rating.
That's what I'm talking
what
about.
it is.
Like,
You know,
why?
15 years experience, damn it. Anyway, no. But yeah, jokes aside, all that stuff. Thank you guys so much for supporting Night Shift. This has been super fun. We should be again.
Draft
there we go.
time. Okay, okay. Real draft.
Show, by the way. Yeah, no,
Let's drop the Paradox Cryo. Let's do that. Let's start there. Bring the Paradox Cryo down just a little bit.
A couple of amigos chit-chatting. You'll have to see it.
Millie Creeps are still first picking.
So, Foremen decide once again they don't want first pick, so they're gonna have to ban Celeste, and they guarantee that Holiday gets banned. Now we already saw on the last map.
Do you let him just get Paradox here and
spelled it
see
wrong.
what happens, or?
Yeah, yes, you have to get frontline. Like you can't do what they did last time. Don't mess around with the Drifter. You don't, because if you're melee creeps, you don't change anything about your draft here. Foremen are
God damn it.
gonna ban Celeste, and now melee creeps. Why would you change anything? You come in hot with the Shiv. They're going to go Shiv, and now for Foremen, you need to change things up. Abrams wasn't actually that valued in the last game, so
Fuck.
you probably grab
Come on, man.
+1 here.
Do it for the fans, Melee Creeps. It's game 2 Melee Creeps. Do it for the fans.
Something looked at in the previous game, like.
All right, Shift comes in.
Not a surprise to see that picked up.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, look,
The amount of replies.
The thing about it, Golden Boy, is
Holy.
that he's really durable. Obviously, like. You know, he can defer a lot of the damage up front, right? And just have that as like ticking damage that he can also clear. I'm just talking about. I'm just telling everyone this kit. You
And
guys
then
know
they
this
still
kit,
go
but
Paradox.
also that he has
Please
that sort of
pick Billy.
long,
Please.
You know, strength in with
Please
his
pick
rage
Billy.
mechanic, and he
Please,
becomes really
please,
scary in his
please.
later fights, just like Mirage does, right? Where he's just
please
stacking
pick
up
Billy,
debuffs on everyone via
please,
ricochet. So
please, Flarbin.
any of those kinds of
Please.
heroes that can do sustained damage
Please.
but have the sustain
Thank God.
to stay alive long
The
enough,
draft is
very, very powerful.
saved.
Paradox
It's
Billy gonna love
saved.
for 4 men.
Okay. All right. Well, they went back for the.
So they're going to go
Paradox
Abram
pickup,
Shiv?
which
Yamato Shiv? They got do now. They got do. They can do the Yamato
and
Shiv.
It seems like we're kind of
Take it away from
repeating the
Floormen.
same thing
Floormen love the
again, but
Yamato.
with a little bit
Take it,
of a
guys.
different-
Okay. Guys, what?
It's a swap, basically.
We're not going to get Drifter, I'm sure. We're going to get a different version of
Guys,
this.
Kelvin, dodge the
big
ban.
swap here is that they go, okay, we overvalued the Geist. We're gonna get Billy.
Dodge
but
the ban.
In exchange for this, they've also given up Geist, and they've also given up Mirage.
I don't think Sai wants to play
a
a
problem. I think
Page
Melee
again.
Creeps goes with Mirage because Mirage is the
Think of Mirage.
one carry, and they do. So you have to deal with the John Mirage again, and you have to deal with like Geist is still really good. This feels like
So
an
is it
overvaluation
really-
of Paradox to me.
Geist undo, probably.
Okay, I was going to say, like...
Okay,
yeah,
Floormen can
is he
slam the
thinking that
Abrams
you're
now, though.
really
They
needing
can
to
go
use your
Abrams.
Foreman is to
Abrams.
kinda
They go Yamato.
get the
They
game
love
done as
Yamato.
fast as
They're
possible
like
because you cannot let Mirage
the biggest
just
Yamato
keep
team.
carrying forward,
I don't
right?
mind
You
it.
can't-
Now that you have the Billy, I don't mind this. This is okay. Whatever the fuck they did last game, I don't know what that was. This is fine. This is fine. This kid, I think Yamato Abrams, I'm totally okay with that being preference.
Her soul exchange ultimate basically just
Another
turns her
Kelvin
from
ban.
being easy pickings
Respecting.
into a raid boss in a second. So you have to lock her down. But now you have to also lock Mirage down, who will just sort of do a lot of damage to you over the extended sort of engagement. Yamato
this
going to
now.
be picked up here for Foreman, though.
I think they should pick Page. NA, please value Page again because it was such a huge problem for
They
them
banned
that Sai was
Ward.
able to do it.
Okay,
Didn't really care about the
okay.
Kelvin.
Get the
got
second best
into
M1
EU
off.
and grabbed it. Your
They're
Foreman,
pushing
though,
Foreman
your
onto
first
like a
pick
lower
out
tier
of,
M1 in my opinion
mid-stage
now.
bans. You can pick up Page.
I don't mind it.
Force, in this case, would probably be Saya onto the Rem. Maybe even something like a Viscous, which would be a lot
Are we really?
lower if
Is
you're
it
playing more on the
forcing
support
Sion
end,
to a
but
Rem?
I think the Page would be a
They
big
go
difference.
silver
And nope,
again.
Instead, they go for silver.
They're going triple front line. I think they're banking on Melee Crypt's not picking Page here, actually.
Page +1 here.
just get so
Lash
much
still up
freedom
for
to choose
Ido.
what you want.
I think that's what they're
Like,
banking on. Let's see if Saya sees it and he wants to play it.
Whatever choice they want here.
No, he wants to go Ivy. Okay. I like Ivy here because it's triple dive, right? Plus a paradox. Like this is full dive. Ivy is good anti-dive. So this is actually a good Ivy pick, I think.
Yeah. So not only are melee creeps hard to ban out,
this is a good pick. This is not a bad pick. This is good. This is where Ivy, and then they get the Abrams on 5. Like, they're kind of chilling.
All right. Well, that's a good response. You know, they got Billy. You'll take the Abrams on the other side. Good frontline presence. We'll see what Floorman goes for here.
They're kind of chilling. I'm not going to lie.
They're going to have to go support, right? They need some help out there.
They're going to go Page.
You would think. Maybe
Venator
it's going to
Page.
be one Rem.
They go Venator as their M1.
Clergy bring in Venator, but I
then
do
Page.
wonder for Saya,
Page or
is
Rem.
Ivy getting picked up here because it's what Saya wants to play? We have seen support Saya on Ivy in recent memory, or is this more of Rock? It's been Rocker's preference. Put
Page over
Rocker
Rem.
on something else. You know,
They go no
Instead,
support.
Rocker isn't even going to be on anything support-esque at all. This is full, just no standard support. I mean, unless you maybe
triple
there's a
frontline, no support
a
though.
little bit more like it.
That's what this is. This feels like all gas, no brakes for Floorman. It's either you're either kicking their
the
ass
thing
or
is
you're gonna
now
get your ass kicked. It's one or the other. I
your
don't know.
Silver
That's
Yamato
what do you think?
are gonna have to be
Venator obviously,
Gigapoor
like,
and
I
your
think obviously
Billy.
The traps are quite powerful, and
These
Iridani
heroes,
is doing pure
I think,
damage, right?
are
So it
not
can
as
still
strong
be
when they're like.
meaningful,
You actually have to
even if
like
it's gonna
not
scale
get
heavily off
any
your
farm.
gun damage, for
I think it'll
example.
be about.
So
Dude, Millie
I
Creep's
don't know
not
how this is
again, I'm
really
sorry.
supposed to
But it
factor
is
in
just- this is
because
just-
you know I
they
always
just
pick
happened.
League to play the Mina.
This is Millie Creep's game too.
But you also,
So people are like, I don't know, but I'm playing with house money right now.
One of these heroes.
Do I bet everything I won today?
Less with the carry focus, but we know what Lord
Do
of
I
Doom does
dare?
with Silver picks up a lot of those healing items. You know, tries to be built fairly tanky, fairly mobile, fairly disruptive if at all possible. But his melee creep's composition is really,
you know what? Let's
really
do.
robust,
Let's
and
do
they are
4,
really hard to kill if they get ahead. Your opportunities to catch up, like your paradox play has to be really, really good, and like. Who are you supposed to catch out, really? Lady Geist is not always a viable target to try and go for those picks, so...
Unironically, this isn't really that wrong. Big deal. Big guy. 7-Eleven's gonna be booming again. Same with Dollarama. They're gonna start. Their stock price is gonna go up again.
Play,
financial advice from me. You've got it.
Pretty decent.
It's coming here first.
Keeping out Abrams and Shiv a little bit more. I mean, you have to respect Gutshot to an extent. You have to respect traps being somewhat annoying. But also, when it comes to Venator's ult, you have the ability at times to, in this case, in team fights, you probably want to shoot most of those.
This is like a draft like this though is really why they swapped out DMB, because the second half of the draft they have so much flexibility.
Off a dive, maybe get a swap. I mean, the number one thing that they lacked in the last game, as far as the way the later games fight or later fights worked, is that John.
So they gotta be like everywhere on the map. This game, they have to get ahead early. This is the thing about no support, because you're gonna be draining resources from your frontliners.
To potentially just
you have to be
in the
ahead early
later in the game,
or else the game's gonna get really, really awkward.
Very interesting. Curious to see if this theory for Floorman.
When are we gonna get a new Millie Creeps logo?
And really,
when are we gonna get a new one?
You got a hefty amount.
Do I have to cook one up
on that side
and submit it?
We'll
send it to
see how
Yodi.
that shakes out here. But fellas, go ahead, have fun with this one. Should be a blast, and we'll see how, or rather, whether or not Melee Creeps can shut this one down here with a 2-0, or Floorman force that game 3. Fellas, over to you.
Thank you very much. I don't know about UZP. I've been, you know,
Cam Thomas at
playing
34
around with
points
Venator
against
a little bit
Orlando.
here.
Holy.
So curious to see what the build looks like. Poshipop has like a glass cannon inhibitor build, right? So pretty gun focused with a recharging rush.
He just
item.
no dribble,
So
pivoted
that
around,
seemed
and
like a ton
bang
of
the
fun,
3.
but we might see a different look entirely. It does feel like if you're not trying to make Venator, you know, a bit of a silver bullet for you, if you excuse the pun, or like a heavy
close to
damage
near
deal, you might
half
be
court.
missing out a little bit on what that kit is designed to do. But as it
The Bucks
stands,
are the
Melee
perfect team
Creeps
for him
are
to go to, by
poised
the way.
to take the lion's share, of course, in NA
Okay.
of our fantastic night shift prize pool, which on last
Will we see
count,
Miller Creeps game
got
2
mapped to
curse?
over $1,800.
Will it happen?
So thank
Against
you so much
a
for
no
everybody,
support comp.
you guys putting your money where your mouth is in a big way in supporting the Deadlock scene, and I'm sure Melee Creeps and Floorman are more than happy to throw down for your entertainment.
So we don't know which player's PC blew up. We have likely suspects, but we just got a note from production saying players connecting 11 out of 12. we get a status check on Ido, that would be great.
We do.
But,
yeah, we've got to ask the obvious question.
Bro, pay someone to build your PC, man. You're a
I'm not
fucking
above
pro
throwing some
player and
obvious shade
streamer.
here while we
Please,
wait,
just pay someone to build your
this is the first
PC.
time this
Please.
happened. Like, I do feel like someone may have gotten disconnected. Whatever it may be, but it's going to be interesting.
It happens.
You know, where this one goes. I do think that overall, probably better odds for Floorman relative to the last game, but
Jesus.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sold on the pick
Jesus
second strategy
Christ.
for at least in the higher prio.
Okay,
of
shifting to
Paradox
the throat
here.
now.
Although
My sinuses are
is
clear,
just
but my
funny
throat
how,
is kind of itchy now.
You know, it always feels like in Deadlock, a nerf will come in, the Paradox or Holiday, and then they'll go a little bit lower in priority.
Another bot
And then
trying to follow me on
somehow, we always
Instagram.
get back
It's a
to the
classic.
situation of like, no, hero's really good, pick them early, even in a meta where frontliners seem to be
Why do
coming
you
in
think
at
that
such
is?
a premium. I just think they're good. Like there is a sense of like in terms of making plays, like you feel how bad it feels to not have something like Swap in on your team, or the ability to get a lasso. There are abilities that not only get you back into a game that you are behind, there are abilities that can get you ahead of the game. And it just when you don't have that dynamism and you're running other options, like you're running, say, you could run a haze in that role, but you have to more so run at people, or you're running like what we saw in game number one, where Cool Cheese, who would usually be on the Paradox or the Holidays, instead on the Calico. And yeah, they were able to set up a shop gank, but it was a whole lot more work and a lot more prone to failure than if you could just swap or land a lasso or a hook. Or
you need
more initiating opportunities, basically.
Perfect. I mean, crowd control in this game is like very powerful and very long duration, which is important because mobility in Deadlock is ridiculous. So escaping from your opponents, or like via like jump pads or over roofs or through tunnels or with the use of abilities is really easy. So like you have to lock people down. There are a ton of active items here that like provide like slows, stuns, silences, lockdowns. So if you don't have these built into your kit, you can itemize into them. But man, nothing beats having true hard engage potential on your team, because it's so obvious when you run up on people that you can fall into traps.
Yeah.
Hold on down.
We did get an update. Ido is cleared this time. It was League. League was the one who crashed. So,
Ido survives the tech check.
Just calling people out, just
yeah, we do that
nowhere.
here. Puckett loves calling people out, by the way. That's his whole shtick, bro. He does not hold back.
That's Uncle Puckett. Uncle GB's different. He'll approach it a different way.
Do you realize how many DMs I get from Puckett being like, can we do something for the players? Like, what torture devices do we need so they actually start? I am sick of waiting here.
That. I respect that. Chris has been there in the olden days, back when you're hooking up Xboxes and just taking way too long to start the show. So he knows exactly what he's talking about.
We do Billy Mina on the side into a Shiv Abrams.
Let's see if Foreman can bring this one back.
Bebop Mirage into a Venador Paradox. I would assume the Venador Paradox got pushed, but I don't actually know. I know very little about Venador. And then Silver Yamato into Ivy Guys. So the whole idea with the no support is you should have Giga Lane Prio. You should have 3 to at least 2 winning lanes.
His opponent in lane.
So we'll see what happens here.
Fair, like with the Pashi builds, like half the time.
But the thing with Sai is,
the time other pro players
he is the thing about Ivy Sport is it's anti-dive, right? So that's the whole idea. That's why he picked it this game, because they have like 4 divers, right? These 3, and then the silver. So in a lane in the Yamato
sorts of beefy lane
server lane, you want to poke out with the Yamato and then dive them, and then Sai is there for the anti-dive. So I actually like the pick from Sai. I think it's smart.
Execution. I am curious though here in the middle, because we're still kind of evaluating just where Venator is in the lane matchup, but pairing up Paradox is usually good as... No way, is Goober... Surely Goober isn't going for a sub 2-minute gank, and yet was also flirting.
It was looking
with the possibility.
Yeah. I think they certainly...
They want to get this Mina belly ahead real bad. Real bad.
Is feeling a little bit immense, but it's Abrams obviously.
So you're shocking first on
lane,
okay.
So like they don't
He has
seem
really
to be
long
suffering too
cooldowns.
much. We sort of refer to the health pass. In fact, if anyone is, it's
The gun looks good early though.
To use health as a cost for
I
someone.
might play a
We
Venator
also
game.
expect to see the Geist look a little bit lower at times, but
I'm curious.
That is obviously the Geist alongside
The hero has
Sai's
intrigued
Ivy on the right side.
Refiring the spawn.
Keep an keen eye on Venator builds. Where, by the way, the one tragic part about today is that the circus was just a little bit too strong. We got to see no Celeste today, Mitch. But
no unicorn. The unicorn did not get the frolic today.
Grossly broken to free up Celeste.
Yeah,
that's what we need.
What are you gonna do?
The one hero I was most excited for.
It's a cruel world out there.
Duelist archetype, but obviously I'm in the minority there. I accept that. I'm curious to see how they find their place in the game. A little bit of damage on this left side Guardian here, so melee creeps definitely have to be a little wary. And, what are we looking for here? Okay, so just a box run being conducted by AVG. We'll spot Bebop down below. Do eventually gets picked up, so that pressure on the Geist results actually in a pick.
So, Do does go down.
Also, a bit interesting that again.
They don't even have to dive him, he just dies.
Generally,
Leaks can
Silverwing's a
Giga
little
Chunk
bit
here,
less
though.
explosive.
Golem comes
before,
out, though.
Lightning Form comes up.
Let's see if they centered on Saya. Oh, good dodge from Saya. He's trying to bait for Geist. He's chasing. He's chasing. This guy's a Chad, by the way. No one except Wander would do this on fucking Ivy, bro. That's a dead Yamato. Holy, they get the trade kill back.
Coming back off respawn, finding that kill.
Headshot booster, man.
Big, and also.
It's very good on Ivy.
Lord and M also was
that gun spike that people found on Smart Ivy is so OP, and they get the freeze wave. Holy!
We get a little bit of pressure on their side.
Okay, they're hard winning that right side lane now with the freeze.
Just to make sure those rakes and love bites
deny a full wave from Lord NM, and League was gonna miss it anyways. But
also looking at rotation on the map, Scout right now potentially looking at a piece of the left-hand side, leaving John in middle to take up the farm, and now setting up the 3-on-2 here on the left.
Does Billy get
John
out?
Comes on in, but it could be dangerous. Attempted to
get out.
for
Okay.
AVG, stuck with a bomb.
Scout immediately goes back, not gonna go for the redive.
Themselves a pick in the end, but Florman shoved pretty deep under their own Guardian. Rocker though wants to move out into the open somewhat. You'll notice that as time's going on, the war of attrition has favored Sapphire side so far. Florman getting good damage mid, actually on all three of those Guardians in these exchanges.
Uber taking his shot at a gank now off to the right-hand side. We'll see if this one ends up with a little bit more purchase. So far does not.
Oh, Si's coaching on Deathslam now. Deathslam Academy.
And both teams are making the attempts on left and right. The mid lane's being very, very active this game, Mitch.
Okay, Lord and M dangerous actually connected the bowler, and okay, Saya thought he was playing with fire by sticking around there, but it's actually League that got picked off. Should be a 1-for-1 though. Stone Idol going to be definitely dodged away from now.
Go to.
Should have the damage to finish off Sire at some point, you think? Okay, knock up, not quite there. It looks like Lord of M's in trouble and nobody managed to get towards Sire. That is devastating. That's not just insulting. That is brutal.
Lord of M goes down.
3 players in the middle.
This is worst case imaginable performance. Being down 4K at 5 minutes. This is
on top of it, melee creeps.
This is really, really bad.
Does his best impression of a fisherman. I mean, that was bait all day long. And Lord NM.
I wonder if Goober's going to build more utility.
Man,
just so like
pretty nice opening start here from melee creeps. Both buffs, good lane position.
This is rough, bro.
Take a look at Sai again, just hanging out at low HP, no problem.
Sai was just hard egoing them
so far.
Uses the 2 and goes in with 200 HP. This guy's him, by the way. This guy's actually just him. Holy fuck, this guy's him.
League got caught in the end. Nice little edge drop there.
Oh, let's go. Shows up. Oh, she's
dead.
Lord souls on them. Dead, bro. Also gonna get
progressing quite well through this.
Oh, Goober came. Never mind.
Pressure being applied to Lord.
Goober's here. I didn't even realize.
Here is Goober obviously is in that same lane. We hope to assist. Carbine on cooldown for another 10 seconds though, and again they are getting these troopers shoved in under the tower.
About to be 3 people for Floormen on the right side. They all rush on out. See where Goober goes. Goober actually saying, nope, I am heading back over the middle. Now, the interesting thing is that John has gotten a lot of uncontested middle farm, and so does Poshy Pop, and there's that gentleman's agreement in the middle, Mitch, as both have gotten pretty farmed, and yet neither seemingly have been doing too much harass. Just a quiet, sleepy, get farmed for later as that hook brushes against the ankle of League.
Just is here though.
The map. You see that hyper beam now being used.
Don't know how.
Tips the tower actually. Pressure away, but this Guardian is so.
Oh, big slam from Ido.
Okay, Ido. We're gonna head elsewhere across
the
map.
Oh yeah, and they put a fish kick back on the.
So keep your eyes fixed on the minimap.
Back on the shiv.
Transpires.
But do one guys.
Ido got caught out.
I didn't fucking realize that until 6 minutes in the game. Hey, Lamau.
Nice connections, of course, with the Venator. A pretty easy pickup when your opponents are at low, and that last bolt.
Goober gets more value with the swap. This guy's crazy on big characters.
At base, so you've got to be really
showing off. He's got another hero down pat now. Played really good last game too.
Is that that's the least.
Did she really go?
Part is it takes around like 60% of your HP at times. Like, oh yeah, there's execute on there too. By the way, it's like, doesn't feel like an execute. Just 2 shots. Just where'd my HP go? Like where'd it go? It is interesting though because so much of Ved's kit is just into his ult that he doesn't have the presence that other heroes do.
True.
While he's unable to summon the bells, as it were.
So only 2k soul separate these two teams right now, and as a drift over towards the left side, 4 melee creeps players are converging. They certainly want to get that low health Guardian, and AVG caught out. Can he back away? Seismic Slam going to be used here. This maybe is just for Ido to check his options. And eyes turned now back towards that Guardian. But they do need a wave coming in. They do know they've got to be zipline boosters coming their way. Rocker has gotten into the fight now.
Rocker ults, but it doesn't really get to anyone.
That Guardian has been felled.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a great
Small but
ult.
significant macro advantages being hidden by the melee creeps here so far. Game not out of reach though, by any stretch for the floormen. As by the way, Goober, where in the world is Goober right now? Goober is at all 2 HP, now healing. As taking a look at AVG or League rather. In and gets a swap directly into dude. Gonna force out.
You hear that, Ivy?
Still
You hear that, Ivy?
But it is a full-on suicide mission before the end, and
like
Q lives to fight another.
This
day.
gun spike, I cannot express enough how strong you are with this gun spike. It's like kind of absurd. The fact they didn't nerf Headhunter yet is just so insane.
Earlier gun items are going to
Especially at this level of play, like Headhunter's just so broken, man. It didn't really matter there, but it's just like because you're so strong, you're just constantly oh, denied it, nice.
Not really too much concern about the level of health there.
Swap comes in. Does have Golem though? Misses the Golem though. Watch this though. Look at the Headhunter value, plus 63. And then Siphon, plus 100.
Hit by a carbine shot though that might have actually been intended for
Oh, he almost lived. But he does make Goober die, stalling time.
Only trade 1-for-1 there.
Jesus. Boshy's low.
Not being close at all is absolutely wild.
Boshy dies.
But, while the mid fight was going on,
Scout lives with 1 HP. Yeah, he gets out.
Once more,
Ido live.
Flying strike to the back of Ido. Ido at half HP, still quite a bit for an Abrams. And
this is a ultless Yamato, by the way.
Towards League.
Gets out.
See how
Lord M might get his head cut off here, unless he transforms.
Looking more
Does
towards Lord
transform.
M. Off into the middle as both teams very active on rotations.
So Fishcake is also using this spike.
Set of buffs and the first urn contest.
Again, this has been
not just do
game. A lot of
decay, cold front for the spirit spike. Post nerf, I think people are moving back to the cold front a little bit more.
In 10, like you mentioned, Mendoza up as well.
So your knives are just giga useless now.
Here for Fishcake to work with, but still doesn't want to overextend. There's every
I don't even know if I
agree
agree with that being giga useless, but they're not as good as they were, for sure.
John can get in there via Traveler. Here it is. Goober going to fall down first. That's the initiation tool. They've had a chance to make use of the swap. Hyper Beam as well is going to make
Oh, Saya, what a fucking ult. Oh, this guy's just dead, by the way.
Make sure they can chase on down, and Venator is not going to find absolution on the cursed apple today. And I think you're happy. If
I'm gonna be so for real. Floorman just lost a draft 2 games in a row. Like I just,
they don't even get Fishcake.
I just don't know what they're thinking in draft right now.
Contest. It is a full wipeout. Melee creeps going up nearly 10.
This one isn't as bad as the last game, despite not having a dedicated support.
Just for mid buff there,
but
you could have fought it elsewhere because I think Venom plays a little bit by old school Warden rules. Back when Alt and Spirit Warden was a thing.
The probably
the general idea is that you didn't really love fighting when Warden Alt was down. I think you have a similar concept with Venator. So much of his kit is power statted into having his ult that if you fight in a situation like that,
so yeah, this is Ido's build now. He's back to punch, which I think is correct after the gun nerf. You go point blank melee charge for your spike. Then you go spirit snatch later.
Could have waited till it went to the other side.
Interested by the battle vest though.
It's a big tip coming on in. I don't know how big that is because I'm terrible.
Kind of makes sense if you're gonna rush the gun spike.
On the fly currency conversion.
Even with the nerf?
I don't know.
I think, dude, I haven't used Swedish krona for a few months since we were in Stockholm, but actually that's 426.9 importantly, but I do think it's like a factor of 10, so very reasonable. Thank you so much for your donation to our prize pool, and I'm sure Golden Boy, we're going to keep him busy. We'll convert the 420.69 value from Swedish crowns to US dollars for us.
Well, we got a message for that. It says, quote, I love you guys. Hope you're all doing well. ZP, I need more Abrams cosplay.
Please.
The horns are somewhere in here.
When can it be Halloween again? I'll actually put effort into my costume this time.
More than just like I picked up a police helmet. We'll go from there.
Dude, I know it was very low effort, but hey, it's fine. I turned up. I showed up. That's all that matters. Okay, dude caught out there like Goober, who is himself very, very low. Here, a Domini active. Douse him with holy water is the plan. God, those bolts hit so freaking hard. All right, opening shot, slowing bullets there in the Venator build. So this is pretty similar to what I saw in the build browser from Poshy Pop.
This is a boring game. They're just getting shut on. I'm being honest. They're just getting absolutely destroyed.
With like 6 people
Poshy's gonna die.
involved in it. Can the Sanguine retreat get Rocker enough distance? No, I think they ended up going into a wall here.
I mean,
Like the
oh
death, but
my god. How do you get the punch off there, bro?
Melee creep still with 4 players up.
Inside, just hard to lose to Tashi. Dude, this game's over. This game's already over.
After the small issue of
Thank you for the follow, Kawhi1337.
I mean, upside
Much appreciated. I just don't get this draft, bro. Like, they lost 2 games in a row. Their drafts is just not it.
But
we're playing supportless against melee creeps, where you have to hard win lane to win the game.
Upsides,
I don't
still
know.
running with Paradox.
I don't
Still
know,
have
man.
options to get swap picks, and you know they're a little bit more bursty. The downsides are, you think about how some of these fights have gone. The fact that they went with a composition where they don't really have anything that can go on the more support end is that the longer fights don't really seem to be to their benefit. The ideal fight for Floormen is one where
Dude, Goober's still going those builds. Backstabber's Longbow, weakening headshot, and then he still goes headhunter. So he still, despite not having a support, he does get the slowing hacks. He's still gonna invest heavy in the gun.
Especially if it's
Which,
a
I don't
case
know.
where Ven ult is down.
I feel like they just need util this game. Like not going support. Like if you're not gonna have a support, like you gotta find ways to get util, right?
Catch out Fishcake, who's not the most tanky of shivs, only 10k souls to his name, and so
Like a decay this game would go crazy, right? Like someone should build a decay.
Available, so can try and
I don't know.
change this into yet another one. But it looks like
I don't know.
Don't really want these hands. An 8k soul lead, 13 minutes in, it matters. It does, but a player down, you cannot be afforded engaging.
Cannot afford.
The timing a little bit tough for Floormen. When you think about what was available on the map, it was still
Yeah,
way
Melisco's healed
away
in.
from Earn. It wasn't at a timing where you'd have reasonable amount of time to go for mid boss. I mean, it's a little bit early for mid boss unless you just get the most ridiculous pick and everyone's in middle. So even when they do get a pick off, not the highest value. Besides the fact that it does slow down Fishcake. Like in terms of where you'd like your shiv to be farm wise, it's a pretty poor shiv, to which no one is going to have a whole lot of sympathy for with how much shiv has gone away with here today.
Tesla bullets picked up there, bit of a power spike for the for the Bebop, I guess. Heroic aura, of course, on Billy. Well, it wants nothing more than to be in the thick of things. So actually finding some of these pretty important tier 3s at this point in the game. I think it's
Swap. No swap.
In that dispel magic pretty early on. You are looking at a lot of
maybe it's too far for the swap.
That really could take you out of the game.
Like it should. Actually, they might lose the right side buff here.
So Rocket needs to be fleet of foot.
Do will get the left side buff though. Nice fucking hook,
well,
bro.
Rocket's gonna be able to Sanguine retreat.
Spell magic though.
Spell magic used.
So it'll be some beef over the right buff here. Can we see the right buff? Can we see the right buff?
Up. We saw Ido potentially going for it. Don't know if he got the jump
just gets
there
left
in time. Floormen were able to get the buff on that side. Getting whatever was in on the left.
So Floormen got the buff? Who got the buff? Yamato?
Different, and Melee Creep's actually respecting not full diving in, and I look at the ult situation, it makes a little bit more sense.
I would love a pop-up under who got the buff. I would love that.
Pulls out the crossbow, immediate response. Don't know if he quite has the line of sight on this here, as Scout does not like the action.
Fishcake got caught, okay.
For the treat, and Fishcake ended up getting those bolts.
Yeah, again, Bro got absolutely caught out there. There's something here for Floormen for sure. They have a hyper beam from up very on high. A rake
trade from Rocker,
on
but
Scout, but not really enough to.
Oh, Scout does go down. Okay, Melee Creep's overfighting. Let's see what happens on the rest of this right side though. They're trying to contest her, and they're kind of overcooking, I think. Dude's gonna die. Dude's gonna kill ABG, sorry. So he's gonna get perma pressure. He might get his left walker, low key.
Things are getting a little bit dangerous here for Saya and John. Posh Pop is
Adam goes down.
There is something.
Okay, finally a fight going in the favor of Floormen.
But going into it down 2 players with an urn.
But again, Dude's uncontested here, so I don't know if he gets the walker, but he's gonna get mad pressure, and then he can just back up and get the whole jungle here. They do get urn, they have to disengage.
One gang chased immediately, and Fishcake tries to offer a little bit of support.
Melee Creeps get right, so dude, if he gets this, oh my god, this is fucking disaster. They finally have a fight go well, and then they lose the macro trade. Oh, no. And then now they're pressuring right side, so they gotta send right side, so they can't commit to the dunk left side. Because there's a Bebop this side. I don't know where. I'm just gonna go blue instead. Oh no, he's moving. He's just using the zip. Okay. I thought he was gonna pressure blue. I look, he would like the blue pressure. They re-pick up. Ido's here now though. They do get the dunk. Big deny though, and then they die. They're gonna get wiped here. League dies, and then League died on the other side. Oh my god, Milker's just running the map, bro. They're also dropping a wave on blue. Oh no, oh no. But look, the Wolf Lady, it's so OP. Look, bro. We should keep first picking this hero. It's so
We
OP.
haven't seen a ton of the Silver v Shiv today, but that is one of the reasons why you do like picking Silver. Is that she's one of the few heroes
on a
in the
post-fight,
game. Of course, recently added
isolated
that can square
fight
up
where
with
for
Shiv.
some
Not one of
reason
the
her
heroes
ult
that
doesn't
love
pop
fighting Shiv up close
during the fight,
for
or
any
maybe
length
it
of
came
time
back
because
up.
Shiv just trades out well with everyone.
She
Does
kills a
not
half
actually
HP
trade out
Shiv.
well with the Silver in a lot of situations.
Good job.
If Lycan curses up.
W Silver. This hero is so OP.
Obviously still
So
up and
OP.
taking, and it is an extra walker in the position of melee creeps. That is the game state right
I like
now.
the buys though. I like the multiple slowing hexes since they don't have a support.
Half of the lead
I like that, and I'm getting one.
That extra objective is up. This isn't great for Scout.
Uh-oh. Scout gets caught again. Big bag drop, actually. That's a big bag drop at this point in the game.
More of an engagement.
Is John just dead, by the way?
John serious about being a part of this fight. Nox Nostra going to be used instantly to silence out that Mirage.
I'm shocked John doesn't get insta-popped.
Here comes the air
He was kind of just baiting for the Saya flight. Pashy ended up dying. Fish get key chases him down here, I think. Nah, it's Goober, actually. It's Goober. Goober's too quick. Goober gets out.
Florman have to scatter. Melee creeps
Will Rocker die, though?
Advantage, and Scout is about to return to the game. Rocker wants
So, okay, they win the fight, but their waves were bad. So they're dropping waves left side, and then League's able to get a push in on this right side with Billy. Do they actually get it? They do, okay. Can they get out?
Look here. Other side of the map, AVG.
Lord and M's about to get sent on by Fishcake and Ido.
For it, and as long as it doesn't end up in
Rest in peace,
mid-boss off the
Bozo.
opportunity, probably reasonable.
They got the walker though.
Here so far.
She transformed. No, she's fucking scary now, bro. No, she's a werewolf, bro. Oh, she's so OP. Oh, she's dead. What?
Too much stunned up and a great little shoulder charge there from
I'm a Silver Hater, bro. Honestly, it was OP though. It was OP. Don't get me wrong. It was overtuned. I just don't think it's as good as it was.
Quite enough to keep Ido in the game. Tries for a melee kit, but Poshipop is back.
Like that was a 19k silver.
Hook late into the fight here on to the Venator.
Goober goes down.
Now, no, not as strong.
Oh, good from Scout. He's dead. He's dead.
Man, oh man, this is a tough spot for Pasha to be in.
Mid?
Hit on all
Mid?
levels. The final
Mid?
spawn from Dude.
Mid, by the way?
Gonna finish
Guys, can we mid?
with 2
Guys, how about
down.
mid? Mid?
Is this
They're going
an
mid.
opportunity here for mid boss? So we'll have to see. Anything so?
Jesus.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it.
Jesus.
All right.
So they have Beam here. They're doing this because they have Beam, Slam, NATO, and Golem. And then Yamato ult's down here. There is a chain gang, but Goober's not going to be here in time. I love this. I love this. Just run outside pit. Like, just anyone who's trying to show up, just kill them. Defend your walker. I like this. I like this. I like this a lot. So they do lose the walker for mid, but they might be able to get picks on the exit.
But now they need to get away cleanly.
Yep,
You
this is
don't
dead
want to
Billy.
give up more. Instead, you got Abrams, Ido in hot pursuit right now against
I like the
AVG.
patience by Idle there, not to just slide in and get upgraded by
And
Bebop.
that is roasted goat on the menu before it's all
Floormen
said
do
and
end
done.
up picking up
Yeah,
Earn.
The most fed member of Floormen in terms of those souls.
Ooh.
Do again is
Pressure
having
from Ido.
another game where maybe a little bit muted.
I think melee creeps are going to full rotate to this right side, just take literally everything. They could pressure blue here too if they wanted. The wave's a little bad right now, but Earn's like sitting in base.
So this is getting pretty scary now. You would think that melee creeps
Saya might need a reset. He might just use his Nova though. We'll see.
Things up on walkers, but there's a lot of this farm to be picked up. You notice there's a few sinners on the map still. And as you may have noticed,
So yeah, this is a net win for melee creeps too because they get all the map, right? Like they kill ABG, he's up now, but they get rotation to the right side, so they get the center steals. They might get a pick on fucking Lord and M again. No, Lord, no, not like this, bro.
Now he's at 20K.
Not like this, bro.
Mirage that he
He's
had
dead
last
as
game
fuck.
as Lord and M, maybe some real danger in off the charge. Scout on the finish.
Man, the Silver Hero's so
OP. On some of these Abrams catches.
At the same time,
So OP, bro. This shit's broken. We should first pick it every game.
But there's a big push here going towards
I'm glad
the left-hand
Format dropped their
side.
pry
There
on
is
it
the
for this
last
series.
walker for
I'm
melee
glad.
creeps
I'm
exposed.
glad that
So
was
this is where as melee creeps, you've
that was
got to make the
established.
decision. Are you looking to try and trade 2 for 1 here? Can you even do that? That's why Scouts headed over towards mid. They need to overpower Poshipop and render him
Dude is
unable to
ginormous, by
defend
the way.
that walker.
27K.
That's melee creeps sitting
8K
on
up
the
on
right side.
Pashi.
They're at risk of losing their left one here. Nox Nostra not quite as
John got more
powerful. They
active
used
this
to be
game.
taking those objectives, but still it hits hard. So
They
far,
die.
not so
ABG
shabby.
dies.
Walker's still standing for the
20K
time
lead.
being.
They're gonna get
ABG
Blue
has
Walker
fallen.
too.
Rocket is surely
Mina's
on the
gonna get
back, but
ran
look at the
down.
moves here. The chase is real. The spell magic
She
used
got
by
stunned.
Rocker and
She's
should
dead
be
now.
able to get away, but these jump pads being
be
used
dead
to
now.
great effect.
You're not gonna get away from Saya, my boy. It's not happening. It's not happening, my boy. It is not happening.
All the walkers are down. This game is broken into utter pandemonium, and melee creeps are the ones on the front foot with the waves pushing in their direction.
Melee
and the
creep
base
and it's
guardians
the same
under
thing, bro.
pressure.
Like, it'll be a very even game state, and then one timer they get, and they just full send it. They're all like in unison, the game just blows open.
Picks that did not go their way. Melee creeps the best in the business.
They're up 30K
at
22 minutes
their
with
advantage.
still a
And
quarter
look
of
at the
rejuve
map.
left.
Every single wave pushed
And Gruber's
up.
having to
And
camp,
you're gonna see melee creeps now
earn,
just like a swarm
so they don't
of
get anything,
locusts
and then they get all of the map
devour
here
Foreman
because their
side
waves are
jungle
fantastic.
and go back to their own. The soul lead
They're not
right
even
now,
catching the
Mitch,
spread
is gonna
side
get
wave, so
even
this wave's gonna
bigger,
crash
and
over here
there's
again.
Enough time on the rejuve to perhaps go for some base guardians before it's all said and
Jesus,
done.
they're gonna be huge
And
now.
we're getting to the point
This
here
game's
where
kind of
this
done.
Mirage build is getting pretty insane, to say nothing of the Lady Geist of Doom.
And then
who I'm quite
all this
sure
farm,
is,
they
gonna be
funnel it into
looking
John.
even
So
more
John was at
terrifying.
22K like a couple minutes ago, now he's 26K.
Their sources of burst
Dew
damage
also kept
feeling
farming.
more and more limited, or at least
So
their,
Bashi's just giga
methods
behind
for
this game.
taking either the
Giga
Mirage or
behind.
the Geist or both out of the game quickly. It's already hard enough as it is.
I'm not
with
sold on
Geist
this
being
Venator
so
hero
tanky.
either yet.
Still, we have Lawman on the left-hand side of the map. They need to take their walker. There's no other option. League's been caught out pretty much straight away. Silence wave catching.
I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just not.
Off in the
I don't know if
periphery.
it can be a true
League
M1.
should be able to slip away here over the building.
I don't know if I'm sold on that.
The shadow transformation had to be used. There is no escape apparently now as the stone idol clatters on in, and John is awarded the kill credit. There's more though. Gruber spotted off in the distance, and look at melee creeps cross this distance so damn quickly. They'll want more.
There's a
base
dead Billy
guardians
on
for
blue.
themselves. And Florman are trying to play keep away with this urn. Eventually, melee creeps are going to turn their attention.
Also, they don't hate it by AVG though. Like, just cut the wave and try to live.
Creeps, this makes sense.
He's gonna die, but like it burns time off the rejuve, right?
Like
Like rejuve's almost out here.
Well, go for chase downs instead.
So you keep them from being able to die base.
Instantly, tank character, by the way, not really clear when you're getting stat checks.
Lorman full sending it left side, trying to find someone. John sees them all. He's just gonna back
it's a
up.
clear indicator of the balance
They're
of
still
power
camping
in
the
this game.
CERN.
And as good as
They're getting their whole jungle stolen though. They got all their center sold. Honestly, with how much control they had, I thought melee creeps could have taken like even backline camps. Like they were so ahead here.
All in, and you might have a split push of someone like John.
Their waves are really good, too.
The rest of his team. That urn is still eluding melee
But
creeps
it
for the
is
time
risky.
being. But they've had a chance to go back.
Now
and
your
start to
M1
buy
is
up,
having to fucking
start
earn
spend that
babysit.
pretty ridiculous
This is like,
soul lead they've managed
this
to
game's
mount.
kind of just done.
I feel like holding on to the urn has almost been a curse for Floorman.
Yeah,
where
like
they've
they're just
been
like
stuck
perma
babysitting
defending it.
for
Like
such a long period of time, and you
Bashi's now down 11K on Dew, 6K down on
Oh my
John.
goodness, this league caught here once again. You're just
R.I.P.
with
brother,
stat difference,
R.I.P.
You're just not able to make the escapes you otherwise would as these characters that are usually tanky. I mean, actually, that insult to injury. You didn't even have shadow transformation up there because you had just died using shadow transformation. And the hook in onto Rocker.
The silence wave land, he was dead. Nice try from Scout.
Yeah, that could have been a problem, but this is melee creeps here with a bebop composition that are punishing Floorman, who just want to try and get into the map. Want to try and farm some of these.
AVG trying to find something on the side wave here. He's gonna get flown on by Saya. Besides, he's not even flying. Actually, just moving over. He's about to have flight. But they're just dropping like flies now. They're too spread.
On the main base itself. Shrines under pressure.
I don't even know if they would win a team fight though.
AVG, but does he realize that there's even more where that
Probably not,
came from?
honestly.
He's low. Airdrop hits him with a silence. He's got to respect the Alkfire Kudzu Bomb combo. And it's going to be very, very difficult to get a meaningful objective from this. Lord and then eventually goes down, and AVG has to run back to base with his tail between his
Side's
legs.
essentially full build now.
The
Reverb on the
difference
Yam
between the two
finally.
teams and ability to fight has just gone way too much. You're at the point
Emily
now
keeps
where
up the
your
CERN.
characters that should be tanky are getting bursted down in
Mid
one
boss in a
rotation.
minute. They may want to wait for it.
Where
Pushing
on
into
Venator,
Archmother base
you
is
have the
just
ability to
giga
burst people
cringe.
down. You're not actually bursting down someone at the 35k range if you're a 24k ven. Like, it's not going to happen. So a lot of the things your heroes are normally good at, they are no longer good at when the game has gotten.
So you
this
see
out
Idol's
of
build
hand.
here. It's like very old school Abrams. People have gone back to the punch build.
Rock it up.
Hunter Zora, Spirit
Melee
Duration.
creeps, this is
Take your resist.
basically a victory.
Snatch,
lap at this
melee
point.
charge.
I mean, there's just no way to actually
Get Yamato ult for
win a
free
fight
here, and Mina
unless
ult.
melee
Oh
creeps
god,
make a
this is
huge
just, they're just
unforced
bleeding
error.
out.
I mean, Ido is just out of kill range for so many of Floorman right now.
That's a dead Billy.
He gets a big
That is a
slam
dead
on
Billy.
in. It's going to be AVG the one
This
stunned
Billy
up.
should be dead.
Obviously, Ido's less
This is a
interested
dead
in
Billy.
Billy, maybe some of these other targets.
Billy is dead.
You can see the melee creeps also take a moment here to group on top of this building, and there's the Billy yet
Mina
again.
dies
AVG
too.
found this
And
time a
AB
little
and League
lower on
died.
health, and
GG.
maybe more of a tantalizing prospect.
GG! Billy creeps OP. Bro, Floorman just lost in draft. I'm gonna be honest here. Like, I don't know what the draft prep was today.
Of $1,900.
Like, it must be they're trying to like do a scrim read or something, but like I don't know, man. This was not it.
Valued for the utility and pick potential.
6 kill streak for Do.
Now no longer necessary. CP since Floorman.
So they're gonna split here. They can split.
Under.
They can do mid boss and good shrines.
We got this from Lord and M.
Would have left that 1v1.
This is what you have to do here, Mitch. When every part of your team is in spawn,
talk your shit.
You still have
Lord
your
M.
keyboard and an enter key.
Lord of the keyboard.
You can chat to the people, because otherwise you're just getting split pushed right now, where they're taking your base and mid boss at the same time, because who's gonna stop you? Everyone's still dead.
It's just so weird seeing Shiv with only 1 knife charge or 2 knife charges.
People die when they're killed.
It's so weird.
I kind of get the idea of not wanting like your Avengers
Heroes nerf though.
killed, because that I guess that
Dorm's DMs me hate messages every night to give up nightmares when I sleep. True.
And so Melee Creeps will be grouping
Ido's
up
the
for one
villain,
final
bro.
Thrust. Notice that the death time is very high. Scout's still out of the game for now.
Scout's contemplating what Lord and M just said. As AVG
We don't
says,
claim that
do
guy,
not
by
claim
the
that
way.
guy.
Labao.
So a little bit PR here is 4 men are not necessarily down with what Lord and M is saying. This is what the commentary has evolved to here, Mitch.
10k for Ido. Damn trick what?
We have no idea.
Another
what the next
resist?
chat
I
bubble
would just
is
go
gonna
another
be.
resist. Fuck it.
Yeah, what was Lord and M's message? at the
Heroic,
start of the game?
okay.
It was about DMB.
I'm down for an heroic, yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, I can't believe you put
Essentially
DMB on
bull
shit.
resist, but
Oh,
just
wait,
more
that's
util.
due, or something along those lines.
That is funny. Okay, here's the hook. My goodness.
It's like Scout, let's chill, bro. Size like Scout, let's not throw the game, man. Scout, let's just not throw the game real quick. Let's reposition here.
Going to be a defense here for Melee Creeps on the bottom right side of the maps. Floormen are simply wanting to play more of the video game, and who can blame them? We love our Deadlock. Slam
One
comes
rejuve
in.
down.
Scout sucking up
Poshi
most of
dead,
this
GG.
damage here, whilst Poshi Pop and
GG, gun next,
On
GG.
Sky, Poppins on down is Rocket. John going to be able to snap the Mina up as well, and that
They
will be
rinsed.
it. Death time is far too long for Floorman to have any say
This
in
a
the
go
outcome of this game.
next. This
Melee
a
Creeps
go
scores,
next.
money to buy.
Floorman are just
They
sending
give
it, trying to
back
do
here a little
something.
bit. Just
They're
making
just too
sure
behind, though.
savor it. Winning for the
GG.
72,000th time hits a little bit different,
What do you think the Archmother's thinking here? It's like,
I want to see the stats for this game. I want to see how
everyone's
useless
supporting me
this
as
fucking
dad.
silver character
Please
is.
kill me. Just be done with it.
Oh my
I like
god.
it. She's in the equivalent of palliative care here.
Dude, I love that
At least the Patron
they
is
do
able
this
to
shit on
grant
night shift,
one
though.
wish.
It's so much
Their
more
own wish
entertaining.
in this instance, as victory is held for Melee Creeps.
So it's just
yet
the permacope.
again. The streak
Well, they can find an
continues.
angle here. It's like, no, the game's just
Wow.
over. Just fucking chat shit now.
Well earned, man.
W,
So well
1.2k.
played.
I'm up big
It's just
today.
like-
I'm up big.
Everything that they do, that they
Did I get a game
want
wrong
in,
today?
in these fights, they're getting it.
Oh,
right?
Leviathan
Like,
game 2, because they
oh,
giga
we
through.
need the
They got
pull,
rejuves
we need
twice, and then they
the
threw.
follow-up. It's right there. It's perfect.
They got triple
right?
rejuve twice and lost the
we
game.
need
I'm like,
to,
I don't like
you know,
I
make a
don't know.
dive happen with the Shiv
I
here.
feel bad
and
for
then
them,
get
honestly.
some more
I feel bad.
support. Oh yeah,
That's
it's
just-
there.
that's just pain.
It's just they don't freaking miss, and it's so clean, so clean.
I want to know why floormen are deferring first pick. Because
Yeah,
it,
that's a good
it's
question,
certainly I'm sure there's
Shiv is the most broken character in the game right now. Not first pick. Oh, the horns!
Sort of seen through too, but your
The
opponents get-
horns!
the horns are out, baby.
Oh yeah.
That's it. Night shift after hours. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah. See, when ZP sees some good ass Abrams gameplay, the horns they come out.
That's how you know. That's how you know it's exciting.
You're so bad.
What was I saying? I was trying to make. For God's sake.
The horns threw you off, man.
Oh yeah,
You know.
they got,
True.
they got guys
They're
to the right.
intimidating,
I
man.
do think that is like very powerful call.
True.
If you aren't really sort of clambering over these guys early in the game, then it's
Yeah.
going to be very, very difficult. Scout looks great on Bebop.
I love the music, man. Shift.
yeah,
It's too
I
good.
think very, very solid. Some really amazing hooks there, and obviously the
Ficky.
double hook means late in the
Show
game.
me the
you're not
stats.
getting away no matter how.
Player of the game
swift
is-
you are. We saw the curse remover Mina
Fish
attempt
kick?
there
No.
to escape those ganks, and even with her, slippery as she is, it wasn't enough.
Who's MVP?
Yeah, it was just very
Saya?
tough for them.
Saya played really good on the
the
Abby.
What they were going for. There were moments where
I
it
don't know who's
worked
MVP.
out, but it was just so
They're
much
kinda just
effort was needed to
Up stomped him again.
try and catch
Kinda hard to
that
tell.
one target that would be
Like,
out
he
of
just
position.
oh
right?
my
Maybe he'll
God,
take
bro.
out Do,
He just
who would be in a
baptized
spot,
League.
or maybe Ido would be
Welcome
in
to
the
the
spot
Church
where
of
he could
Ivy, young
also
man.
pick him off, but it was never enough to like really amount to
Oh my
much
God,
for them
bro.
to be able to follow up. If they'll get the walker here and there, but it just never felt like Melee Creeps were in a position where they were threatened for a good chunk of that game. I would say
Rest in
like
peace, AVG.
around like the 20-minute mark.
Recipes to a real one.
I mean, Melee Creeps, they just played good fundamental Deadlock. They weren't really making any errors on the macro end. I mean, even when things went against them, they were still able to get trades. And to me, I'll save it for
Yeah,
a little
Former's
bit
a
later.
long draft.
But
I
think Saya's
just
performance on the Ivy was
I would love to hear a
ridiculous. You
Pashi
look at some of those
breakdown
early
on his
escapes
channel
in
what they were
lane
thinking
and some of
drafts.
the ways,
It had to have been a
minor
scrim read or
fights
something,
broke
but
down.
like
it was just incredibly
outside looking in,
cerebral
I'm like,
play
well, what the fuck
coming
even
out
just
of,
happened this game?
what's essentially been a
These two
support
games.
player. And
Oh my
I mean,
God.
Saya,
It's Kel was
in
killing
his
all the
new
people
role,
up
where
today.
Saya used to be more of a
Such for
playmaker,
clean.
but Saya over the last few months has just really embraced playing support characters. Didn't matter that
Support
Kelvin
matter,
was
bro.
banned. Looked real good in the Ivy. Looked good the previous game on the page, and it really makes a difference. Where Florian by comparison,
look how poor
they
Goober
were,
is this game.
all gas in this case, no support whatsoever, and it did give him some burst.
Look how poor the
some
Yamato
kills
is.
in mid game.
Pashi's poor.
The
Like,
longer fights, they just felt very outmatched.
Yep.
It's like you have a lot of, honestly, like you have like a pretty nice
I guess
amount
Idol
of
popped up
sustain.
this game.
When
Idol could be
your Ivy
MVP.
is in the mix. Plenty of points in that Watcher's Covenant. I do think that, like, Stone Idol is still a very powerful ability and is easy to line up in a lot of those cases. Do was kind of dirty in that game. I always feel like when it's Geist or Mirage that end up taking over the game.
Honestly, I flamed it too hard. Lord and I actually did pretty okay.
As
Did pretty good.
You can see some of the builds here. Like,
stop first picking this hero though, for the love of God, please stop.
And Leech, so you're virtually unkillable.
Pashi has a different build, of course. He goes opening rounds and slowing bullets. He goes rapid recharge. Okay.
And John with much.
Wait, is this a bug? Hello, is this a bug? We have boots and what? Is this a bug? Is this a bug? Okay.
Just again, your opponent's damage output is being reduced with every shot that John sends in through inhibitor.
I don't know if Goober should have gone this much gun. It's the only thing I could think of. I don't know what else we can fucking
doing that. So
they ended up getting like Utah, right? Like they went multiple slowing hexes. Like they tried to make up the difference. They went a heal lane. I think not having a decay this game like makes it really hard to play.
Stupid in these late game fights.
Like maybe even Billy should pick one up instead of Torrent Balls or something. I don't know.
Here we're not only pumping damage on the Abrams, but think
Spell
about
Slinger comes up for Do. I think people are finally picking up on Spell Slinger guys more.
From Ido to just start
to
really
fight out
right from melee creeps. You can talk about Sai on the support end, but Ido was basically
the sound wave was giga for the Bebop this game. The sound is really good again.
Point charges, and I mean even the move. I mean there's one point
I don't
where
pop off.
someone just got meleeed in a
I don't want
corner
Abrams. Yeah, old school Abrams is back. Phantom Shrek Abrams with punch. It's back. It's now the best build again.
You almost take it for granted.
I'm always interested by Fish Cake's
Abrams
build.
has grown over time.
Yeah, super impressive. I was
So he
taking
goes
notes the
counterspell,
entire time.
both resist
Just
again. So
wanted
most
to
shapes are
learn
going both
what
resist
this
now.
guy's doing,
They're
and
just trying to stay
clearly,
alive so they can get their executes
this
at the end of
whole
fights,
team,
which
right,
I
you
kind of
just,
agree with.
Pull so much from
Max Slash
there's
or
just
Dash,
a
I think.
lot of knowledge and a
I don't know.
lot of
I feel like
expertise.
maxing
because these guys, Mitch, like they're
the
grinding,
damage
you know,
negation
and
might be pretty
they're-
good though.
They know this game.
If you're going to be going full
resist,
resist,
damn impressive.
he might have done
And I
that
love
this game
Deadlock
actually.
because there are a lot of
But you're
strings
kind of you are
contributors,
curbing
almost
your
like
damage a
ladder
lot doing
grinders
that,
that
but-
like don't have a chance to play with the team, and then they get that chance. They always look good. Like Ido looked unreal in his debut. Same kind of thing. Dude looked fantastic.
Yeah.
I've got to say, really, really good.
And he
Definitely got
fits the
focused a little bit
team,
in
bro.
that
That's
first
the
game
other
of
thing
shoot,
about
but
Dude.
still
He fits
found a
the
way to
team
be
really well. It's
relevant
exactly what they were
later
missing, with
on.
someone who could play
Who knows, like,
front
how it
line
sort of fits into the
and then
combo
like kind of
system
like
here, but it's
flex.
kind of sick that he's like super willing just to pick up.
DMB's pool was kind of starting to get exposed a little
this
bit.
team, despite the loss of DMB,
He was just like I'm playing Infernus, and they're like okay.
So between him and
he played like this green Infernus, which I actually didn't think was that bad, but it kind of just seemed like the team was carrying it honestly.
Into this, but it still feels like melee creeps
could
have
be
a
good,
level
though.
of resilience that they can lose.
Never
such
played
an
it, never
important
tried it.
player,
I don't actually
plug
know.
and play an option like Do and have insane results, because this game wasn't really close. This wasn't really
Top or
close. Game.
bottom. Oh my god.
No. I mean, this was domination. They look great. Speaking of, let's go ahead and roll out the red carpet for our MVP of the match. And
Saya. Let's go. Deserved.
ZP, you're a big fan of
owning
Saya,
on this one.
and I think he good call on this
Bro
one.
was owning.
The support was so valuable for the team. Played such a big role, and Saya really was, as you had mentioned, just slotting into that role so damn well.
It was a difference maker in the larger fights, both in game 1 and in game 2. I mean, the page play was also remarkably consistent, but game 2 was a little bit ridiculous. Like the amount of situations that Saya was escaping at low HP. I mean, I think back to where he's basically baiting Lord NM in the church, bought just enough time for Scout to come around and actually finish the job. I mean, Saya has been playing actual next level in both of these games, and again, doing the role where it's difficult.
That's finally gonna do, bro. This guy's fucking insane.
But Saya has
He's probably
seemingly made it look
I would say he's
effortless.
the best player in the game right now.
Yeah, no, it's a
I
good
would say
call
that.
there.
Because he can play more than the
fight
sports.
was actually a thing of beauty. And yeah, I mean, you know, the page you had mentioned
And he-
before, right? Hey, great to see.
He did
Nice
it for
to
the
see it
team. He
implemented in
brought
some
out the
moments,
page. This is
like
more
this one in
impressive than the
particular
Ivy
where,
game.
You know, you had
He
Sai
thinks
really coming
Page is
up
bad,
clutch.
but he was
You
like,
had
fuck
mentioned
it.
Specifically
We
against
have the
Florida,
Shiv
but
Billy.
Yeah,
I gotta
that
play it.
map
It
two
makes too much
was
sense.
Just a thing of beauty. I've been
They have no
wanting to
front line.
see-
They're doing
Hey,
this
you
weird
see
ass.
Ivy played, and we saw a
Like they
little
have
bit
front
Ivy in
line,
that
but like
first map,
it's
not
like
a lot
kind of
really
fake front
coming
line
out
with
of
the
it,
Yamato.
on the foreman side of things. But
Yamato Silver. So he's
really
like, fuck
just
it.
Sai being like, oh,
We
yeah, I
death
can
ball
do
and
that
win the
too.
game.
And really showing what they could do with this particular hero was something special. So, congrats, MVP. Well deserved.
MVP.
Well deserved.
MVP.
And I mean, yeah, look, I don't know. I just feel like Sai is someone who he always gets talked up by his teammates for having like a really insane brain for the game. So it does feel like this is kind of like forgive me for saying this, but like a no-brainer to put him on this role. In the past, he was like that initiator, that playmaker, right? Set up a lot of these
God,
fights
what a
here.
combo.
It feels like Saya actually gets to flex. So the best part about melee creeps has been their like macro understanding of the game, or at least how to always trade
how
up
low
in
his
objectives,
sense
how to
was.
always
Sai
get
has
more
really low
souls
sense.
in the exchange. And
Yeah.
Sai
Maybe that's
obviously is
Spectator?
playing like these heroes, this hero here in
Never
Ivy was
knows
like
this.
pseudo global presence, the ability he can go and split push the lane himself. He doesn't actually have to be with the rest of the team trying to set up for the gank or the team fight. I feel like he gets a bit of a
just wanna get
wider
last
scope of the action, and maybe it makes it easy to make those large scale
graphics,
calls.
and then I'm out.
because
I'm out.
That's always been what melee creeps are amazing at.
How
They
much-
never
this
lose out on
went pretty
value trades,
long,
man. It almost never happens. And
surprisingly.
it feels like Sire is a big part of that.
Because there wasn't any
Yeah.
2-1s. It was all 2-0s, but the game just went really
very
long.
well done. And I think, like, you know, there's just always like little things if you're trying to improve your gameplay. These guys are just showing you, right, all these different builds, all these different ways to approach the game, how to think about the game. We certainly got that without a doubt from Melee Creeps boys, and Abraham's earlier as well on the EU side. So fun to see what those guys are putting together as well. I really cannot wait for the day that we get a Deadlock LAN. Oh, that is going to be so hype.
Please, 2020.
Because
It's
I've seen people in the
Please,
chat,
2026.
on the YouTube
Please.
side of things. I'm seeing people be
Please.
like, "Oh, South America
Please,
could play
2026.
Deadlock." Blah blah. I'm like, "Hey, dude, I want to see
Please.
what the world can
Please,
do."
2026
Everyone's
LAN.
asking for NAEU as well, man. It's the we've done this so many times before, guys. Like the early esports scene. We've
Please.
got to answer
Please,
that age
2026
question.
LAN,
I know.
please.
It's
Deathy,
make it
also-
happen.
Plug and
Come
play
on.
content.
Come
man.
on.
Also, as far as Deadlock goes,
We'll do
you
it.
know, I do wonder if we
Night
retread the
shift,
Overwatch
Death
path
Slam
where it's like
event.
NAEU, and then
Unite.
you go to like
They
the
both end up
sky, the
sucking.
horizon, and you actually just see like Korea heading over, and it's just like, like, well, what's going on there? Because you start thinking about it, Deadlock is a fusion of two things Korea is really, really good at,
Yeah.
which is MOBA play and more hero shooter play.
a matter
And
of
you
time,
get like
bro.
the best minds
True.
together there. I mean, it is
well,
scary
matter of
what that
time.
region can
For
do.
now, let's live in the present, okay? Let's live in the here and now. We got the new member of Melee Creeps, dude, standing by, joining us here.
Oh, we
today.
can do
Dude,
it.
there,
Cool.
buddy.
What's up, bro? Welcome in.
Hello, hello. Hello, dude. Good to chat with you, buddy. Congratulations on the win. How's it, playing with these guys? You're a new member of the MLC squad. So what's the experience been like, playing with the team? Has it been just seamless for you?
Playing with these guys is obviously amazing. Like all these guys.
Nice. No, of course. I mean,
How
dude,
did it come
that's what we
about?
want.
I wanna
Bro,
know,
we need to
like, you know,
PR
like,
trade
how
these
does-
guys. We need to, bro. We have to PR trade these guys. Please, please PR trade them.
Which you did.
Please.
Today. Did you kind of go to them? Did they come to you? Or how do you end up getting into this roster?
Please, 3 sentences, please.
I got approached by them actually.
Nice.
For a long time I didn't feel like playing competitive.
Fair.
It's like a lot of time. It's like very time consuming.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they
Fair.
offered me a role in the team, and they said that like we would scrim 2 times a week and it wouldn't take that much time. So I was in.
I gotta
Beautiful.
ask, hero pool wise.
Great
I
response,
think people
great
wanna know. I
response.
mean, I want to know
Great-
just
great
the next
bounce
time I
back.
talk about it. When Pocket is a little bit more meta and is getting picked more, who's gonna be the Pocket player on the team? Is it you or is it Ido?
Ooh, good question.
Bro, Ido just plays S tier champs. I'm probably just gonna be on Pocket.
True.
I respect
True.
that. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're approaching this from a perspective of like, hey, like whatever happens, gonna kind of ride the wave, right? Is if that's the correct read. So with that being
Nuclear's
said,
Idle
how
Pocket,
has just
TBH.
been you kind of diving into this game and you know, dissecting it, and then out of nowhere joining like the top team in North America. That's certainly rough to keep it casual when you're joining the top team in the region. So I guess the question that I have for you is more just like, you know, you say, what are you hoping to get out of this? Are you just kind of looking to see what experiences you could pull out of this, what more you can learn from it? What's your goal, I guess, you know, being a part of the squad? Or is it just to have fun and play some Deadlock?
Well, the main goal is obviously to win, but
nice.
I just wanted to play with a team that like where like every single person on the team and like very enjoyable.
I mean,
the vibes.
We know Melee Creeps have got the vibes. You guys have got some strong characters on that team for sure. I don't know if like you like thought anything of this. Obviously, like the draft process like happens like at the start of the game, and obviously like Sire's probably involved in that. But
true.
Floorman gave you first pick both games. What was your read on that? Was that
okay, here we go? Come on, give us a good answer.
Like, what do you think that they were going for?
Good draft question.
Usually I just stay silent in the draft, and I just let Sai do all the drafting.
Dude, Sai just loves these guys.
Like, predicted everything.
He just likes his good boys.
Yeah,
that
sounds like Sai.
Just go like, okay, I'll play it.
I say I had no more questions, but
sure, man.
chat is going wild on it.
Sounds good.
Do you have any defense for the IDO 119 beams? Is it actual Deadlock scripture now? What do you got?
I mean, I asked Ido like about it earlier, and he said it's just like a verse, 1:19. So I'm not like really sure what that's about.
1 Corinthians verse 19. Yeah.
Never lucky for Goob. Never lucky.
All right. Well, thank you, brother. Appreciate the time. Hope you had a good time, and congrats on the win. And looking forward to
honestly, I'm being hard on him. That might have been Dude's first ever post-game interview. So
right, take care. All right,
no worries, man. No worries. We got time. We got time.
They are your winners. Damn, man. They like absolute beasts. Very well played. You couldn't have asked, honestly, for a more dominating showing, Uber, from a squad. And the run continues.
Ooh,
look at this.
Holy shit, bro.
Just so much success.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys are
12
sick
in a row.
and shows. You know, I sort of get where they're coming from. You know, Do sort of saying that he maybe didn't want something that was like too much, right? And that's not sort of required right now. I do think Melee Creeps have just done so much work over the last like year, basically, to be in a position now that they can basically tell they want in NA. They can turn up, scrim a couple times a week. It's still really good because they are always very, very quick on the pickup with a lot of these like new picks. Or in this case, this week, like they weren't going for the Venator. They weren't trying to secure the Celeste. That was going to be banned out pretty much straight away. But it's still good to see plenty of silver being mixed in here. I think these guys are still the gold standard in Deadlock in this region. So, I mean, I'm impressed. They looked great. Ido didn't get to play flashy stuff as much today. Still looked really good. So, yeah, these guys aren't going anywhere,
He's playing S-tier heroes, though. You know, at the very least, he's doing that.
That's his thing.
Yeah,
he knows the meme. He knows the meme.
It was really fun to be a part of this. Super, you know, appreciative, ZP. Thank you so much for asking me to join. This was a good time. Had a blast with it. And also just want to let everyone know we're going to be jumping over to Ido's stream from here. So make sure you go and support the homie. And congratulations
give me the graphics.
On a victory.
Give me the graphics.
Today. But that is going to do it for us here.
Please give me the graphics.
For the
please.
night shift,
Please
Deadlock,
give me the graphics.
for
Please.
EU and NA. Great shows across the board. Congrats to Abrahams on the EU side for picking up the dub there. Great performance from them.
Please
then,
give me the graphics.
Big shout out to Melee Creeps
for
the NA victory here. I'm Golden Boy. Of course, is Uber and
thanks for donating.
ZP. Thank you for donating. That's right. Also,
thank you for supporting Night Shift. Thank you.
Okay, they're links. Click the links.
I'm poor.
One day I will support Night Shift. Okay, you're hard.
One day.
Money, but these guys are putting on a damn good product for y'all. So make sure you get out there and support them.
We love Night Shift.
Do it for us here, folks. Thank you so much.
And now I learned I can request to be an official.
Same time, same place.
I didn't know viewership was not. They didn't have viewership threshold, so I could actually just apply to be a co-streamer. Did not know this. Whoa! Triple kill. 22 kill streak on the Abraham's game. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I don't get my graphics. Unlucky. So, I was going to play Ark, but as you can tell, I am fucking sick, bro. I'm a sick boy. So, I'm going to chill. I'm going to not use my voice. My throat feels a little bit better. It's weird because my cold's like moving around. Like I'll have like I had chills at the beginning, then my sinuses got really bad, and then my throat was itchy, then my sinuses bad, then I got a fever. So I'm kind of sick. I'm going on vacation soon, so I got to chill. I might do a stream Friday if I feel better. If not, this might be it for quite a while. Would be till the 23rd minimum. Because I might like come back and not want to stream right away. But I have a feeling I'll be itching to play a lot of Deadlock. So thanks for the follows today. Thanks for watching. Always love Night Shift guys. They put on a great show. And I will see you guys Friday. If not, I'll see you in a good